In Tianzi, Lin Chen was once surrounded and suppressed by him, and he was still the ultimate shadow of the 14th joint issue. If it wasn't for Luo Yaoer taking risks and breaking into the sacred realm of the human race alone, the outcome of that battle might be completely unknown. The breath of the cloudy day is unprecedentedly powerful. Lin Chen and Xinglong seem to be suppressed at once. This sense of oppression is not from his aura, but from the holy power and energy fluctuations in his body. Even the red golden halo that swirls around Lin Chen's body, the Taishi divine light, became bleak after being slapped by In Tianzi. Taishi divine light, absolute defense. After the sacred dragon broke through 900 venerable powers, the Taishi divine light displayed by its dragon vein energy will not be shaken by the 4 great open heaven realms present. However, In Tianzi only used one palm. Lord In Tianzi, this kid has too many tricks and a variety of tricks, we really can't take him down. The 4 great open heaven realm sword saints bowed down and said in a cold sweat. I don't expect you to do anything today, just deal with all the eyeliners I saw today, none of these people can stay. The cloudy sky flicked his fingertips, and as soon as these words came out, the faces of all the super demons turned horrified. This guy, In Tianzi, plans to kill them too. Then, In Tianzi stared at Lin Chen playfully. You are very good at alchemy of different crystals. Boy, you realized it by the cultivation method left by my master. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The god of war 4-piece suit was constantly growing the floating golden brilliance, brewing a powerful blow. After a while, it seemed that he realized something. Lin Chen suddenly said, You have mastered the method of cultivating high-grade heterocrystals. Right? Lin Chen's language was astonishing, but he could feel that the holy power of In Tianzi was refining thousands of different auras of different crystals. Among them, there is a very small part of the heterocrystalline energy, which is extremely powerful. It's not at all comparable to ordinary isomorphs. Ha ha ha. Eyesight is not small. It's a pity to kill a talent like you. Cloudy Tianzi laughed loudly, and even admitted it. Lin Chen's heart sank. The gap between the top-grade variant crystal and the middle-grade variant is like the gap between an ordinary saint and a cave. Expanding realm, the two are like the difference between clouds and mud. Before the secret method of the ancient god was taken away, he had told Lin Chen that his research on high-grade different crystals was halfway through. And In Tianzi's talent is what he is most optimistic about. He never imagined that after he killed his master, it was actually completed. Having mastered the method of cultivating high-grade different crystals, his growth rate will skyrocket. Lin Chen wants to kill him, and the difficulty is more than geometric. At this time, In Tianzi's expression became sincere and gentle. He said, Seriously, Lin Chen, your stage shouldn't be here. Your eyes shouldn't be just a small enchanting list. The reason why I didn't challenge the holy talent list back then was because I saw the limitations of this holy world. The twilight of the gods is coming, and the turmoil in the list of saints is about to change. Once the storm starts, you are just a small ant, but as long as you follow me, you and I will join hands, and we will create a new one. In this era, challenging the list of saints and the realm of the gods should be our ultimate goal. Lin Chen, surrender to me. I can lead you to become the overlord under one person and over hundreds of millions in the new era. In Tianzi stepped on the air of the galaxy, and the holy rays of 9 lights and color circulated around him. His eyes were as deep as the stars, sincere and sincere. He reached out to Lin Chen and actually issued an invitation to unite. Lin Chen smiled. The dog who killed the master dared to talk about the creation and domination of the world? Are you bragging about you? Yin Tianzi's expression gradually returned to calm, even a little gloomy. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, "Why don't you continue to act in your recruiting drama? Your acting skills just now are much better than those who fired at you with their own electronic music. Those who achieve great things don't stick to the small details, and the mere slaughter of teachers can't compare to the hegemony of this seat. People who can only see black and white will never be able to achieve anything." Lin Chen shrugged. "The world is black or white, it has nothing to do with me, Lin Chen. I am not a good person. I just think your behavior is disgusting, that's all." The voice just fell. Boom. Lin Chen threw a punch in the air, and the fist wind shone with golden brilliance, attacking the Yin Tianzi. The fist swept the galaxy for hundreds of millions of miles, the sky collapsed, the time and space were distorted, and the world was turned upside down. This punch is the limit that Lin Chen can improve at this stage. 1999 Respect. I don't know if this punch can shake the Yin Tianzi. You don't even have the qualifications to kneel down and wag your tail to be a dog. Death. Yin Tianzi's palm flew up like a knife, and the 1,000 layers of purple black Xing Xia turned into a blood blade, slashing in the air. Sigh. Tear. The purple-black blood blade penetrated the void, leaving a faint black mark. Slow rune. Lin Chen's clone was ready to go, and he suddenly shot a slow rune with 300,000 points of top rune energy. Boom. 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 As soon as the slow rune appeared, it was torn apart for the first time, only reducing part of the offensive of the purple and black blood blade, and still slashed at Lin Chen's Taishi Divine Light at a high speed. Pfft. With a loud bang, Lin Chen and Xinglong's Taishi Divine Light split at the same time, and Lin Chen activated the golden jade clothes that concealed the body surface like lightning. With a tearing sound like a brocade, Lin Chen's golden thread jade clothes was torn apart. He waved his arm to block the aftermath of the bloody blade, vomited blood and retreated. This Yin Tianzi, such a strong cultivation base. Even 300,000 points of rune energy can't stop him, as expected of a ruthless character who was able to fight Shang Guanju. When stepping into the air, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a bit of desperate madness. There's no way to stop it, I can only fight this guy with the talent of life and death. The mantis arm is a car, and it is beyond its own power. The holy light flashed under Yin Tianzi's feet, and he was about to shake out another claw to kill Lin Chen. Pa! With a crisp sound, Yin Tianzi's wrist was unexpectedly grabbed by a powerful 5 fingers. Young man, do you know who you hit? It seems that you haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. The dark red tip of the knife pressed against Yin Tianzi's neck. 2 ghostly figures, like ghosts, appeared silently around Yin Tianzi, restraining him one after the other. Yin Tianzi's pupils shrank. He actually didn't notice the approach of the two. What a clever way to eliminate breath. What is the origin of the two of you? Why are you so serious? Let's sit down and talk. Yin Tianzi pretended to talk about the truth, but he was instantly stunned. Court death. The dark red sharp knife suddenly exerted force and pierced his neck, but it was an afterimage. Bang! With an explosion, the 2 men in black robes were shaken back, slightly surprised. Top secret method, Jin Chan escapes? It's interesting. The figure of Yin Tianzi suddenly appeared thousands of miles away, with a solemn expression. What's the situation in this strange area? How can someone with this kind of cultivation suddenly approach? Just when the cloudy day is particularly suspicious. Suddenly, the situation changed suddenly. Boom. The terrifying power is rolling in, and the glorious majesty of the luminous sun has forcibly broken through the space blocked by the cloudy day. What? Yin Tianzi's face changed slightly. Ha ha ha, just relying on these bird hairs, you dare to touch the lord of this seat? Trash, it's rubbish. A few young people who are not enough to expand their acupuncture points by 2,000 times, want to touch my lord? Take a piss and look in the mirror, okay? In the early stages of the 4 open heaven realms, it seems that they have a long life and are tired of living. At this time, a pretty boy came to the savior of Chiyu. Some people are alive, but he's dead. Some people are dead and will die more thoroughly later. This deity is not aimed at a certain person. I mean everyone here, except for the most handsome one. Everyone else is garbage. 1,000 layers of bright moons rise from the sea, 9 red suns appear in the sky, layers of sword shadows appear in the void, and a blade of light comes from hundreds of millions of miles. Unprecedented terrifying power and visions are rising between the heavens and the earth. One after another, people wearing cloaks and black robes, who could not see their true faces, stepped out of thin air. Their breath is outrageous. The mighty Yin Tianzi, Jiuxia Sword Hall, and other sword saints, their faces changed instantly. Yin Tianzi's first reaction was even impossible. There are many powerhouses in Chiyu, but it is impossible to gather so many Peerless powerhouses in a short period of time. He may not recognize the identities of these people, but he perceives their holy prestige, and most of them are not inferior to his Yin Tianzi. Even a group of characters, if they are in the state of heyday, he is not enough to see the cloudy day. Their breath is weak and their vitality is damaged. Is this still a state of injury? Yin Tianzi's pupils tremble with fear. How outrageous this Nima is. Such a terrifying coercion, why is it still injured? How the hell did such a bunch of monsters pop up? And Lin Chen was stunned at first, and when he heard the familiar voice, he couldn't help but look ecstatic. Hey guys, they're finally here. These people are the servants of Lin Chen. Everyone arrives in unison. Compared to when they first left the holy prison, their injuries are still far from healed. However, at least their holy cave holy power is no longer vacant, but a considerable part of their cultivation has been restored. So now they are by no means comparable to the past. And just now, the one who forced Yin Tianzi Jin Chan to escape the shell was the famous assassin of Tian San, the 2 master assassins, Tianjin and Earth Destruction. Brush. 12 figures emerged from the sky, and moved ghostly to the side of the 4 great open heaven realm sword saints. Boom. There was no sign of the appearance of these 12 people. The 4 great heaven opening sword saints couldn't even react. The scalp of the 4 sword saints was numb, and they turned their eyes to the cloudy day for help. The same as the big shift in space, the level used by these 12 people is very different from them. The former has the ability and cultivation to directly suppress them. As long as they dare to act rashly, the 4 of them absolutely believe that each of the 12 people in the latter has the strength to absolutely crush them. Even the possibility of successful self-destruction is extremely small. Otherwise the 4 of them will be suppressed, and there will be no need for 12 to go out. The strong people present, just 4 people can suppress them. Lin Chen's avatar was ready to move, a void shuttled, and slapped at the four of them. The host successfully launched the superspace talent, consuming 30 million talent points, and successfully brought all the targets into the superspace talent plane. Lin Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as these four great openings entered his superhuman space, they would be the fish on the chopping board. And he could slaughter them. Oh my God! Seeing the ghostly disappearance of the four great sword saints of the heaven opening realm, the five evil spirits and Tang Qianmei on the side were dumbfounded. What is the origin of this Lin Chen? Their intelligence said that Lin Chen was suspected of having no power behind him. This is called powerlessness? Who the fuck is teasing me? I'm sorry for his uncle. Next time I go back, I will tear down all the information halls. The men will be sold for hard labor, and the women will be sold directly to brothels. I'm from his grandmother, who would call this powerless. Crap, it's killing me. This lineup is even more terrifying than the bloody 8th grade sects coming out of their nests. The five evildoers went crazy. They were pitted to death. How can Lin Chen look like he has no power? The cattle batch is in full swing. Wait, those people are watching us? I'm relying on me. They're coming. Don't come here. The five evildoers were taken down in an instant. Lin Chen didn't even bother to put them in the superspace plane, so he focused all his attention on Yin Tianzi. My lord. At this time, Jiang Taishu, who had disguised himself, came to Lin Chen's side and said respectfully, I have something to say later. Can I take this guy down? Lin Chen said seriously to Jiang Taishu in the black cloak. Yin Tianzi, this person must be a potential threat to Lin Chen. Lin Chen is not like the protagonist of any story and his one-on-one revenge. Since the servants are gathered now, Lin Chen plans to kill him now. If it's at the cost of everyone's hard work, it will definitely be possible. But if you want everyone to be unscathed, you can't do it. Jiang Taishu directly informed Lin Chen of the result. Once the cloudy day is about to fight back, Lin Chen's side will suffer heavy losses, and they are far from recovering to their heyday. At this time, Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card and power. This is the one who underestimated you. Yin Tianzi was surrounded by all Lin Chen's servants, but he smiled sullenly. In the face of danger. The next time we see you, it must be your dead end. There are many in this seat who can kill you. A sapphire-colored jade bottle appeared in the palm of Yin Tianzi's palm, and it was suddenly crushed. Sigh. Bang. The jade bottle exploded, and a drop of blue water appeared, and when it fell into the void, ripples appeared in layers of space planes. The disguised Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun couldn't help but stunned in unison. Time and space divine water, a drop of shuttle plane across thousands of time and space. Brush. At the moment when the blue water droplets disappeared, the figure of Yin Tianzi turned into countless streamers scattered. Want to run? The Dragon 9 mountain of Taigu Longzuan immediately punched out, shattering the void. The fist wind crossed the void and still fluttered in the air. He sneered, I threaten my lord and still want to run. If I catch him later, I will be beaten. Is Long Jiushan about to tear apart the void? Fong Ling and others stopped him. Don't think about it, the divine water of time and space is contaminated with the aura of the gods, and it can cross thousands of planes and deliver the teleportation target to multiple planes. Before the end, no one except the user knows where it will lead. It's useless for us to catch up, this is a fetish that claims that even the Holy King can get rid of it, so save your mind. Hearing this, Long Jiushan couldn't help but feel annoyed. Then, when everyone turned around, Chi-Chi knelt down on one knee and clasped a fist to Lin Chen. Knock on the Lord. When the 5 evil spirits and Tang Qianmei witnessed this scene, their hearts trembled. My mom. A powerhouse of this level actually calls Lin Chen Lord? What the hell is going on? The powerhouses of the open heaven stage have a lofty status, and they are also guarded in the 8th rank sect. Even if there is a higher status in the 8th rank sect and the noble family, it is not enough to make the powerhouse of the open heaven realm bow his head and become a servant. This is absolutely impossible. However, Lin Chen has dozens of powerhouses above the Kaitian realm, bowing his knees to him. What is the concept? It is almost unimaginable how much energy is hidden behind Lin Chen. The history of the holy world is extremely long, and no one knows how many hidden world-opening powerhouses are hidden. It's good to have all come, and I'll have to travel to live alone. Lin Chen sent a voice transmission to everyone, and the servants looked at each other with a little fire in their eyes. It's their dream time to recover from their injuries. Even if only 30% is restored, they don't need to act as cautiously as they used to. My lord, how do you deal with these people? Xiao Linger bowed her body, gentle and moving. Even though the camouflage took away the breath, the charming and enchanting curves were faintly outlined under the large black robe. She was referring, of course, to those 6 super demons. When Lin Chen looked at the 5 people, they hurriedly begged for mercy. Your Excellency Lin Chen, there is a misunderstanding between us. Xiao Jianqing bewitched us here. Yes, whatever your Excellency wants, our sect can provide it. As long as your Excellency Lin Chen lets us go, it is useless to take our life. It is better to trade it and sell us back to the sect. There are many benefits in exchange. That's right, all the sacred artifacts on us should be your apology for your Excellency Lin Chen. Several super evildoers were very smooth and proposed to Lin Chen to beg for mercy. If it was someone else, they would never be so humble. The sect that can cultivate super evildoers, the forces behind it are also the best in the 8th rank sect. In the holy realm, ordinary sects really can't move them. In addition, their status is detached. If any accident occurs, the law enforcement team of the enchanting list will definitely not ignore it. But this Lin Chen is completely out of specification. He didn't kill the evildoer list once or twice, and even the law enforcement team of the evildoer can't do anything about him. In addition, there are so many top powerhouses around him now, the law enforcement team is nothing. The top 10 8th rank giants who formed the enchanting list may not be able to win him, Lin Chen. To provoke him, Lin Chen, the worst thing to do is the identity of this enchanting list. Haha, when you wanted to rob me, you didn't think much of it, didn't you? Lin Chen patted Qinyu's shoulder and smiled innocently, like a child. Even after Xiao Jianqing was taken away by me, you guys still insisted on attacking me. This is not something that can be explained clearly with just a few words of delusion? The 5 people trembled. Sigh. Bang. Lin Chen slapped it with a palm. Qinyu of Behi 9 swords, the heavenly cover was broken, his spiritual consciousness was completely destroyed, and he couldn't die any longer. He grabbed his air transport capsule. Lin Chen threw it to the servants, and then looked at the others. Damn, fight with him. Death will also pull him. When the remaining 4 super monsters are about to go mad. Boom. All the servants released Xingwei and suppressed them all to death. Lin Chen slapped several palms in a row with his backhand, all of which were crushed to death. If you want to rob me, Lin Chen, you have to get rid of the roots. If you want to rob me, Lin Chen, you have to do a good job of being counter-killed. Lin Chen clapped his hands and sneered. Although his servants have not revealed their identities, but now that they have seen the light, if they are allowed to go back alive, they will eventually let the outside world know that he, Lin Chen, has so many strong men, which will cause a lot of trouble. Although he was known by Yin Tianzi, it would take at least 3 months for this person to spread the news throughout the Holy Realm. This period of time was enough for Lin Chen to prepare his team first. At this time, 5 more names were dimmed on the enchanting list. In a certain void, the ancient black tower rose into the sky. The enchanting list law enforcement team was shaken again. What happened? 5 of the top 2,000 in the enchanting list died? Sage Wu Jiang Wuxin is also dead. This is what this old man cultivated. Damn. Who did it? The old man wants to destroy his 18th generation. The ancient pagoda shook, and a group of exasperated old antiques went out in person. The top floor of the ancient pagoda, in the lobby. The 3-headed Ind Shah and 3 ghost saints were staring at the enchanting list, and when they looked at the place of their death, the corners of their mouths twitched wildly, and their 3 faces smiled wryly. The place where these 5 super monsters fell is Chiyu. Chiyu? Don't tell me, not. Yes, that man. When the old antique who called Tianjindi a second ago learned the location of the accident, he fell silent. After a long time, I didn't know that the old senior was rude. Fuck, what are these gangsters going to do to provoke Lin Chen? The authority of the enchanting list has faded away. Chiyu, high altitude in the northwest region. Lin Chen turned to look at Tang Qianmei. The beautiful woman's enchanting body trembled, frightened. Shivering. Young Master Lin Chen, I'm here to help you, you can't avenge your revenge. Tang Qianmei was so embarrassed that tears flickered, she was as tender as she was. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. I naturally know that you are innocent, but you can't tell anyone what you have seen and heard today. Tang Qianmei nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Also, within 2 years, you must stay in the area I requested, and you are not allowed to leave anywhere. You must also use it for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being a hot hand to destroy flowers. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and his smile was meaningful. Tang Qianmei's pretty face turned pale, and she nodded quickly. No problem, but I want to tell my people. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions with me. Tang Qianmei, you bully people. Lin Chen shrugged and looked at Qianying beside him. Linger, you are responsible for watching her, and the others follow me. The white jade fairy, Xiao Linger, is in charge of Tang Qianmei. Lin Chen's holy dragon swept into the air, and incorporated all the attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests into his body. The attribute value lost by Lin Chen has recovered a lot. Then, all the servants were brought into the superspace plane together by Lin Chen. If the target doesn't resist, Lin Chen doesn't need to spend talent points if he wants to bring people into the superspace plane. In the superspace plane. In a gray and white space, the 6 sacred states of mind, Shaojian Qing, and the 4 sword saints of the open sky were all included in the superspace plane. Every saint here is famous in the outside world, and it is the level of Megatron all over the world. However, at this time they are facing a group of more terrifying beings. Those, the most powerful people in the Megatron 36 domains who are imprisoned on the 17th, 18th, and even 19th floors of the Holy prison. Not enough to see at all. When Lin Chen appeared with his servants, Xiao Jianqing didn't have time to speak, and when he saw the terrifying lineup beside Lin Chen, his heart was completely chilled. How is it possible? Did this guy call the entire Kaitian realm of Qiyu? Xiao Jianqing's face was terrified. Lin Chen came to him and smiled. If you had a bottle of regret medicine in front of you now, you would take it. Xiao Jianqing's limbs were cold, and the soles of his feet were cold. He does regret it. Regret that the intestines are blue. Lin. Your Excellency Lin Chen, please offer your conditions. As long as I can survive, Jushin men can pay you a price that you are satisfied with. Xiao Jianqing gritted his teeth. He avenged his cousin Xiao Jing, and unexpectedly put himself in. The price for my satisfaction is your life. Lin Chen killed Xiao Jianqing very simply and gave him a happy feeling. Lin Chen's creed is that he will never be soft on an enemy who has murderous intentions towards him. Seeing Xiao Jianqing's fall, the 6 holy states of mind went mad, and Lin Chen sent them on the road together. Oh? My lord, we found something good. At this time, the servants who surrounded the 4 great opening heaven realm sword saints on the other side heard a surprise sound transmission. When Lin Chen swept away in the air, he found that the appearance of the 4 sword saints had changed greatly. They are no longer the same appearance, but they are old and young, and their appearance and temperament are completely different. Hey, this is... When Lin Chen was curious, Tianjin stepped into the air, and presented 4 colorful and transparent human skin masks like glaze. Lin Chen picked it up. The mask was very mysterious, sometimes flashing with ripples, and sometimes turning into different human faces. My lord, this is a human skin mask made of a dreamy glazed soul. The technique is extremely unique and delicate. The higher the wearer's cultivation, the deeper the changing type and the means of concealing the breath, the Holy King may not be able to recognize the true identity of the pretender. When Tianjin answered, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Good thing, this thing. It's much better than the human skin mask I disguised as the Dark Horse Club. It's no wonder that the 9 evil swords hall hides its head and hides its tail, and not many people who migrated to the heavenly sanctuary found them. So it was because of this thing. If you can make these treasures in batches, wouldn't you have the means to hide your identities? Lin Chen had a whim, and his eyes were fiery. At this time another figure came and bowed. My lord, it is said that only the master of their sword hall knows how to make this thing. However, if you give me a month, I will definitely be able to decipher its production method. This person is thin and powerful, with sharp eyes, like a night owl in the dark night. The strange thing is that he has a blue-yellow vertical eye between his eyebrows. He is a strong man imprisoned on the 18th floor of the holy prison, the eye of the sky. The ghost sees sorrow. What he sees in the sky can parse and copy a technique in a very short period of time, which is very terrifying. Legend has it that he once made a copy of an orange level intermediate level exercise within half a year. It takes 1,000 years or more for an ordinary sage. Its efficiency is so high that even the Holy King wanted to recruit him, but was rejected by him. But in the end, this magical power also became an opportunity for him to enter the holy prison. Very good, then I'll leave it to you. Lin Chen threw the mask to Gui Jianshou, and immediately looked at the 4 great opening heaven realm, and laughed jokingly. How is it, your 9 evil sword palace, this time you plan to eat black people? The blue-bearded old man headed by his eyes was calm and said seriously, "This order is caused by the palace master, and has nothing to do with us. Coveting the secret of my practice method, Yu Jiu Xiejian Palace are not authentic. I have refined the 8-level no dream-breaking heart pill for you, a fair and just transaction. You still come to me?" Lin Chen shook his head, his eyes flashed fiercely. "Don't, little friend Lin Chen, everything is easy to discuss. Damn, if you want to kill or cut, give it a good time." The four-sword saints, some begged for mercy, some were arrogant, and simply begged for death. Death is more than enough. Lin Chen satisfied them all, counting backhands, under the suppression of the servants. He wiped out all the 4 great open heaven realms, and together with his spiritual consciousness, turned them into a large amount of attribute values. This is probably the first time that Lin Chen has killed the human races. Open Sky Powerhouse. The top essence he has obtained can be described as massive, laying a massive foundation for the accumulation of his acupoints. This time, Lin Chen harvested 6 super evil spirits Chi Luck planting capsules. In addition to the family background of the 4 open heaven realm sword saints, even his 8th rank, no dream-breaking heart pill returned to him. After going around, there are quite a lot of good things. The system disassembled all the holy artifacts, and folded them into the essence of the set. Consumes 12,800 high-level Heavenly Dao points, decomposes 9 pieces of the 7th grade holy artifact, 14 pieces of the 6th grade holy artifact, 23 pieces of the 5th grade holy artifact, and obtains the essence of the set. The essence of the suit is filled, and the host is currently charged with the God of War 4-piece suit, 25%, 25%, 26%, 25%. The heavily consumed God of War suit was recharged to make up for it, and Lin Chen felt a lot more at ease. Immediately, he took everyone away from the superspace plane. "Everyone, stop talking nonsense." Lin Chen hovered in the air and grinned when facing the crowd. "This time, I will fulfill my original promise, and let you all regain your glory." The eyes of the servants became particularly hot and expectant. "Even, there is a feeling of trembling in my heart. They've been waiting too long for this day." 2 days later, the new Bingxin Palace. The brand new Bingxin Palace is surrounded by icebergs, and the cold air rises. The main hall of the Bingxin Palace, this is the forbidden place for all the disciples. Within 1,000 miles, no one is allowed to approach except for certain special people. In the main hall, when Palace Master Bingxin was dealing with the affairs of all parties, boom! Suddenly, a group of unprecedented breaths descended on the Bingxin Palace. And the Palace Master couldn't help but frighten his face. However, Class 66 and others who were already waiting in Bingxin Palace were ecstatic. The squad leader is back. When everyone in the hall was going out to greet them, in the void, a group of figures, majestic, came towards them. Everyone was stunned. The head boy, dressed in a silver robe, stood out from the dust, and the young man here smiled gracefully, like an exiled immortal facing the dust. The group of people behind him shocked the world. Some are like the hegemon's personal expedition, with 5 colored clouds covering the top of the head, thousands of rivers and mountains, and the illusion of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers facing the surrounding. Like a heavenly monarch, descending into the world to dominate all living beings. Some of them are heroic and dignified, and their arrogance is high, like a Peerless gun that pierces through the sky. Some were taciturn, their eyes opened and closed as if there were electric lights. The holy light was like an electric snake, and the blue sky filled the sky. Some have blood and energy like dragons, like 8-armed demon dragons, and their bodies are disillusioned with countless real scorpions and unicorn phantoms, like the sacred body containing the supreme beast. Some are clothed in 9 rounds of scorching sun, and rounds of young flames are like a sea of fire, engulfing the surrounding sky. Some of the clouds are light and the wind is light, but they are soaring to the sky. Some are domineering and fierce, and their sharp edges are vertical and horizontal. At a glance, they cut off the avenue of the void, causing the supreme sword to sing softly. Some immortals are beautiful and dust-free, like white clouds fluttering. Silver dazzling, snowflakes flying, fluttering embellishments. Peerless youth. Some are immortal, talk and laugh like ordinary old men, and their brows are full of absolute confidence in the grip of Jiju. There are a total of 61 people, and every saint is a powerful existence. Everyone in the Bingxin Palace was shocked and frozen place. These people are like legends. It is like returning to the epic and legendary historical moment when the holy realm was created. And Lin Chen is like the center of this group of legendary characters. The stars hold the moon. My God, could it be said that the squad leader is actually a boring second generation? I said how the squad leader is so evil, beyond common sense. It turns out that he has a backer for a long time. Everyone in class 66 was amazed. The scene where Lin Chen showed up with his servants made everyone in class 66 mistakenly think that he was a second generation saint. Hello, you monitor, you actually lied to everyone, saying that you are from the mortal world just like us, so you are a boring second generation of saints. Fairy Crimson lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and her eyes were full of brilliance. Among the crowd, she had the highest vision. Only she can recognize what an amazing team this is. This is enough to attack the Xeon lineup of any domain except the Holy King domain and the 36 domains. Everyone here is your own, so you don't need to pretend. Lin Chen smiled and briefly introduced the two sides. When he heard about everyone's legends, everyone's faces were even more wonderful. When they heard that Lin Chen was going to heal them, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation and shock. These big guys are so injured so strongly. If they were in their prime, what kind of scene would it be? Thinking that these people are still the squad leader's younger brothers and subordinates, everyone feels a different kind of pride in their hearts. Although I really want to catch up with everyone, I still have to be busy right now. In addition, I have to get everyone to help. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen handed over a large number of checklists and air transport capsules to everyone. He then released Jian Qingqing and the 2 daughters of the little demon Empress from the air transplant capsule. These things, you can only make a trip to the trustworthy people, so please take action. Everyone in class 66 is responsible for buying and buying. Sister Yueqi, Ziyun, Yiji, Qianyun, and Manqing are responsible for helping me count. Arrange the medicinal materials in these G transport capsules for me according to the list. Seeing the list that Lin Chen wants to buy, the 2 girls' eyes lit up. Just buy. Lin Chen looked at Bingxin Palace and the others again. Palace Master, please evacuate all the disciples in the palace recently. No. Outsiders are allowed to approach within a radius of 80,000 miles. In addition, prepare a hall of seals dedicated to storing 7th grade medicinal materials to avoid excessive accumulation of spiritual medicinal materials. Team up to escape. Yes. The high-level officials of Bingxin Palace bowed down and ordered to go down immediately. The entire Bingxin Palace suddenly became busy. At this moment, a spiritual voice transmission came, and the petite Snow White figure trotted out of the hall and rushed towards Lin Chen, the Snow White, tail swaying happily. "Brother Lin Chen, I have taken care of everything according to your instructions." Bai Qianqian's greasy and soft voice is like a clear wave, making people feel like a spring breeze, and like a cat scratching the apex of the heart. In her jade hand, she held several air transport capsules and gave them to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was overjoyed, rubbed Nizi's face, and immediately turned his spiritual consciousness into the newly acquired Four Seasons implant capsule. His face was full of ecstasy. "I saw that in the Four Seasons planting capsules at this time, in the four regions of spring, summer, autumn and winter, there are countless spiritual plants of qi luck like towering trees. These spiritual plants are like Tianqi or Tsongrong, as if they have built up ancient monuments from the great wilderness, colorful and surrounded by streamers. It's like standing in a kingdom of spiritual plants. Brother Lin Chen, all of your qi luck spirit plants have been moved. The lower-grade spirit plants are cultivated in other qi luck plants. There are a total of 54 mid-grade qi luck spirit plants, of which 14 are qi luck reversal plants. Produced by utensils, there is no special sacred object. There are also 2 top-grade spiritual plants, namely Sleeping Dream Lotus and Crescent Moon Flower. Bai Qianqian's spiritual consciousness also entered the air transport capsule and pointed to the distance with her slender fingers. There was a crescent flower that was as beautiful as jade, which outlined the shape of the crescent moon. It was pink, and the light was hidden, like a star. In addition, a huge fresh jade lotus blooming, the faint fragrance of lotus. As if people are in the quiet blue sea, relaxed and happy, fatigue swept away. Nymphia, when you take it, your spiritual consciousness can enter the spiritual dream space, and your spiritual power will increase greatly, expelling all means of interfering with the spirit. It can also expel all the sequelae of mental trauma. The flower of the crescent moon blooms like the moon, and the bright moon possesses the body. For below the acupoint expansion, there is a sky-defying effect known as a dream of life and death, and the resurrection. For the expansion of the acupoint and above, the moonlight can heal the body and restore the holy body. Lin Chen sighed in his heart that these 2 top-grade spiritual plants are extremely valuable. In addition, he also has a middle-grade spiritual plant that is almost equivalent to a high-grade spiritual plant, the middle-grade Yushan tree. Looking at the dozens of spiritual plants, Lin Chen's confidence became more stable this time. His uncle, look at the golden mountains and silver mountains, look at the treasures of heaven and earth that are spread out for thousands of miles. This time I won't believe it, just these resources, plus my 8th grade pharmacist, I can't cure them all. A good half. With Lin Chen's current medicine refining background, he has mastered the method of refining Dan Xian alone. With his 3 avatars, he can reach an 8th rank holy level pharmacist. If 6 avatars refine medicine with all their strength, they can equal to 2 8th grade refining pharmacists. If nothing else, at least 2 batches of avatars have a chance of over 60% of refining holy pills above the 8th grade primary level. If Lin Chen's body is in charge, the probability of both sides can reach 80%. Boom. At this time, the sky is changing again. A beam of holy light descended on Bingxin Palace. When the strong men were on guard, they couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw someone coming. Ha ha ha, are you Lin Chen kid? Very good, very good. courageous and extraordinary. I would like to thank you for saving my old friend. The rough laughter echoed like a dull thunder, and another big man came. He was dressed in black robes, looked like 50 years old, his face was as sharp as a knife and an axe, his broad forehead was engraved with a thunder mark, and he was full of energy, and calm like 1,000 mountains. Beside him, there was an old man with immortal style, and when he saw Lin Chen, he couldn't help but bow in the void. You died, and I met the Lord. This is my friend Lei Xiaotian, who has made a lifelong friendship and can be trusted. He came here to help us refine medicine, and he is also an 8th-grade pharmacist. It is the pill Saint Fortune that travels to life with his old friend, the second chief elder of the Danyu Presbyterian Association, Lei Xiaotian. Lin Chen Chongyu Xingxing nodded, and immediately smiled at Lei Xiaotian. I, Lin Chen, remember your kindness of help in my heart. Lei Xiaotian waved his hand and smiled boldly. You're welcome, you saved his life. This time, the medicine refining is my share. I haven't let go of my old friend for a long time. Good come. Lin Chen and Lei Xiaotian hit it off. Inside the secret of Bingxin Palace, the servants gathered, and Fairy Crimson followed Lin Chen into the plain. This is the flower of the crescent moon? Sleeping dream lotus? Good stuff, my lord. With a few more crescent moon flowers, this old man will no longer have to use most of his cultivation to suppress his injuries. The servants were very pleasantly surprised. Normally, their cultivation base was not damaged. The first is the holy force to be filled by the holy cave, too much, and the holy cave has not been completely filled. The holy power required for each stage of the holy cave is different, and the difference is not only the quantity, but also the qualitative change caused by the quantity. For example, filling 10 holy caves of Naxing Star Realm, and filling 10 holy caves of Holy Heart Realm, the qualitative change of the holy power converted from golden holy yuan coins will be completely different. Not to mention the open heaven realm and the higher realm. The second is that everyone suffered varying degrees of trauma in the holy prison, and the holy body was severely damaged. When detained, they were basically hit hard. Lin Chen this time is to solve these two major problems. The big plan, the official start. Lin Ping'an sat on the cliff of the iceberg, shaking his jade legs like fat, staring at Lin Chen and the others, his expression full of boredom. It's so boring. Lin Chen is going to retreat again. Why doesn't he make trouble? Last time I met a strong enemy and didn't let me come out to help. Smelly Lin Chen. Fairy Crimson stood beside Nizi and smiled sweetly. He's just worried about you. Besides, staying by his side, are you afraid of doing less things? Fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, mumbling to herself. He will definitely disrupt the situation in this holy world, and the pattern of the human race will change. I didn't expect that I would escape to the lower realm. I wanted to protect myself, but I didn't expect to meet someone like him. The other side. My lord, my injury is more than half recovered, and the 8th grade high grade holy pills cannot be refined yet. The 8th grade intermediate and primary ones can be tried. My old friend's alchemy skills, below the 8th grade intermediate, can guarantee a sufficient success rate. Yu Xingxing informed Lin Chen of his own situation. He nodded and looked around the crowd. Filling up the holy power and restoring the injury must be done at the same time. You should take the crescent moon flower and sleep dream lotus first. And keep your spirits well. Now I will start refining medicine according to Each of you. Holy pills for healing. Lin Chen picked most of the water dream lilies and crescent flowers. The servants took the crescent moon flower, and quickly sat cross-legged in the void to recuperate the Eucharist. Then, Lin Chen and Yu Xingxing, Lei Xiaotian, and even Tang Qianmei joined the healing team. Lin Chen promised Tang Qianmei that as long as she obeyed him, not only would it not hurt her, but she would also give her unique benefits in this world. Okay, the medicine refining plan has been fully prepared. At this time, Lin Chen's voice came, and a scroll turned into a streamer and shot at Tang Qianmei. She grabbed it with one hand, and it was full of names of medicinal materials. Holy pills that needed to be refined, and the names of pill recipes. From the 5th grade to the 7th grade, it is the scope that Tang Qianmei needs to be responsible for. This trip to life can be said to be the reenactment of the pill recipes in the medicinal inventory of pill domain, and bring them all together. It can be said that he brought all his family assets to support Lin Chen. Learning the pill recipe, I will still use this special version of Tianyi holy water to integrate it in the fastest way. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and a few drops of Tianyi holy water floated to Lei Xiaotian and swam to life in front of Tang Qianmei and the three of them. When 3 people took it, a lot of memories flooded into my mind. This is? What a mysterious method. This is a heaven-defying move that even the holy king can't do. Lei Xiaotian was horrified. He hardly needed him to practice and read, and all the cultivation memories were automatically merged. Half a month later, when Tang Qianmei, who was cultivating in the secret realm of Bingxin, opened his eyes were full of surprise and admiration. Young Master Lin Chen, it's really a goddess descended to the earth. Not only the content of the alchemy recipe, but also the last line of bottleneck in my mental technique and the last flaw in the alchemy handprint, all of which came naturally, as if I had practiced countless times to perfection. With such a miraculous means, Lin Chen knew that blind oppression would be counterproductive for such a smart woman. So before starting to make medicine, Lin Chen gives some sweetness first and used the gong method learning function to break through a wave of bottlenecks for her, which is wonderful. If there is such a benefit, she is also willing to follow Lin Chen's desperate alchemy. Let's start alchemy. The benefits have been given to you first. I hope you don't make small moves. Lin Chen's meaningful voice transmission and light laughter echoed in Tang Qianmei's ears. She was charming and bright, smiling. I will definitely live up to the trust of young Master Lin Chen. Boom. At this time, the entire Bingxin mystery realm shook, and someone had already started refining medicine. This time, there are 6 avatars of Lin Chen, plus Yu Xingxing, Lei Xiaotian. This is equivalent to 4 8th-rank holy-level pharmacists. As well as Lin Chen's body and Tang Qianmei, they are 2 peak 7th grade pharmacists. In this lineup, looking at the 36 regions of the Holy Realm apart from some unborn old monsters in the Holy King's domain and the Heavenly Sanctuary, there is no one domain that can produce such a medicine refining lineup alone. The Bingxin Mystery Realm has ushered in an unprecedented vision of medicine refining. As time passed, there was a steady stream of 8th-order medicinal materials shipped to Bingxin Palace. It's Ying. Her ability to handle affairs is extremely high, and when the first batch of medicinal materials was shipped, there were as many as 10,000 kinds of 8th-grade medicinal materials. The number exceeded 100,000, so Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. And Lin Chen asked all the girls to go to buy a large number of medicinal Materials, which were delivered continuously. Almost everyone mobilized. Bai Qianqian was even more busy. Lin Chen killed 6 evil spirits, 6 holy states of mind and 4 open heaven states. After their holy body was absorbed by the Qi Luck reversal device, a large number of pseudo-middle grade Qi Luck spirit planting seeds were produced. Even if there are no special products of holy products, it can bring a lot of gold holy yuan coins. The vision of Qingdan and the secret territory of Bingxin is endless, and even the outside of the Bingxin palace is affected. 6th rank, 7th rank, and even the legendary 8th rank holy pill followed one after another. Lin Chen's servants have successively taken a variety of healing holy products: middle grade Yu Shengguo, middle grade Long Qingguo, middle grade Liuli Bodhi seed, etc. And several 8th rank saint level pharmacists, including Lin Chen, are constantly refining alchemy, day and night. If you are tired, you can recover with the mid-grade Yu Shengguo, and there is almost no process of stopping and resting. Month after month, this time refining medicine lasted for half a year. In the past 6 months, the undercurrent of the holy realm is surging, and a big storm is coming in the 36 regions. Inside the dark and secluded chains, the aura of the prison is thick and deep. This place is the first floor of the holy prison. After half a year, the turmoil in the holy prison was finally suppressed, and many criminals were detained. Inside an ancient tower, the handsome man with a golden sun hanging above his head listened to the black-robed man who knelt down to report. His eyes became more and more fierce, and the light skyrocketed. When he heard the key point, his anger surged into the sky. What? You said that the demon who infiltrated here was dressed as a human? The golden-robed man was furious, almost unbelievable. Human race, how could it be possible to sneak into this mighty holy prison? 1000. It's absolutely true, what I saw with my own eyes. If I dare to lie, the adults can torture me at any time, and I will never complain. Xiao Xing begs for the guilt and merit. The black-robed man kneeling on the ground shivered, sweating coldly, and even handed over a space jade slip. This person was Tai Shaoxing, who first watched the 17th floor of the holy prison and was the first to go to the 19th floor of the holy prison. He is not dead. He was hidden in a specific secret room on the 19th floor, and even the demon emperor clone did not find him. Tai Shaoxing even witnessed everything that happened next. The man in the golden robe flipped through the jade slip, and the fierceness in his eyes became more and more fierce. The mountains are densely recorded with all the battles that took place on the 16th floor, including the appearance of the person who advocates jailbreak, the methods used in battle and other details, all are there. The golden-robed man sneered after reading the contents of the space jade slip. Since he can sneak into the holy prison, his appearance must also be disguised. Go, according to the above details, make millions of copies, launch 10 8th rank families, and use a carpet-like search, including all major business groups in various regions. The incoming material information. Anyone who has signed a large number of medicinal materials in a business group must dig it out. This seed allows you to use the private power of the deacon of the holy prison to suppress the business group. According to the undisclosed business group, kill them on the spot. If they want to heal their wounds, they must buy a lot of medicinal materials. I don't believe that they can hide no traces at all. The golden-robed man waved his hand and handed it to the prison guard beside him. In the near future, all of you adults will be returning, and it will be easy to get rid of these remnants at that time. The 36 domains of the Holy Realm are extremely wide. Normally, to find someone, it would be much simpler to find a needle in a haystack. But if the Holy Prison is looking for someone, the nature is completely different. The Holy Prison has the right and qualification to command a large number of 8th-rank giant powers, and can use the fastest speed. Send out a sweeping search. Once expanded, there will even be more than 100,000 saints participating in the search. If there are such a large number of saints, it is no longer a fantasy to explore a domain to find individuals. This is a right that only the Holy Prison has. In the space plane of nothingness, there are forests of sword monuments all around. The ancient temple in the center of the sword monument is like a sword, with a sharp edge. In the dimly lit hall, the blood-colored and demonic eyes opened, and with monstrous anger, they looked at the Yin Tianzi on the side. Yin Tianzi, what are you doing? This seat has only been closed for a period of time, and you have pierced the sky. Even if you are the future venerable of my 9 evil sword palace, you can't do this. The lord of the sword palace angrily rebuked the Yin Tianzi. You have damaged so many of my staff. For open heaven realms, the foundation of my 9 evil sword hall has been destroyed in half. Yin Tianzi was slightly displeased. What are you anxious about? They didn't die in vain, they all died with value. I came up with a very interesting piece of information. The corners of Yin Tianzi's mouth rose slightly. None of those people who got him to use the divine water of time and space are ordinary people. It is impossible for so many peerless powerhouses to appear in Chiyu at once. Not to mention the 8th-rank giant engine, even those 9th-rank giants, who are not born, it is impossible to send so many powerhouses in a short period of time. So many injured powerhouses must not appear out of thin air. Go and check carefully to see what major events have happened in the recent sacred realm. When the cloudy day is planning. Hee, are you the son of heaven? Very good, with the style of this king back. Then a light laughter sounded, and the 2 figures slowly stepped into the hall. One person, a frail boy with a pale face. One person, tall and tall, wearing a green ghost mask, can't see his true face. Oh? Yin Tianzi was surprised. The famous holy King Haoyan actually found this place. The headquarters of the 9 Evil Sword Hall is very secretive. It can hide from the sky and the sea, but it may not be able to hide from a holy king. Are you interested in collaborating? The boy possessed by the holy King Haoyan smiled. The sword master of Jiuxia Sword Hall was calm on the surface, but his heart suddenly tightened. Holy King, even the holy king, who stepped into the gate of hell with half a foot, is by no means comparable to the ordinary open heaven realm. What does he want to come here for? Cooperation is only based on the premise of equality between the 2 parties. Talk about your goals and bargaining chips. Yin Tianzi is full of aura, and he is neither humble nor arrogant in the face of the holy king, and he is calm. He's my bargaining chip. The holy King Haoyan pointed to the person beside him. When the Yin Tianzi was puzzled, the other party released a breath, and his face changed slightly. Devil? There is a demon venerable mixed in here? They don't even know it. This is a demon venerable specially sent by the demon race to cooperate with this king. He is good at disguise. On this trip, what this king wants to talk to you about is Lin Chen. Yin Tianzi was surprised. Oh? Your holy King Haoyan is also eyeing him? A strong murderous intent flashed across Haoyan Xingwan's brows. This son has ruined my plan, forcing me to go out with a half body. If I don't kill This sun, it will be hard to vent my hatred. You collect the last 3 Dragon Balls for me, and when my holy body recovers, let's work together to deal with Lin Chen. How about I take what this kid stole from me, and you share his secrets, demon clan dignitaries? How? Jiao Xia Sword Master and Yin Tianzi looked at each other. Okay. It's a word. Multi-party alliance. The main hall of Bingxin Palace. Lin Chen was lying in Gusher's position, with a hollowed-out face. The 2 daughters Yun Manqing and Jian Qingqing wiped his face for him, and they were all distressed. Damn, I'm so tired. I've never tried such a tiring high-intensity alchemy. Lin Chen rubbed his temples and narrowed his eyes. The situation is not good, the injuries of the servants are beyond his expectations. There were 62 servants who followed Lin Chen. The strongest 17 were from the 19th floor of the holy prison. The powerhouses on the 18th floor were 41 people, and the 4 brothers on the 17th floor who survived last. The servants on the 18th and 17th floors have recovered 50% of their injuries, and their cultivation and strength are also 50%. But the people on the 19th floor have only recovered 30% of their injuries, and their available cultivation is less than 30%. Once the injury is too serious, more cultivation needs to be shared to suppress the injury, which will cause a continuous downward trend. Lin Chen pondered, his eyes were deep. Less, too little. It didn't even meet half of the expectations. As a result, once someone stronger than a rank 2 saint came to the door, there would be very little combat power that I could send to compete with them. The situation was more severe than expected, and Lin Chen could not have imagined that the output of more than 100 kinds of middle-grade spiritual plants and 2 high-grade spiritual plants could not fill half of the gap. The cost of this treatment alone exceeded 1.5 trillion gold coins. This is not to mention that Lin Chen harvested the 6 super evildoers, the family background of the 4 open heaven realm sword saints, and the resources brought by Yu Xingxing. After collecting so many resources, the servants have not been cured, and even half of the whole has not been reached. My family is almost exhausted. If this is the only way, I have to relocate. The Bingxin Palace. I am afraid that the Yin Tianzi has already begun to investigate me. If I don't have enough combat power, I can't be exposed like this. When Lin Chen was distressed, cherry blossoms fell, and a red glow entered the hall. It's the Crimson Fairy. Lord, you seem very distressed. Fairy Crimson was teasing Lin Chen, and he sighed, yeah, I worry about why I have nothing but handsome. You still have me. Fairy Crimson's eyes rolled and she smiled. Lin Chen was stunned. This sentence. Lin Chen just remembered, and said in surprise, by the way, Crimson, you are lucky. Crimson Fairy's green jade fingers pressed against his lips, shoved something into his arms, and smiled tenderly. Well, I already knew that you would need it. Sister Bai Qian and I specially prepared it for you. Lin Chen Dingqing took a look. It was actually a top-grade air transport capsule. When Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness sneaked into this Qi transport capsule, again, he was completely shocked. A lot, so big, so white, so long. Hiss, so hard. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside the air transplantation capsule, the space is vast, Bao Guang Xingxia lingers around the sky. Some are like ice, like volcanoes, like hurricanes, like galaxies, with different attributes, so dazzling, it makes people dazzled. These innumerable and massive eighth-order medicinal materials are piled up in the mountains and plains, as if they don't need money. Too much, too much. Lin Chen has never seen so many 8th order herbs in his life. The most important thing is that all the treasures of the rank 7 and above are all good things. It's too terrifying. If the previous Danyu Elders Association stockpiled treasures, then I'm picking up Baoshan now. Compared with the inventory of the Danyu Presbyterian Church and the Crimson Fairies air planting capsule, it is insignificant, and it is not enough to see this. Where did you come from? Lin Chen said in horror. These things are much more than the medicinal herbs that Lin Chen and Lei Xiaotian brought together. Fairy Crimson smiled charmingly. Of course it came from me. Lin Chen was startled for a moment, and then laughed wickedly. Okay, you dare to tease Ben Shui. Come on, let me see if you still have it. And see where it's hidden. Huh? It's so big here, isn't it hidden here? Playing with Fairy Crimson for a while, it made her flowers tremble, avoiding Lin Chen's magic hand for a while, and smiling gracefully when she left the hall. Lin Chen, don't let me down on you. When Lin Chen looked at the direction she was leaving, he couldn't help sighing. This woman is really mysterious. She is a Qi Luck Lingji, but as far as I know, it is impossible for a high-grade Qi Luck Lingji to be transformed into a human form, and the legendary top-grade Lingji has only a few giants in the entire holy world. Qing and the 9th-grade giant can control. Although Fairy Crimson verbally worshipped him, in reality, the two sides were still in an equal relationship, and Lin Chen would not cross the line. This time Crimson's help now is purely an accident. Lin Chen's figure flashed, stepping through the void and returning to the Bingxin plain. When he handed over the air transport capsule to Lei Xiaotian and Yu Xingxing for inspection, the two were shocked. These handwritings, even in the heyday of Yu Xingxing, may not be able to take it out. My good fellow, in this case, even if the probability of failure is removed, 38th rank holy pills can be refined. Lei Xiaotian said excitedly. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, with this batch of medicinal materials, it should be able to heal everyone to about 60% of their injuries. Do not. At this time, Yu Xingxing suddenly said, My lord, I have an idea. Instead of letting everyone recover more than half, it is better to concentrate resources and give priority to recovering some of them. You can wake up Lin Chen with a single word. What do you mean? The main medicine refining resources should be concentrated on individual people first, adjust the state well, and let us have top combat power here? Lin Chen clapped his hands in amazement. Yes, you have to do it. But who to choose? According to the current situation, only a maximum of 6 people can be selected. Lin Chen looked around, looked at the servants who were still cultivating, and suddenly had a look. That's them. Time flies, and the endless and boring time for refining medicine flies. After another half year, Lin Chen spent more than a year refining medicine in the Bingxin plain. My strength is back. Well, it's a bit like back then. In the void, the breath of the 6 people leaked a little, and the plane shook. And turbulent. You have recovered more than 70% of the injuries. Except for some serious wounds that have not healed yet, you need to cultivate to suppress the injuries. Others are no longer a problem. Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended, and the 5 people knelt down on one knee. I have seen the Lord. These 6 people are Jiang Taishu, the mathematician responsible for predicting the danger. With the highest spatial attainments, the Fei Fei Fei, who can move in a wide range, is unparalleled. Tianjin, one of the twins of destruction, who was good at finding enemies and assassinating. In charge of all the field of medicine refining, the good fortune pill saint travels to life. As well as Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, who are preventing battles. There are 6 people in total, over 70% of their injuries have been healed. And the holy acupuncture point has been filled with holy energy and recovered. As before. Today, they have been able to exert 70% of their strength. Except for Fei Wuxuang and Yu Xingxing, all of them have combat power. Comparable to those of rank 7 saints. Compared to its heyday, it is still a short distance away. Moreover, the other servants recovered very well. The servants on the 19th floor were all out of the dangerous period of serious injuries, and 40% of their injuries have recovered. And the servants above the 18th floor have all recovered more than 60%. I don't know, how are you fighting together now? At this time, Lin Chen asked with great interest. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun held their fists arrogantly. No one can threaten a single hair of the Lord's hair when the Saint of 9 turns is out. Powerful. How strong? Lin Chen is very satisfied. The rank 9 saints are second only to the Saint King, and there are not many in the entire 36 regions, so it is impossible to come here. I haven't wasted my time this year. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fei Wuxuang's immortal appearance was elegant and she smiled sweetly. As long as we don't provoke the 9th rank forces, I can cover the Lord too. Walk sideways in the 8th rank giant engine. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, overflowing with rage. I just want to provoke the 9th rank forces. Why, are you afraid? Everyone looked at each other and laughed in unison. It's the Lord who gave us everything again, not to mention the 9th grade. In this world, the Lord said a word, I have already prepared to die in battle. Following the Lord, even if you challenge the Holy King, challenge the true God, I will not hesitate to wait. Lei Xiaotian looked at this scene in shock. He seems to have witnessed a new baby dragon. The dragon's majesty has taken shape, and the power is growing at an unprecedented speed. 8 sects have advantages and disadvantages. But in the world, any single 8th rank sect will never try to shake him. Lin Chen. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this answer. Lin Chen turned to look at a certain void, and suddenly smiled. Xinyan Palace, what's going on here? It's time to go to Xinyan Palace and get Sister Rueon back. A very distant holy kingdom. The red sun hangs in the sky, burning a group of divine fire, immortal like a phoenix, like 1,000 red suns burning. On the bluestone platform, there is an exquisite chessboard. The handsome and elegant young man sat in front of the exquisite chessboard. Dressed in white and surpassing the snow, and his graceful elegance did not surprise the world. He has black in his hand and is down, thinking, very leisurely. Every piece of chess is disillusioned with the face of a sage. Every time black chess pushes white chess, there will be a sage annihilated and disappeared. This person is actually deducing his own avenue. He took the saint as his flag and the heaven and earth as his chessboard. He takes the Dao as the test rule and the Gongfa as the criterion. Seems to capture a line of change. A purple-clothed elder from the open heaven realm appeared out of thin air, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, Master Wu Pian, all the VIPs invited earlier, including the 10 adults, will all attend the Xinyan Palace reform ceremony. The young man stood up and smiled slightly, as if the world was eclipsed in front of him. Hee, it's time to take this last step. I have a hunch that the holy world will undergo a big change, and this variable comes from the list of saints. This person is impressively the descendant of the martial god who has been passed down from time to time on the Saint Talent ranking, Wu Pianju. In addition to the top 10, the other 990 people on the list of talents only have places and no rankings. Except for the 10 most special people on the list of saints, the other saints must be ranked higher, and they must decide their lives and death. The Great World War is coming. Ice Heart Palace. For the next 7 days, Lin Chen was recuperating, leaving everything to 6 people. In the follow-up, medicinal materials will be delivered, leaving only 3 clones and Yu Xingxing to sit here to refine medicine, and continue to restore more servants. With 6 people in charge, with comprehensive means, Lin Chen doesn't have to worry about a strong raider sneaking in. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the cultivation plane, and his consciousness entered the system. It's time to unblock the 5th crafting scroll of this God of War suit and the content of the 4th chapter of Tai Fu Tianju. Lin Chen opened the system's God of War suit. The making of the ultimate armor of the God of War suit. What is required? 1 billion points of the essence of the suit, 200,000 points of advanced heaven value, 1 copy of each of the 9th grade innate 5 elements, 1 inch of Tianjin iron, and 100 high-grade gold-type heteromorphic crystals. Lin Chen looked at the dense demands, his scalp tingling. The ultimate armor is indeed the most difficult one. Just these 100 high-grade gold-type heterocrystals are enough to make Lin Chen's scalp tingle. High-grade heteromorphic crystals are rare, and it is even more difficult to look at specific metal attribute heteromorphic crystals. I am afraid that the entire strange area will be searched upside down, and it will be difficult to collect these 100 high-grade gold-type heteromorphic crystals. His uncle's is indeed the most critical part of the God of War suit. Speaking of which, what is this innate 5-element essence? I've never heard of it. Now that I am recovering the injuries of my servants, I don't have enough money. How can I get these precious treasures? Lin Chen only gave up temporarily, and focused on the 4th chapter of Tai Fu Tianju. The system consumes 1,800 points of top-level martial arts essence and begins to integrate the 4th chapter of Teofusion. Boom! Massive cultivation memories flooded into his mind, and Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness echoed with a voice. The meaning of Taishi was born to seek the beginning of the Genesis. It fell into the heavens and the world, and finally was exiled into the world. Only the spirit of the later generations has been transformed into a godhead. A memory and will that did not belong to Lin Chen broke into his consciousness. In the initial first holy acupoint at the location of Lin Chen's heart, the Tai space continued to expand, and mysterious changes took place. After a long time, when Lin Chen opened his eyes, there was shock and doubt in his eyes. The system's Ling Gong method column has shown that the cultivation progress of Tai Fu Tianju has reached 80%. Lin Chen looked around again in his Tai time and space, and it seemed that not much had changed. Tai spacetime has expanded. Previously, I expanded the cave by 31,513 times. The enlarged holy cave expanded and increased the virtual holy cave in the Tai spacetime, occupying nearly 1/10 of the space of the Tai spacetime, but now it is even 1,000 points. None of them count. The practice of the 4th chapter of the spiritual relics has not directly improved Lin Chen, but has increased his upper limit. If Lin Chen did not obtain the 4th fragment of the mind, then the Tai time and space may only persist until Lin Chen cultivates to the condensing state, or the life and death state, and will stagnate. Of course, this stagnation means that the increase brought by this mental method to Lin Chen will stay at a certain stage, not that Lin Chen's cultivation cannot continue to improve. After the Tai time and space was filled with the virtual holy cave, Lin Chen continued to practice. If Lin Chen blooms 60 holy acupoints, reaching the limit of Tai time and space, then Lin Chen continues to bloom the 61st holy acupoint, and the remaining 60 holy acupoints are blessed by the virtual holy acupoint of Tai time and space. Lin Chen wanted to improve the upper limit of his cultivation, but he had to continue to look for the next chapter of the heart technique. But at present, it seems that the 4 fragments are enough for Lin Chen to practice for a long time. According to the memory just now, the content of this 4th volume is Yuan Shenhua Tai. Lin Chen's eyes were all in the realm of 4 gods, and the limit that a saint can reach is the transcendent and holy perfection. The spiritual realm above the transcendent sanctification is called primordial spirit realm. Spiritualizing Yuanshan, creating and destroying hundreds of millions of souls in one thought. Yuanshan can transform Tai time and space, that is to say, Tai Futian. Art can also be blessed on the spiritual realm. If this is the case, my spiritual realm is twice as high as that of the same level. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, and the corners of his mouth rose. This Tai Futian Ju is against the sky, and he, Lin Chen, revealed a mysterious corner. Tai time and space can create a virtual holy cave, and it can also create a virtual primordial spirit. That is to say, once Lin Chen's spiritual realm breaks through the primordial spirit realm, the primordial spirit realm will double directly. In addition to his extreme god possession, talent, it is quadrupled. This is sour and refreshing, and it is on the same order of magnitude as the 30,000-fold expansion of acupoints to 150,000 times. Damn, it's too early to be happy. All of this has to be based on the premise that I can break through the primordial spirit realm. As far as I know, there is no spiritual breakthrough around me, and I haven't even done it. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, exited the system, and got up to go out. In the main hall of Bingxin Palace, at this time everyone gathered. Class 66, Crimson Fairy, Han Ziyun, Han Yizhi, Jian Qingqing, the Little Demon Empress, Yan Qianyun, Ling Yueqi, Ning Qingxian, Yun Manqing, and others are all here. Everyone, it's time to go back. Lin Chen and everyone looked at each other and smiled, and everyone's eyes were filled with nostalgia and passion. Finally going back. The time rule of the holy world is completely different from that of the mortal world. 1 year in the holy world is approximately equal to 1 month. In the mortal world, the years they spent in the holy world were actually like a few months to the mortal world. Master, do you need to arrange a human escort? At this time, Fang Lingzhong clenched his fists faithfully, and the holy world traveled through the mortal world, and would encounter a large number of unknown crises. Lin Chen smiled. No, you can safely guard here to recover, and if there is any situation, evacuate immediately. Lin Chen handed over most of the Qi Luck spirit plant to Yu Xingxing. With his current Qi Luck spirit plant, he can refine a lot of holy pills with just the resources generated in 1 day. Therefore, what Lin Chen actually lacked the most was time. Lin Chen has the talent of superspace, and if there is any situation, he can take everyone around him to withdraw into the safest superspace. Go. Go back to the Kyushu continent. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the space channel appeared. Everyone jumped into the air, Fang Ling and the others watched Lin Chen leave in a daze, until they finally disappeared. Under the starry sky, a stream of light shuttled away from the holy world. Witnessing the process of slowly leaving the holy realm, everyone couldn't help but marvel. It's only been so long since they left Kyushu this time, but they are already different people. Now, with their cultivation base returning to the human world, no one will be able to fight against them again. Kyushu Continent, Tianga Academy. Today, the Tianga General Academy is thriving, surpassing its previous heyday, and becoming the highest university in Kyushu. By the way, at the time, the only Orange Honor Level student in our Tianga Academy, Senior Lin Chen, killed 8 ancient aristocratic families by himself, and then single-handedly killed him in Shenzhou, challenged the pseudo-god family, and robbed Ning Qianjin of the Ning family. Come back, that scene, killing the sky in darkness. The hall of the main hospital, today's old students take new students to visit. A student wearing a blue medal excitedly told the story of Lin Chen to the freshmen. The freshmen of Tianjiao, from all walks of life, were very fascinated, and their eyes glittered with admiring little stars. Ah, I don't know when I will be able to meet this legendary senior. It is said that he is the #1 handsome in Kyushu. A beautiful female student is full of admiration, and her jade hands are tightly placed on her chest. The Lin Chen level old student laughed. I want to know how handsome Senior Lin Chen is, just see if I don't. This senior is rated as a man with 1/10 of Senior Lin Chen's face value. Really? I don't look like that, boy. You're still 1,000 miles away from the handsome Lin Chen. A playful chuckle sounded. Old Lin Chen jumped and said angrily, which freshman dares to smash Lao Tzu's stage? Damn, so shameless. Which freshman dares to smash Lao Tzu's stage? Inside the hall, Lin Chen couldn't help but said angrily, looking around the crowd. I smashed it, how can I say it? At this time, a group of extraordinary teams emerged from the crowd. Senior Lin Chen was stunned in place. The freshmen present were even more stunned. This group of people, there are men and women, the men are handsome and unrestrained, with a detached temperament, like a saint. The women are even more beautiful, charming, each with a peerless posture, which makes people dizzying and dazzling. When he saw the silver-robed boy wearing a playful smile at the head, Lin Chen was shocked and horrified, and lost his voice. Senior Lin Chen? At this moment, the audience is silent. Senior Lin Chen? Could it be Lin Chen who defeated the false gods and handed over the epic of history to all beings in Kyushu? Lin Chen patted old Lin Chen on the shoulder, rubbed his chin, and laughed playfully. Well, although you are handsome, you are still a little worse than 1/10 of mine. Why, you were very opinionated just now. Old Lin Chen reacted immediately, sweating coldly, cupping his fists with joy and surprise. No, how dare I compare myself with seniors, I'm just having fun for a while, hoping seniors grow. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen smiled casually, do I look like such a stingy person? I came back this time to hide my breath, and I didn't disturb the dean who was in retreat, so as to avoid the recurrence of old injuries when I alerted him. You go for me, summon the elders, I want to see the vice president. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen handed him his orange medal. The old man Lin Chen hurriedly agreed, and he was so excited that he showed his movement and turned into a puff of smoke. You freshmen are stunned. Deity. It's actually the deity of Senior Lin Chen. In today's Kyushu, he is an eternal legend. There are countless young Tianjiao who joined Tianga Academy because of their admiration for his legend. There was no complicated noise, all the freshmen looked at Lin Chen excitedly. And quietly, and some even fainted with excitement. Because this group of seniors and senior sisters are so detached and refined, they are not like ordinary mortal creatures at all. Compared with the freshmen who have not seen the saint, everything seems so far away. Even though it is in front of you, you can feel from the bottom of your heart that the two sides are people from two worlds. Why don't you talk? Don't you like listening to stories? Some stories ask if the deity is not the best. Lin Chen smiled casually at all the freshmen, without any air. Boom. It's true, wow. It's true, Senior Lin Chen. I'm dead. Go get Dihua Tianqiu hand sanitizer. Quick, go get Senior Lin Chen some oranges. Senior, I want to ask Senior, I heard that you went to rescue the daughter of the Ning family. Is she beautiful, and what can she do? Lin Chen coughed solemnly, and answered with a serious face. I'm face blind, and sometimes I don't know who is pretty. I didn't save her because she was pretty, because I didn't know if she was pretty. Wow. The new students in the hall were in an uproar and screaming wildly. Ning Fairy, who was as elegant as a lotus by the side, couldn't help rolling her eyes. The little demon empress and Yu Lin frantically covered their mouths and laughed. Bai Juanhao, Ying Liang and the others were laughing so hard they could hardly stand up. Ling Yueqi held her forehead. Immediately, there was a new excitement. Then that, Senior, you have such a defying life experience. When Senior killed 8 ancient families, did you think it was a trivial matter? Lin Chen said very humbly and shyly. It can't be said to be trivial, it seems to be too crazy, it's a medium. Meaning. After that, there was another scream and carnival in the hall. I always have a question that I want to solve with Senior Lin Chen in person. Another enthusiastic freshman raised his hand. Back then, the senior led the 66th class of the branch to perform the most difficult task, infiltrated the Tiando dynasty, and even snatched his new concubine when the new king ascended the throne. Why is there a word show in the sky? Maybe, because I, Lin Chen, ate a mysterious face fruit. When I take action, God will also give me a face. When the senior fought against the son of the false god, did you have any special ideas? I don't have any special thoughts, just look down on life and death, and do it if you don't agree. There should be no gods in the world, and all living beings have no faith. Without the leader, Senior thinks what the future destiny of our people from Kyushu should be. If you don't believe in fate, it is the fate of the people of Kyushu. Senior, you have changed the history of Kyushu in a short period of time and created an era of godlessness in Kyushu. What is the most important thing you have learned over the years? What would be Senior Lin Chen's answer to such an in-depth question? Lin Chen smiled playfully. This question is very level. Listen, I only said it once. Lin Chen coughed, his face was very serious, he raised his head and looked up at the sky, his eyes were deep. Everyone was in awe, and even everyone in class 66 couldn't help staring at Lin Chen curiously and earnestly. Does the monitor really want to express his thoughts here? After a long time, Lin Chen spoke slowly. My experience is, good looking, good luck. Everyone. They were speechless. Everyone in class 66, okay, there seems to be nothing wrong. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, your kid is still the same, once you come back, it's a riot. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. The people who entered the hall were all the senior management of the academy, as well as the vice president, Shen Lianyun. Your current cultivation base should be different from what it used to be. Shen Lianyan smiled gently. Why are you still so polite? Let the students come over, and it's better if you don't have a direct mental voice. Transmission. Lin Chen scratched his head and sneered. It's not polite, it's true that it's not what it used to be, and it may not be enough to put it in the holy realm. But for Kyushu, the burden is too great, and it's a little too strong. The elders were stunned. Overpowered? This kid, how much stronger has he become in this period of time? Why doesn't Lin Chen use spiritual voice transmission? Because his cultivation and pure power have sealed most of them. With Lin Chen's current strength, if he is really capable, just pure power. One finger can penetrate the Lingzhou continental plate, and one palm can overturn the entire Kyushu. The same is true for mental fluctuations. To avoid accidents, Lin Chen temporarily sealed most of his cultivation. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the elders of Tiange looked at each other, full of shock. This kid, how long has it been since he left, and he has become so strong? Vice Dean, this is the healing thing and holy pill that Dean needs to use. Lin Chen handed a ring in both hands, with a sincere expression. Shen Lianyan's delicate body trembled, and her blue eyes flashed with tears. This day, after all, she still waited. Serving Tiange Academy for so many years for his lover, in order to fulfill his long-cherished wish and spend his last moments with him. I thought that these 500 years might be the last time for me and him. But, I didn't choose the wrong person. This young man not only accomplished the most important mission in his life for them, but also did it better than anyone expected. Yu Linlin, Lu Liner and other girls pursed their lips and wiped away the tears from their cheeks. The deputy dean is in charge of the academy's affairs for the dean. Who knows? She always bears it all for him so lightly. There are women in the world like this, who can't bear it. Shen Lianyun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands, took Lin Chen's acceptance ring with both hands, and smiled sweetly. Thank you, little guy. You are the best student since Tiange Academy was founded. Lin Chen laughed. This is the best, let's change it to the most handsome. I like to keep a low profile, and it's just a little bit of excellence. Shen Lianyun was amused by him, and smiled. What's your plan next? Talking about this, Lin Chen's expression became serious. I want to enter the 9 demon eyes, and ask the vice president to evacuate everyone. All the senior elders were shocked. The 9 demon eyes of the Kyushu continent, according to rumors, will be the lair of the demon race. Who dares to enter such a ghost place? Throughout the ages, even in the most prosperous 100 Saints era in the Kyushu continent, no saint dared to enter. It is not an exaggeration to call it the most dangerous forbidden place for the human race. Lin Chen, wouldn't it be too reckless? Yeah, even if you are the only one in Kyushu, and you are unparalleled in the world, that is the lair of the demon race. Let's stop thinking about it. The elders advised. Lin Chen smiled confidently. Don't worry, elders, in this world, except for a small number of saints, no one can keep me, Lin Chen. Even if the same is true of the demons, I will naturally act with certainty. Lin Chen's words revealed absolute confidence. Under the open heaven realm, perhaps the only one who can stop him, Lin Chen, is the top 1000 in the sacred realm evil dead list. Above the open heaven realm, even if it is lost, there is a holy dragon in the formation, and it is not difficult to retreat. Okay, this little guy is not what he used to be, and he has his own considerations in doing things. Shen Lianyun glanced around the crowd, and the high-level elders had to give up. The elders began to evacuate the students, and everyone in class 66 couldn't help Lin Chen in the matter of the 9 evil eyes, but instead asked Lin Chen to persuade him to go home. In the hall, only Lin Chen and others were left. What are you going to do? The little demon empress stroked her blue silk, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Chen. She and Jian Qingqing were purely curious about Lin Chen's past and went down to earth with him. What can I do? Just do it alone. Lin Chen smiled casually, and with one step, the space turned around, and Lin Chen and the 2 daughters had appeared before the Devil's Eyes in the dungeon, directly below Tiange Academy. Demonic energy rises, like a bone-chilling hell, with dark red vortex-like acupuncture points swirling beneath the ground, permeating with a thorny and piercing feeling. It seems that as long as you stand in front of this demonic eye, the flow of blood will stop. What a powerful demonic energy! How can there be such a strong demonic energy in the mortal world? Jian Qingqing's face suddenly became solemn. The demon clan's lair also has the sword domain, but it was the first time she had seen that the human world could contain such a powerful demonic energy. Maybe, the land of the demons in this demon is even more terrifying than many demonic areas in the sword domain. Hey, there are many secrets in the Kyushu continent. There are countless continents in the mortal world, and the 9 eternal flames only exist in the Kyushu continent. The 9 magic eyes are also connected to the entire Kyushu. What? Lin Chen smiled playfully, then looked at the 2 girls. The academy will be handed over to you to guard. Peace, let's go. Oh yeah. Lin Chen pulled the excited Lin Pingon and jumped into the Devil's Eye. Jian Qingqing supported his forehead. Can this guy think twice before doing business? The little demon empress covered her mouth and chuckled, patted Jian Qingqing's slender shoulders, and smiled meaningfully. Sister, just get used to it. Jian Qingqing, why are you so skilled? As soon as Lin Chen entered the demon eye, it was like falling into an endless hell, and the demonic energy like a stagnant time and space invaded his body. If it was back then, Lin Chen's body of the War Emperor would be completely torn apart by demonic energy. But now, he just feels as comfortable as a massage. The new road of pretending has begun. Let the demons be covered with the legends of this handsome force. Lin Chen grinned, the magic seal in his palm was full of magnificent purple brilliance, and the magic energy instantly enveloped Lin Chen. He and Lin Pinyin began to slowly transform, giving birth to devil feathers and horns, and they turned into 2 holy devil kings, one big and one small. The devil's reincarnation method, Lin Chen became more and more proficient in performing it, and even made Lin Pinyin disguised as a holy devil. Traveling through space, when Lin Chen landed, he arrived at a place filled with the smell of blood. The world was like blood, a bright red. This is the world under the eyes of the 9 demons? The hardness of the space crystal wall is even harder than that of the Holy Realm. Lin Chen was a little surprised. There is such a powerful space under the continent of Kyushu. What? Lin Pinyin jumped onto Lin Chen's shoulders, looking like a holy devil, with a little devil sitting on his shoulders. Let's go and explore. Lin Pingon smiled and pointed forward. Lin Chen was helpless to this girl, and flew into the air. When Lin Chen started to enter this area, he saw several behemoths in a short while. It was actually a castle built by the demons. However, it looks more like a lair, with scales and feathers on the outer city wall, giant gates like giant claws. The sky is overturned, and the end can't be seen at a glance, like a dragon-like troll lying in the sky. There are trolls flying by from time to time around, and the breath is violent. and fierce. Some are like flying dragons, with sturdy bodies and wings, which are somewhat similar to the appearance of Lin Chen's holy dragon when he holds the blood of Ying Long. Some are like unicorns, dozens of feet high, with strong blood and blood, like a group of intensely burning blood flames. Some are like Xuanwu, or like a phoenix, or like a giant elephant or Qiongqi. All of which look like some ancient beasts. Looking at the troll flying in from the distance, Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Almost stunned. No. This is completely different from the demons I've seen. The demons that Lin Chen had seen from the sky tower were as stiff as a human-shaped puppet, with only pure evil spirits. The demons that I have seen in the holy world and the battlefield of the 9 tribes are extremely delicate and human-like in appearance, cold and frightening, like a beautiful deadly poisonous snake. And the demons here are like ancient beasts, arrogant, each of them is extremely domineering and powerful. Could it be that the demons here are of different races? Lin Chen rubbed his chin. The information about the demons is very rare in the holy world, because usually the lair of the demons often gathers a large number of holy demon kings, which can move the whole body with one hair. Secondly, the information of the demons held by the high level is even more impossible to disclose to the world. After all, the truth is always that the less people know, the better. It is not that there is a unified enemy, that complex human beings will be united. Hey, since I'm here, I still have to find out the details of the enemy. I don't have any hobbies. Lin Chen and Lin Pingyan entered the high city wall together. In the troll city, Lin Pingyan wrinkled her nose, her pretty face intoxicated. There is a lot of disaster here. It seems that I can control more power and exert stronger strength here. Xiao Nizi said excitedly, which made Lin Chen's eyes light up. The demons here are born to represent calamity, with a strong killing atmosphere and overwhelming hostility, and they are born to attract the atmosphere of disaster. This magic cave plane has a chance to exert a higher level of power to Lin Pingyan's miraculous physique. I'm afraid the demons never dreamed that there would be a painful disaster entering their demon plane. Don't act rashly, don't absorb it first, don't startle the snake later. Lin Chen made a silent gesture, and Lin Pingyan could only endure the Lotzi. At this time in the troll city, it is very amazing that the major demons set up stalls on the spot and kept shouting. 1 piece of blood essence of the 8th rank holy dragon, 10 million golden holy coins. It's 10 million for this piece of crap? You fucking keep it as a family heirloom. Why don't you come out to set up a stall? Shit. What are you talking about, you old devil? Are you here? Itchy skin? Fuck off, you two have to go out and do it, don't make trouble here, believe it or not, you will be called the city lord later? Annoy me, it's no use calling me dad later. The demons were extremely irritable. At this moment, in front of the booth of a naked flame demon, a tall demon stopped. On his shoulder sat a small and exquisite holy demon king. Oh? This size. Are you a nobleman? Seeing the other party's aura was unfathomable, and his body was small, the Balrog spoke cautiously. In the demon cave, the larger the demons may not necessarily be the stronger. But the smaller the demons must be the stronger. The bloodline composition of their race does not require other races to freely control their body shape. The stronger the demonic energy of the body, the bigger the body shape will be. Therefore, the demon race that can control the size of their family must be upper nobles or foreign races. Well, don't ask so much about some things you can't know. How do you sell The blood of Yan Qilin. The young and handsome Mozu said indifferently, and the Balrog lowered its huge head and said with a smile. 8 million gold coins. Crack. The other party threw down a receiving ring and snatched away a mass of red unicorn blood suspended in the void. The Balrog spit out a breath and involved the receiving ring. When it was opened for a look, it couldn't help but sullenly said, "Why, how come it's only 7 million? Huh?" The handsome silver-robed demon turned around, his eyes shrank, and he sneered, "It's only 7 million. It's your honor to buy your things." What? Looking for trouble? Boom. A terrifying force of pure power crushed down, like the sun and the moon sinking, instantly crushing the Balrog to kneel down. The gigantic Balrog tried to turn over, causing waves of fire to billow, but he couldn't move. He hurriedly said, Don't, my lord, spare me." Only then did the opponent put away the suppression of pure strength, and walked away with a sneer. "Next time you dare to offend me, I'll just swallow you. Damn, I'm in a good mood today, I don't want to see blood, get out." The Balrog even scrambled and ran away, not daring to fart. TSK, such a terrifying aura of pure power is definitely a nobleman. Even the city lord is unwilling to offend a nobleman. This seems a bit unfamiliar. I don't know where it came from. The killing is decisive, very domineering. I feel chills from being so far away. All the demons roared and commented, "This disguised demon is naturally Lin Chen and Lin Pingyan." Sure enough, there are distinct classes in the demon clan, and the higher ranking clan can easily kill the lower ranking demon clan. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he wanted to stand up here, the fastest way is to show the domineering and arrogant vigor of a noble. If not, if you keep a low profile and keep your word, it will be counterproductive and make all the demons suspicious. Lin Chen pretended to be a demon and wandered into the demon city. He walked out of a tiger, out of a world, out of a renunciation. When all the demons saw him, they couldn't help but gasp. He's so small. Look, Dad, is this a big brother? Well, don't look at him small, he can kill us all by hanging up. This is a nobleman, stay away from him. He walks like a human race. Don't you understand, the more you think about the demons of the human race, the more awesome you are. Hiss. What are you hissing? I don't know, it sounds very powerful anyway. The demon clan with a radius of tens of miles, whether it is the demon king, the low-level holy demon king, or even the middle-level holy demon king, involuntarily gave way to Lin Chen. Huh? What are you looking at? Look at your dog's eyes gouged out. Look at you, haven't you seen such a handsome noble? Little demon dragon, do you want to play at Uncle's place tonight? Uncle treats you to a stick of crispy tonight. Lin Pingyan patted his head suddenly, and said with a charming smile, "This is not good. What if she takes it out and is older than you?" Lin Chen. Isn't this more exciting? Lin Pingyan, you want all the leaders of the demon race? Are you still human? Lin Chen, I am the great demon king now. Lin Pingyan. Lin Chen strolled in the magic city, cursing from the street to the end of the street. The whole street was thousands of miles long, and one person sprayed 10,000 demons. What you want is madness, pull, arrogance, and domineering. Lin Chen's disguise, unless it is a demon emperor-level consciousness scan, will not be able to see through his demon disguise, and his arrogance will only be more in line with the status of a noble. Who is that? The one who looked around and just lifted his pants. Yes, it's You, come over and tell me, this king has just left customs, how is the situation recently? Lin Chen pointed at the two demon phoenixes, and the two low-ranking holy demon kings were frightened, flapping their wings and flying towards Lin Chen, with their heads lowered. Report to my lord, the venerable Guisha recently launched a war to challenge the eight-armed demon venerable. The Vietnam War between the two sides is in Beiju Demon Valley. The two magic phoenixes spoke eloquently, condensing the main points and content to report the latest situation to Lin Chen. Oh. So it's that cub. Lin Chen pretended to be listening nonchalantly, spouting the fragrance from his mouth and spraying Mosin a few times from time to time. In fact, the heart is already paying attention and let the system start to take notes. That's right, he won't quietly inquire about the situation of other demons. Once he makes the demons suspicious, it will attract the suspicion of other demons. Once it is discovered that he is of foreign race, he may be targeted by other powerful demons. The status of foreigners here is very ambiguous, and the strong prey on the weak. He, Lin Chen, is not in a hurry to start a killing spree, but first find out the surrounding situation. Finally, Lin Chen followed the vine and knocked out the current trend of the entire demon clan from the mouths of the two demon phoenixes. Today's demon clan is actually divided into 4 major groups. Each group has its own guardian devil emperor, but the number of devil emperors is unknown. This place is called the Desolate Demon Cave by these people. It is one of the strongholds of one of the 4 major ethnic groups. Damn, it's so terrifying. Doesn't it mean that the 9 magic eye space planes suppressed by the mainland of Kyushu actually have possibility of the existence of the demon emperor? Lin Chen's scalp felt numb. Demon emperor, equivalent to the realm of the human race, a godlike existence. A devil emperor, who is afraid that a single thought can destroy the plane of the mortal world. Why would he be suppressed here? I am afraid this has something to do with the powerful eternal flame. Shangguanju once said that in history, no human race can control the eternal flame, and even the gods have not succeeded. And listening to the reports of these two demons, the area facing the demon eyes of Kyushu is precisely the forbidden area of the demon cave. The other side of the Devil's Nest plane can leave, but it seems to be going to another space plane, and the connection is not the mortal world. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The only way for the demons of this desolate demon cave to go to the Kyushu continent is to go through the magic eye of the forbidden land. As long as the devil's eye is sealed with 9 nails, the continent of Kyushu should be lucky. Lin Chen made up his mind and waved his hand impatiently. Go away, go away. Thank you, sir. The 2 magic phoenixes climbed with thanks and escaped. Lin Chen continued to wander carelessly, looking at the magic city while thinking about countermeasures. I don't know which demon race that appeared in the holy prison, the heaven burying demon emperor, and which demon race belongs to. If you want to know this kind of secret, I'm afraid you have to find a peak Saint Demon King to know. It's too risky to act like this. I'd better go back first and seal the 9 devil caves, eh? Suddenly, when Lin Chen walked to the southwest of Troll City, a dazzling attribute light was suspended in the distance. This light, in 9 colors, is actually the attribute value of the element class. Lin Chen had never seen such a huge attribute value. My dear, this is the direction of another magic city. That place seems to be called the Ice Devil Hell. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and Lin Ping'an murmured, Lin Chen, didn't you mean to make a scene? How long will it take? It's a big mess. Lin Chen fell into deep thought, and he was struck by lightning in an instant. And a bold idea came to his mind. Yeah, we're here to make a fuss, wait, let's get things done first. Lin Chen unfolded the 9 wings of the heavenly demons and flew into the air. The monstrous demonic power swept across the sky. He swept straight towards the forbidden area and flew into the air. When approaching the spatial vortex presented by the magic eye, he suddenly released the Devil King reincarnation Dafa. Lin Chen and Lin Pingyan returned the same way. The magic eye's capacity for magic energy is extremely limited, and it can even be called impossible to pass. For the demons, this place is a forbidden place, but for the human race, there will be no exclusion into the space vortex. Tianga Academy, inside the giant underground gate. Brush. Seeing Lin Chen and Lin Pingyan appear, Jian Qingqing and the little demon Empress breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, the 2 girls glared at them. Lin Chen displayed 3 divine lights and descended beside him, and 3 figures exactly like him appeared. Then, Lin Chen's 3 phantom clones pulled Lin Pingyan and jumped into the space channel again. The 3 phantom clones and Lin Pingyan entered the wild demon cave again. System, turn on supernatural talent. Brush. A green light flashed from the top of the clone's head, and as soon as the supernatural talent was displayed, the 3 clones and Lin Pingyan disappeared. In the superspace plane, this time, Lin Chen borrowed the magic seal of the main body and performed the reincarnation of the Demon King again. Sigh. Boom. 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 In the superspace, the magic energy is agitated, and it continues to cover the phantom avatar. The purple light is beautiful and gorgeous, and it is integrated into every inch of the avatar's flesh and blood. This time, there are only 3 phantom clones that Lin Chen can use, and the other 3 are still working as medicine coolies in the holy world. Call out. With a flash of green brilliance, in the forbidden area of the desolate demon cave, 4 noble Saint Demon Kings reappeared. It was the Holy Demon King, disguised by Lin Pingyan and Lin Chen. This time, he specially sent clones and Lin Pingyan to sneak in. What are you doing? Why did you go back? Are you a clone or your main body now? The little demon empress and Jian Qingqing looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course I am the main body, but it is the clone that sneaks back in." The 2 women looked at each other, and based on their understanding of Lin Chen, he was probably 80% afraid of this. You want to do something? The 2 women spoke in unison, and Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. Yes, I'm going to turn upside down all the 9 demon cave planes under this demon eye. After saying that, Lin Chen turned his palm, and the red glow surged into the void, and a thick and long red spike appeared in front of Lin Chen's body. 9 breaks. This thing was created by the creator of the holy prison at the beginning of the creation of the holy prison, specifically to restrain the demons. Give me eternal silence. Lin Chen slapped it with a palm. The 9 break nails turned into a blood-colored lightning, and slammed into it. Sigh. Bang. The space shook, and the entire Tianga Academy was hundreds of thousands of miles away, and the ley lines trembled violently several times. The 9 break nails turned into inlaid long nails, embedded in the dark red holes. All the demonic energy began to subside rapidly, and the last bit of demonic energy was taken back into the hole of the wild demon cave. All that was left was a long spike etched with red lines. All the magic, all disappeared. A ray of morning light shone into the academy. Standing on the top of the tower, Shen Lianyun looked into the distance and smiled sweetly. Your student has already fulfilled your wish for you. Underground chamber. Success? The magic energy has all retracted. Jian Qingqing said happily. However, how will Nizi come back? This channel is closed. The little demon empress looked at Lin Chen. He jokingly said, I naturally have a way, don't forget, I'm a handsome guy. Who has even been to the holy prison? Lin Chen can use the talent of superdimensional teleportation to teleport Lin Pingon back to his body. However, once the powerhouse above the Naxing realm blocks the space, the ultradimensional teleportation cannot be used. Therefore, Lin Chen must have a prerequisite for launching superdimensional teleportation, which is to bring the target to be teleported into the super-dimensional plane, and then use superdimensional teleportation to transfer it back. As long as his clone can stay by Lin Pingon's side at any time, she can return to Lin Chen's side at any time. Let's go to other big states, to seal the remaining 8 demon eyes. Lin Chen smiled meaningfully. Good show, it's just beginning. His goal, this trip is not as simple as sealing the magic eye. Since the following is one of the base camps of the major demon races, how could Lin Chen be worthy of the name Dark Horse Club if he doesn't follow them a few times? There are many strong demons, and in some respects, there are many attribute values. You can do it with as many cultivation resources as you can. Hey, fellow demons, this commander is a little tight recently, so I have to kill you all. The corner of Lin's mouth rose wildly. He decided to turn all the 9 Devil Cave planes upside down. There are fewer people and more people, and everyone dares to do it. Nothing seems to be wrong? In the wild demon cave. Huh? The breath in the forbidden area has been shut down. Good guy, is there a new powerhouse in the human race? The space channel that can interfere with the forbidden area is at least the cultivation of those adults. It seems that there are many variables in the outside world. I don't know when the orders from the Demon Emperor will come down. It doesn't matter if it is closed. With the suppression of the eternal flame, we can't go out easily. Several Lord Tiamazon once said that even if Lord Devil Emperor personally took action, it would have to pay a heavy price, to break the suppression of this eternal flame. Before the counterattack, let's wait and see how things change. More than a dozen spiritual consciousness swept away, and the magic power spread all around, causing many holy devil kings to crawl silently. Yes, the peak holy demon kings on the Katakuku Valley side. What a terrifying magic power, this king is scared to pee. The holy demon kings were silent. After a long time, the will of the peak demon king disappeared, and the holy demon kings slowly exhaled, with lingering fears in their hearts. I didn't expect that the will of the peak holy demon king is so terrifying. We thought that the top holy demon king was almost the same as them. Now it seems that it is too naive. Go to the battlefields outside the territory to fight more. With your brother's life and blood, it is not a big problem to become a high-level holy demon king. Try to get a seat in the 3 major demon capitals. By the way, why are so many demons gathered recently? What is the so-called? Don't go prostitute until you lose contact, okay? You don't know about such a big thing. Demon Venerable Xianing has come to Ice Demon Hell. Recently, many demon venerables have sent confidants to present with heavy gifts, trying to curry favor with Demon Venerable Xianing. Hey! Demon Venerable, what's the situation? It is said that the Xianying demon venerable has some mysterious relationship, and even the major demon venerables have to give him some face. And even please him. The voice transmission conversations and whispers of various holy devil kings all fell into the ears of Lin Chen's clone, who was hiding in the dark. His awareness awakening is very keen, and ordinary sound transmission can't avoid his tailwind ear. Congratulations with a heavy gift? It just so happens that I'm going to the Ice Devil Hell, ha ha ha, my dear, I'm afraid you are pulling your pants when you meet someone, Lin. Lin Chen grinned and waved to the little girl. Go, let's go to the Ice Devil Hell. The cold wind is thousands of miles, the frost is as cold as a knife, and the bone-chilling cold is spread all around, full of glaciers and vast glaciers. This place is the Ice Devil Hell in the Wild Demon Cave. Different from the cold air in the outside world, the cold air here is pervasive, invading the body, and even the spiritual consciousness will be frozen. The cultivation level of the middle-level holy devil can't even resist the cold. Ice Demon Hell, in the gorge on the south side. I'm waiting for the demon Venerable Gale Wind to bow down to Senior Demon Venerable Xianying. The younger generation brings the gift of Ling Tian Demon Venerable, and I especially wish Xianying Demon Venerable to break through the realm and reach the realm of Heavenly Demon Venerable as soon as possible. In the gorge, there are heavyweight demon guests from time to time outside the High Mountain Palace. Many demons who entered this place bent over their heads with their palms on top of their heads before they could enter. This is one of the etiquettes of the demons. From the middle-level demon king, they must learn the etiquette of the top demons. They cannot be as vulgar and arrogant as the low-level demons. This is an unwritten rule in the demons. There are at least a dozen of the peak holy demon kings in the arena, and there are individual peak holy demon kings who already have a phenomenon that absorbs the void in the sky, as if they are about to enter the next realm. The demons in the hall are already close to human shape, indicating that their strength is not trivial. Most of them are human body demon heads, and the human torso bears a demon head. Those present are all high-level holy devil kings and above, as many as 300. I very much welcome your congratulations, your favors, this deity will keep in mind this time. The man in the green robe sitting at the top of the hall was stretching out his devilish hand and scornfully playing with two beautiful human slave women. It has an eagle face and owl eyes, and the outline of its facial features is the most human-like demon among the demons present. Only on the back, there are a pair of cyan-colored wings. The devilish energy is monstrous, and the scarlet scorpion radiates the supreme magical power. Profound Eagle Demon Venerable. This time, this seat is here just to tell you. The few lords above are planning to select a new titled devil and several titled devils, and the selection target is in the 3 prison districts. Demon Venerable Xianying severely ravaged the slave girl a few times, and his understatement made all the holy devil kings look ecstatic. The titled Demon King is the confidant team directly under the Heavenly Demon Lord, that is to say, they have the opportunity to become the direct confidant of the Lord Heavenly Demon Lord. What is the status of Lord Tiamazon? That is the supreme power equivalent to the Holy King of the human race. When the Demon Emperor does not come out, the heavenly demons reign supreme. To have the opportunity to become the direct confidant of Tiamazon, they will go bankrupt, and it is worth sacrificing their lives. Well, as for the conditions for exceptional promotion, Demon Venerable Xianying smiled playfully, and all the peak holy demon kings immediately understood. Lord Mozen, what's wrong with your body? That's right, you're missing a piece of defense armor. I happen to have a top-grade 6th grade defense holy weapon from the human race. You should wear it to prevent you from practicing. Time magic power leaked. Your Excellency Mosen, look at your dark circles. Do you exercise too much? Sometimes, overwork always comes after overwork, and I happen to have a Yang essence pill seized from the human race, the 7th rank. Take a good rest when you take it. Your Excellency Mosen, I found an ancient book of magic art, time management of the demon race, from a desolate ancient ruin, which can help you control time and travel across the world. I have a Yang Feng tincture gun pill here, which can help you connect with 100 women and say goodbye to a herniated disc. Your Excellency Mosen, I have a copy of the collection of desolate ancient nocturnal essences, which contains all the ultimate dharmas in the demon race, such as the dharma that defies the sky and changing one's life, the dharma of old grandfather if you find treasures, and the dharma that you should avoid when you encounter the protagonist of the story, Death Dafa, and so on. The various demon clans offered more precious gifts, one after another, and the shining demon venerable pretended to be calm and waved his hand. Well, put these things aside first, I'll take a good look later. Come, take a few bites. I haven't tasted the flesh and blood of these saints for a while. I'll arrange them in the kitchen later. Good, please drink a cup of saint blood. Seeing the appearance of him ordering his servants to stack the gifts aside, the hearts of all the peak holy demon kings are stunned. Could it be that their gifts are not enough? Haven't been able to please the demon venerable yet? As expected of the venerable who has a relationship with heavenly demon venerable, he really has a broad vision. Shining demon venerable is not without temptation, he just intends to stabilize the situation. The number of places to really choose the titled demon lord and the titled demon king is very limited. With so many people present, he can't choose the quota right now. Then how do they give gifts? He just wants to cut a batch of these leaks severely. He wants all of these things. At this time, the Huiming demon race outside the hall suddenly reported another congratulations. The mud horse Gobi demon venerable from the demon city of Guangshui City, Single Machine Province, came to congratulate the demon venerable Xianing, and sent a small hamburger made by the old 8 secrets. The demons were stunned. Mud horse Gobi demon venerable? What kind of title? They have never heard of it. Is the road so wild? What is the secret burger? The old 8 secretly made a small hamburger? Xianing demon venerable was stunned. A high-level holy devil king outside the hall immediately walked in, respectfully, holding a jade plate and covering it with a silver lid. When the jade plate was opened, a small hamburger with 2 layers of jade, yellow and 1 layer of pitch black appeared in front of the demons. Suddenly, a stinky smell rose up in the entire hall. All the holy demon kings were shocked. Send shit? Who dares to send shit to the dignified generation of demon venerables? Boom! Boom! With a loud bang, terrifying pure power ran through the head of the hall, and a white-robed figure descended from the sky, standing in front of the group of demons overlooking the many holy demon kings. The person who came here was arrogant, with an extremely handsome face, as bright as jade, with an extraordinary temperament like an immortal, as handsome as a woman, and with a slight smile. It was very charming. At this moment, all the holy demon kings took a deep breath. However, before the group of demons began to be shocked, the holy demon king, who was gasping for air, began to curse his mother. Damn, I'm breathing shit, the shit smells so bad in the air. Why the holy devil kings were so shocked that they didn't return to their senses is very simple, because this guy is a real human race. This is outrageous. Where is the wild demon cave? One of the root places of the demon race. The crowd of demons is like a cloud, and the number of holy demon kings is like a feather. Can a human race sneak into such a place? This is afraid that even the rank 9 saints, even the saint kings, do not have the courage and strength. You must know that once the human race appears here, it will be besieged and swallowed up by hundreds of millions of demons. Under Wu Pianju, nicknamed Jiao Dei, and titled Wu Genshua. I'm not targeting a certain demon clan present, I want to say that the wild demon clan here are all rubbish. The young man named Wu Pianju finished speaking with a smile, slapped the palm of his hand, and rolled out a gray-white talisman. Boom! At the moment when the gray-white talisman burst, the thinking of the demons paused for a moment. At this moment, Wu Pianju gathered pure power, kicked the jade plate violently, and kicked the secret small hamburger directly into the opponent's face. Shit, the devil dog. Tear. Bang. The secret Xiangwei slapped the demons, and Xianying demon venerable was invited to dinner. At the moment when all the demons were stagnant, a ghostly figure passed by. Supernatural talent. The figure flashed like a flash, and when the palm was shot, all the gifts were taken away by the green space light. That's right, the person who came here in the air is not Wu Pianju, but Lin Chen. As for his appearance, it was Lin Chen who asked Shangguan Chen to get the portrait of Wu Pianju, which he disguised as the portrait. Now he wants to sneak into the devil's lair as Wu Pianju and turn this place upside down. As many treasures as there are here, he will rob as many. Lin Chen took the benefits, and he let Wu Pianju carry the black pot. TSK, how is this plot so familiar? The arrangement is right. When Lin Chen's phantom clone touched the 9-color elemental light ball in the gift pile, the system light screen bounced. The host obtains the best element attribute light ball, and obtains the top element attribute value, fire 90 million points, earth 85 million points, wood 88 million points, gold 89 million points, water 125 million points, thunder 95 million points, 90 million points of wind, 90 million points of light, and 95 million points of dark. Skyrocketing. Lin Chen's element class attribute value suddenly doubled. It happened so fast, the whole process, from the moment Xianying demon venerable snorted shit, even 1,000th of his breath was gone. The various peak holy devil kings are furious, and the other party is obviously coming at them. Boom. At this moment, the situation changed suddenly, and all the hundreds of high-level holy demon kings were furious. The Xianying demon venerable tore the shackles of the gray-white talisman between his fingers, and the thunder was furious. No matter what your background as a human race is, if you can leave alive today, the deity will die on his own, and I will take care of your grandma. Xianying demon venerable slammed out with one claw, and the demonic energy shot out. The terrifying giant claws of the magic eagle ripped apart the void, and wherever it went, it crushed a large piece of the void into a void of nothingness. Lin Chen's figure was shrouded in monstrous demonic energy, and his speed suddenly slowed down. Tai Shi Shengguang. The red golden divine light circulated around Lin Chen's body, instantly turning into a circle of light, covering Lin Chen. Moreover, he condensed all the dragon power, punched out like a dragon, and all the 920 gods burst out, and he punched him in the face, and the fists and claws intersected. Sigh. Boom. The space was turbulent, and the entire palace suddenly burst. The red golden aperture burst in an instant, bursting into countless pieces of light. Lin Chen turned into a streamer, and was blasted out of the hall. With just one blow, his absolute defense of Taishi divine light was broken. The offensive in Kaitian could hardly break through Lin Chen's absolute defense in an instant. But, Demon Venerable can. Demon Venerable is a supreme power comparable to a rank 1 saint above the open heaven realm. The power of Demon Venerable, through the sky and the latitude. Lin Chen's avatar is using the Holy Dragon to possess the body at this time. And the pure power has reached 920, but even so, it is still not enough to see. In front of the devil. If Lin Chen wanted to take the blame in the name of Wu Pianju, he could not use the Holy Dragon body to fight, and the Phantom Clone could not use the God of War suit. He could only fight with the Holy Dragon possessing the body. It is rumored that a single holy acupoint in the open heaven can increase the power of 400 or more, and it is true, the holy power held by the open heaven alone will exceed 4,000, let alone a demon. Zune, my 900-odd Zune is not enough to see. Lin Chen shook his arm and smiled sternly. If it weren't for the Taishi Shenguang just now, his avatar would have been blown up long ago. Call out. Call out. Call out. The demonic energy covered the sky, and the sky was dark. The space was blocked, and hundreds of high-level holy demon kings and dozens of top-level holy demon kings surrounded Lin Chen. More than a dozen peak holy demon kings blocked Lin Chen's retreat, sneering and disdain. This human race dares to come here, I am afraid they don't even know how to write the word dead. You didn't die after receiving the palm of your hand, you are also a freak. Demon Venerable Xianing patted his shoulder and said with a grim smile, I will make you die in a rhythmic manner. Wait a moment. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. The group of demons sneered, unanimously thinking that this kid wanted to beg for mercy. Then, Lin Chen suddenly said something. Well, is the secret burger delicious? Silence. This deity will tear you into pieces now. Yours. Demon Venerable Xianing suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and the demonic energy was like a vortex, eating away all the light, trying to swallow Lin Chen in one bite. Cut, big guy, why are you opening your mouth so wide? Do you want to do it again? When the delicate and crisp disdain voice sounded, the pink and tender fist swept out a punch. Sigh. Bang. The fist wind overturned the space, and with one punch, the Xianing demon Venerable fell to the ground, and the nearby glaciers collapsed and cracked, causing the sky to be filled with ice fog. All the holy demon kings were horrified for a while, and unconsciously retreated dozens of miles. One punch knocked the demon Venerable down? How holy is this? The group of demons looked up, and above the sky, the poisonous gas that covered the stars and covered the moon gathered like a vortex, turning into a head of poisonous dragon, flying and wandering, the poisonous dragon dancing wildly. The delicate figure stepped into the air to the top of Dulong's head, wearing a pair of sunglasses, his hands on his waist, and the old-fashioned way. I, the leader of the wild demon clan, you are all spicy chickens. Lin Chen was stunned, carrying the handle? Good guy, this girl is learning pretty fast. For auntie, climb. Lin Pingon drew a circle out of thin air with his green jade finger. Sigh. Boom. The terrifying calamity gas carries the momentum that corrodes the vitality of all things, and rages out of thin air. The calamity poisonous gas spun into a calamity storm that covered the stars and the moon, shrouding all the holy devil kings in it. Below the top-level holy demon king, all began to violently corrode and melt away their demon bodies, and in the blink of an eye, they became a ghostly demon bone in the disaster storm. Even the top-level holy demon king didn't hold on to 3 breaths, screaming and wailing, and then everything began to dissolve quickly. Their violent resistance and the outbreak of the offensive were all swallowed into nothingness by the profound catastrophe poisonous gas storm. Lin Chen withdrew immediately, and when he saw Lin Pingan's strength, he couldn't help but be moved. This time, Lin Pingan has completely released all the suppression of the disaster of pain, and the firepower is full. However, according to Lin Chen's estimation, even if Lin Pingan used all his strength, he would at most be on par with the latter stage of the open heaven realm or the perfection realm. There is still a gap between it and the demon venerable above a rank 1 saint. But this time, she crushed the shining demon venerable and all the peak holy demon kings. The reason is very simple. This desolate demon cave has a very strong aura of disaster. The 4 major demon clans, each with different branch characteristics, some demon clan naturally attract the bad luck and calamity of heaven and earth to gather together. Some are born with evil spirits, and have the bloodline to suppress all kinds of creatures, while some are bloodthirsty and cruel, and have extremely high talents. That's why, although the demons are from the same lineage, there are different demon emperors in charge. And the wild demons and demons are the ones that naturally attract the aura of calamity, and the bad luck is extremely strong. Therefore, they are born with a huge size and constitution to withstand the inherent bad luck. However, this devil's cave has become the area where Lin Pingan can exert his best physique. Nice job, safe, crush them all. Seeing that the holy demon king at the peak was also trapped by Lin Pingan, Lin Chen excitedly made a sound transmission. Money. These are all money. Killing a high-level holy devil is equivalent to adding 5 billion gold coins. Not to mention the top-level holy demon king and the top-level holy demon king, they are of infinite value. No problem. Lin Pingan smiled naively, and he clicked 4 fingers with his backhand, and a series of explosions made a series of explosions, and the 4-headed peak holy demon king was injured. Roar. The major peak holy demon kings finally realized the seriousness of the battle, and all of them showed their bodies. The entire ice prison was filled with demon bodies that covered the sky. Some were like Qingluan, some were like Suzaku, some were shaped like Yinglong, and some had huge fleshy wings, like that poor and strange, ferocious. The demonic energy of the various peak holy demon kings is galloping like 10,000 horses, sweeping the mountains and seas. Although I don't know what your origins are, but today, you will surely die. With a roar, the shining demon venerable burst into the ground again. It is as tall as 10 feet, with feathers shining like a blade. With an eagle head, and a pair of eagle eyes, glowing with a fierce demonic energy, roaring. This deity is the confidant of several heavenly demon venerables. You, a demon of unknown origin, dare to move this seat, and you will surely die. At this time, Lin Pingan was still in the form of a holy devil. As a result, none of the major holy demon kings thought of her identity as a disaster of suffering. At most, she wondered why she could control the calamity aura around here. After all, it has been too long since the disaster of suffering disappeared in history. Lin Pingyan pouted, with a look of disgust. Do you really think that when you get bigger and harder, you can fight? The endless calamity aura gathered and began to rapidly form a dark blue light group, filled with a dark and deep calamity aura, lingering like a giant python. The dark blue light group turned into a spherical shape and slowly lifted into the sky, hundreds of feet huge, constantly changing and expanding. The ink ball absorbs countless energies, evacuating and absorbing all the space, light, vitality, spiritual energy, and magical energy around it, turning it into a world-destroying catastrophe energy body. The major peak holy demon kings sucked in the air. If he is hit by this blow, the demon venerable may not be able to withstand it. Lin Chen could feel that, in a radius of 1,000,000 miles, the aura of disaster in the entire ice prison was refined by Lin Pingyan. Fortunately, this is a natural gathering place of bad luck, otherwise, with this blow, I don't know how many Chi Luck spirit plants will be consumed. Lin Chen pinched his cold sweat and hurriedly stepped aside. To be precise, the previous Lin Pingyan used himself as the center to mobilize his own calamity to fight. Fighting like this would cause the spiritual plant of calamity that controlled the calamity to be quickly eroded by the calamity. But now, Lin Pingyan is more like a helmsman, controlling the ship of calamity in the entire area. This is still a ghost. We are not her opponents at all, let's withdraw, only to inform the major demon lords. The peak holy demon kings are about to retreat. Sigh. Bang. A holy demon king was unable to break through, but was rammed and run over by a calamity poisonous dragon. Countless calamity poisonous dragons emerged out of thin air, surrounding the major peak holy devil kings, blocking all their escape routes. Demon venerable Shen Ying gritted his teeth fiercely, and suddenly spread his wings and turned into a sharp blade that ripped apart the space, swept away, and traveled through the void. Boom. 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 Shanning demon venerable shuttled through the void, smashing countless calamity poisonous dragons along the way. After slowing down again and again, he finally hit a gap. Before it could be happy, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Lin Chen, disguised as Wu Pianju. He smiled sternly. Go back and eat another wave of secretly made hamburgers. He formed a claw with one hand and a talisman with his right palm and pushed out horizontally, bursting out like a flood of pure power and the breath of a dragon. Heavenly Claw. At the moment when the slow rune exploded, the Shanning demon venerable, who was exhausted, encountered the Etienne Claw, blessed by Lin Chen's instant light-splitting shadow, and slapped it in the face. 5 strokes of the azure dragon claws, leaning on the sky and covering the earth, lingering like azure thunder and lightning, flashing in the air, forming out of thin air, and born out of nowhere. You goddamn. Shanning demon venerable hasn't finished cursing. Boom. The Shanning demon venerable was knocked back with a claw. Although this claw terrifies the world, it can even be shaken in the middle stage of open heaven realm, but it can't hurt a demon venerable. However, if it is exhausted, it will be completely fine if it is knocked back. After the Shanning demon venerable was beaten back by Lin Chen's claws. At this time, the black azure light ball in the sky suddenly shrank. Lin Pingyan waved his hand, and slammed it down with the next palm. Oops. Shanning demon venerable's pupils shrank. Boom. Calamity's poisonous gas mushroom cloud rises, glaciers shatter, and space collapses and collapses. A radiant energy fluctuation exploded the entire ice hell. When Lin Chen's clone exploded the moment before, he immediately escaped into the superspace plane. perfectly avoided the center of the catastrophe poisonous gas explosion, which is beautiful. Then, before 10 breaths, he escaped from the superspace plane and turned back to Lin Pingyan, alerted to the aftermath of the explosion directly below, and asked Nizi, "How is it, are you alright?" Lin Pingyan put his hands on his hips and smiled charmingly. "It's okay, I also absorbed a lot of calamity chi, and now I feel that my strength has become stronger, but the calamity chi in this area has been used up by me, and I'm afraid it won't be so strong if I fight again." Lin Chen scratched Lin Pingyan's Cheong nose and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll let you absorb enough this time. I'll take you around the major devil caves, and make sure you get enough." When Lin Pingyan heard this, little stars twinkled in his eyes. The next moment, her pretty face changed slightly, looking straight down. "No, these guys aren't dead yet. That demon venerable is going to escape." The voice just fell. Tear. The blood burned, and the violently burning blood rushed out of the aftermath of the disaster storm like a flame. "It's the shining demon venerable." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and then he said with a smile, "Forget it, the dignified demon venerable is not that easy to kill. I'm afraid this guy still has a lot of trump cards, so he will lose sight of the other when he catches up." Under the current situation, Lin Chen's clone cannot use the God of War suit. And Lin Pingyan's on-the-spot performance has reached the limit, and it is obviously unwise to hunt down a demon venerable. If it weren't for a special situation and a head-on confrontation, even if Lin Chen's body joined forces with the Holy Dragon here, he would not be able to withstand a demon venerable. Since you want to do it, you should do the guy who is sure enough to kill it. Lin Chen raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Exactly, I killed them all. When the smoke of the wolf billowed and the aura of calamity dissipated, the 14 peak holy demon kings directly below showed their bodies. I saw that the demonic blood was flowing, like a river of blood, and the surging demonic blood flowed into the broken glaciers. Rao is that Lin Chen was mentally prepared and was shocked. These 14 peak holy demon kings were all severely injured. You must know that 2 of these 14 peak holy devil kings are comparable to the later stage of the open heaven realm. He was still crushed into a state of near death by Lin Pingyan's charging blow just now. They are not like demon venerables. They can resist the blow just now and still have the ability to act. Almost 14 peak saint demon kings have fallen into a state of temporary paralysis. In addition, the sky is filled with attribute light balls floating in the void, dazzling and colorful, and multiple attribute treasure chests are suspended in the void. This bombardment made them all on the verge of death, and the attribute values they dropped were terrifying. Damn it, it hurts to death. My ultimate move happened to be finished on the battlefield outside the territory. Xian. Where is the Lord Shining Demon Lord? Oops, that traitor demon race and human race haven't left yet. As soon as the voice fell, the void pulled a gray-white talisman covering the world and suddenly exploded. The host activates the slow rune, consuming 1.5 million top rune energy. 1.5 million points. This is converted into high-level rune energy, which is 150 trillion rune energy. This is the time with the highest rune energy Lin Chen has ever used. Brush. Ripples appeared in the space, and it continued to freeze and slow, as if the time of the entire ice hell had come to a standstill. The pupils of the 14 peak holy demon kings trembled in fear. If they were in their prime, they would definitely not be afraid of this move. And they could kill with half their lives. But now they are no different from the disabled, even more serious than the disabled. The calamity of pain is not an ordinary attack, it will gradually corrode, and rot away their vitality. Even the peak Holy Devil King with powerful life function can't resist. Boom. Lin Chen's figure traveled through the void, and a few flashes rushed to the side of the 14 peak Holy Demon Kings. I'll send you on your way, soon. Lin Chen shook out a claw, and the Etian claw was activated again, surrounded by the cyan dragon breath. The thunder-like azure claws crushed 2 peak Holy Devil Kings. The azure dragon claws tore through the demon body, piercing and smashing their huge demon body like mountains and rivers. The 5 Qingguang claws wounded all the peak Holy Demon Kings along the way. Tear. Lin Chen swung the dragon's tail, the dragon's breath turned into a sword, and the blue dragon sword slashed down. Clang. 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 The dragon sword beheaded a peak Holy Demon King, and Lin Chen's fists were like a gust of wind and rain, madly falling and beating down. Boom. 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 The boundless offensive swept through the ice prison that was reduced to ruins. Lin Chen didn't focus on attacking one of the demon kings first, but instead launched an offensive against them as a whole. As long as they cooperate with the effect of the slow rune to inject all the talents of destruction and crack into their bodies, and cooperate with Lin Pingan's calamity to erode, they are almost bound to die. Despicable human race, this king is fighting with you. Supernatural talent. No. This seat has just become the subordinate of Lord Mozen, but he will actually die in the hands of the human race. Young human race, let's talk, who? A series of screams and wailing resounded through Zhoutian. In the past, if Lin Chen encountered these 14 peak Holy Demon Kings, there was no chance of winning, but he might run away. There is a huge difference between the early, middle and late stages of the Kaitian realm. These 14 peak Holy Devil Kings are stronger than the 10 he encountered on the demon race battlefield. But now, he has the only chance to kill them once. How could Lin Chen stop? In the end, within a quarter of an hour, all the 14 peak Holy Demon Kings fell. Lin Chen's phantom avatar urged the movement, and the magic light shuttled. Like the wind and the clouds, all took away tens of thousands of attribute light balls in the void. Some of these attribute light balls are dropped by a large number of high-level and top-level Holy Demon Kings, and some are dropped by Shining Demon Venerable and Peak Holy Demon King. The quality is uneven, and the quantity is extremely terrifying. The host obtained 29.9 billion top essence points, 40 billion top chi and blood points, 1.2 billion top spiritual power points, 4,500 intermediate strengthening points, 400 million advanced talent points, 790,000 top rune energy points, and 280,000 high-level Heavenly Dao points. The host opens the exclusive treasure chest of the enhancement department and obtains 50,000 intermediate enhancement points. The host opens a random special attribute treasure chest and obtains the essence of the set, 1.5 billion points. Unprecedented attribute values poured into Lin Chen's body. Blood earning, real blood earning. Even I didn't expect to kill 14 peak Holy Demon Kings, comparable to the opening of the sky. Lin Chen was ecstatic. Although the Holy Demon King is mainly based on chi and blood attributes, the top essence dropped by the peak Holy Demon King still reaches a terrifying number. Sigh. Boom. After a short while, the pure power of Lin Chen's body broke through to 300 powers, unstoppably entering the realm of 400 powers, and it continued to soar. The dragon vein of the holy dragon, which has reached 1,000 powers, continues to soar, provoking the holy magic crystals of all the peak holy demon kings. Lin Chen stared into the distance, and when he pulled Lin Ping into retreat, he laughed wickedly. Desolate demon clan, all this has just begun. An hour later. Boom boom boom. Several wills that are so powerful that they almost cover the world, come with terrifying coercion. The situation in the ice prison changed color, the glaciers rose and fell, and the surrounding space sank into a dim nothingness. The eyes of several wills glanced back and forth, like a pair of eyes above the sky, full of demonic energy. Escape? It smells like a human race? What are you kidding me? Where can a human race break in? Could it be the space channel on the other side of the forbidden area? Impossible, although the space passage in the forbidden area is very narrow. And the restraint on the human race is extremely small, but ordinary saints enter, and they will be torn apart in an instant. What's more, there are still a group of weak human races above. They are not as good as a hair in the holy world. It cannot be from above. Go and search. This guy, Shining Demon Venerable, was injured on our site. This guy's strength is not very good, but his background is not small. If you don't give a few explanations to the big demon lords, we will also be held accountable. Could it be the Holy King? Impossible. If the Holy King makes a move, how could it be possible for Shining Demon Venerable to escape? Huh? Wait a minute, what are you looking at? When the wills of several demon venerables were talking to each other, one demon venerable suddenly exclaimed. But see, under the broken glacier, a series of banners are opened. No, 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 the wild demon clan, is this level? Wu Pianju. Killing the wild demons and demons is just for fun. It's really exciting. You have to look at my human race saint talent list. Wu Pianju. 14 peak holy devil kings died. This is a gift to the wild demon clan. That's all, I'm not serious yet, Ong. Wu Pianju. Next, I will randomly select a lucky magic city, and the magic body will bloom. Wu Pianju. Even if I die and be nailed to the coffin, I will shout out in a hoarse voice, shit. Wild demon race. Wu Pianju. Number 1 in the world on the list of saints, and now we're starting to hide and seek. Wu Pianju. Silence. The will of the demons from all sides saw the content of the banner, brewing monstrous anger. You must find this kid. You are actually a saint list. Throughout the ages, no human race can enter this place, and neither is the list of saints. This is a shameful humiliation of my wild demon clan. If it spreads to other clans, it will definitely laugh at it for thousands of years. If you find it, you must find him. Human Wu Pianju, this name, immediately report it to the top. I don't believe this deity, a human race can still turn the sky in my wild demon world. However, 4 days later, the major demon cities, from the middle-level demon king to the peak demon king, have all been dispatched over and over again. I haven't found a single ghost like this. The demon venerables near the frozen hell suspect that the demon is born. Can hide-and-seek play this far? I'm afraid it's not crazy. In the towering magic tower, the will of all the demons gathered together. No, is it possible that this Wu Pianju boy can freely enter and exit the plane of my waiting devil's cave? Bullshit. All the perceptual saint demon kings who are good at tracking, probing, and searching have been thrown into the sea, and not a single piece of news has been brought back? Damn, this human race is poisonous. Information is here. The descendant of the martial god of the Saint Talent. List, Wu Pianju, is good at creating exercises, the god of human combat. Skills, and once entered the human race power, Xinyan Palace. When the major demons were communicating with spiritual thoughts, a sound transmission suddenly broke the silence. It's not good, something big has happened. Ladies and gentlemen, Tianqi. Demon Venerable and Earth Sha Demon Venerable have done it. A holy demon king with evil eyes like green snakes knelt down on one knee and reported. The demons were stunned. At this fucking juncture, my own people are still doing it? The wild demon clan often have civil wars, but generally speaking, it does not involve the top-level holy demon king and above, and the top-level holy demon king rarely fights. The major demons are responsible for governing their own domains, and generally do not easily cross the border. For battles involving demon venerable level, it is basically unlikely that they will fight in person. Demon Venerable started a war, earth-shattering. However, now the two old-fashioned Demon Venerables are actually working? No, aren't the two of them good brothers, how can they still work together? He's a grandma, this juncture hasn't stopped yet. What's their motivation for doing it? While scolding, the Demon Venerables asked the Peak Saint Demon King who reported it. The Holy Demon King said with shame. The reason they did it was because the Heavenly Red Demon Venerable was green, the Earth Demon Venerable was green. The wills of the 8 Demon Venerables present were all stunned once again. Earthshade is green? Are you dumbfounded today? With its identity, what female demons can't be found? Hundreds of millions of demon creatures are waiting for it to pick, why not go to another family? Also, and the Holy Demon King wiped his sweat, and the Demon Venerables were even more astonished, so what? Earth Demon Venerable also gave Heavenly Red Demon Venerable to green. The Demon Venerables? A grumpy Demon Venerable could not help but be furious, and the demon power surged wildly. Who the fuck is green? The blue-eyed devil hurriedly said, it's the two adults who are green. They are wearing cuckolds on each other. The demons were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Brothers yelling and cuckolding each other? Which one is this singing? Not right. Immediately, the will of a demon venerable instantly erupted with rolling demonic power, gloomy and deep. It's weird, think about it, these 4 days, we couldn't find that human kid. He seems to have disappeared in this wild demon world and never appeared, and he also left a banner to confuse our sight. This thing is weird. Come on, let's go there in person. The demon venerables responded extremely quickly, and they were dispatched one after another. This is the power of demon venerables. Their quick responses and aura of thinking are far beyond ordinary holy realms and holy demon kings. Saint Ninth Layer, Open Heaven Realm, Open 81 to 90 Holy Caves, and Holy Power. Opens the sky. The top of the open sky is the 9th turn, and the 91st to 99th holy acupoints are mainly concentrated in the brain and the sea of spiritual consciousness. As long as one is opened, the aura will skyrocket, and the ability to comprehend, perceive, and react to anything is far beyond that of ordinary saints. If it is said that the 9-level saint in front is mainly to temper the saint's holy cave and holy body, then the 9-turn saint is to develop the most extreme field of the saint and enhance the spiritual light of the saint's brain. There are dozens of ways to use and decipher the skills of opening the sky. And there are more than 100 kinds of saints in the 1 turn. The power of the self-destruction of the Kaitian realm is enough to threaten The saints of the first turn or even higher realms. But in ordinary battles, the latter will never give the former such an opportunity. Because the reaction speed of the two sides is not at the same level. This is also the reason why the opponent's demon venerable will react immediately. Their cultivation methods are very similar to those of the human race. In terms of destructive power, Kaitian realm can threaten demon venerable or Yizhuan saint. But in a way, it is impossible to threaten. Unless the two sides are trapped in a space, the two sides cannot move. The former self-destructed, pulling the other party to death together, otherwise. Once he turned to the realm of a saint, he would surely crush the creatures that opened the heavens. Frozen hell, 8 million miles away, a huge land plate. This place is the 5-demon realm of the wild demon realm. However, in the 5-evil realm at this time, the magic power is splendid, and it is like a rolling wave. After being a brother for so many years, you actually fuck my wife? Fart. You're such a devil to sue first, your uncles, it's obviously your first wife, to deal with Lao Tzu. The 2 demon cities were high in the sky, and countless demons were so frightened that they crawled and ran. In the void, 2 tens of meters of magic shadows crisscrossed, and the magic light shattered the entire sky of light. Every time there is a collision, the sky collapses, and the space in all directions is shaken into a vacuum. If it weren't for the guard formations left by the demon venerables in the major demon cities, they would have been reduced to ruins long ago. And the devil to sue first? You fart. And it's not you. Come on. If you don't kill you today, this deity is your surname. Come here, don't let anyone back. Divide life and death, return your brother. Disgusting, just a word, disgusting at home. The 2 great demons were slaughtered, from the sky to the earth, from the battle of the earth to the many dangerous forbidden places in the 5 demons domain. The surrounding sky collapsed, and the demonic energy raged in the 9 heavens and 10 places, as if a world-annihilating disaster had come between the heavens and the earth. All around are full of angry demons. Some of the lower-level holy devil kings, with low cultivation levels, were shocked with blood flowing, their eyes rolled, and they fell to the ground and twitched on the spot. Enough. Dang tang 2 demon venerables, just fighting like this, what will happen? If the 2 of you fight again, the deity will have to send a message to Lord Tiamazun. In the void, 8 shadows of chaotic evil spirits descended, each of them occupying one side, releasing the magic power, suppressing the 2 great demons, and temporarily stopped the battle. What are you old bastards doing here? Don't talk about this. He put a green hat on the deity and wronged Lao Tzu. Whoever persuades him to die. If you don't suffer from his evil, don't persuade you to respect your big belly. I advise you to stay out of your business, don't think that you can make a scene when you are older. Today, he is such a dog, I have to take it. Enough. A demon venerable with the purest demon power spoke angrily. What is the etiquette? Demon venerable took the lead to start the war. Regardless of everything. Now, think about it for the old man, have there been any major incidents in your 2 mansions recently? Also, there was a big incident in my wild demon world recently, and a human race sneaked in. And it may be one of the most important saints of the human race. The other party killed 14 peak holy demon kings with thunderous means. And severely injured shinnying demon venerable. Demon venerables from other domains already know about this matter and are investigating everywhere. So far, the infiltrated Terran has not revealed any clues, and you are fighting here. If you will be set up later, you will not know. When the eldest demon venerable with the highest status spoke, Tian Qi and D. Sha briefly put away their killing intent and fell into contemplation. Speaking of the incident, the two demon venerables looked at each other, their killing intent grew slightly, and snorted coldly. We have mobilized a lot of resources here, and are planning to send them to the battlefield outside the territory to help all parties. With these words, you demon venerables are struck by lightning. Thinking of the ice hell that was looted, all the demon venerables lost their voices in horror. Oops, go back and have a look. Inside the two magic cities. In the lowest warehouse, demon blood is flowing, and the smell of blood is rushing to Shaohan. In the magic city, those spares that have been ordered to mobilize a large number of cultivation resources to the battlefield outside the territory have all been emptied. Among them are the different crystals, the blood of various orcs, the blood of the dragon, the massive 8th order heaven and earth treasures, the holy pills intercepted from the human race, and so on, all of them are gone. How is this possible? This area is the area with the strongest calamity energy in the 5 demon regions. Except for the peak holy demon king and above, ordinary demons can't even resist entering here. The two demon venerables were dumbfounded almost at the same time. In the wild demon world, such a thing has not happened in countless epochs. The reason why they almost didn't ask the strong to guard here, they used two peak holy demon kings to stand outside. There are various factors. First, the peak holy demon king is still the main top force in the demon world, and it is impossible to divide too much to guard the level. Second, the calamity energy here is so powerful that only a demon venerable can easily enter it. The cultivation of the open heaven realm will even be crushed into serious injuries by the calamity. Therefore, sending more demons to guard is purely superfluous. Moreover, the 5 demons' domain is an area guarded by the 5 demon lords. And there have been almost no major theft incidents here. Who would steal Mozen's head for nothing? Not to mention the resources from Zhenfeng so far are resources that are hand-picked by more advanced to be sent to the battlefield outside the territory. Stealing means offending higher-level demon nobles, which is equivalent to courting death. One step too late. It was put together. The major demons gritted their teeth, and when the anger erupted, the demonic power destroyed the sky, shattered a void, and was furious. This kind of incident has not happened in the past. It does not mean that it will not happen in the future. This time, the wild demon world has really encountered a hard stubble. A really tough character that makes their scalp tingle. At this time, what drives the demon venerables even more crazy is they found the banner again. In the warehouse, where the aura of calamity surged into a vortex, several banners were pulled. Mozen, always take one step behind me. Wu Pianju, who is honored in the 9 heavens and 10 places, only I, Pianju, are the first. Wu Pianju. I won't mess with you this time, lest others say I'm cruelty to animals. Wu Pianju. The gods have spread their wisdom all over the world, but you fools are the only ones holding an umbrella. Wu Pianju. This green hat king, please accept the 2, I would like to call you the greenest. Wu Pianju. Roar. Sun Tian's roar shattered the void and overturned the world. The human race is extremely powerful. This deity must smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. I am your ancestral board of Wu Pianju. The wrath of the sky swept across all directions, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and clouds moved in 10 directions. I don't have time to talk about these 2 lunatics. Go and inform demon. Venerable other domains. Be on guard. This human race is very likely to have extremely high concealment methods. He may already be aiming at other targets. Don't let him succeed. Otherwise, the few above will blame it, and we will have to pay for an accident. The 8 demon venerables hurriedly escaped into the void, crossed 1,000,000 miles, turned back to the demon tower, and began to communicate with other demon races. A certain void, in a magic city. Lin, who had a panoramic view of all this, took a sip of the fine wine, calmly grinning his teeth. He patted the air transport capsule on his waist, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Wild demon world, let you have a few more waves. Lin Chen, continue to take action. How did Lin Chen exchange the female demons of the 2 demons, and let them wear cuckolds to each other? It's very simple. First incarnate the demons, with 2 avatars, sneak into their respective mansions, and then escape into the superspace plane. In this case, the superspace plane can become the space plane connecting the 2 sides. Then, in the superspace plane, launch superdimensional teleportation, and exchange the criminal evidence on both sides. Then, when the 2 demon venerables are doing some primitive things, they will find evidence that they are wearing cuckolds at the most critical point. Spontaneously. At times like this, it's hard not to get angry. I have to say that the more Lin Chen used it, the more he felt that the super space plane was the most applicable and most powerful orange-level talent. Lin Chen's superspace talent is naturally different from the space plane created by the saint. Saints can create their own space plane in the holy world, but the stability of the created space plane depends on the conditions of the creator. And if the created space plane is to be moved, it must be attached to a special container, and this container is the space holy artifact. Also, space containers have many limitations. For example, if the cultivation base is stronger or equal than the creator, if the opponent resists even a little bit, it is impossible to enter the space holy artifact. But something like Lin Chen's superspace plane can be opened with a clone. And each clone can be carried with you, and can transfer various things interchangeably. There are not many talent points, you have to save some waves, otherwise something will go wrong, and you won't have enough talent points when you go back. Lin Chen, continue to disguise as a wild demon and sneak into other areas. After the previous battle, Lin Chen has determined that so far, only the will of the demon emperor can see through his disguise, and the demon venerable has not been able to discover his disguise. Next, strange events appeared in the wild demon world. In the major demon domains, the news that came out from nowhere has caused turmoil in the demons. Shocked. 8-armed demon venerable was actually the culprit who destroyed the Feng Yen demon venerable clan 10,000 years ago. Shocking secret. The son of the 1,000-faced demon venerable, who is not his own, actually discovered this thing from the 1,000-faced demon venerable's mansion. Why was the daughter of Yin Long demon venerable buried for 100,000 years? A certain demon venerable took a look at the grave, and the ancestors actually engaged in 2 demons in the grave? The demon king was dismembered, and the demon lord cried at night. What did it do that night? Behind all of this, is it the distortion of demonic nature, or the collapse of power? Enjoy watching the large-scale demonic bazaar program, Shower, is that you? The entire desolate demon world has exploded. The powerful peak holy demon kings of all parties, and even the demons, have been born one after another, or civil wars have broken out, or they have joined forces to find enemies. Many of these seemingly exaggerated secrets are actually secrets that have been buried in the demons for many years. And when some demon venerables came back to their senses, the treasure house in the family was empty. The saucy man has gone by the holy dragon, leaving only the empty building here, and stealing it for eternity is like a long night. In just 1 month, the demon venerable of the entire desolate demon realm was disturbed by 1/5. Don't look at 1/5, which seems to be very few, aside from the accident of seclusion and special events. Half of the demons who can be mobilized have acted. This is an unusually large number, and it is a terrifying lineup that is enough to shake the sacred world of the human race. In the past dynasties, there are very few events that can make so many demons take action. At a certain point in time, the rumored legend suddenly disappeared and disappeared, as if it had never appeared again. A large number of demons have not found the perpetrator from beginning to end. But there are still a lot of incidents where evil deeds have been exposed, resulting in the mess of the demon civil war waiting for the demons to clean up. And Lin Chen, using the reincarnation of the demon king and the magic eyes of successive Kyushus, after the demon venerable blocked a large number of areas again and again, he evacuated safely. All the demons agreed that this was a provocation from the human race. It is definitely to provoke the majesty of their wild demon clan. Just when the wild demon cave was in turmoil on the other side, the endless star field turns into a constellation and rotates in the entire universe. Countless flowing fires, wind blades, ice storms, tornadoes, space storms, raging from the star field, from time to time, are collapsed into endless black holes by the space boundary, sucking everything out. There are also extremely terrifying energy ray bursts, such as a beam of light, guns penetrating the sky and the earth, traversing a very far distance in the universe. Wherever they passed, continental plates, meteorites and comets, but in an instant, the flames collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. There are dangers and opportunities. This area contains the most dangerous areas in the world, and it also has one of the rarest opportunities in the world. In the star field that hides countless mysteries, occasionally one or two Beoguang Xingxia is born, causing the heavens to fight and all things to be destroyed. Here is an extraterritorial battlefield, also known as the Sky Star Field. The human race, the dragon race, the demon race, and the area that they most want to control, have never been conquered, and the star domain where the race wars continue to unfold. In the human race, the cultivation base has reached the star-like state. You can go to the heavenly sanctuary, participate in the extraterritorial battlefield, and participate in the melee with the powerhouses of all ethnic groups. However, the danger is extremely high. Those who can survive are all monsters in ruthless characters. The star field in the sky is endless, and even the true gods have not been able to see the whole picture. The ultimate danger represents the ultimate benefit. If you can find a holy bond in the battlefield outside the territory, it will surpass the endless opportunities in the holy world, such as the 5 elements heavenly sacred qi, 9 suns burning treasure qi, Shueyue blue burning treasure qi, Tai Qiyang treasure qi, Wanlei holy source treasure qi, Yinyang chaos treasure qi, etc. If you get one, you will change your life against the sky. In the sky star field, there will be the birth of extremely strange energy, bodies between heaven and earth, or the treasures of heaven and earth that have been lost here. Top-grade Kayunling planting seeds, even top-grade spirit planting seeds. It's all here. Orange level intermediate, even the most mysterious orange level advanced. Exercises in the holy world, the legendary 9th rank holy artifact, or some ancient secrets, and so on. The Sky Star field has everything. As long as you have the ability, there are countless holy fates in the sky. Star field. In the Sky Star field, the territory of the human race, within the suspended continental plate, an ancient pagoda shone with infinite starlight, rising into the sky like no end in sight. On the 4th floor of the Star Tower, a group of super evildoers have just experienced a war and are recuperating here. A super evildoer in a azure star robe, handsome and refined, standing in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back, he couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the distant demonic realm. For many years, none of our human race has taken down that side. Several other super evildoers rolled their eyes immediately. Brother, what are you thinking? There is the entrance to the wild demon realm, and it is not a place where the human race can enter. Yeah, even if the holy kings, who are currently sitting on the battlefield outside the territory, force their way, they may be besieged to death by the demon venerable. Only if there are human races in the field, there will be ghosts. Ha ha ha, if someone appears over there one day, I'll call him Grandpa. The blue-robed monster sighed. Yeah. That's a forbidden place that the human race has never set foot on. I don't know if this young master will be able to see someone who can kill him in his lifetime. There are countless opportunities in the Sky Star field. Any saint who enters the star realm will have a high risk factor, but it is also the most likely place to change his life. However, what the human race has to face here is also the dragon race, the demon race, and the most ferocious characters. The characters who can stand out in the extraterritorial battlefield are those evildoers who are called the hope of the human race. The top 2,000 super evildoers on the evildoer list. What attracts the attention of the senior people of the race is the top 1,000 of the enchanting list. These 1,000 people are the legends who are active in the extraterritorial battlefield. The Star Tower, one of the main strongholds for the human race on the battlefield outside the territory, accepts all the saints who have returned from their missions, and is in charge of the saints' transactions and resource exchange. Star Tower, there is a holy king sitting in town. The 1st floor of the Star Tower. Another group of saints who were covered in blood came back. They died of injuries, but the saints in the lobby on the 1st floor of the Star Tower were not surprised, and they didn't even bother to look at them. 2 middle-aged looking sacred mind sword saints, covered in blood, supported each other, and walked to the counter on the 1st floor panting. They took out a golden card and stretched it out behind the counter, panting. I want to submit a mission. The old man sitting on the stage was not surprised, and he was accustomed to take their gold card and swipe it from the exquisite crystal stone of Xingguang. Saint Squad, 8 Desolate Sword Team, complete the 2nd level task. Successfully kill the top-rank Holy Demon King Qingjiao Demon King. Rewards: 3 rank 6 Holy Pills, 10 billion gold Holy Yuan coins, and 1 orange rank primary movement technique. After the submission was completed, the old man threw the gold card back to them, and the wounded juggernauts searched for the training room and entered the healing room. The fall of a Naxing realm, placed in the 36 domains of the holy realm, was a major earthquake. But in the Sky Star field, this kind of thing is not surprising. The 8th floor of the Star Tower. Here, there are many visions, and the holy clouds are lingering. In the ceremonial hall on the 8th floor of the Star Tower, it is as beautiful as a fairyland. One after another figure bathed in the endless holy rainbow light, as if coming out of the realm of the gods. If it is a woman, the style is different, and the fairy is outstanding. Or charming, like a handed-down beauty, or valiant, like a generation of heroes, blooming sonorous roses on the battlefield. The man is even more handsome and straight, or fierce and domineering, or arrogant and dignified, or in charge of the universe, calm and relaxed. Hey, I said this is a big deal, and I want to call us all together. An enchanting youth, with 4 holy swords on his back, biting 2 rank 6 snow pulp holy fruits, smiled cynically. Shouldn't it be, you want to promote me to the top 100 of the evildoer list? It's too sudden, I'm not ready, I'm sorry. Next to him, the young man with blood pupil sneered, his golden robe was embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, the dragon mighty soared into the sky, and he smiled sternly. Fang Yanchuan, how many years have you not slept? Did you start daydreaming? Before you even started to sleep? Huh? The guy who ranks 10 places lower than me, how do you talk? No big or small. The youth in Shui pouted. The beautiful girl with a blue moon carved between her eyebrows couldn't help laughing. TSK, look, I can do it for you. Ranking 800 is just like that. If I give you the ranking of this young lady, wouldn't you want to go to heaven and join Chaos Jiang side by side? Your brain is as flat as your chest. You say it again. It's called being slender, you know what's slender? Does this lady care about those 2 or 2 meats? A joke? Okay, everyone, stop arguing, let's talk about how much more handsome I am this year than last year. Everyone unanimously, go away. Some evildoers are silent, and some evildoers are wiping their holy bows, hiding their sharp edges. Some had smiles on their faces, never said a word, and there was a spiritual storm between their brows. Some play. Some are not angry and arrogant, and the world of thunder seems to be shattering in a pair of tiger eyes. Some are empty-handed and unremarkable. However, there is a peerless sword chi brewing, and a movement of the body can trigger a sword chi storm at any time. Amazing. This group of people, as long as they appear, will become the most dazzling existence in the world. They are the top 1,000 super evildoers on the evildoer list. A true handed-down talent is rare in the world. The saints are not listed, they are the pioneers of the entire era. Some of them expand acupoints more than 2,000 times, or even 3,000 times, and condensate acupoints 400 times or 500 times. Some are young enough to be satisfied with the star realm, and some even step into the threshold of the holy state of mind. Some are not in a sanctified state of mind, but they are more than a holy state of mind. Today, 320 top 1,000 super evildoers gathered on the 8th floor of the Star Tower. Almost half of the top 1,000 monsters on the enchanting list are here. This kind of scene, even if it is placed in the Star Tower, is hard to see. Okay, let's not compare. Silence. At this time, 4 old antiques appeared like ghosts and walked quickly to the ceremony hall. This time you are summoned, there is something important. All the evildoers looked at the 4 elders. They spread out the space jade slip in the palm of their hand, and a starlit map is presented in light and shadow. The light spot marked above is the area where you need to act and be alert. This time, there is also this position in the center. We have intercepted the information of the demons. They seem to have found something in this area. Now, they are concentrating on mobilizing their power to come here. A red-haired old man pointed to the center of the map, where a huge vortex was spinning. All the monsters were stunned for a moment. Fang Yanchuan, who had been cynical before, suddenly became serious. Elder Ren, you're not kidding. This ghost place is the territory of the demon race. And it's still in the star territory. The one that has been discovered so far has the heaviest aura of calamity, the demon prison of heaven's evil. The red-haired old man sneered, otherwise, if I call you here, you think you are playing with the strength of you little monsters, ordinary peak holy devil kings may not be able to stop you. A white-haired old man took over. This mission belongs to insider information, and it comes from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan has already sent a strong man on the road. We don't know the real purpose of the Demon Clan yet, but if we sit still, we might miss some important things. Fighter aircraft. So, this matter can only be handed over to saints who are trustworthy and capable. Of course, we already have other saints and open heavens, and 5 first-turned saints will accompany them, but we still need you. The ability to provide cover for a few rank 1 saints. If you can complete the task this time, the rewards are so rich that they have already been sent to your enchanting orders. Everyone raised their hands to look at the enchanting order, and when they saw the dense and dazzling reward bars, they were immediately moved. However, this is an unprecedented tough battle. This is to sneak into the border of the demon world. Moreover, the aura of calamity in the Tiani demon prison itself is particularly terrifying, and even the demon clan demon venerable did not dare to approach it without authorization. The danger of the mission is even more terrifying than hunting and killing a top-level holy devil or even a top-level holy devil. What if the other party dispatches the heavenly demon venerable or a powerful demon venerable for such a critical task? At this time, a cool and beautiful super evildoer said indifferently, "It's okay." The red-haired old man shook his head. Now is a special period. The demons of the demons are limited, and there is a high probability that they will not be dispatched. The holy king of our clan also needs to sit in the star field for every week. The 2 sides hold each other and will not act rashly. Even, the number of demon venerables is not too large. This is a dark team. They want to enter, and they have to beware of their own demon race. In order not to be easily exposed, the number of powerhouses sent will not be too many. All the monsters looked at each other. Done. Most of the super evildoers, almost without hesitation for too long, decided in one fell swoop. The courage of the super evildoers are not idle evildoers, and they take risks, and they have done it here. An unprecedented storm is brewing. At this time, these super monsters of the human race have not yet known what they will encounter. Because next, they will witness the sky-defying moment that completely subverts the history of the human race and refreshes their cognition. Inside Tiangai Academy. On the top of a mountain, when Lin Chen's body opened his eyes again, his qi and blood skyrocketed. That's right, the flow of time in the wild demon world is the same as that in the holy world, 1 month in the mortal world and 1 year in the next year. 1 month in the demon world is only about 3 days in the human world. Lin Chen exhaled solemnly, a strange light flashed across his eyebrows, but more of it was ecstasy. He has withdrawn his clone and Lin Ping into his side. There are too many treasures in the wild demon world, too many to tell. However, Lin Chen is never greedy. What he has the ability to grab, he won't even leave a root hair to the other side. He wouldn't bet on the risk of Lin Ping's being injured if he couldn't take it away. You know, he infiltrated the devil's nest, the devil's realm. Sneaking into such a place is as serious as the demons entering the heavenly sanctuary of the human race. It is equivalent to provoking the dignity of the demons. After a month of fuss, the wild demon world may also disturb a higher level powerhouse. Now I am far from being able to compete with the peak of the demon, let alone the higher level heavenly demon. If I encounter the heavenly demon, I'm afraid I'll lose some meat if I can withdraw. Lin Chen chose to withdraw now, the time was just right. His 3 avatars have a clear division of labor, and one is responsible for being near the forbidden area of the wild demon world in order to open the superspace plane to teleport the avatar back. One is responsible for opening theft at critical moments, and the other is responsible for handling important events, eavesdropping, or spreading rumors to the demons, and if there is any accident, Lin Ping'an can also temporarily divert firepower. After this trip, Lin Chen's attribute value skyrocketed. Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Holy Land 4 Perfection, Top Essence, 215 trillion points. Ultimate Strength, 820 Zunli, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 300%, Top Blood, 179 trillion points. Top Level Spiritual Power, 1,785.4 billion points, the perfect state of entering the Holy Realm. Top Level Martial Arts Essence, 4.1 million points, Top Level Rune Energy, 28.6 million points, High Level Tiandao Value, 7.85 million points. Advanced Talent Points, 700 million points, Set Essence, 2.1 billion points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 1.02 million points. Top Elemental Energy, 100 million Fire Elements, 100 million Earth Elements, 100 million Wood Elements, 100 million Gold Elements, 100 million Water Elements, 100 million Thunder Elements, 100 million Wind Elements, and 100 million Light Elements. Dark System 100 million points. Set Column, Gold God of War Set, Holding Parts, Ultimate Right Armor, Ultimate Left Armor, Ultimate Left Leg Armor, Ultimate Right Leg Armor, Ultimate Armor, Design Drawing. Talent Column, Bloodline Status Column, Exercise Status Column, Life Awakening Column, Nirvana Column, Characteristic Rune Column, Talent Combination Skills. Lin Chen's attribute value has reached an unprecedented peak in an all-round way. His strength has once again risen to a new height by leaps and bounds. Before killing the 3 peak holy demon kings and the 4 opening heaven juggernauts, the attribute values obtained were already terrifying. Now sneak into the demon race and kill 24 peak Saint Demon Kings one after another. Among them, some of the 14 peak holy demon kings in the Battle of Xian Ying Demon Venerable are still at the level of the late Kaitian realm. Even if Lin Chen's strength has skyrocketed once, it is almost impossible for Lin Chen to kill them all in a head-to-head battle. In addition, he stole a lot of treasures from the demon world, and the attribute values attached are countless. Compared with the top essence attributes, when he just expanded his acupoints, Lin Chen's top essence has soared more than 5,000 times. There are only 4 words to describe it: crazy. Once the power of the holy cave is condensed, Lin Chen will terrify the human race. If it's normal, my top-level Qi and blood attribute value should be higher than the top-level essence, but most of the top-level Qi and blood attribute value is absorbed by the Holy Dragon, so it is not displayed in the attribute box. But think about it, in the entire holy world, there may not be a second holy realm that can be as crazy as Lin Chen, who dares to break into the battlefield of the demon race in the cave expansion realm, washes a lot of Holy Demon Kings all the way, and fights the top 10 Holy Demon Kings, one after another. Kill 4 Kaitian realms, sneak into the Wild Demon world, and kill 14 Wild Demon Kings. It is said that the difficulty of gathering acupoints is several times or even 10 times that of expanding acupoints. However, now I should have enough background and accumulation to attack this realm. In Lin Chen's eyes, the light skyrocketed. This time, the element attribute value and the top essence have skyrocketed, which has accumulated a shocking foundation for his next acupoint. Condensation. There are a lot of treasures in the Wild Demon world, and it is almost the home of peace, so the two of us can disguise themselves as demons, and we can attack and defend. We can retreat and retreat. It's not false. Don't panic. Lin Chen got up and was about to go to another state. A beautiful and graceful figure is looming in the distant mountains. That direction was the freshman area when Class 66 entered the Tiange General Hospital for the first time. Looking at the beautiful and elegant figure of the beauty, Lin Chen's memory, like an opened box, slowly rolled out. The beautiful woman has long hair reaching her waist, a long blue gauze dress, pink lips and pink eyebrows, and her eyebrows are like flying snow in the distant mountains. Renner turned back from the villa, and seemed to have quietly activated a nearby formation to clean up the area. Lin Chen stepped and flashed into the villa in an instant. Here, as if nothing has changed, the area that was once destroyed by the old man Lu Ji of Lan Sun has also been built with a new residence. Lin Chen walked into the lobby. His dormitory area was cleaned up very cleanly, without a trace of dust, and the bed was soft and very clean. At this time, the long-haired beauty bent down and placed a coffee table in the lobby, carefully wiping it. Suddenly, when she heard footsteps, her heart skipped a beat, and she turned around anxiously, looking around. Empty. Wrong, an illusion? The beauty sighed, but suddenly saw a letter on the ground. She picked it up and took a look, and the letter said impressively, "I have an agreement with Miss Yang Qinger." The beautiful woman's jade hand trembled, and 2 lines of clear tears fell. Silently, she opens the letter. To the gentle and considerate Miss Yang Qinger, handsome Lin Chen still has important things to do. I can't see each other for the time being. I'm not afraid of seeing each other, but I'm afraid that I'll be reluctant to leave. So, we agreed that next time, you will bring wine and spices, and I will bring gluten. You bring steamed buns, and I will bring a gun. Let's talk about life, knowledge, and time management. By the way, talking about the strange postures I learned in those years, oh no, it's strange knowledge. After reading the letter, the beautiful woman burst into tears and laughed. With tears and laughter, like 100 flowers in full bloom, beautiful and delicate. You must come back safely and abide by the agreement. I am waiting for you. Outside the top of the mountain, seeing the beautiful woman read the letter, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Chen was turning around and preparing to travel through the void when he bumped into something, and the tenderness and fragrance hit his face. What blinded my eyes? Hey, who hit me with the ball, eh? Sister Yuechi, you. The glamorous and beautiful person stared at him with a smile that was not a smile and said softly, "This Yang Qinger, what are you going to do?" Lin Chen was in a cold sweat. "Mom, I'm afraid this is a bad proposition." Ling Yuechi said to herself, during the period of time she was silently following you, she took care of the affairs for you and waited for you silently. Don't let others down. These Lin Chen naturally knew that he had just returned to Tiange Academy, and Yang Qing'er didn't bother him for half a minute, but kept his residence spotless. Thinking about it, he was thinking of Lin Chen for him, thinking that he had something to do, but never thought of disturbing him. Such a woman, the world is geometric. Someone Lin couldn't help sighing in his heart, it's the hardest to accept the grace of a beauty. He coughed lightly, what the hell, Sister Yuechi, I will definitely not. Next time. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, Ling Yuqiu grabbed his hand and pulled him to the front. Beauty Dan's lips rose, picking out a charming and bright smile. However, don't think that if I agree, you will get carried away this time. There are so many girls you have fallen in love with, you can't bring all of them back, so what's the point? You are my man, and I don't allow other women. I can have whatever you want. Lin Chen immediately raised his limbs in approval. No problem. I have always believed in coquettish, but not obscene doctrine. Only entering other people's spirits, not other people's bodies. Ling Yuechi smiled when she saw that he was rarely so honest. Believing you to have a ghost, Lin Chen's mouth, a deceiving ghost. The beautiful woman burst into a smile, like a stunning beauty, which made Lin Chen couldn't help staring at it. After Lin Chen left, a graceful figure like a lotus floated over, standing beside Ling Yuechi, smiled slightly. Sister Ling Yuechi, only you, and Miss Bai Ruoyan, can control him. The person who came was naturally Ning Qingxian. After she became a saint, her temperament was 3 points better than that of the year before. Ling Yuechi shook her head slightly. In this world, how can there be a woman who can control him? Meeting him is simply the nemesis of our women. Ning Qingxian covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her eyes rolled around. And she felt the same way. Only when she talked about Lin Chen's affairs, her out-of-the-ordinary eyes would ripple a little. He will definitely become the person the dean said. No one can see through his fate. Tianzhou, absolutely Tianshan. The demonic energy here is overwhelming, and the mountains are like a saw, cutting across all directions. In the center, there is a dark red acupuncture point that rotates rapidly, as if connecting a demon prison one after another. The world trembles in fear. At this time, a handsome boy passed by and punched in the air, and the mountains and rivers fell in fear. Tear. The scarlet spike was like a sharp thorn, tearing apart the space. Turning into an arrow from the string, and with a snort, it shot into the dark red eye. Boom. The eyes of the acupoints were inserted upside down by red spikes, completely filled, deep and full. Affected by the 9 breaknails, all the space enchantments were brought into the lowest level, and the magic energy flowed back, and finally absorbed it back into the magic eye. Huh. It's finally done, and the only demon eyes suppressed by the Sky Tower are left. The 9 major demon eyes have completely suppressed 8. Lin Chen stepped in the air for a flash, and swept in the direction of the Sky Tower. In Shenzhou, since the fall of the pseudo-god family, a group of heroes have competed here, and each ancient family has reappeared brilliantly, starting a hegemony that belongs to Kyushu. However, Lin Chen did not interfere with the self-development of Kyushu. Today, his level is not what it used to be. Lin Chen went directly to the Sky Tower, and when he saw this vast and quaint tower again, Lin Chen was once again sure. This thing, far beyond the level of the holy artifact, has the divine might of the ancient gods hidden, and it is a genuine artifact. Lin Chen looked at the Sky Pagoda from afar, and was amazed. Artifact, when will I be able to complete an artifact with an identity like mine, my appearance, temperament, and cultivation? I can't say if I can't complete an artifact. Some people, he is just dissatisfied, he obviously has a trump card stronger than artifact, and he is greedy for other people's artifact. Men are always eating in the bowl, looking at the pot and wanting everything. Lin Chen put on a black robe, eliminated his breath, and sneaked into the team. Lin Chen can cross the void at will and move to any position in Kyushu, but only he must enter through the main entrance of the Sky Tower. The power of the artifact has been suppressed so far, not to mention Lin Chen. Even if the Holy King arrives in person, he has to obediently enter from the main gate, and cannot tear the space from the outside and enter the inner plane. Inside the Sky Tower, Dragon City number 10. It's still a familiar taste, and only if you seal the cultivation base can you enter the city. But this time, Lin Chen was no longer restricted, and he crossed tens of thousands of miles in one step to reach the final area of number 1 Dragon City. Sky Tower. In the dark secret room, a pair of eyes suddenly woke up. Huh? There are strong people approaching. What a terrible method, if it is. Not for the perception of the Sky Tower, I can't find it at all with my cultivation base. The Tower Master of the Sky Tower suddenly woke up, his figure flashed, and he moved to the position of the magic eye of the Sky Tower. Which senior is it, who came to visit my Sky Pagoda, eh? Lin Chen, Y.R. You. Seeing Lin Chen with his shoulders against the red spikes, the tower owner was stunned. Hello Tower Master, this junior has come back to seal the last magic eye. Forever. I have sealed all the 9 magic eyes in the Kyushu continent, and this is the last one. Lin Chen smiled lightly, but the tower owner was shocked. You have sealed the other 8 demon eyes? Did you get the 9 break nails? Wait, that means you succeeded in infiltrating the holy prison? And your cultivation base, I actually saw nothing at all. Well, the tower owner was completely shocked. When he wanted to test or perceive Lin Chen's breath, Lin Chen's body was like an infinite starry sky. If you want to investigate in depth, you will encounter an unprecedented holy prestige, as well as a sense of pure power oppression that suffocates the tower owner. Not what it used to be. The boy who was the emperor of war back then has grown to the point where he can only look up to his back. He is still fresh in his mind when he fought against the false gods. He expected this day, but he didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. The boy here is still young, but the boy here is not the boy of the past. However, before half a year has passed, the teenager is already standing at the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Lin Chen, your strength. The tower owner asked cautiously, even changing his tone very cautiously. He is no more than the 3rd-level cultivation of a saint, and in the mortal world, he can be said to have few rivals, but in the holy world, he is nothing more than a land overlord. Lin Chen smiled and said, Senior, you don't need to be polite, I'm also in the 4th level of the holy realm, expanding the acupoint realm a little bit. More than the predecessors, a little bit luckier, and a little bit more handsome. The tower owner was in shock. Expand the cave? A little bit? Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, 1,000,000 dots. After saying that, Lin Chen suddenly slapped it with a palm. Boom. The 9 break nails were inserted into the last magic eye like a blood-colored lightning bolt. Woohoo! A gust of demonic wind whistled, and all the energy was absorbed into the magic eye. G. A violent hissing roar burst out from within the demon eye, and finally annihilated into nothingness, dissipating between heaven and earth. In this way, the 9 magic eyes will all be finished. Seeing Lin Chen clapping his hands with ease, the tower owner sighed in his heart. He originally thought that it would take at least decades for Lin Chen to get to this point. Decades in the mortal world are hundreds of thousands of years in the holy world. This is still a very bold guess. However, this monster came back in less than half a year. You are truly a miracle in the entire Kyushu continent, Lin Chen. The tower owner couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lin Chen said shyly, I like to keep a low profile, and I don't like to be a miracle. It's good to be the most handsome in Kyushu. After chatting with the tower owner for a while, Lin Chen happened to find a secret room to retreat in the Sky Tower. He was going to recall his clone and Lin Ping'an came back. Sky Tower secret room. Through the avatar, Lin Chen witnessed the situation in the wild demon world. At this time, the great deeds of the clone have spread across half of the wild demon world. I have slaughtered a lot of the demons in this wave of wild demons and demons. I also used the super space plane too much to transfer the resources obtained from the demons and directly hand them over to the Bingxin Palace. During this time, Lin Chen consumed a lot of talent points and used the super space talent many times. Lin Chen still has 3 clones left in the Bingxin Palace. His clones can directly open the super space plane in the Bingxin Palace and take away a lot of the treasures and resources of the demons that Lin Chen intercepted. However, the talent points that need to be consumed are also astronomical. Due to the long distance between the clones on both sides, it takes billions of high-level talent points to open once. This caused Lin Chen to finally win the peak Holy Devil King, and all the massive talent points he obtained were squandered. The remaining talent points are only enough to teleport back to Kyushu once or twice from the demon world. It's time to retreat. The wild demon world has been turned upside down by me. If I force some celestial demons out, safety will be in danger. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and immediately decided to let the clone return. Although Lin Ping'an absorbed a lot of calamity energy, it was far from enough to compete with Tiamazon, and that kind of existence was comparable to the Holy King. Just when Lin Chen was planning to activate his supernatural talent, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at a certain direction in the void. Through his avatar, he seemed to see something incredible. The wild demon world, the corpse continent. A young silver-robed noble desolate demon stared blankly at the vast army that flashed across the sky. This team was led by a number of demon venerables. Right in front of the team, they escorted a group of energy light cocoons flowing with splendid and colorful brilliance. The innate energy in the light cocoon is so terrifying that it distorts the void. Even after being sealed many times, it is still so powerful that it makes the demons palpitate. Right below the magic city, some huge demons couldn't help but sigh. It's too strong. This is the first-class Demon King Brigade of the Wild Demon Clan, all of which are the strongest among the peak Holy Demon Kings. Even the Demon Burial Team and the Soul Eater Team have set off. I don't know what secret missions they are going to perform. Do you feel that the energy fluctuations escorted by the Demon Race Team are like the origin of the energy of the 5 elements? This kind of energy, this king only knows the innate 5 elements essence can have this level of energy. The size of the demons once again confirmed Lin Chen's thoughts. Even with his avatar, he couldn't help but sighed slightly. Your uncle, I actually met Brother Chen. Innate 5 elements essence. This item is the 5th piece of God of War, the main material for making the ultimate armor. Do you want to grab it? No, even if my holy dragon's power has skyrocketed Lot, even if I add peace, I can't beat the opposite side. As far as I can see, there are at least 5 demon lords who appeared just now, and the ones hiding in the dark are even more rare. Know how many there are. Not to mention, there are dozens of peak holy demon kings. This lineup, without the cultivation base of rank 3 saints or above, cannot be swallowed. Forest Farm quickly thought about the countermeasures. Innate 5 elements essence, this thing is truly unattainable. Lin Chen once asked Jiang Taishu for advice, and he bluntly said that this thing is the essence of the beginning of the origin of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Missing this time, Lin Chen doesn't know when the next opportunity will be. A hard grab is impossible. But it's impossible to escape. Although this lineup is strong, I'm not without a chance. You can only find the right opportunity, go up and do something special. Lin Chen's clone quickly followed the team up. Lin Chen's mental perception was unusual, and Lin Pingyan guarded him, keeping a very long distance from the big team of the demon race. This team is moving very fast, and seems to be rushing to certain areas in a hurry, and Lin Chen is always following. 3 days later, Lin Chen lurked for a very long distance, and he saw from a distance that the target they were heading for seemed to be inside a whirling purple-brown vortex. This is. Lin Chen was shocked. The purple-brown vortex is filled with terrifying calamity energy. Unprecedentedly intense. Wow. It's so big, so many, I like it so much. Lin Pingyan, who was beside Lin Chen, witnessed this scene, and even almost jumped up in cheers. If she can enter the vortex, she will definitely be able to break through the existing realm and reach an unprecedented peak. Hey, no, someone is here again. Lin Chen quickly hid, pulling Lin Pingyan to hide next to a broken meteorite, suppressing his breath to the lowest level. Boom. I saw a group of menacing figures hovering in the air with a smile that shook the wind and thunder. The wild demons and demons, are they only sneaky mice? Coward, too coward. Ha 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 ha. A group of guys who only use dark guns behind their backs, this seat will let you splatter the stars today. Countless dragon roars, transformed into the power of true dragons, swept across the entire starry sky, across the 8 wastelands, and ruled the world, descending into the hundreds of millions of miles of void beyond the purple-brown vortex. Lin Chen was amazed. These comers turned out to be the powerhouses of the dragon clan. Come on, let's get more people, don't care what kind of clan, work hard, I will have a chance to grab it. It doesn't matter if the plot is conventional. The most important thing is to be cool. Lin Chen couldn't wait to urge in his heart. Moreover, none of them are lower than open heaven realm, all of them are ruthless characters. As soon as the dragons appeared, a large number of holy demon kings guarding the vicinity immediately rioted, and the tidal demons attacked the demons. Overwhelmingly. The dragons are not afraid of battle, and they show their bodies to fight. 10,000 dragons cover the sky, and dragon energy dances wildly. The powerhouses on both sides broke out an unprecedented war from outside Tiani Demon Prison. Just relying on your dragon clan, you also want to invade our clan's territory, just stay honest. Humph. Just a few dragon venerables, just want to stop our clan's plan, and court death. Although I don't know how you know our clan's information, but just relying on these crooked melons and jujubes, you want to stop my wild demon clan, you are thinking of shit. Boom. The magic power descended from the sky, like a comet covering the sky. It was suffocating. In the void, 3 figures with their arms folded in their chests slowly walked out, with two pitch-black devils engraved between their brows, rising with glorious magical power. Damn it, there are still 3 demon venerables, 2 of which are still Tianqi and Disha. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. Fortunately he didn't get up just now, otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. The dragon camp, led by the 3 men in purple gold robes, looked solemn. Tianqi, Disha, I can't think of them even coming. These 2 guys joined forces, and only the Dragon King, who has 2 rank 2 cultivations at the same time, can suppress them. I don't know if the human race will believe our secret report, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to stop these guys today. On the Dragon Clan's side, the voice just fell. On the other side of the Blue Star Hanoi, many figures began to appear one by one. If they're not enough, how about adding us? Ha ha ha, is this the demon venerable of the desolate demon clan? It's interesting. I haven't fought with you for many years. Come here, let the old man Kong Kong, how have you improved? This is the first time in our history that we are so close to the demons' territory. This group of figures is surrounded by holy clouds, and a ray of holy light is shining brightly, reflecting the entire starry sky. These people, old and young, have extraordinary momentum. Once they appear, they seem to occupy the backbone of the world, and they have formed a kind of holy power that rivals the demon army. Damn it. It's true. Lin Chen's eyes widened and he almost cried out. It's too fake, there are people in this ghost place? Especially when Lin Chen stimulated his mental perception and stared at the group of people. Among them, there are 4 rank 1 saints. The red-haired old man who led the team was burning with red lotus and red flames. He was actually a rank 2 saint. In addition, there are 30 veteran Kaidianjing and more than 300 young people. Good guy, each of these guys is a few grades stronger than that Zhao Mingyu from the Zhao family. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. He was almost certain that 99% of these people were the top 1,000 big men on the evildoer list. Human race can come up with this kind of evildoer, the number is limited. 1/3 of the top 1,000 of the enchanting list have come. This is a real battle of the world. Brush. 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 The people on the enchanting list, outside the territory of the wild demon clan, formed a formation side by side, holding a variety of sacred artifacts with different visions, and the holy power was like a sea. Boom. An unprecedented holy power, combined vertically and horizontally, shocked the 9 heavens and 10 places, like an unprecedented storm, swept toward the demons. This is the holy light coercion that only the top 1,000 evildoers on the evildoer list and who have expanded their acupoints more than 2,000 times are qualified to form the holy light. This is an extremely rare combination of 300 evil geniuses in the history of the human race. However, on the demon race side, several demon venerables looked at each other and smiled. The smiles on the corners of their mouths were full of mockery and disdain. Lin Chen raised his brows, looking at their expressions. The demons actually have a backer. I don't know whether to live or die, and the human race, which has been suppressed by my clan for countless years, also wants to break into our clan's territory? This prince will let you learn today what is courting death. Boom. A magical energy descended like a sharp arrow, tearing apart the starry sky. The pressure of a certain demon who was previously hidden in the team suddenly skyrocketed. This demon has lost its disguise. Its hair is light at the roots, its long hair is fluttering, and its beautiful and unparalleled face is like a bright jade. When the eyebrows are raised, a pair of blood-colored eyes are extraordinarily demonic and evil. Its appearance is the same as that of the human race, except that there are a pair of fleshy wings that are several feet in size on the back. It smiles slightly, and the evil spirit is monstrous. The space, light, and energy around him all collapsed and distorted. The coercion like a king of 10,000 demons, crushing the 8 wastes around, conquering thousands of worlds, and dominating the heavens. Boom! Boom! With a loud explosion, the vast holy might formed by the joint efforts of 300 super demons was crushed to pieces in front of this demonic youth. More than 300 super monsters snorted and retreated, suppressing 300 super evildoers with one's own power. I'm a basket, is this really true? Lin Chen's pupils shrank. The vast majority of these 300 or so super evildoers are holy states of mind. Some monsters are even comparable to the level of open heaven. 300 evildoers are actually no match for a young demon. It's him. Can't be wrong, this coercion is one of the 36 princes of the wild demon clan, Prince Ma Huang. A gorgeous and charming super monster with a pretty face full of dignified 36 princes of the demon race. This kind of person is the son of the devil emperor. With the blood of the demon emperor, he is equivalent to the son of the human race. Everyone of the human race, are you the only rubbish here today? I still want to meet your human race's saint talent list. I can't think that it's only you. It's really boring. Crown Prince Mo Huang made an understatement, and did not take everyone on the enchanting list in the slightest. Damn, I suddenly want to run away. I really don't want to deal with this guy. To be honest, I'm not confident that I can make 10 moves in his hands. Other demons can use the number to delay, but the prince of the demons can't. Eat this. Going up and beating is a death. Even the red-haired saint led by the human race had a solemn face. He didn't expect this step of the demon race, the prince of the demon race. His dignity and prominence, comparable to the list of saints. There are even some princes of the demon race, which are a bit more terrifying than the list of saints. They never imagined that the prince of the demon race would come in person. Which means that there is an extremely important secret in the heavenly evil prison. I heard the name of the prince for a long time, but I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet you today. Now is the time for a good show. I don't want to fight, but I have to fight every time. At this time, the situation changed suddenly, and 6 figures appeared in the human race camp at the same time. 4 boys and 2 girls. The super demons were startled, and then they were ecstatic. 161 on the enchanting list, Fei Yuner. 152 Shui Haiming, 178, no regrets. There is also Xia Jiuyang in the 100th, Fei Yingshui in the 98th, and Fang Longji in the 96th. The morale of the Terran camp is soaring. The top 200 and top 100 big names in the enchanting list are here. TSK, how much attribute value does it take to fight this wave? Lin Chen rubbed his hands, his eyes flashed with unprecedented fighting intent. The strength is not enough. Since even the prince of the demon race has been dispatched, it is time for me to take out my trump card. Sky Tower, inside the secret room. Lin Chen's body was instantly taken away by a ray of green light and disappeared. Lin Chen's body, go to Tiani Demon Prison in person. The Great War is about to start. The gentle and elegant Xia Jiuyang clenched his fists to the surprised red-haired old man. The superiors anticipated that there may be variables, so they invited us over. Senior, please give instructions. The red-haired old man looked happy. Then I'll leave it to you. We have to involve those old guys, this prince of the demon race, and we need you young people to deal with it. Remember, Tiani Demon Prison is one of the gathering places of disaster energy in the wild demon world. Today is the rarest time for disaster energy in hundreds of thousands of years. As long as they are stopped, the next time they are opened will be 10 times. 10,000 years later. The old man predicts that this time, the Tiani Demon Prison will resume its previous madness in 7 days at most, and it will be countless times harder for them to enter the sky. Fang Longji on the side nodded. Yes, the stronger the enemy's lineup is, the more necessary it is to block. The opponent has even dispatched the 36 princes of the demon race, proving this is no trivial matter. Even if you don't know the enemy's purpose, you must do your best to stop it. The demeanor of the 4 evildoers is particularly dignified. Your mission is to hold back the prince of the demon race, remember, don't have any thoughts of killing it. Whether it is a dying counterattack or deliberately revealing flaws, it will cause serious losses on our side. You are one of the few elites of the human race, and any loss is a loss to the human race. The red-haired old man solemnly explained that it is not realistic to kill the prince of the demon race. This battle is just right to delay. It means that if you drag it, you will drag it hard. You will win if you drag it. 318 evildoers stood together, facing the Prince Wang, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away. He was freehand, even playing with his fingertips, wicked and awe-inspiring, and smiled indifferently. Are you ready? Have you decided who will go? My prince prefers one-on-one fights, one-on-one with your group. Lin Chen, these words sound familiar, too familiar, and have an inner taste. The human race has a lot of power. It seems that our secret line information is not in vain. Go ahead and break their defenses. Force them to fight. The dragons are so strong, they are furious. Dozens of different dragon breath rays of light spewed out, and the dragons' might rolled over and overwhelmed a line of defense. Shoot, stop these ignorant things first, don't let them affect the ceremony. All the demons were moving, and all sides outside Tiani Demon Prison suddenly launched an unprecedented fierce battle. The chaotic war broke out like an avalanche, filled with every inch of vacuum. Human race, dragon race, demon race, and three-way battle. The wild demons and demons want to enter the Tiani Demon Prison at the border, and to enter, they need to use the combat power of the Demon Venerable and the Peak Holy Demon King to resist the calamity energy like a frenzy. And if Demon Venerable's combat power is used too much, the human race and the dragon race will wait for the opportunity to attack and stop their actions. Therefore, the demons can only enter the Tiani Demon Prison by preventing the strong men and dragons from outside the borders of the demons. The chaotic battle circles are rapidly taking shape, and the most terrifying is the battle circle of the Demon Venerables. When Demon Venerable fights, the opponents are the Dragon King of the Dragon clan, and the saints of the human clan are more than rank 1. This is the battle of the first turn saint. One breath uses 47 orange level combat skills. One turn saint is really scary. The same holy power uses several different grades in the hands of one turn saint. The evildoers on the evildoer list couldn't help but look sideways. If they can, they even want to stop and watch the battle of the saints. For the monsters of their level, watching a fight of this level will benefit a lot, and be able to comprehend many skills and experiences. Because the first-rank saint in the real combat state and the first-rank saint in the sparring state are completely different fighting trends. What can be Comprehended is not a grade at all. However, all the evildoers are waiting for you. The opponent they have to face is the prince of the demon race. Clang. 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 Pieces of well-known 7th grade holy artifacts were born one after another, covering the endless holy light, like clouds and shadows, flashing the entire starry sky. So strong. What a terrifying momentum, I'm afraid those big demon kings can withstand it. These human races are all strong. The demons all looked sideways, and were even a little worried about their prince. The momentum of the super monsters condensed, and even the entire team of their wild demons felt a little jealous. Ha 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 ha. Prince Mo Huang suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, evil and demonic. He opened his arms and smiled wickedly. Devil's clone. The devilish energy is rolling, covering the sky and the sun, the shadow of the Prince Mo Huang, free and turbulent, like an afterimage, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Infinite ghosts, like a hurricane, crushed away instantly. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, the stormy ghosts were emptied and crushed, and all the offensive and defensive battles brewed by all the super demons were all broken. In just an instant, all the super monsters were hit, their defenses were broken, they vomited blood and retreated, their faces pale. Prince Mighty. The prince is unparalleled in the universe, #1 in the world. The major demon kings of the demon race were in high spirits, shouting excitedly. Hiss. At this moment, as strong as Lin Chen, he couldn't help gasping for air, his pupils trembled. What kind of monster is this? Powerful. It's so strong. Repel more than 300 unparalleled evildoers in one move. Lin Chen also clearly saw that if it weren't for Xia Zhuoyang, the strongest, Fang Longji and other 4 evildoers launched their defenses at the critical moment, it's probably not as simple as a minor injury. This is too strong, this is the son of the Devil Emperor, the prince of the devil race. Is it a monster on the list of saints? Lin Chen clenched his fists unconsciously. The gap, he deeply felt the fatal gap. If this is the case, Wu Pianju, who is also on the list of saints, may also be able to achieve a similar record. The list of evildoers looked up to by the world may be against the sky. But in front of the legendary Saint Talents list, perhaps it is really vulnerable. However, there is no time to lose heart now. Lin Chen quietly waited for the opportunity. The other side. Everyone, if you hide any more, you will miss the opportunity. We are both human, do you want to be beaten up by the demons? Fang Long let out a deep drink. All the evildoers looked at each other, and the gap in their eyes was even less. Damn, I didn't expect that one day I would join forces with you. Your uncle, I want to complain about finding that monster to complain. Prince of the demon race, I want to have a fight with him in my dreams. In this battle, I will offer everything I have. The blood feud of the demons is inexorable. Boom. All the evildoers, regroup, or take holy pills, or stimulate the heart. Secret, and use the trump card at the bottom of the box. The border of the demon world is hidden in a meteorite crack. Lin Chen unconsciously prepared the God of War 4-piece suit, he was waiting for the opportunity. At this time, the innate 5 elements essence is being protected by a demon. Venerable, the 4-peak Saint Demon Kings. Once there is an opportunity, Lin Chen will enter the melee as soon as possible, with the 27% charged God of War 4-piece suit, full of firepower. Open the killing ring, and snatch the innate 5 elements Yuan Jing. Chance only once. If Prince Mo Huang and most of the demon venerables were brought back to their senses, Lin Chen would have no chance. An immortal-looking evildoer even waved his hand, and the dozens of evildoers nearby recovered more than half of their injuries immediately. Oh? Do you want to use all your strength? Prince Mo Huang sneered disdainfully, stepped out in one step, spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, and suspended in the air, facing all the evil spirits. Lightly. Prince Mo Huang laughed. Come here, you can be considered an appetizer at most. This prince's goal is to be a saint. Fang Longji smirked in anger. I'm afraid you'll break your teeth after eating our plate of appetizers. Fang Longji's hands were torn up horizontally, and 2 turbulent dragon claws crushed the stars. Prince Ma Huang's eyes narrowed, and he didn't even need to raise his hand. With one look, a swirling magic light appeared out of thin air, crushing Fang Longji's offensive. Boom! What came out of it was an unprecedented wave of offensive. More than 300 evildoers attacked in different ways. Boom! 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 War breaks out. This time, more than 300 super monsters have all shown their true skills, and even all their trump cards. All kinds of killer moves were fired frequently, and finally Prince Mo Huang appeared a little interested. The unique skills of the demons are brilliant. One demon alone blocks 300 super evildoers, and still has the upper hand. The background of the prince of the demon race is fully revealed. When the people, dragons, and demons fought each other, Lin Chen waited for the opportunity to observe. After killing so many peak holy demon kings, the holy dragon has now broken 2,000 powers, fighting alone, and is not afraid of the middle stage of the opening of the sky. My 3 clones each have the combat power in the early days of the Kaitian realm, but they can only use 3 of them. The main body combat power. If you use the God of War 4-piece suit, there should be few people below the late stage of the Kaitian realm that can compete with each other. I hit. Lin Chen quickly estimated the fighting strength of both sides, and looked at Lin Pingyan. Nizi, we have a big ticket, can you help me get rid of those guys? Lin Pingyan stared at the chaotic battle circle, and nodded earnestly with a rare pretty face. Well, no problem, the current Chi Luck spirit plant is enough for me to fire at full power 5 times. Below the demon venerable, there should be few who can stop me. During this period of Lin Pingyan, relying on Lin Chen's rioting in the demon world, it can be said that he is a dragon returning to the sea, absorbing an infinite amount of calamity energy, and his current strength is not what it used to be. By the way, can you control that vortex? Lin Chen pointed at the purple-brown vortex. Lin Pingyan stared at it for a moment and then shook his head. No, it has existed longer than me. The energy is too chaotic, too strong. I can absorb it slowly, but I can't control it to fight now. Lin Pingyan shook his head. The Tiani demon prison is the longest forbidden place in the wild demon world, and it contains an unknown amount of calamity. I am afraid that it can be traced back to the history of the first generation of suffering. Then it's basically confirmed. Later, you will cover me. Let's kill the 4 peak holy demon kings together, repel the demon lord, and take away the innate 5 elements essence. If we can succeed, we will immediately use the last supernatural talent. Return to Kyushu. Once Lin Chen made up his mind, he quietly waited for the opportunity. The battle went on for 1 day, 2 days, 4 days. In the star field, the battle is dark, and the galaxy is broken. More than 300 super monsters fought hard against the prince of the demon race. During this period, a total of 28 super monsters escaped with serious injuries, and 2 were on the verge of death and almost fell here. Finally, on the 5th day, the demon race camp seemed eager to decide the winner and the loser, and the offensive was fierce. Although it once overwhelmed the dragon race and demon race, it also suffered a lot of trauma. It's now. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. God of War 4-piece suit. Boom. The power of the God of War is invincible, and the boundless golden radiance is incorporated into Lin Chen's body, and his pure power has broken through. 2000 all the way. Lin Pingon took Lin Chen and crossed the void. Tear. The space exploded and opened a crack, and Lin Pingon and Lin Chen instantly landed on the battlefield. However, the two still maintained the disguise of the demons, which led to the fact that not many demons even reacted to the demon camp. Kill the past. Lin Chen and Lin Pingon instantly rushed to the team that escorted the innate 5 elements, 4 peak holy demon kings, and 1 demon. Lin Pingon flicked his finger, and the poisonous gas of infinite calamity surged like a frenzy, turning into a poisonous dragon and crashing. What? The demon venerable, headed by his quick-witted eyes, slapped his palm in an instant, and when he crushed dozens of calamity poisonous dragons, he retreated hundreds of miles and drank coldly. No, there are spies. These 2 demons are not their own. Boom. A golden light from the God of War descended into the middle of the 4-peak demon kings in the team, and the gray-white slowness talisman diploma exploded. Consumes 8 million top-level rune energy, and the host activates the slow rune. 8 million rune energy. This slow rune consumed nearly 1/3 of Lin Chen's total rune energy. If you don't make a move, it's enough. Once you make a move, Lin Chen is the strongest trump card. The moment an unprecedented slow rune exploded, as strong as the 4-peak demon kings, he was also caught off guard. It was at this moment that Lin Chen and the 3 avatars appeared at the same time and hit him with an elbow. Boom. Time and space collapsed, sweeping through the 1,000 planes. Lin Chen exploded 2,000 powers with one blow, and instantly crushed the weakest peak holy demon king. Blast its head on the spot. It turned into a sky-high attribute value and was incorporated into Lin Chen's body. The other 2 clones each made a move to repel the 2 peak demon kings. Instant light fragmentation, heavenly claw. The 3rd avatar possessed by the holy dragon even aimed at the peak holy demon king with the strongest cultivation base. Boom. As soon as the demon king broke out of the shackles of the slow rune, he was caught off guard and was severely injured by the 5-stroke supernatural bloodline supernatural power. The holy dragon clone swept the azure blue dragon sword again, and cut its magic arm into 4 pieces. Not good. Only then did the demon venerable, who was repelled by Lin Pingon, realize that the opponent's goal was the innate 5 elements essence. Don't try to ruin our clan's plans. Demon venerable awe-inspiringly stretched out a magic hand, piercing through the void, and the magic light was shot like a giant palm, but it was once again broken by Lin Pingon. The holy demon king, whose demon arm was cut off, gritted his teeth fiercely, stood up again, revealed his body, and turned into a huge demon Kuan, who was about to swallow the innate 5 elements essence in one bite. Tear. Another 5 claws were rolled against the sky, and Lin Chen's body punched again, revealing the holy demon king of the magic Kuan's body. Instead, he became a target. Lin Chen couldn't care less about Hurricane's attribute value when the A tribute light ball quickly merged into the clone, but grabbed the innate 5 elements essence. The moment he held it tightly, Lin Chen's eyes were full of fiery heat. The terrifying energy fluctuations, such as filling the whole world, are not at the level that the Space Saint artifact can accommodate. Supernatural talent. Lin Chen consumed the few talent points again, opened up the supernatural talent, and included the innate 5 elements essence. This treasure belongs to him, Lin Chen. Huh? Has something changed? Far beyond the border, Prince Mo Huang, who was still fighting with more than 300 super monsters, turned his eyes to his own camp in an instant. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes just turned to this side. The sights of one person and one demon just meet. What the hell is going on here? My wild demon clan has a traitor? What's going on? Didn't I say that all the demon kings I could trust so far were chosen? What did those guys do? The other party came prepared, and the innate 5 elements essence was taken away. Fast. Dispatch the fastest people to take them down. On the demon race side, chaos suddenly appeared. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Lin Chen took less than 3 breaths in the whole process from appearing to winning the innate 5 elements essence, and by the way, he also killed 2 peak holy demon kings. Traitor of the demon race? Looking for death. This prince has personally run over you today. Prince Ma Huang is furious. Sigh. Boom. The terrifying demonic energy exploded, directly shocking dozens of super monsters, and their faces were horrified. Prince of the demon race. One person and one demon, when looking at each other from a very long distance, the smell of gunpowder is full. Boom. In all directions, the demons were resurgent, and a large number of holy demon kings aimed at Lin Chen to attack, forcing his clone to immediately dispatch to block. Because of Lin Chen, the fighting pressure of the human and dragon clans suddenly decreased. Although I really want to meet the legendary demon prince, but my goal has been achieved, let's go. When Lin Chen was about to pull Lin Pingyan to launch the superspace talent to slip away, Prince Ma Huang swept away the evil spirits in all directions with one palm and took a step across the sky to move the surrounding void. Devil's way of empty space. Boom. The space exploded, and directly above Lin Chen's head, the figure of Prince Mo Huang appeared. Hiss. All the evildoers sucked in a breath of cold air. Prince Ma Huang still has this secret skill hidden in it. If he used it in the battle just now, they would have suffered heavy losses. It is very possible to even destroy more than a dozen super evildoers. Obviously, Prince Ma Huang didn't show his true skills before. The traitor of the lowly race, die for this prince. Prince Ma Huang pointed his head at Lin Chen with a palm, crushing the galaxy, covering all of Lin Chen's perceptions. Lin Chen even had a dull sense of being stuck in the dark, and even his thoughts were stagnant. Damn, so scary? Lin Chen instinctively increased the power of the God of War 4-piece suit. The Holy Dragon clone suddenly activated the power of blood, and the Taishi divine light turned into a halo and enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen drank coldly. What about the prince of the devil race? Break it for me. Lin Chen turned around and swept out with one leg, and his strength broke through 3,000. Sigh. Boom. The demonic energy exploded, and the boundless darkness filled the entire galaxy, as if it could devour the starry sky. Lin Chen was knocked back 100 miles by a move, even though he had an absolute defense bodyguard, his whole body was in turmoil. Prince Mo Huang stepped back 4 steps in a row and smashed the void, his Expression showing surprise. Where did the demons come from, and they still didn't die after taking a move? From this prince? Damn, it's very dangerous. If I didn't use Taishi Divine Light in the move just now, even if I had the God of War 4-piece suit, I would have lost half my life. Lin Chen frowned. It was not difficult for him to escape, but the problem was that Lin Ping'an was delayed by another demon venerable, so he couldn't leave her here. Must break out. Even if a clone breaks through, he can go to Lin Ping'an's side, and vice versa. However, what stood in front of Lin Chen was the prince of the demon race. Lin Chen must drag him down. Human camp, super monsters. What's going on? The demons seem to be in chaos. Don't worry about them, hurry up and adjust, maybe they will call again later. If you can help, hurry up and help other battle circles. It is best to destroy their borders in one go. The super evildoers acted one after another, not letting go of a fighter. In the void, Lin Chen's 3 clones were surrounded by demon kings. However, all the phantom clones were blessed with the Taishi Divine Light, and they were crushed all the way. Especially Lin Chen's Holy Dragon clone, with 2,000 dignified powers in his body, an ordinary peak Holy Demon King, he would have to be crushed into serious injuries within a few moves, and the attribute light balls were collected wildly all the way, and the battles became more and more fierce. And Prince Mo Huang was keeping an eye on Lin Chen. Hand over the innate 5 elements essence, this prince will spare you a dog's life. Hand over to you. Lin Chen threw a punch again, crushing the void into a vacuum road, shattering the light, and attacking Prince Mo Huang. With this punch, the power has been raised to a new level, and it has broken through 3,500 extremities. I don't want this prince to reward you with this dog face, you are stubborn. And you are courting death. Prince Mo Huang raised his hand and slashed a finger, and a crack-like gap burst into the void. A needle-like magic light pierced the fist wind, bursting the aftermath of the sky, and shattered a large number of meteorite cracks. Lin Chen's power-packed punch was shattered by his finger. Behind him Mo Huang, a pair of fleshy wings swayed sharply, and the blade-like purple-black magic blade roared out, thousands of them, sweeping Lin Chen's direction. Since I haven't made a list of saints yet, let's warm up with you, the prince of the demon race. Lin Chen's shoulders shook sharply, his fighting spirit burst out, stepping on a large void, urging pure power to rush towards Prince Mo Huang. His fists were like a gust of wind and rain. Lin Chen struck 1,000 times in an instant, blasting all the magic blades in all directions. Sigh. Tear. A magic hand, mixed in the exploding magic blade, probed directly into Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen charged up violently, suddenly raised his leg and hit his knees. Crushed the 1,000 layers plane, shook the devil's hand away with one blow. Turned back and punched the Prince Mo Huang, who was hiding in the void, with a backhand. Slaughtering palms. Slow rune. Devil burial divine sea. Super chaos, break it for me. One person and one demon, the tricks appear frequently, and the battle is broken. Seeing so many demons completely dumbfounded. What is the origin of this demon? He was able to fight evenly with the prince. Lin Chen can be said to have an outbreak of fighting spirit, and he tried his best. The recharge of his God of War 4-piece suit has not improved much compared to before. However, Lin Chen's body refining realm has soared several grades. The higher the host's body refining foundation, the higher the improvement of the God of War 4-piece suit. Even if the charge of the God of War 4-piece suit is only 1%, as long as Lin Chen wears it, his body refining power will be increased beyond the current stage. Prince Ma Huang became more and more upset with the battle. In terms of power, this demon race is by no means his opponent. However, Lin Chen resisted the many tricks of Prince Ma Huang with the help of Tai Shi Shengguang. The son of his generation of devil emperors, he couldn't take down a wild devil of unknown origin? Thinking of this, the arrogance of being the son of the demon emperor made the Prince Ma Huang take the offensive again and again, and beat Lin Chen's Tai Shi divine light to a dim and fragmented state. At this moment, Lin Chen showed a smile. Boom! Upheaval on the battlefield, happening again. Lin Chen's holy dragon clone successfully killed 2 peak demon queens, comparable to the early days of the Kaitian realm, and broke through to Lin Pingyan. And Lin Pingyan was even closer to the Tiani demon prison, so that the demon venerable who came to support did not dare to approach easily and was stunned. Is she immune to the calamity of the heavenly evil hell? Let's save the outcome for the next time. The prince of the demon race, I will force you to fight in the future. Lin Chen laughed sternly. He, Lin Chen, is about to slip away. Run after you hit it, it's really exciting. At this time, Lin Chen didn't realize how many attribute light balls he had absorbed, and his body was undergoing great changes. What a terrible monster. I didn't expect that there are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the demon clan. You see, this demon clan looks ordinary. Except for being handsome, he is not a fart. It is just such a guy who can actually fight with the prince of the demon clan to such a degree. It's really outrageous. I also feel that its life fluctuations are very young. Hard, too hard. It made my scalp numb. Look at his magical powers. Damn, even if he resisted the demon prince's 100 moves, he didn't break. If it is placed in our dragon family, this level of bloodline supernatural power must be at least the Peerless level, a trick that can only be performed by the son of the dragon. Even the powerhouses of the dragon clan fought against Lin Chen, and they all looked sideways, which can be said to be amazing. The 300 super monsters on the list of evildoers, known as the hope of the human race, can be seen by the opponent alone, and the 36 princes of the demon race are all ruthless characters. The moment the holy dragon clone broke through, approaching Lin Pingyan, Lin Chen was finally able to escape. Super space plane. Brush. A green space light flashed over Lin Chen's head, and Prince Ma Huang slammed into the air. What? When Prince Ma Huang was surprised, Lin Chen had already appeared beside Lin Pingyan in the next moment. At this time, Lin Pingyan was already close to Tiani demon prison, which was the plan Lin Chen gave her from the very beginning. Lin Pingyan has a vast space, and all the auras of disaster are ineffective against her. And the demon venerables can't get close easily. When Lin Chen appeared, when he put his palm on Lin Pingyan's shoulder, he sent a voice transmission to countless strong men and smiled angrily. Time flies really fast, and it's time to say goodbye again, everyone. Will there be no Lin Dashui didn't finish his words, but his expression suddenly changed. A powerful wave of holy energy, bursting with desire, began to brew from Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. My mother, no. What a big deal. This fluctuation, Lin Chen is both unfamiliar and familiar. His 41st cave is about to burst. Expanding acupoints can suppress the condensing acupoints, but this also has a limit and a limit. Generally speaking, the higher the acupoint expansion, the longer the range that can suppress the realm. The same is true for Lin Chen. But this wave is something that Lin Chen has no idea about. He fought hard all the way from the battlefield of the 9 tribes, and killed countless holy devil kings, and also killed a lot of people in the open world. Not to mention that after he came to the wild demon realm, with Lin Pingin's strongest support, he started killing dozens of peak demon kings. And the top essence and top chi and blood harvested from this have long been a huge amount. If it weren't for the sacred dragon's bloodline, the starting point and foundation were extremely high, and it could accommodate a huge amount of top-level chi and blood attribute values. If it were another sacred dragon, perhaps the realm would be even better. Oops, not only the 41st holy cave, but also the 42nd holy cave may burst open. Between the light and the flint, someone Lin was in a cold sweat. Damn it, it's a lot of calculations, why didn't you get to this point? Condensing acupoints is by no means a trivial matter for those above the enchanting list. The stronger the acupoint expansion, the more terrifying the vision and power of condensing acupoints. Not to mention the sky-defying amount of acupoint expansion. Lin Chen, once the acupoints are condensed, the world will lose its color. If he returns to the Ning point of the Kyushu continent, the entire Kyushu will be blown up by him. Even if the space plane near Kyushu is evacuated, the safety of the Kyushu continent may not be guaranteed. After all, who knows how many times Lin Chen can condense acupoints? System, can I condense acupoints in the superspace plane? The system reminds the host that there are not many talent points left for the host. If you enter the superspace plane, you can maintain it for a maximum of 1 day. Condensing acupoints in 1 day is not realistic at all. If Lin Chen's acupoint was teleported away from the supertemporal plane during the process, he would really be hit like a living target. Then return to the holy world, this is the only possibility. System, send me back to the holy world. When Lin Chen was thinking of a countermeasure, the system popped up again. The target that the host needs to carry has a strong cultivation base and insufficient talent points, so it is impossible to open the superspace plane from the holy world. Lin Chen was stunned. During this period of time, he has been sending materials and resources to the holy realm, and he has used up a lot of talent points. The peak demon king that he killed earlier can only support him to return to Kyushu with Lin Pingin, but he cannot return to the holy realm together. Big trouble now. He can't leave this girl and run away by himself, but if he returns to Jiuzhou Ning Point, he will kill everyone. The holy cave is about to burst, sorry, I don't have much time to hesitate. Now. Lin Chen sweated like rain, and the pressure of the holy acupoint was almost unbearable. Lin Pingon also noticed that something was wrong with him, and his little face was full of doubts. What's the matter with you? I'm about to explode. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Lin Pingon recalled his realm and immediately clapped his little hands. Ning Shue. Isn't this a ready-made place? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and when he looked at Lin Pingin's green jade fingers, the purple-brown energy vortex was spinning like a constellation. Yes. Isn't this a ready-made site? Lin Chen clapped his hands, and without a word, dragged Lin Pingin into the Tiani demon prison. Hiss. What's the situation? How can they not be affected by calamity energy? A large number of holy devil kings were stunned, and Prince Mo Huang looked gloomy and uncertain, and he stepped on the soles of his feet and swept through the void. His Royal Highness, I can't do it. Prince, think twice. If you have any mistakes, it is the loss of my wild demon clan. Prince, we will be responsible for your safety to the end. 3 or 4 demon venerables in a row immediately flashed over, blocking Prince Amo Huang's intrusion into the Tiani demon prison, and immediately knelt down on one knee, tremblingly said, "Damn it." Prince Amo Huang gritted his teeth, and it was a shame for him to be shriveled repeatedly on this wild demon of unknown origin. "Prince, the most important thing in front of us is this battle situation. The thief broke into Tiani demon prison. Unless Tian Mozen takes action, we can't do anything about him." An old demon venerable said respectfully, "Besides, why should the prince be in such a hurry? This Tiani demon prison is still the territory of our wild demon clan. He escaped in, and don't even think about coming out easily, then we will be raking grass in minutes." Hit the rabbit. "Yeah. Prince, don't use a momentary anger to destroy the great cause of our clan. It's a big deal. We'll have to wait another 1,000 years, this demon can't escape. Tiani demon prison is about to return to the most violent energy, and he will surely die by then." After some persuasion from the demon venerables, the idea of Prince Amo Huang was dispelled. His face was full of anger, and his evil face crossed a trace of viciousness. And he looked at the human race camp in the distance. Since this is the case, this prince will use these human races to dispel his anger. Boom! Prince Mo Huang attacked suddenly, with a rage. This time, his killing intent was skyrocketing, and he rushed into the camp of the demon super evildoer. Every move could seriously injure several super evildoers on the spot, and even lost half of their lives. However, before the melee started again, a vision shot into the sky. Boom! 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 A series of violent holy energy fluctuations erupted from the Tiani demon prison and swept the entire starry sky. The 9-colored holy haze, like an energy frenzy that covers the sky, turns into a giant wave. The 9-colored holy haze has been spreading, expanding, and turning into a rotating 9-colored vortex. The boundless chi energy overwhelmed the calamity energy of the heavenly evil prison for a while, and began to gather in the center of the devilish prison, as if the gods had descended. At this moment, the demon race, dragon race, human race, and the powerhouses of the 3 races were completely stunned. The super evildoer, Feng Longji, who was levitating in the air, was trembling all over at this time, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked into the distance. Hey hey hey! God, are you kidding me? This vision, these super monsters are all familiar with it. It is the vision of Ningxue. But who the fuck is condensing in the demon realm? What kind of fairy is this Nima? At this moment, the powerhouses of the 3 clans completely exploded the pot. At this moment, whether it is the peak holy devil king or the top holy devil king, whether it is the dragon king of the dragon clan, or the great saints of the human clan, all the super evildoers have stopped fighting. Even the arrogant Prince Amo Huang stopped. The eyes of all the powerhouses are full of doubts, confusion, horror, and disbelief. A group of super evildoers even had their scalps numb, and many people lost their voices in shock. I have seen handstand diarrhea, seen the movement of dragons and demons, and seen the turtle clan cut their heads upright, but I have never seen such an outrageous scene. Damn it, this bitch is crazy, it must be an illusion. According to the movement of the nearby star field, the energy flow around, and the signs of my brother's blood congestion, the probability of seeing the illusion is 0.00001%, and the probability of the world going crazy is 99.9999%. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We saw an illusion, absolutely an illusion, ha ha ha. Don't pull me, I'm not crazy. All super monsters, once very exciting. Their expressions ranged from incredulity, to shock and confusion, to disbelief, to gasping for breath, to panic. That's right, it's fright. Like a fucking horror movie. Is the world crazy? Congealing hole? Is it actually a congealing hole phenomenon? That's right. What are you kidding? Is this him outrageous? What's so shocking about the vision of the acupoints breaking through the realm? However, who has seen someone condensing acupuncture points in the sky? Condensation realm came here, like cannon fodder. However, this scene is even more outrageous. Not only condensing acupoints in the sky, but also breaking through the realm. In the demon world. Who dares to condense acupuncture points in the demon world? Even if it is a list of saints, those peerless saints who are so outrageous that they transcend the sky, can't go to the demon world to congeal acupuncture points. Isn't this courting death? What's even more perverted is that this is still on the site of the wild demon world, which is known as the strongest of the four major demons. What kind of racial Big Bang joke is this? That is an area that even the demon venerables of the wild demon realm dare not approach easily. When the cave expanding state and the condensing state have entered, not even the scum will be left. What kind of immortal cave expansion realm is this Nima, so he can go to the Tiani demon prison in the wild demon world to congeal the cave? Which madman would be born with such a heaven-defying idea that makes people dare not even think about it, and he did it. Several dragon kings of the dragon clan even motivated the dragon's breath to stare at the vision in the sky, and muttered in shock. Shenlong is on top, isn't the old man dazzled? There are actually people who ran to the demon world to congeal the cave. Is this serious? From ancient times to the present, the demon world has always been a forbidden place for my human and dragon clan. Can someone from this Nima run inside to congeal the cave and break the realm? The dragons were also frightened. What is the concept of breaking through the acupoints on the demon realm site? This is like the war between the two armies, and the Tiani demon prison is the enemy's territory. Enemy territory that has not been penetrated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Suddenly one day, not only did someone break in, but he also gave his mother a bridal chamber inside. Who the hell would have a bridal chamber on the enemy's territory? Moreover, you must know that condensing the cave and breaking the boundary is much more important than the cave. All the demon kings of the demon race looked at each other with unprecedented horror in their eyes. This day, this battle, this moment, for better or worse, is destined to be. Even the arrogant Prince Mo Huang couldn't help but froze in place, smiling like a self-deprecating smile. And, this kind of operation? The Sky Star Field, the territory of the human race, the 10th floor of the Star Tower. The 10th floor is the residence of many Star Tower elders. Today, the Star Tower is shrouded in a faint haze-like emotion. This time, the power that the human race lacked has been sent out to carry out the secret mission with serious lack of information. It was a big gamble and anything could happen. It is even possible that the entire army will be wiped out. But if you don't go, there will be even more serious consequences. I don't know if these little guys are competent for this trip. Hey, we can only rely on them. In this situation, if we don't send people to find out, if we let the demons carry out some big plans, it may endanger our entire human race. These guys are really, eh? Wait a minute. Look, what is that? The elders of the Star Tower suddenly exclaimed. In the very far distance, there was a strange wave of air movement. A 9-color aurora turned into an energy vortex, slowly rising, gradually expanding, turning into a hole-like hole, hanging in the sky, and still expanding. The elders were first surprised, then puzzled, then horrified and confused. Condensation hole phenomenon? That's not right. The young people who enter the sky star field are at least his mother's star realm. Who the hell put the condensation realm in? No, no, no. Look, that direction, is it the direction of the old man Chihua? And their mission? Isn't it the wild demon realm? Is this a congealing cave in the wild demon realm? Crazy. The 8th floor of the Star Tower. All the evildoers on the list of evildoers gathered here to recuperate. Boom. At this time, a mysterious energy fluctuation caused the heaven and earth to remove the chi and spread all around. The super evildoers who were still in retreat just now, or chatting happily, or chatting and laughing, were suddenly stunned. When they looked into the distance, when they sensed the strange opportunity and the fluctuation of holy power, their expression suddenly changed. Especially when they sensed that the fluctuations of holy power actually came from the wild demon world, the faces of the enchanting geniuses were unprecedentedly wonderful. Some jumped up directly and rushed out of the Star Tower with their mouths wide open. Did I pick you up? Someone condensed acupuncture points. There are monsters and wizards whose scalp is numb and goosebumps all over their body, as unbelievable as seeing a miracle. It's so crazy. What day is today? What kind of a mortal is going to the demon realm to congeal the cave? Even the enchanting genius knelt down directly in that direction, groaning wildly with his mouth wide open. Grandpa. That's why I called you Grandpa. No, 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 ancestors, ancestors, ha 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 ha. Demon world condensing acupoints. Why is this not an ancestor? It's too good. Crazy, must be crazy, what's wrong with this world? My mother, who is this? I will recognize him as my ancestor. I'll go. Ning Xue has gone to the devil world. This is not a fairy. Devil's Ning Point? I'm a basket case. This Nima is a god descended from the earth, damn it. The human race is number 1 in the sky. Devil's congealing point? I'm darling, this is just shitting on the head of the demons, and I have to ask them to borrow paper, ha 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 ha. Outside the Star Tower, whether it is a new monster or a veteran powerhouse. At this moment, all the saints of the human race in the sky star field are both horrified and ecstatic, all exploded. Not only that, but when the other 3 big demons, dragons, and others also received the first-line news, they all exploded. A saint who is like a real god, condensed in the demon world. This news became an unprecedented storm that swept through the entire star field and blew up the entire star field. After a brief shock, the powerhouses from all sides came back to their senses. Carefully rank 1, something was wrong. The human race has not broken the defense line of the border. How can it be qualified to send people to? From just now, the only creatures who have entered are the 5 demons. Before. Could it be that among the 5 demon races, there are human races? The major demons looked at each other, thinking of the rumors in the wild demon world some time ago. There are people who have mixed into the demon world, it is actually true. However, it's not right. Didn't it mean that the person who entered the demon world was a person who was suspected of being a human saint? Where did the humanization condensate come from? Humans become condensed, can they mix with demons? Isn't this bullshit? Even If you have the ability to reach the sky, you can't do it. All the demons obey the order and stick to the border, blocking the human and dragon clans. The deity has already sent a message to the top 100 demons. Today, even if the saints of other races come in person, they have to die. A demon venerable with dark demonic flames rising all over his body made a sound transmission. All the holy demon kings on the battlefield soared in arrogance, and the fighting power became more and more ferocious. Good guy, want to kill yourself? The red-haired saint of the human race narrowed his eyes when he stared at the distant Tiani demon prison. He was once again stunned. The vision of this acupoint, why hasn't it stopped? This is even more terrifying than when the old man observes the acupoints of several holy infants on the list of holy talents. On the dragon clan's side, they sensed a turning point. Drag hard. Create as much trouble as possible for the demons, just don't let them in. In Tiani demon prison. In the rapidly rotating purple-brown vortex, Lin Pingon opened a safe space. And Lin Chen's clones protected Lin Chen. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the center. He sensed that there seemed to be some powerful energy bodies in the depths of Tiani demon prison. But, now is not the time to take this into consideration. His condensate point, the world changes color. Centered on the Tiani demon prison in the desolate demon realm, Lin Chen's 41st holy acupoint, condensed acupoint, an unprecedented vision erupted. The position of Lin Chen's 41st holy acupuncture point is shining brightly. The six-pointed star is vaguely taking shape, the infinite holy power is brewing, and the desire burst out. Slow rune. The host consumes 200,000 rune energy to activate the slow rune. Lin Chen played a slow rune in his holy acupoint, the same as when expanding the acupoint, so he repeated the trick. Otherwise, his 41st holy acupoint would have to explode automatically, and the condensing acupoint would not be able to reach the current stage of perfection. Lin Chen relaxed and calmed down. His state of mind had already been honed to perfection and tenacity. With the experience of expanding acupoints, Lin Chen is very calm this time. Like a quiet burning flame, the fire is getting bigger and bigger. The strength of the condensed acupoint is based on the number of times when the acupoint is expanded. My first acupoint expansion multiplier is not strong, only 13 times, but my acupoint condensation multiplier will far exceed the acupoint expansion multiplier. For an ordinary super evildoer, the total condensing acupoints are about 1/10 of the total expansion acupoints, and the super evildoers who expand the acupoints 2,000 times, the total condensing acupoints will be about 300 times. Lin Chen mobilized all kinds of holy energy in his body, all of which began to brew, focusing on the 41st holy acupoint. The vortex formed by the 9-colored holy haze in the sky is expanding even more. The total expansion of acupoints is the foundation and affects the upper limit of the acupoints. Lin Chen's acupoint expansion for the first time was very ordinary, but the total expansion of acupoints was extremely abnormal. This caused his acupoints to be abnormal as always. It's now. System, the rune of slowness is lifted. Boom. At the moment when the slow rune was lifted, Lin Chen's body erupted like hundreds of millions of volcanoes, and it seemed that the 10,000 planes were sinking together. The holy power was like a heavenly dragon descending into the world. The 41st holy cave, open it for me. Boom. 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 The 9-colored Xingxiao whirlpool in the sky immediately burst into a series of dozens of explosions over 100 times. It's not over yet. The 9-color vortex of the holy haze once expanded, like a magnificent and gorgeous astrolabe, beautiful. Lin Chen's 41st holy cave began to congeal, and when a new 6-pointed star was formed, the light shone on the entire starry sky. Outside Tiani Demon Prison, many veteran powerhouses and super evildoers of the human race looked sideways, horrified. 300 strokes. At the beginning it was 300 strokes of the acupoints. This is the qualification of the saint talent list. It's not over, he's still going. Fuck, it's 800 times better than me. Peerless saint, truly peerless saint. Many super evildoers, their hearts tremble, they are all shocked. What the hell is this fairy? The total expansion of their acupoints is only between 300 to 400 times, and the mysterious people in the Tiani Demon Prison actually broke 800 times as soon as they came up. Even Prince Mo Huang couldn't help but be distracted to pay attention to this unprecedented condensation point. The Sky Star Field, inside the Star Tower. The unprecedented phenomenon of acupoints shocked all the human races in the Star Tower. Countless powerhouses appeared one after another, including those super monsters who were in retreat, and the older generation of saints with extremely high rank in the human race, all of them went out. This condensed point vision is too terrifying. It's 1,000 times. Chasing. Saint Infant Xiehong, who was not yet on the list of saints back then, came to heaven and earth, and his talent is peerless. He created a way of blood, swallowed 10,000 blood and called it supreme, and expanded his acupoints more than 10,000 times. The vision of his acupoints is earth-shattering. But the vision of the Holy Infant when Xiehong condensed acupoints, compared to this vision, Xiehong Shinkai didn't even reach 1/10 of it. Is this really something that the human race can do? As expected of a character in a cave in the demon world, it is an existence that subverts the law of heaven. The list of saints, maybe in the near future, there will be another saint who is unparalleled in the past. Inside and outside the Star Tower, many human race powerhouses are either ecstatic, or worried, or crazy, or confused. This time the acupoint is too weird, too strange. It is so special to go to the demon world after breaking through the congealing point. No matter how powerful the saint is, it may not be able to get out of it alive. The 9-color Xingxiao whirlpool has been blasting 1,200 times in a row, and just now it has gradually returned to silence. Lin Chen condensed acupoints for the first time, 1,200 times. In the Tiani Demon Prison, Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, shone with 41 splendid, holy acupoints all over his body. With the 41st holy cave, the 6-pointed star holy light emitted is the most dazzling. In Lin Chen's eyes, the sharp holy light passed through the sky, piercing through the void. When expanding the cave, including the bonuses of mental techniques and talents, Lin Chen's holy power is about 80 trillion dragon power. Because of element attribute values, etc., the lethality is 90 trillion dragon power. The first time condensing acupoints is 1,200 times, which corresponds to 13 times that of my first time expanding acupoints. The initial expansion of the acupoints is 13 times multiplied by the 500 million dragon power of the Saint's triple foundation, and the increase is 1,200 times. Just by Lin Chen's first time condensing acupoints, he has increased his dragon power by 78 trillion. It's not over yet. My previous accumulation is enough to break through the 42nd sacred cave perfectly. The real good show starts now. In Lin Chen's eyes, the fighting spirit is monstrous. At the beginning, his acupoint expansion was automatically opened for the first time, but it was 13 times. The second time condensing acupoints corresponds to Lin Chen's second time expanding acupoints. His second acupoint expansion was 700 times. That's right, the real highlight begins next. Sigh. Boom. 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 In the vortex of the 9-color holy haze, terrifying fluctuations of the holy energy of the acupoints burst out, such as the explosion of star cores, stirring the wind and clouds, and the explosion of the Tiani demon prison was full of energy vortexes. Fortunately, in this day's evil prison, the aura of disaster was strong, and Lin Chen's holy power fluctuations did not spread too far. In addition, with Lin Ping'an, the girl, refining the disaster energy for him, Lin Chen can devote himself to the acupoint congealing state. Lin Chen, come on. Lin Ping'an earnestly cheered for Lin Chen, but did not dare to transmit his voice to him, for fear of disturbing Lin Chen. He waved his little pink fist, and his pretty face was flushed with excitement. Condensation realm, I have finally stepped into this realm. Outside the Holy Burial Mountain Range, when I first became a holy realm, a condensation realm could crush me, and now I can blow out a lot of condensation realm in one breath. Between Lin Chen's brows, the absolute confidence in mastering the universe passed by. The thrilling scenes of the past flashed through Lin Chen's mind, polishing his state of mind to be transparent and bright. The holy cave radiates the stars, and the sun is shining. The holy power he had brewed, and all his strengths, all burst forth. Lin Chen's mental perception was improved to the extreme, and he immediately sensed the position of the 42nd holy acupoint. Through the 41st holy cave, it was as if hundreds of millions of heavenly dragons were born, crushing to the position of the 42nd holy cave. This time, if you don't do it, you will be the best in the world. In this wave of acupoints, I want to surpass the battle power of Naxing, sacred mind, and open heaven. Lin Chen, he is going to be the #1 in the holy world. Throughout the ages, the holy realm has not integrated a condensation realm that can surpass several steps, surpassing the battle power of life and death realm, star natural realm, holy mind realm, and even open heaven realm. Lin Chen's cerebral cortex was hot, his blood was boiling, and a heat wave brewing in his chest burst out with an angry shout. The 42nd holy cave, open it for me. Boom. Boom. The 9-colored holy glow, which rotates like a constellation, grows wildly again. At this moment, countless skyrocketing holy energy nourishes Lin Chen's holy body. Flesh and blood are like the universe plane, roots and bones are like the sun, moon and stars, and the veins are like rivers and seas, and a drop of blood can burn thousands of Tianshan. His spirit, blood, and vitality have soared to the top at this moment. The 42nd holy cave rushes open. Boom. 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 The condensate points flashed, and the 9-color starlight exploded continuously, shattering the wind and clouds, sweeping the sun and the moon and the universe, far beyond the wild demon world, alarming the entire sky and star field. This time, the continuous explosion lasted for a whole day. In the wild demon world, feeling the chi that was absorbing the 9 heavens, countless holy demon kings were stunned. Is this the acupoint of the human race? What are you kidding me? Some people dare to condense in my demon clans cave? Roar. Shame, this is the shame of our clan. What are these guys doing to eat? Why did you let the race run in again? The entire desolate demon world has completely turned upside down. Lin Chen's first time condensing acupuncture points is nothing compared to his second warm-up. His second acupoint condensing directly shook the entire star field. As strong as the Dragon Clan, the Human Clan, and the highest level of the Demon Clan, they were also disturbed at this moment. Star Tower, the highest level. The snow-clothed youth was elegant and graceful, with pale blue jade eyebrows. That seemed to have cinnabar, extremely handsome, and his fair face revealed a different kind of vicissitudes. When the young man opened his eyes, there were a few rays of light from the vicissitudes of life, as if seeing through the void, shooting directly into the Tiani demon prison in the wild demon world. My human race actually has a world-shattering saint? Or is it still in the Devil's Cave? While the young man was startled, he tried to look through the void to spy on the center of the 9-color holy vortex, but was covered up by a strong aura of calamity, resisting and erasing his perception. Tiani demon prison is really weird. I wonder if those old guys will act. When the young man retracted his gaze, he stared into the distance, as if the aura of the space-time plane was shattering in his eyes. Once there is any change, he will go to the Devil World. Skystar Region, Dragon Clan, Shenlong Valley. A man and a woman, dressed in golden robes, flashed to the sky in the sky of the Shenlong Valley, and the dragon pupils shrank slightly, as strong as the experience and cultivation of the two. Devil's condensation point? So bold. Who is this child? Strange. It's so strange. AI's family can't figure out the fate of this child, and even how much influence he will have on our 3 clans, we can't figure out. Jiguang Kaoyu. A man and a woman are even more shocked in their eyes. Unable to see through the trace of fate, this is the first time they have encountered this situation. In the wild demon world, in a dark abyss. Under the deep abyss, a pair of savage eyes opened. Ningxue? It's been a while since I haven't seen it for a while. Has the human race been so arrogant? Dare to rush to my demon realm, Ningxue? Sigh. A magic light came into the world, and it seemed that when he was about to go to Tiani demon prison. Boom. A powerful air force shrouded the vicinity of Tianyuan, pointing directly from a very distant plane. The Snow King locked the deity. The magic light stopped in midair, revealing a tall and slender figure. He has 2 pairs of crystal clear flesh wings, his face is handsome and evil. But he has 4 eyes, and he is full of magic, staring into the distance, and has never acted again. At this moment, the most high-end combat power of the holy kings of the 3 clans was all alarmed. However, none of the holy king-level combat power on either side took the first action. In the era when the Devil Emperor did not appear and the true God did not appear in the world, the holy king reigned supreme. Every holy king's combat power is pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Once the demon lord of the demon race is dispatched, the holy king of the human race will also act immediately. The battle power of the holy king can crush everything in the ordinary holy realm. Even if it only takes a moment, it can make a large plane disappear. At that time, whoever takes action first will suffer, and whoever will have to pay the price in blood. The battle power of the holy kings is always restricted by each other, which is why no matter how hard the 3 clan powerhouses fight, they will not easily send out the powerhouses of the holy king level. Once the holy king starts a war, it will involve the question of whether the fighting strength of the 2 sides can continue. Until the last moment, no one wants to tear their face. Oh. Holy King Piashua, if you can hold the deity, how can you hold the holy Kings of the other three clans, a human clan with potential in the saint talent list, and the other three major demon clans will definitely send strong men to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. The demon venerable in the void sneered and retreated into the silent abyss. Again. Outside the Tiani demon prison, the 9-color vortex was 10 times larger than before. Almost shrouded the entire Tiani demon prison, but it affected the chaotic battlefield of the three clans. Boom. 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 When the 9-color vortex exploded for the last time, it finally stopped condensing and officially took shape. The hearts of the three strong men are pumping. A full 2,000 explosions. In the Tiani demon prison, there are 42 holy acupoints all over the body, blooming with eternal light. Lin Chen spread out his hands, staring at his palm with trembling, feeling the almost limitless holy power. He couldn't help muttering to himself in intoxication. Condensation point 2,000 times. This time, I directly increased the holy power equivalent to 700 trillion. Dragon power. 700 trillion dragon power. Converting the power of one god, such as trillion. Dragon power, it is the power of one god. This is still under the premise of not converting the talent effects of Tai, Futianju, and extreme spirit possession. The unparalleled condensing realm of ancient and modern, Lin Chen. This day is destined to be included in the history of all ethnic groups. Change is about to begin. The history of the Holy Realm, at this moment, turns a new page. At this time, in the battlefield at the border of the demon world, all the strong men of all ethnic groups stopped and were forced to truce. The infinitely expanding 9-color holy vortex, the aftermath of the holy energy that exploded, is no longer something they can easily bear. Unless it is the peak demon king and the Kaitian realm who are in the middle and late stages of cultivation, they must withdraw from the area shrouded in the vortex of the 9-color holy haze. 2,000 times? Nonsense. In the history of the holy realm, has there been such an outrageous acupoint condensation result? The old man of the holy talents list has not dared to say that he has seen all of them, but according to my experience, the old man and I have never seen it so far. There is no such thing as a skydifying number of 2,000 times for a single time to condense acupoints. If the old man remembers correctly, the holy infant who was born last time was only 2,080 times the total number of condensing points before he entered the list of saints, right? One-time condensing acupoint is almost equal to the total condensing acupoint multiple of the saint talent list? What a monster! Is this guy who entered the demon world really human? The human race camp was all frightened and speechless, no matter how powerful the experience and state of mind were. It was impossible to calm down at this moment. One-time condensing acupoint exceeds the list of saints. Novels dare not write like this. What a joke. I see. Suddenly, a super evildoer suddenly realized. All the powerhouses looked at him one after another, and even the powerhouses of the dragon race couldn't help but cast their gazes. This must be a conspiracy. Well, from an ordinary point of view, it is impossible for the human race to enter the demon world, let alone the acupoint. This must be the Mozu deliberately disguising the melee just now, and then forged an illusion similar to a condensate point, feinting a shot. He thought. Our human race was on the first floor, but in fact we were on the 5th floor. The super evildoer thought for a while, and said with certainty and determination. Impossible. The red-haired old man sneered, don't eat here, not to mention How the demons forged this vision, just because the prince of the demons was swept around by the strange demons just now. In addition, several peak demon kings have fallen, so what are the benefits for them? Are they as surprised as we are? The super evildoer who asked the question was at a loss for words. Indeed, his ideas were full of loopholes. Boom. At this time, the sky and the earth, the nine-color holy vortex that traverses the universe of the galaxy has not stopped. It actually continues to expand. The scalps of the strong people from all sides are numb. Congealing 3 acupoints? Is this so serious? Such a terrifying multiple of condensing acupoints, condensing 2 acupoints in a row is unbelievable, and there is still a third time for an unparalleled feat in the world? How much has the master of this condensate acupoint accumulated? What a rare experience in the world to hone this kind of background. Wait a minute. If the few demons who entered after the Civil War were humans, that means... The red-haired old man looked at each other like a few old-fashioned sages. They haven't broken through the border of the demon race, but the human race has appeared in the demon world? What does this represent? Everyone suddenly felt a sense of horror that the soles of their feet went straight to the sky, and they came out spontaneously. Isn't it that the owner of this acupoint came from the demon realm? It's just terrifying. One or a few saints who might be in the cave expanding or condensing realm mixed into the demon world? How is this possible? Even if you change a group of holy kings, you may not be able to do it. That is the wild demon world. The devil is like a cloud, the base camp of one of the 4 major devil races. An unprecedented amount of information spread out with the careful deliberation of many powerhouses, and the powerhouses of the 2 races became more and more terrified. On the demon race side, while maintaining the protective formation at the border, they immediately sent more peak demon kings and demon venerable powerhouses. With the demon prison as the center, in the wild demon realm, the major demon venerables and the peak demon kings began to act one after another. A storm, centered on the heavenly evil prison, began to sweep across the sky. Not only the wild demon world, but also the other 3 big demons. There are also strong people who have begun to act in Tiani demon prison. Lin Chen's accumulation is unparalleled, and it is still more than enough to open the 42nd holy acupoint. You must know, not to mention the open heaven realm, even the ordinary sacred mind realm can suppress a large number of acupoint expansion and condensation realms with just one finger. And Lin Chen is the one who killed a large number of creatures of the Kai Tian realm in the cave expansion realm. With such accumulation, not many people in the world can match it. Every Kai Tian realm powerhouse he killed was a figure based on the top existences of various races. It's so handsome, Lin Chen. Come on, go ahead, release all your essence, and scare those guys stupid. Lin Pingon opened her snow-white little tiger teeth and waved her pink fist. Excitedly, her face flushed with excitement. She didn't seem to notice that more and more calamity energy began to gather. And her physique was automatically absorbing massive calamity energy, and the refining speed was getting faster and faster. Lin Chen stimulated his mental power, penetrated his whole body, sensed the position of the 43rd holy acupoint, and let out a deep breath. The 3rd time condensing acupoints corresponds to my 3rd time expanding acupoints. My 3rd acupoint expansion is 1,100 times. Since the situation has been broken this time, there is no need to suppress it again. In one go, rush to match the combat power of the mid-stage or even late stage Of the Kaitian realm. 43rd, give it to me. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and he suddenly shouted, the holy power rose and fell like 1,000 planes, and the stars moved, but in an instant, it rolled into the 43rd holy acupoint. Sigh. Boom. This time, the momentum of breaking the boundary is even more violent than the previous two combined. Boom. 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 The 9-color holy vortex, like a galaxy that is galloping across the universe, turned into a magnificent and gorgeous galaxy roulette, which has expanded several times, covering most of the border of the demon world. This time, the condensing acupoint was like a broken bamboo, and it sounded 500 times in a row at the beginning. The super evildoers were forced to retreat again and again, looking at the 9-colored astrolabe from afar. This scene is too majestic. The momentum of the acupoints was like a broken bamboo, and Lin Chen seemed to be doing everything he could. This time, the acupoints were extremely fierce and fast, and they exploded 1,000 times in a very short period of time. In less than a quarter of an hour, it exploded to 2,000. More than 2,000 times. The hearts of many strong people tremble. From now on, every sound is a moment to witness history. When the 9-color Xingxiao whirlpool finally expanded to 100 times its original size, it exploded 3,000 times for the third time and finally stopped. Lin Chen let out a breath of holy air, forming a roaring energy storm. The breath swept across the 3,000 worlds, and a ray of holy light was radiant. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a terrifying self-confidence. At this moment, in terms of his holy power cultivation base, open heaven realm will no longer be a distant gulf. The third time to condense acupoints, 3,000 times. Just by condensing the acupoints this time, Lin Chen skyrocketed the holy power equivalent to 1,650 trillion dragon power. 1,650 respect. It's not over yet. In Lin Chen's holy cave, there is still a violent and turbulent, vast holy power surging. Lin Chen's accumulation is beyond his own imagination. However, Lin Chen frowned at this moment. Damn, over the top this time. Men, sometimes being too aggressive is not necessarily a good thing. The more handsome people are, the more they understand this truth. Why is Lin Chen so fierce? It starts with the book that he picked up. My exercises all rely on X. Lin Chen condensed acupoints 3 times in a row, more than enough. But the fourth time condensing the acupoints, there is enough energy, but not enough momentum. With the current background to hit the fourth condensing point, the result will be the same for the third time at most, and it cannot even exceed the third time. For the condensation realm congealing point, every holy point needs a solid foundation and double the accumulation. Lin Chen is equivalent to being stuck here. If it was a life and death situation, it would be better. Every time 2 holy acupoints were opened, the increased holy power would be double the amount that was fixed on the basis of one's own. The condensation realm is different. This kind of imperfect condensing point is not the point that Lin Chen wanted. Slow rune. With a backhand move, the slow rune penetrated into his holy body and sealed the holy power of the whole of desire. Lin Chen fell into a brief contemplation. How can I get to the best state or perfection this fourth time? Go out and kill a group of peak demon kings to accumulate attribute values? No, it's unrealistic. The peak holy devil is not a little ant, unless I sneak attack and kill with all my trump cards, but my rune energy may not be able to reach that time. Could it be that you really want to accept this imperfect congealing point? Breakthrough? If only there was a top-quality holy pill that broke through the bottleneck. Help me with a wave, eh? Lin Chen was struck by lightning. Uncle's handsome and forgetful. Doesn't he have it? Known as the strongest pill for breaking through the realm. In the holy world, the strongest pill for breaking through the bottleneck, no. Dreams and breaking the heart. Brush. Lin Chen flipped his palm, the holy ring rotated, Danxia was swirling around. And a azure blue holy pill was contained in the jade box. From the history of the holy world, there has never been a holy pill that can take this kind of energy in a condensing state, and even if it is taken, it cannot be refined. Even Chen Tiangong, the son of the future who was called the top 100 of the enchanting list, and the lowest realm user of the Wuming Shashin pill, dared to swallow and refine until the life and death were consummated, not to mention. I'm still an 8th rank incompetent. Broken dream. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose faintly, he personally refined this thing, and he knew very well how much energy it contained. With his current cultivation level, Lin Chen has an 80% confidence in refining. Opening the jade box, Lin Chen opened his mouth to absorb the holy pill and entered. The entrance melted, and the energy poured in like a vast sea, rushing into Lin Chen's body. The raging waves and the endless holy pill energy made Lin Chen enter a state of complete relaxation. The surface of his holy body actually began to condense a layer of faint blue crystals, and the energy of the holy pill even transformed into substance attached to Lin Chen's whole body. Gradually, Lin Chen was condensed into a cocoon of light by the azure crystals and wrapped in it. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen's holy body glowed with a voice that shook the plane of time and space, as if every inch of his flesh and blood was flowing with the holy power of Dozhuan Xinghe. For a long time, there was no movement in Tiani Demon Prison. However, all the powerhouses know that there is a larger trend of condensing acupoints brewing. Boom. 7 dark blue magic lights descended from the sky, and a group of majestic figures like the sun, moon, and stars stepped out. They are all gray and white, like humanoids, with scales and feathers all over their bodies, ferocious and sharp, and they are several meters high, and they are full of evil spirits. Destroy the 7 statues, I have seen the prince. The 7 demon venerables slightly cupped their hands and clasped their fists towards the Prince Mo Huang in the void. Prince Mo Huang frowned. This is the heavenly demon clan other than the desolate demon clan. The human race is really daring, this congealing point has come to our demon world. Giggle, how do you desolate demons and demons do things, and let people mix in? It's really disgraceful for our senior demons. This is the border of the wild demon known as the most stable fortress of the demon race? No, no, no. Is this the level? Oh, I forgot that there is a prince here. I have seen Prince Mo Huang, and I am disrespectful. Another group of demons appeared. They maintain a semi-human shape all over their bodies, standing on both feet. Some of which are incomplete, such as scorpions, tiger paws, whale heads, and crocodile tails. The only thing they have in common is that the whole body is surrounded by Ling blood energy, like the unparalleled murderous creatures that climbed out of the Blood Sea Corpse Mountain. A full 8 of them stand together, as if a huge blood energy wave swept the starry sky, bloody sky. The powerhouses of the dragon and the human race couldn't help but take a few steps back. The Tianxia demon race, the bloodthirsty demon race, the desolate demon race, and the 4 great demon races are all here. It came so fast. From the perception of the vision of the acupoint to the real departure, the countless planes separated by the demon world have crossed over in just 2 or 3 days. Moreover, they are all ruthless characters. There are more than half of the demon venerables, which are comparable to rank 2 saints. Fortunately, the demon venerables of the other 2 clans did not deal with the powerhouses of the human and dragon clans, otherwise their losses would be extremely heavy today. They had a lot of civil wars with each other, and they would not easily serve as spearmen for other races. If you want to come over and make trouble, get away, or join forces to deal with this guy inside. Prince Mo Huang finally spoke up, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. There are also many fights between demons. Seeing the son of the demon emperor speak out, the demon venerables of all races also restrained a lot. When they looked at Tiani demon prison, they showed a lot of shock and solemnity. In the history of various ethnic groups, it is not that the demons have not killed the list of saints. There were a few amazing talents that were enough to shake the balance of the 3 clans in the Holy Infant world, and their demons had also entered the human race, killing the holy talents in the cradle of growth regardless of the cost. Even those who are on the list of the most holy talents, they have also killed them. Although the price is heavy. However, they have never seen such a terrifying vision when condensing acupoints. Let this human race grow up. I am afraid that in the near future, our demon world will have another strong enemy. Let's take action. There is an order above, and those who can be killed will never be caught alive. I would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. Even if we can't break in and want to interrupt his congealing point, there is no problem. Let's join forces, break through the interior, and break his acupoint condensing potential. I want to successfully condense acupoints in my demon world, thinking too much. Boom. The desolate demon clan has assembled 6 demon venerables, 7 heavenly demon venerates, and 8 bloodthirsty demon venerables. The momentum of the 21 demon venerables overwhelmed all the powerhouses present. The power is so strong that it destroys the vision of the acupoint spilling out of the Tiani demon prison. Oops, senior, do we want to help? A azure holy light circulated, and a beautiful super evildoer spoke to the red-haired saint. Unrealistic. We haven't even broken the border of the wild demon clan. Even if the dragon clan is willing to attack with us, the odds of winning are slim. And it's too late. The red-haired saint shook his head and sighed. The monster in this Ning Point is too weird, but he chose Ning Point in the demon realm, and he can only rely on himself to seek more blessings. Boom. At this moment, the tumultuous magic power covered the entire starry sky, and all the rays of light in all directions were dimmed, and the sky seemed to be plunged into boundless darkness and sky-shattering bloody waves. All the demon venerables attacked together, and that kind of power made the young super evildoers feel what it means to destroy the world for the first time. A kind of deep-seated fear came to the face. Boom. With a loud bang, the starry sky was torn apart, and a hole was torn open in the disaster energy of Tiani demon prison. The 9-color holy vortex in the sky was blasted into pieces. It's still over. The red-haired old man sighed. Prepare to withdraw, our mission has been completed, and there is still half a day at most. This day, the evil prison will have to return to its previous violent state, and they will not be able to enter by that time. When the red-haired old man waved his hand, suddenly a super evildoer exclaimed. No, the vision has been scattered, but the congealing point has not been cut off. Everyone looked at them intently, and sure enough, the 9-color vortex swirled and expanded again. What? The expressions of the demon venerables changed suddenly. He resisted? Impossible. It's impossible for the condensation realm to stop the offensive. Of the 21 demon venerables, there is something strange. When the strong man of the dragon clan was stunned, a tender and crisp voice came from the Tiani demon prison. With me here, don't try to touch a single hair of him. Humph, I'll blow you all up later. The girl's voice seemed to have a bit of a fierce taste, but it was too immature, and it sounded like a threat to a child. Humph. Where is the sacred, the one who hides his head and shows his tail? Come out to the deity. 10,000 blood buries the devil's hand. Heart-devouring lock. Without a word, the demon venerables launched another round of offensive, which shattered the starry sky for thousands of miles and shattered countless stars one after another. However, all the offensives entered the purple-brown calamity energy vortex, as if sinking into the sea. And the vision of the 9-color Xingxia vortex will condense again. The demons were dumbfounded. Emotion, the helper of the acupoint man, is a bit terrifyingly strong. Lin Ping'an stayed in Tiani demon prison for a while, madly absorbing a large amount of disaster energy, and his familiarity with Tiani demon prison was also rising rapidly. Although it can't be like a swipe of an arm, it is still completely possible to simply mobilize the calamity energy of Tiani demon prison to defend against the attacks of the demon venerables outside Tiani demon prison. Would you like to go in? Fight with them? Kill your head, not to mention the damage to us by the calamity energy in Tiani demon prison. The calamity aura alone is enough to cut off all our perceptions. When we entered, our eyes were smeared, and the sand was scattered. Are we allowed to be slaughtered? According to what you said, we have to wait here? You bloodthirsty demons are really a bunch of cowards. Who's talking about cowardice? Be careful with your words, you old dog. What? Are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Why, don't you want to come out and practice alone? The demon venerables were arguing fiercely, and in a short while, the old grudge broke out again. Prince Ma Huang didn't say a word, but quietly watched the vision in the void. It's too late, it's too late. He is already ready, and he can't stop the acupoint. Prince Ma Huang's voice just fell. Boom. 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 In the vortex of the 9-color holy haze, the endless waves of holy energy swirl into the galaxy, returning to the body. In Tiani demon prison, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and all his clones absorbed all the medicinal power of the holy pill at the same time. Sigh. Click. The energy crystals covering Lin Chen's body began to burst and shatter. The light cocoon covering Lin Chen's whole body began to shine. The infinite radiance swept through the entire demon prison like a hurricane. And all the medicinal power of Wuming Shashin Dan turned into rolling holy power and poured into Lin Chen's 44th holy acupoint. There is no better time than now, the 44th holy cave, open it to me. Lin Chen opened his eyes, the sharp edge erupted into the sky, and the holy body suddenly shook, liberating the energy of all the suppressed top essences. Infinite holy power is like a dragon slamming open the 44th holy cave. Boom. The 9-color Xingxia whirlpool shook off the surging energy waves, and even shook the 21 demon venerable back dozens of miles. All faces are horrified. The powerhouses of all parties looked horrified. In the vortex of 9-color holy light, there were thousands of explosions. 2,000 explosions in an instant. The trend of condensing acupoints, like a real dragon flying in the sky, is unstoppable. All the way to break 3,000 sounds, it has not stopped. 3,500 times. The red-haired old man shivered. What a heaven-defying person this person is. The 9-color holy light vortex expands infinitely, appearing magnificent, like a galaxy spinning under the starry sky, incorporating infinite mysteries into it. Boom. A stalwart aura, like the creation of the world, faintly infiltrated from the 9-color holy vortex, and actually suppressed all the super evil spirits to death. The monsters are horrified. What kind of mentality is this? To take advantage of the potential of the acupoints to suppress their handed down mental methods? It seems that there is a great will that dominates all living beings, and is as powerful as the creatures that do not belong to this universe. This breath just flashed by, and the vortex of 9-color holy light expanded to its climax. At the moment when the last blast of holy light ended, the powerhouses of the human race, the dragon race, the demon race, and the 3 races could not calm down for a long time. A super evildoer swallowed hard and said in horror. The 4th time, condensing acupoints, 4,500 times. The sky star field, inside the star tower. All the saints, monsters, old antiques, all stood there in shock. This ups and downs, the strange soldiers came out of the condensed point to the extreme, and it has ended like this. 4,500 times. This number, even if it is a multiple of the total acupoints, is enough to surpass many saints on the list of saints. However, this is actually only a multiple of a single acupoint coagulation time. In Tiani demon prison, Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended. The holy body was as majestic as the stars in the universe, standing on the ground. 44 hexagonal star-like holy acupoints flickered all over his body, releasing the eternal holy light, as if just standing here, he could open up the world. He took a deep breath and looked down at his palm, showing a little intoxication. The 4th time condensing the acupoints, he increased the holy power, equivalent to 3,150 trillion dragon power. The holy power of this holy cave alone can dare to compete with the powerhouses in the middle and even later stages of the open heaven realm. For times of condensing acupoints, my holy acupoint cultivation base has increased by 55 trillion dragon power. The moment Lin Chen clenched his fists, in Tiani demon prison, endless air waves exploded, crushing thousands of planes. Originally, if his cultivation base did not count the blessing of the mind, the ultimate power of the holy force was only 15,756.5 billion dragon power. However, now that just not counting the extreme god possession and the Tai Futian art, his holy acupoint power can explode with nearly 5,600 powers. When Lin Chen stared at his Tai time and space, 44 hexagonal stars hung up, and the holy power was several times more terrifying than the holy cave of Lin Chen's body. At this moment, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. That demon prince will no longer be out of reach. It seems like a good choice to take a demon prince to practice your hands and warm up. Someone Lin gave a smirk. From now on, everything will be unknown. Practice with the prince of the demon race? If the super evildoers outside knew about Lin Chen's idea, they would probably vomit blood. Only Lin Chen could think of such a maddening thought. Lin Chen revolved his mind, and countless 9-color holy rays were absorbed into his body. Lin Chen's whole body was radiant, like an undefeated god. At this moment, Lin Chen used his holy power and smashed out a punch. Boom! 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 In the Tiani demon prison, there was a burst of stars disintegrating, and the boundless calamity energy exploded the surging waves and distorted the light. In the devil's prison filled with calamity, hundreds of thousands of miles of space were shattered into a vacuum. This is an area that is 10,000 times stronger than the holy realm space. Wow! Lin Ping'an's eyes twinkled with little stars. He clenched his little pink fist tightly, and said excitedly with a flushed face, "Lin Chen, you can go out and blow them up." Too strong. She knew that Lin Chen's strength was extraordinary, and after condensing the acupoints, it was no trivial matter, but she didn't expect to be so strong. Lin Chen looked at his fist in shock, and he couldn't believe it. Just by running the holy force, his holy force lethality has surpassed 20,000 gods in an all-round way. It is worthy of being called the two most important basic realms of the sage realm, the acupoint condensing realm and the acupoint expansion realm. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was violent, his anger overflowed, and the corners of his mouth raised an awe-inspiring and evil arc. On the premise of not counting the mental method, my holy power cultivation base can be compared to 5,594 venerable powers, including the virtual holy acupuncture point of Tai Fu Tianju and the passive effect of the innate talent possessed by the extreme god. My holy power's ultimate lethality can reach 27,970 respect. The destructive power of nearly 28,000 gods. What is this concept? You must know that, except for a very small number of peerless evildoers and saints, if you open a holy cave in the open heaven, the added holy power is only more than 400 gods. However, the cultivation of holy power is cultivation, the actual combat power is the actual combat power, and Lin Chen's true combat power has yet to be measured. A battle in the top holy realm has too many factors affecting the outcome, and it is not just a matter of holding power to win. For example, if the monster in the cave-expanding realm fights with the old rivers and lakes in the life and death realm, even if the holy power of both sides is close to the same level, it is possible for the latter to win. Because the life force of the holy body in the life and death realm is extremely strong, and the non-expansion cave realm can compare. But, at least Lin Chen has the capital to contend. Come on, let's go out. When Lin Chen was about to take Lin Ping'an out, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the depths of Tiani demon prison. "Peace, can you take me in?" Lin Chen suddenly said. Lin Ping'an nodded, "Yes, but the energy in this area is getting more and more violent. We must hurry up. If it becomes completely violent, not only will I be unable to absorb the energy here, but even you can't protect it. Then go." The two went straight to the depths. Lin Chen vaguely felt that there was a strange energy body in the depths of Tiani demon prison. Otherwise, how could the demons break into this place recklessly? The Tiani demon prison seems to have a limited scope, but in fact it actually travels as if separated by several distant stars. Lin Chen put away his avatar, and his avatar is still the cultivation base of expanding the cave. The reason is very simple: Lin Chen's phantom clone, the cultivation base, will not automatically synchronize with the existing highest realm. If he breaks through a new realm, he must recast the phantom rune. Lin Chen urged the holy force to open a vacuum trail with the 9 wings of the devil. With his current cultivation base, the speed of using the 9 wings of the demons is simply outrageous, crossing the stars in a blink of an eye. In the depths of Tiani Demon Prison, a purple-brown astrolabe slowly turned. In fact, only Lin Chen's level of mental perception can detect that the astrolabe that seems to be rotating slowly is actually rotating rapidly. Its 10,000 miles of space, even light cannot escape, is absorbed into the black disk in the center. The space is distorted and collapsed, and time seems to fall into eternity there. Is this a black hole? Lin Chen didn't have time to marvel at these sights, but found that Lin Pingyan was standing there in a daze. But see, just above the purple-brown astrolabe, there is a dark black crystal, suspended in a black light, the size of a longan. Lin Chen released his spiritual perception with all his strength. The more he perceives it carefully, the more terrifying he finds this thing. That feeling, like falling into an endless abyss, the cold light is biting. The whole body and even the spirit were torn apart, as if all the disasters in the world had befallen him. What a terrible disaster energy! It seems to be the source of all the suffering and disasters in the world. Lin Chen was shocked, his pupils shrank. He had only felt this kind of feeling in Lin Pingyan. It's a disaster. It failed. Lin Pingyan lowered his head, his eyes flickered, he didn't know what he was thinking, and muttered to himself. It seems, it is the plague of agony of previous generations, and it has existed for a long time, longer than me. It was besieged to death, and after it died, countless disasters continued to adhere to it. Consciousness condensed into this thing. Lin Chen said, then does it still have consciousness? Lin Pingyan shook his head, there is only a little bit of consciousness left. It no longer has its previous intelligence. This is its final form after its energy essence. It seems that it wants to follow me. Lin Chen said again, can you control it? This thing is not a joke. How to keep it after taking it away? It won't hurt me, I can feel it, it's asking me for help, it wants to leave this world completely. Besides, I can seal it before absorbing it. After Lin Chen pondered for a while, he said seriously, you help me disperse these calamities, and I'll take it away. However, you seal this thing and hand it over to me for safekeeping, until I confirm that there is no danger to you. Only then can it be absorbed. Lin Chen brought Lin Pingyan out of the holy prison so that she could have power and choose to live a mortal life. By absorbing this thing, Lin Pingyan may have a huge increase in strength, but Lin Chen must ensure absolute safety before letting her touch it. Well, I listen to you. Lin Pingyan showed his little tiger teeth, and looked at Lin Chen, who had always been cynical, with a serious face, and his heart was warm. Niziyu waved her hand, and the calamity on both sides receded like a tide. Lin Chen immediately reached out and clenched his 5 fingers. The giant hand of holy light, which was circulating in 9 lights and colors, rushed to destroy it, grasped the dark calamity crystal nucleus of the void, and with enough strength, pulled it over. If it weren't for the skyrocketing cultivation base, Lin Chen's holy power would not be able to take this dark calamity crystal nucleus. Lin Pingyan tapped his eyebrows with his fingertips, and a halo of whirling lavender dim light enveloped the dark crystal nucleus, and its violent energy began to slowly subside. Well, it's done. Lin Pingyan obediently handed it back to Lin Chen, and he personally set up several seals of holy power. After he finally determined that it would not riot, he threw it into the 4 Seasons implant capsule. Okay, let's go. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. The moment he put the sealed dark calamity crystal nucleus into the 4 Seasons capsule, he discovered a vision. The 4 crimson long ribbons fluttered in the sky, with a red divine light flickering slightly, as if they were aware of it. Hiss! Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air, and he looked at the center of the Tiani demon prison, the purple-brown roulette, as if under the endless darkness, there seemed to be a mystery. Your uncles, won't you? Qi Shenling actually had a reaction to the Tiani demon prison? Since the day Qi Shenling obtained himself, there has never been such a vision. Lin Chen's heart could not be calm for a long time. The holy King Haoyan chased and killed him for this thing, and Lin Xingchen did everything to break into the Jia Tower for this thing, and he would also kill him if he singled out all the powerhouses in order to snatch this thing. And Qi Shenling seems to be one of the reasons that triggered the 9-clan war. What kind of treasure is this? The secret it hides, Lin Chen has never thought about or paid attention to, because it is too far from its own level. But now, Akashi Aya actually reacted. There is no doubt that what Qi Shenling perceives is the spacetime black hole in the middle of the Tiani demon prison. If you go in, will you be able to unlock its secrets? Lin Chen's heartbeat quietly accelerated. This thing can become the cause of the war of the 9 clans, and the secret it hides may be earth-shattering. If Lin Chen gets it, maybe it will really soar into the sky. With such a huge adventure in front of him, it is impossible for Lin Chen not to be moved. With my current strength, if I enter that black hole, I will definitely have no problem protecting myself. Lin Chen stepped in the air and hovered in place. Lin Pingyan looked at him suspiciously. After a while, Lin Chen resolutely turned around and left, waving his hand in a dashing smile. Come on Nizi, we're going out. Lin Pingyan glanced at Lin Chen suspiciously, and smiled, yeah. Perhaps Lin Chen's current realm has skyrocketed, and his strength is unparalleled in the past, but this does not mean that he is invincible in the world, and it does not mean that he can expand to be arrogant now. With his current strength, Lin Chen, in the 9 clan wars that year, it was nothing but air. Not to mention, the red god Aya he possesses is incomplete and incomplete. Although Lin Chen is bearish about life and death, he dares to fight and fight hard. Never be soft when it's time to be tough, but that doesn't mean he's going to die. Under such circumstances, trying to spy on this earth-shattering secret would undoubtedly be putting one's head on the guillotine. Even if there is no Qi Shenling, just relying on the Tai Futian art and the God of War suit, one day I will believe that I can stand at the peak of the Holy Realm. It is not my style to gamble my life for a completely unknown opportunity. When Lin Chen left, he took a deep look at the center of the evil prison that day. One day, maybe he can come to unravel the secrets here. But not now. Now, it's time to go out and settle the interest with these demons. Lin Chen stretched his waist, and his body burst out with holy power. Fluctuations that pushed the 3,000 planes horizontally. It just happened to put the innate 5-element essence in the superspace plane, which consumed a lot of my talent points. Now I don't even have enough talent points to send back to Kyushu. Hee, go out and work a few demons too. Collect attribute values. Boom. Lin Chen stepped away and moved the void outside Tiani demon prison. The powerhouses from all sides looked at each other, with doubts in their eyes. No movement? Could it be that the congealing point failed? Did he die in it? Impossible. The 4th time the aura of the acupoints was condensed and the vitality was full and strong. It was like the sun in the sky, and the condensed points were 4,500 times in a row. It can be said to be shocking. Could it be that they ran away without all of us being aware of it? This possibility is not ruled out. Since this child can mix into the demon world, it means that we may not be able to recognize his disguise. Just when the strong people of all ethnic groups were talking and standing still. Sigh. A wave of calamity aura was torn apart. The tall and slender figure stepped out slowly, followed by a small short leg, which also looked like a demon. Everyone was surprised. Appeared. This kid is not dead. All the powerhouses looked at him carefully. He was full of devil energy. With a youthful appearance and a blue dragon seal engraved on his face, quite similar to the green demons in the wild demons. When facing all the demons, he actually smiled like a rose. It's really hard work, you all came so far and let me kill you. Thank you so much. Come on, let this commander force you to see which tough devil wants to be the first to die. The young man smiled, and all the demons were startled, instantly furious. Damn, where did you get your confidence? Do not move. At this time, the first Mozu to speak was Prince Ma Huang. He stepped out slowly, a sinister and murderous smile appeared on his evil and handsome face. Humans, I have to say, your disguise is very good, even the prince didn't see through it. However, this time, you won't have any chance. No matter how strong you are, and no matter how brilliant your future is, you are also a ghost of this. Prince. A bright red flame ignited with a bang on the top of Prince Ma Huang's head. Hiss. All the demon venerables took a deep breath, and they all retreated with panic on their faces. Boom. 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 Rolling endless coercion, like the demon emperor's personal approach, supreme, domineering and pure, suppressing all over the world, sweeping the world. At this moment, it seems that time and space have stopped for it, this supreme magical power, like the thousand layers plane, suppresses the blood of all the demons. If it is too close to Prince Ma Huang, even Mozen's strength will not be able to exert half of it. The blood of the Devil Emperor, the prince actually used the blood of the Devil Emperor. This kid is dead. As soon as the blood of the Demon Emperor comes out, the prince is enough to slaughter the group. The demons were horrified and shocked, and the humans were even more shocked and sighed. Once the demon prince activates the bloodline of the demon emperor, it means that he is genuine. That's right, just like Lin Chen Taishi Divine Light, it is a peerless magical power that can only be used by activating the bloodline of the dragon. However, before Prince Mo Huang did his best, he had already shattered Lin Chen's Taishi Divine Light. This is not to say that Lin Chen's divine dragon bloodline is inferior to the bloodline of the demon emperor, but the difference between the two is the cultivation base accumulated over time. Now using the blood of the demon emperor, Prince Ma Huang's strength is not at the same level as before. Chi chi chi. The violently burned blood of the demon emperor burned into a bright red blood flame, shrouding the Prince Ma Huang, like a demon god in the world. Previously, because of his identity, Prince Ma Huang had to use the blood of the Devil Emperor to win a wild devil whose origin was unknown. Isn't this like a group of devils proving that the son of the Devil Emperor is not as good as a wild devil? He can't take this identity down at all. However, the potential shown by Lin Chen now is enough for him to show his true strength. If you don't kill this son, given time, you will create a strong enemy for the demon world. Condensation point 4,500 times, if you can grow up, you must be a peerless saint in the history of the human race, you are worth dying in the hands of this prince. One move. This prince can make you die. Let you know that potential and combat power are not the same thing at all. Prince Ma Huang suddenly stretched out a palm, almost even Mozen had a speed that could not be seen clearly. Lin Chen joked and sneered, there's so much nonsense. At the moment when he was running his mind, Lin Chen smashed the air with a punch. Sigh. Bang. A huge mushroom cloud like a galaxy rose, and the entire border of the wild demon world tilted like the sky was overturned. Prince Mo Huang, who retreated rapidly, actually retreated 10 steps. Lin Chen took a dozen steps back, stepped into pieces of the void, and was safe and sound. At this moment, the powerhouses of the 3 clans fell into a strange silence. What? The super monsters almost thought they were dazzled. I got presbyopia at such a young age? Are you serious? Huaningjing took the palm of the prince of the demon race. Lin Chen received the sky-high blow from Prince Mo Huang just by virtue of his cultivation in the condensation realm. Prince Mo Huang stared at Lin Chen stubbornly, murmuring with unbelievable shock. You are thousands of times more than acupoints. Lin Chen jokingly smiled. The show has just begun, Prince Ma Huang. Not only the human race was stunned, even the dragon race and the demon race were frightened. What are you kidding? If the opponent is a saint and can compete with Prince Ma Huang, they will not be surprised at all. According to the rumors that the human race is mixed into the wild demon world, the other party is also a saint. But the problem is that this is a condensate realm. Which of the human race can become a condensed realm that can become a saint? List? Impossible. Wrong. The red-haired sage thought of some possibilities and almost stood upside down. This kid's total acupoint multiple, far more than 10,700 times. All ethnic powerhouses, think carefully. That's right, if the total number of condensed acupoints is only 10,700 times. Even if his acupoints are expanded to the sky, it will only be a few hundred dignified powers at most. Before, he used pure power to compete with the prince of the demon race. So what is he doing now? This holy power cultivation base is so weird. What kind of realm is he? What is the origin of this guy disguised as a demon? Boom. Lin Chen held it with one hand, and the demon slayer spear appeared out of thin air, and the crimson sharp aura seemed to pierce the sky. The pupils of all the race monsters trembled. It was actually an 8th grade holy artifact. Good guy, what's the origin of this kid? 8th rank holy artifact, only a very small number of 5th rank saints or saints hold it. The holy artifact reaches the 8th rank, and each one is a handed down famous artifact, and the 9th rank holy artifact can only be possessed by a few rank 9 saints and saint kings. The super monsters were amazed. Lin Chen's slaughtering gun can extract the top-level holy magic crystal, absorb the lifelong energy of the demons and grow. This is the masterpiece from the 2 forging giants. He snapped his fingers. From now on, this commander is not targeting any of your demons. I just want to hammer all the demons here to death. What a big tone, this prince will kill you today. Prince Ma Huang stretched out his hand and shook his palm like a giant python, turning it into a blood blade that split the sky. The blood blade is covered with shocking blood lines, up to 3 feet long. And the blade is engraved with dark red claw prints, as if an ancient blood demon was sealed in it. Ma Huang Breakblade? This is the magical power of Lord Demon Emperor. Run. The prince is going to work hard. Those who are stronger than the demons can't help but change their faces. Holding the Mahuang blood blade in his hand, the Mahuang prince slashed diagonally in the sky, and the tip of the blade swept a bloody glow. True dragon dance. Lin Chen spun extremely with one hand, the gun body spun like a flywheel, and thousands of holy powers turned into dragon energy and spun. With a bang, the blood energy in the sky was stirred up, like a goddess scattered flowers, blasting the entire sky. Inexhaustible, the blood flashing like snowflakes beheaded Lin Chen. Lin Chen was at ease, and when the corners of his mouth rose, he swung the holy spear of demon slaughter across the air with both hands, and struck 1,000 times in an instant. Clang clang. Bang bang bang. The explosions, like starbursts, seemed to bloom in bursts of destructive energy storms, sweeping the entire demon border into the air, and directly tearing the space enchantment. However, the 4 super evildoers in the top 200 are more sharp-eyed than the other evildoers. When they saw the battle situation clearly, their pupils shrank. When Lin Chen swung the battle spear with both hands, he activated the holy power defense, and cast a purple-gold soft armor with holy power condensed. Occasionally, he put his hand in his pocket and flicked a finger, and a few wandering god fruits were shot into the mouth, which he chewed into the mouth with ease. Belly, with a relaxed expression on his face. He's taking pills? No, it's not. He wasn't traumatized at all, he ate the wandering god fruit. Are you crazy? How dare you eat against the demon prince, who is full of firepower? The 4 evildoers were stunned. Is this so serious? A condensation realm is fighting against the demon prince, yet dare to eat snacks? The next moment, Lin Chen even took out a pair of black sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. His attitude of dealing with the prince of the demon race so calmly made the scalp of the 4 evildoers numb. Damn, dare to look down on this prince. Shua Huang Mustafa. Prince Ma Huang stepped on a flaming dark red demonic energy, which disappeared in an instant, shuttled through the void, and shuttled behind Lin Chen like a space shift. His demeanor was ferocious, his fighting spirit was violent, the blood of the demon emperor was burning to the extreme, and the endless coercion was like a thunder in the sky. He wanted to suppress Lin Chen. Sigh. Tear. The blood on the tip of the knife flashed, smashing Lin Chen, leaving only a pair of sunglasses that were crushed into nothingness. Afterimage? What? When Prince Ma Huang's expression changed, a figure with 9 magic wings unfolded, holding a red light-surging war gun, and his body was selected at a high speed, smashing down like a gunwheel. Sigh. Bang. The space between the 2 sides exploded, and Prince Mo Huang retreated. It was the first time that he was repelled by Lin Chen. Prince Ma Huang fought like a madman, his shoulders trembled. Suddenly, the blood blade flashed and slashed hundreds of knives wildly, the blood-colored magic shadow centered on him, swept up like a frenzy, and rolled towards Lin Chen. The complexion of all race monsters changed suddenly. This move was when Prince Mo Huang crushed their devil's clone in a single face-to-face. However, the Prince Mo Huang, who motivated the blood of the demon emperor, made this move, and his power not only soared dozens of times. Lin Chen can be said to be a light cloud, with 5 fingers rubbing his waist. 5 fingers holding the 3 handles of holy light, the sharp-edged flying knife. The tip of the knife is flashing, and Lin Chen is full of holy energy. And suddenly throws out instant light and shadow, lotus dance. Clang. Tear. Call out. Call out. Call out. The flying knife broke through the sky, the afterimage of the lotus flower. That covered the sky, and the sun was in full bloom, and the blade flashed like a gust of wind and rain. Unprecedented energy frenzy collided, like two vast galaxies colliding, a series of terrifying explosions. Each explosion was enough to shock a person. In the early stage of open heaven, one person and one demon, the battle is earth-shattering. The two sides fought from the border of the wild demon world to beyond the border, and then entered the sky star field, crushing countless stars. Then they fought again, and the continuous offensive was like an aurora that traveled through the world. Every collision will set off a world-destroying energy aftermath. The speed is so fast that under the consummation of the open heaven realm, few can see it clearly. Prince Ma Huang swung out layers of sword lights, like a peerless blade, fighting to the point of madness. What's even more terrifying is that his swordsmanship is mixed with other magic skills. Desperate azure hand. 9 burning heavenly palms. In the shadow of the sword and spear, 2 giant palms that cover the sky appear. One palm is fatal, and the other is holy flame, burning the sky, colliding with each other. Hell fingers. The holy finger of wind demon death. Another 2 aurora-like fingers ripped apart the void, blasting the star field. With a snort, it can be said that the powerhouses of all ethnic groups are forced to retreat. Again and again, and their faces are horrified. Is this really the human race of condensation realm? Impossible. The condensation realm is considered to be a powerful holy force. At most. How does his reaction speed and holy body recovery ability keep up with the prince of the demon race? What's so special about me, or the world is crazy? The 3 clan powerhouses have been subverted again and again. They found that any common sense in the world is not suitable for this guy. Disguised as a demon. Damn, such a subversive existence. They really want to know. Who is this kid? One person, one demon, and unprecedented unique skills broke out. Every move was a shocking confrontation, which directly disturbed the situation in the sky and changed the color of the world. This battle is already an epic battle that is infinitely close to the level of the Saint Talent list. As long as both parties are given a certain amount of time, it will not be a problem at all to reach the height of the Saint Talent list in the future. Prince Ma Huang is a rising star in the wild demon world, a prince of the demon race who has only begun to rise in the past 100 years. Strictly speaking, there is a subtle gap between him and the human race Saint Talent list, so he always wanted to challenge a human race Saint Talent list in person, and then decided to rush to the Sky Star field. The demon venerables were so shocked that their hearts trembled. They know very well what it means to be able to fight a demon prince so unrestricted. In terms of real combat power, the demon venerables are not weaker than Prince Ma Huang. But the problem lies in the crushing of bloodline level and life level. No matter how strong a tiger is, it is just a tiger, and no matter how young and weak a real dragon is, it is still a real dragon. Just like the holy infant of the human race Saint Talent list, so is the bloodline of the Devil Emperor, which has a great suppressing effect on all living beings. All the descendants who have reached the realm of the gods have the advantage of crushing countless creatures in the world. As strong as the demon venerables, if facing the Prince Ma Huang who activates the bloodline, if he approaches a certain range, he will be completely suppressed by the pressure of the bloodline, and his strength will not be able to exert 30% or 40%. Not only demon venerable, but also human race or dragon race. However, seeing Lin Chen wearing a pair of sunglasses again, the scalps of the demon venerables felt numb. This kid is like a normal person, calmly facing all the demon Emperor's coercion of Prince Mo Huang, no shit. What kind of fairy is this? Not to mention that the tenacity of Lin Chen's will can be said to defy the sky. Just with this Tai Ifu Tianju, Lin Chen can resist the divine might, and he is not even afraid of the might of the demon emperor, so why should he be afraid of the son of the demon emperor? Come on, Lin Chen, come on, Lin Chen. It's just right to blow it up and fight hard. Lin Pingon cheered on Lin Chen and worked very hard. The demon venerables looked at each other one after another and transmitted voices in an instant. In a while, the prince probably won't be able to win this son. We'll help the prince later, take down his comrades first. Yes, as long as we fight a protracted war, our clan will win, and this is always our territory. Recently, his vision of condensing acupoints must have shocked everyone at the top. I'm afraid it won't be long before more demon venerables will come. As long as we hold him back, we will win. When they made up their minds, all the demon venerables jumped into the air and swept Lin Pingon away. Lin Chen is right, they will definitely come at me. Lin Pingon wrinkled Cheong's nose, revealing her little tiger teeth as white as jade. Then it's my turn to blow them all up. Lin Pingon was gearing up, and was about to make a move, but three figures stood in front of her and smiled sternly. Wait a minute, Nizi, you and my avatar join forces, we just need one avatar. To break through, it's enough to hit the demons. The corners of Lin Chen's avatar's mouth rose, the timing was just right. In order to prepare for the battle at this moment, Lin Chen just stopped the alchemy of all clones in the holy world in advance. Then, all Lin Chen's clones were sealed. Reincarnation of the Demon King. Phantom Rune, activate again. Boom. Brush brush. At this moment, Lin Chen placed the phantom clone of the Holy Realm and disappeared awe-inspiringly. Outside the Tiani demon prison, divine light descended from the sky, the divine light circulated, the brilliance floated, and slender figures, with straight waists stepped out. The host restarts the phantom rune, which has been integrated with the latest revision of the host, which consumes 12.9 million top-level rune energy. Lin Chen's rune energy bottomed out all of a sudden, and there are almost 7 million rune energy left. His phantom runes will consume rune energy according to the host's cultivation. The stronger the host's cultivation, the more rune energy it consumes. Lin Chen didn't directly transmit the clone through the superspace plane. His talent points are not enough to transmit 3 avatars. He directly released the avatars in the holy world, and then used the phantom rune again. The result is that all 6 of Lin Chen's avatars are in place. At the moment when the clone appeared, almost at the same time, all the demons were killed. Lin Chen's 6 avatars, like gods descended from the earth, trembled in the sky, sweeping away the sun, moon, and stars, and the 9 light holy glow rose into the sky. They are either standing with swords, or carrying blue bows, or stepping in the air with swords, all of them are very handsome. All Lin Chen's phantom clones exploded in an instant in the face of all the demons, and shot with all their strength. The host activates the instant light and shadow splitting and extinction fission talents many times at the same time, consuming 300 million high-level talent points. 9 burning heavenly palms. God's tears. Zixia breaks the star. Billions of stars. The holy finger of wind demon death. Lotus dance. Boom. Its offensive was terrifying, and the tidal lotus sword light flashed randomly, followed by another sword light that spun across the galaxy at an extreme speed. When the sword light spun, it trembled slightly, and the sword chi was divided into 5 parts, which suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces of sword chi, and slammed into all the demons. 5 Zixia arrows turned into long rainbows, piercing the offensive of the 4 demon venerables, and even repulsed them head-on. The wind demon Aurora, which was divided into 5, pierced through the attacks of the 5 demons, tore their demon bodies into a shocking wound, and vomited blood on the spot. The sword light shone with the dazzling light of hundreds of millions of stars, and it was extremely dazzling. With one sword, it slashed 9 days. And one sword broke through the demons. Boom! 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 The group of demons fell, and they were injured to different degrees. The blood of the demons spilled into the sky, shocking the strong people of the human and dragon clans. The demon venerables were injured, and there were a lot of attribute light balls left in the void, and Lin Chen's holy dragon quietly took them away. Sigh. Bang. Lin Chen's body was blessed with the armor of the god of war, and when he shot the blood blade of Prince Ma Huang, he punched him violently and hit Prince Ma Huang's chest. At this moment, Lin Chen hovered in the air, dressed in a silver robe without wind, overlooking all living beings, looking down on the stars. No one could stop him. This kind of scenery completely shocked the many strong people of the clan. Fighting a group of demons alone. Defeat Prince Ma Huang. God descends to earth. A super evildoer of national beauty and heavenly fragrance couldn't help pinching his jade legs, and his blue eyes shone with brilliance. In this world, there is actually such a saint of condensation realm, so strong. Is simply unreasonable. This is Lin Chen's background. The god of war suit is always his ultimate trump card if you really talk about combat strength. Only when his cultivation base is improved, his cultivation base will shine. Human race. If this prince wants you to die, you will surely die. Prince Ma Huang's expression was so terrifying that he was about to hold the bloody blade of Ma Huang again. However, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. He stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. Super messy. Pa. When the snapped fingers echoed, there was a tearing sound. All the demon venerables, the blood of the demons suddenly surged. Their injuries couldn't be stopped. Not only that, but even their consciousness and demon body were in different degrees of chaos, and they felt the world spinning, as if the space was constantly spinning, almost unsteady. Lin Ping'an's eyes twinkled with little stars. Wow, this trick is amazing. I really want to learn it. Is this guy still human? With such a powerful strength as him, he can still impose 6 clones? Fake, too fake. It's as strong as a fake. To be reasonable, I don't think our human race will give birth to such a talent against the sky. Just imagine if he reaches the star-like state, the holy state of mind, and this holy world, who can stop him? When the super evildoer of the human race was stunned. Boom! Lin Chen's clone stepped, and the 9 wings of the demons rushed directly into the direction of the demon venerables. If Lin Chen's 6 clones have only superficial combat power, it is not enough to completely threaten the 21 demon venerables. This is comparable to more than a dozen first-rank saints, and a few are second-rank saints. However, Lin Chen's instant light and shadow and the 2 super-powerful offensive talents of extinction crack are simply abnormal. These 2 talents almost grew up with Lin Chen's growth. For a while, Lin Chen's clone swept away the attribute light ball while attacking the major demons head-on. The demon venerables who were in a state of super chaos were caught off guard by Lin Chen's clones, who burst out all the way. What's the matter? The deity's injury can't be recovered by bloodthirsty Dafa? It's weird, it's too weird. This kid's methods are weird, and the deity's injuries can't even recover from a congealing realm injury? The demon venerables were attacked all the way, and their scalps were numb. This is the most embarrassing battle they have ever fought, even if the injury cannot be recovered, even the consciousness of the aura is blurred. Demon Venerable's fighting consciousness is blurred and chaotic. This is a very terrifying thing. You must know that the biggest difference between Demon Venerable and Rank 1 Saint and above, and Kaitian Realm Saint, is the sublimation of combat, awareness and skills. However, now this absolute advantage has been restrained in half by Lin Chen. Sacred state of mind maximizes the vitality of life, but Lin Chen has the talent of extinction and cracking, and he is restrained to death. After turning a saint or above, Lin Chen has the talent of super chaos, suppressing their fighting consciousness of 1,000 thoughts for a moment. It can be said that the power transformation realm that the Holy Land is proud of has been suppressed by Lin Chen in 2 major fields. This foreshadowing is buried deep enough. Very good. I didn't expect the super chaotic talent to have a miraculous effect on Demon Venerable, this handsome force to change his mind. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed fiercely. Originally, he just wanted to kill a group of peak holy demon kings, and then he ran away after saving enough attribute values. Good guy, the current Demon Venerable has been suppressed by nearly half of his strength, and at most it is comparable to the realm above the perfection of the open heaven realm, and it is weaker than most of the first-rank saints. This suppressed contrast is more perverted than any powerful slow rune. Don't do it now, wait until later. Made this gang of demons. The 6 avatars were bombarded wildly, and the demons, only those old-fashioned demons who were comparable to the second-rank saints, could counter. Suppress Lin Chen's avatar. Boom. Lin Chen's body rolled away, a wave of air, shuttled through the void, and the 9 wings of the demon rolled up in anger, moved in the air, and rushed to the 3 demons closest to him. Want to do a sneak attack? Prince Emo Huang stepped in the air, and he was about to stop Lin Chen sure. A pink fist as white as jade carried a storm-like aura of calamity, crushed the 1,000 layers with one punch, and knocked back Prince Ma Huang with one punch. What? Prince Ma Huang gritted his teeth and turned around. Lin Pingon clenched his fists and laughed. The midfielder is replaced, Erlingzi. Others are afraid of your bloodline of the Devil Emperor, but not my aunt. Without saying a word, Lin Pingon raised his pink and tender jade fists, and beat the Prince Ma Huang violently. The endless poisonous dragon roamed around the sky, madly crushing the Prince Ma Huang in all directions, sealing his escape route to death. Lin Pingon, who absorbed the calamity of the heavenly evil prison, has cultivated to catch up with the third-rank saint. Seeing that he had to deal with a Lin Pingon who was even more difficult than Lin Chen, Prince Emo Huang had no chance to be distracted at all. He could only use more ultimate moves to resist, and he almost vomited blood. In the past, he relied on the blood of the Demon Emperor, and he could be said to be able to traverse the demon world without any advantages, but today he was shriveled again and again, and he was so mad at the devil. What monsters are these guys? The exchange of opponents between the 2 sides only took an instant, and Lin Chen came to the 4 wounded demon venerables. Clang! Lin Chen didn't use his spear, he used the fastest and strongest attack, swung the sword Juyan at close range on the spot, and pulled out a god tears. Explosive! Lin Chen shouted coldly, and the instant light splitting started. Boom! 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 5 snow-white sword-ons exploded, turning into violent wind and rain like Pieces of sword energy, scattered and twisted like broken awns. The wounded demon venerables took a deep breath. Damn, this kid is crazy. How can there be such a play? With such a large scale and super explosive attack at such a close range, he is not afraid of strangling himself? Taishi Xingguang Jin Lui Yui. The scarlet golden aperture instantly surged around Lin Chen's body, and the surface of his body was covered with a faint golden light. Lin Chen instantly launched absolute defense and his orange level intermediate defense secret, jade clothes, to resist his own god tears. With Lin Chen's current cultivation base, he used a trick of god tears, such a scene would be enough to shatter the star territory. As long as Lin Chen waved his knife, it would be the fall of the stars and the catastrophe of the world. Every piece of knife gas is enough to cut the continental plate. Countless blade gas fragments are mixed with spiritual fragments, power fragments, and holy power fragments, almost at once twisting the four major demons to the center of the vortex of blade gas fragments. They don't even have the chance to travel through the void. They pierced through their demonic defenses again and again, and the demonic blood is maddening. The most terrifying thing is that they can't heal. Slow rune. Lin Chen shot all the rune energy directly in one piece of slow rune, slow rune plus super chaos. The four demon venerables completely fell into a state of chaos and stagnation, almost like a dead end. Not good. Break the bondage. This kid must be brewing something. Try his best to rush out. The four demon venerables have all experienced thousands of battles. When they saw Lin Chen launching such an offensive, they immediately knew what this kid was thinking. He must be brewing some ultimate move, and he must not be allowed to succeed. Sigh. The blood energy of the three demon venerables quickly dried up, as fast as the tide recedes. At the cost of swallowing their own blood essence and burning their lifespan. Their demonic energy is soaring to the sky, and all their desires break through the bondage. Demon venerables, it's too late. Before you die, you will definitely see the most beautiful scene in this world. In Lin Chen's palm, a 9-colored star light is spinning. 9 robbery stars. The element attribute value has skyrocketed, and the cultivation of holy power has reached nearly 28,000. This 9 robbery stars, coupled with the instantaneous light and shadow, will be a real blow to the sky. Lin Chen raised his hand and waved, and the 9-colored star turned into the most beautiful meteor in the world, falling like a sky. Boom! The meteor broke through the sky and exploded from the surroundings of the 4 demon venerables. 5 beams of 9-color beams of light bloom between the heavens and the earth, with a length of tens of thousands of feet and a width of 1,000,000 feet. At this moment, all the powerhouses who witnessed this scene suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the sky, which was shocking. This blow, even if a rank 2 saint is hit, it will definitely be a life and death experience. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the aurora-like 9-color stars. After a long time, when Guanghua passed away, 4 huge demon bodies were suspended in the void, and they were definitely not alive. Many demon venerables shivered fiercely. Died? The 4 of them died like this? The other party was shocked, but Lin Chen would not. Motivated by his movement, he swept away wildly, rushed into the pile of attribute light balls, and directly caught 4 orange-yellow attribute treasure chests in the void. With these 4 attribute treasure chests, Lin Chen has completely surpassed 5 levels. Dropped by killing the demon venerable with your own hands. What properties will be dropped? When Lin Chen opened the first orange-yellow attribute treasure chest, the host opens the talent-exclusive attribute treasure box and obtains a 1-time orange level talent, the ultimate rebel. Lin Chen was struck by lightning. The ultimate rebel? What kind of talent is this? 1-time high-level orange level talent, ultimate heavenly rebel, extreme. Instant kill talent, the host enters the state of heavenly rebel, and the defense is broken and killed instantly. Scope of application, cultivation. Bases below the realm of the gods, including the realm of gods. Lin Chen was both pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Isn't this talent the same as the heavenly rebel? However, when he noticed the second half of the talent description, he took a deep breath. Scope of application, below the realm of gods? Including true gods? Lin Chen was stunned. Unlike the previous talent of the heavenly rebel, the talent of the heavenly rebel only applies to the open heaven realm, while the ultimate heavenly rebel is suitable for the god realm. Isn't this another talent that can slaughter gods as long as the conditions are met? The host opens the talent-exclusive attribute treasure chest and obtains a 1-time orange level talent, God Killer. The host opens the talent-exclusive attribute treasure chest and obtains the orange level intermediate passive talent, Destruction Explosion. All hostile attacks of the host have a 10% chance to cause a 50% penetration of the enemy's first layer of defense, causing a devastating explosion to the hostile target. Destruction Explosion is suitable for all types of host attacks, including spiritual, pure power, holy power, etc. Opening 2 new attribute treasure chests can be said to be a series of surprises, making Lin Chen ecstatic. After all, Demon Venerable is Demon Venerable, and none of the attribute treasures that drop is bad. This, Destruction Explosion, is definitely a super talent that is unique to Destruction Rifle. If it is not triggered, it is already dead. Once triggered, it will cause fatal damage. The host opens the new talent attribute treasure chest and obtains the system version 8.0 update key, which can update the new system version, the required attribute values and subsequent functions. Please open the key to confirm. The host has obtained 4.01 million rune energy points, 400 million advanced talent points, and 470,000 intermediate enhancement points. The attribute values of the 4 deceased demon venerables that Lin Chen harvested are all terrifying existences. The new version of the system. Is it finally here? I don't know what functions will appear in the new version. Lin Chen suppressed the surprise and included all the attribute values. When he looked around, no matter whether it was a human race, a demon race, or a dragon race, they all stared at him with a shocking appearance and a ghost-like appearance. Condensation Realm 2 Zune. In the history of the human race, there has not been such a perverted leapfrog challenge and record. This is the first time, and perhaps the last time. No matter how affected the demon venerable powerhouse is, the fighting consciousness is definitely not comparable to the condensation realm. No matter how many times he condenses the acupoints, it is impossible to kill the demon venerable. All the powerhouses racked their brains and couldn't think of a possibility. What they don't know is that, in fact, Lin Chen's fighting consciousness is not much weaker than demon venerable. Everything stems from his spiritual awakening. The system gives Lin Chen's awakened spiritual power an instant increase in speed. In a certain way, opening the sacred acupuncture point in the brain domain with the demon venerable and the 9th turn saint has the same effect. There are enough attribute values dropped. Take advantage of now, kill 2 more. After incorporating the bodies of the 4 major demons into the superspace plane, Lin Chen's eyes were exposed, and when he was about to aim at the other 2 demons, 2 magical powers transmitted from different time and space planes rolled in, like suppressing the immortal will of eternity, wanting to suppress Lin Chen directly. Magic power? Break it for me. Lin Chen uses his mind, and Tai Fu Tian moves the meridians of his whole body, like turning into a sky-shattering gun, tearing apart all the magic power. No amount of coercion could suppress him. What? Huh? What a mysterious human race, and the camouflage is almost perfect. Even the flesh and bones are completely demonic. If there is not a ray of holy power sealed in the heart, I really can't detect it. In the void, 2 screams of shock echoed, and the powerhouses of the human race were startled, and they retreated a long distance, even further away from the border of the wild demon world. Lin Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. This magical power is no trivial matter, far surpassing any other demon. Venerable. Perceiving the arrival of 2 powerful wills, the demon venerables were ecstatic. It's 2 adults. The 2 of you are finally out of the border, and it's finally time for this kid to die. The holy king of the human race is out, and the 2 sages are invincible. The morale of the demons was high, and when they were overheard by Lin Chen's perception awakening, they immediately analyzed that it was the existence of 2.5 feet stepping into the heavenly demon. In this way, there are 2 existences that are comparable to rank 9 saints. Lin Chen immediately incorporated the holy dragon into his body, quickly retreated, and swept to Lin Ping'an's side in an instant. Boy, you can't escape. The indifferent voice was mixed with bone-chilling killing intent, and the terrifying killing intent swept through Zhou Tian. All around, the space has fallen, violently twisted into a vortex. On the horizon of the wild demon world, 2 monstrous shadows loomed over the sky. I can't escape, it's up to this handsome man to have the final say. Lin Chen spread out his 9 wings, swept across the void, and pulled Lin Ping'an. And withdrew all the clones, jokingly smiled at all the demons. Thank you for your gifts and resources. This time, I have made a lot of money. See you next time. I will give you a wave of paper money and burn high incense for you. Young man, you are crazy. Can you be stubborn when you are about to die? Another demon's will came, and it was actually another demon power, a figure. At the peak of the demon, Lin Chen secretly activated the superspace plane, and immediately connected to the spiritual clones of the Kyushu continent, shrugged and smiled. As a person, my mouth is just a little bit tough, and there are too many parts that are tougher than my mouth. It's a pity that you don't have a chance to learn about it today. Today you are trapped in my demon world. How are you qualified to break through the siege, or are you not a holy king? Oh. Stubborn, let's kill this kid's body first. An infinite magic palm covering the continental plate ripped apart the starry sky, and ran down at Lin Chen, giving no chance at all. Sigh. Boom. The clutches were left behind, tearing apart a piece of stars, but feeling lonely. Shoot directly. The group of demons was stunned. When they looked around again, there was still the shadow of Lin Chen and his clone. The demons were all dumbfounded. The dragons and the humans have long since quietly retreated and slipped away. However, what has happened in the past few days will start from the Sky Star field, setting off an unprecedented storm in all ethnic groups. Moreover, it will definitely be recorded in the history of the 3 clans. And it will be passed down through the ages and praised countless times. After half a month, the holy world was the first to shake. Even the saint talent rankings received news at the same time. In the history of the human race, for the first time, a genius who defied the sky appeared and entered the demon world. Even in the demon world, the acupuncture point is unparalleled in the world. A single condensing point reaches 4,500 times. To fight against the 36 princes of the devil world with the cultivation of the congealing realm, Prince Wang. With the condensing realm cultivation base, defying heaven and slaughtering. Venerable, it is still one kill for, the gods descend to earth. Surrounded by many demon venerables who had cultivated at the perfection realm, he was extremely calm, even with a bit of ridicule and banter, and left calmly. It's like seeing the demon world as a back garden and going in and out at will. Everything, in the history of various ethnic groups, is enough to move one party, and it is immortal, but it is all realized in one person. However, no one knows who this ultimate talent is. The holy world will once again be turbulent, and new waves and storms will emerge. This storm, centered on the Holy King's domain and the Xinyan Palace, opened the beginning of a magnificent era. When the holy realm was turbulent, a certain pretty boy stayed in the mortal realm very comfortably, enjoying a wonderful life like a fairy, teasing a few fairies when he had nothing to do, and playing with guns when he had something to do. On the mainland of Kyushu, somewhere in the attic of Tiangai Academy. Fortunately, when I evacuated, I left a mental clone in Kyushu, running fast. And a good world. Lin Chen rested on the beauty's knee and looked at the full arc above. He found that from this angle, Yang Qing'er looked very good. The beautiful woman stroked the young man's face, and he seemed to be the same forever. Yan Qianyun and Ning Qingxian were side by side, pinching his shoulders and beating his legs, which was extremely comfortable, better than a living fairy. Suddenly I feel that I have this life every day, and I have to do all the work. I really want to have a good sleep, and I don't have to think about anything. Lin Chen murmured a few words, and actually fell asleep. The girls couldn't help but smile, they didn't disturb him, and stayed by his side quietly. In the 2 months after returning to Kyushu, Lin Chen went through many life and death battles to and from the devil world, and his spirit completely fell into a tense state. After breaking through the middle stage of condensation realm, Lin Chen felt that his spiritual realm was faintly touching a new bottleneck. If you can make a breakthrough, you will spiritualize your Yuanshan and step into a new realm. After the battle in the demon world, Lin Chen spent almost a full month and a half in the Kyushu continent, entering a state of self-cultivation and recuperation. It's almost a kind of going out during the day to flirt with girls, going out for a barbecue in the afternoon, and sleeping with Sister Yuechi at night, no doubt like an ordinary mortal. But both the little demon empress and Jian Qingqing could see that while Lin Chen was relaxing, he was brewing up his fighting spirit in the best state. Once he explodes, it will be the moment that shakes the world. Change comes from the 70th day. In the middle of the night, the stars twinkled and the moon was shining. Beneath the tree, leaning against an ancient Songqing tree, Lin Chen, who was lazily eating barbecue, suddenly froze in his eyes. Jian Qingqing and the little demon empress who were beside them were shocked. The message is here. Lin Chen flipped open an old roulette wheel in his palm. This object was given to him by Jiang Taishu, and it could transmit sound to thousands of worlds. What's wrong? Jian Qingqing's bright red and beautiful eyes flickered, and she asked softly. Xinyan Palace has changed, another palace lord will be selected in the palace, and after April, the Xinyan consecration ceremony will be held, and the next generation of palace lords will be selected. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, it came so fast. He thought that the change of Xinyan Palace should come later. In the 2 months that he returned to Kyushu, the Holy Realm was equivalent to 2 years in the past. 2 years, for the saint, is just a snap of a finger. But in the past 2 years, Lin Chen's clone is a matter of every second, and the recovery of his servants can be described as extremely fast, and it has never stopped. In the past, Ying was in charge of the management, and then there was the secret support of the Danyu Presbyterian Church. In addition to Lin Chen's avatar and the support of the 2 major medicine refining giants, the strength of Lin Chen's team can be said to be growing at an unprecedented rate. Lin Chen originally thought that the contradictions and changes in this Xinyan Palace would take at least 10 or even decades before it could break out, but he didn't expect this day to come so early. It seems that the situation of Xinyan Palace is very complicated. At this time, the worn jade light roulette flashed again. When Lin Chen received the summons, his face was even more wonderful. The changes in Xinyan Palace have been exacerbated by external reasons? The 2 of Tianjing Dixie spy on new information. It is suspected that there are more than 100 saints on the list of saints who have secretly discussed certain things, and they also met people from Xinyan Palace. When Jian Qingqing and the little demon empress heard this, different degrees of shock appeared on their beautiful cheeks. What is the concept of 100 saints list? Every one of this group of people stomped their feet, and there are 3 shocking figures in all areas of the Holy Realm. What are they secretly planning at the same time? All in all, the current holy world seems to be calm, but in fact, the top forces already have a situation of division and turmoil. Lin Chen stood up, his whole body was filled with the holy power that swept across the heavens and the world, and he chuckled lightly. It's time, go to Xinyan Palace and bring back Sister Ruoyan. The light in his eyes flickered, Lin Chen's fighting intent was sky-high. This time, he will settle everything. When he went to the Holy Realm that year, those giant sects that stood up to the sky and the ancient family, all of them were like immortal mountains, blocking him in front of Lin Chen. Now, in the whole holy world, Tian Gao let him break through. Even the legendary list of saints is no longer so out of reach, but close at hand. Lin Chen, Lin Lang. At this time, Ling Yueqi, Ming Qingxian and other women flew over quickly. Ling Yueqi said seriously, "Are you going back?" Lin Chen nodded, "Well, you haven't been sanctified yet. Just stay in the Kyushu continent with peace of mind. With the medicinal pills I refined. Sanctification is only a matter of time. Must be careful." Yang Qing'er suddenly summoned up her courage, took Lin Chen's hand, and her cheeks were dyed. "No matter what happens, don't go all out, the hero of Kyushu, you only need to be a hero once, don't be there again. The Holy Realm will do it again." Lin Chen jokingly smiled and pretended to whistle. "With you here, how could I be willing to be a hero? I only like to be a handsome guy who is so handsome and sloppy. I have nothing to do with beauties. And brag about it. How happy it is. Go. I'll be back soon." When Lin Chen flew into the air, he and the little demon empress and the others turned into meteors, escaping into the void. The girls stared blankly at the direction he was leaving, and did not leave. For a long time. Inside Tianga Academy. In a pavilion, Shen Lianyun and Yun Tianga watched the meteor flash by. She looked at Yun Tianga and smiled. You have a good student. Yes, Tianga student, no, it should be the blessing of all beings in Kyushu, too. Have this son. Yun Tianga sighed, unexpectedly, he could borrow another 100 years of life. From the sky. All this is thanks to him, the most outstanding student in the academies. History. Holy realm, holy king domain, a temple like the sun, suspended above the sky. As if standing for 9 days, like a myth that never falls. At the top of the temple, a beautiful woman in a red dress slapped the table. Angrily. Xingwei was like a high photo, like a huge wave that turned the sky. And the entire Xinyan palace was throbbing. What will your elders eat? Didn't you tell him to stop him for 100 years? You just let an outsider directly enter the Xinyan palace and take charge of the Xinyan palace? How do you face the ancestors? Won't you be ashamed of the ancestors? Or if you live to this age, you don't even want to face. Are you just going to be a dog for someone else? The beautiful woman in the red dress cursed angrily, and the 10 elders above the hall did not change their expressions, sitting there like a rock. Immortalized. Shangguan Protector, you won't understand, we are here for the future of Xinyan Palace. Leaving it to Wu Pianju is the most correct choice. The top management of Xinyan Palace actually handed over the power to Wu Pianju. Listening to the answers of the 10 elders, Shangguanju's expression became colder and colder, and his beautiful eyes flickered with monstrous anger, like a burning divine flame. She said coldly. But he is a complete outsider. At least, he is not even a disciple of my Xinyan Palace. Bai Ruoyan is an orthodox disciple of my Xinyan Palace, and he is the first person to control the eternal flame in ancient and modern times. How much Bai Ruoyan has done for Xinyan Palace, supporting rookie disciples, interpreting the new Xinyan Heart Sutra, and benefiting all the disciples. With the power of eternal holy fire, a new holy fire space has been opened, so that all disciples can practice the Heavenly Fire Heart Sutra. In just a few years, can these achievements be achieved by an ordinary disciple? Even the palace master agreed that he would pass on the future position to her. What are you old guys interfering with? Shangguanju questioned the senior elders of Xinyan Palace. Haha. The white-haired elder led by him smiled. What you said, most young Master Wu Pianju can do it. The fact that young Master Wu Pianju is not a member of Xinyan Palace is completely a small problem. Although young Master Wu Pianju already has a famous wife, as long as Bai Ruoyan intermarry with him, he will be wronged and become his concubine. Servant, isn't everything just fine? Hearing this, Shangguanju scolded, have you forgotten our agreement not to mention her marriage? Hee, Lord Dharma Protector, it was back then, and now is now. The holy world has been changing in recent years. Only those who catch up with the tide and dare to accept new reforms can embrace the beginning of the times. Lord Protector, it's time for you to step back behind the scenes. This era is about to undergo unprecedented changes. Our choice is the last moment that can burn the flames of Xinyan Palace to the world. The answers of these 10 elders made Shangguanju's heart sink. She knew that among the 10 supreme elders, several turned to Wu Pianju. But what she couldn't imagine was that the other party had offered a bargaining chip that all 10 supreme elders would defect. Gongfa? Chance? Secret treasure? Holy artifact? Can't think of it, she can't think of it at all. What conditions Wu Pian can put forward, how can he can win over these 10 elders? You must know that Xinyan Palace is a 9th grade giant. And these 10 Supreme Elders are second only to the 3 Supreme Elders. They are all supergiant figures who are on the side of power and dominate. What kind of peerless cultivation method? I have never seen the chance, and I have not obtained any treasured sacred object, even if it is a list of saints. It is difficult to impress 10 of them at the same time. If the powers of 10 of them are concentrated, even her, the Dharma protector, has less right to speak and make decisions than them. To reason with you guys, it seems like I'm so stupid. Shangguan Ju's blue silk fluttered, and the elf-like flame streamer burned. Around her body, her jewel-like eyes turned crimson, and there was a delicate and clear flame burning. The 10 elders were moved. When will this woman's violent temper be changed? Her uncles, if you don't agree, you will start a fight. Does she still want to turn this off? Shangguan Ju sneered, since you want to exercise the sovereignty of Xinyan Palace, then you can play against me. My mother, the divine flame protector, was beaten back then. Your fists are bigger than mine, so I will never ask. Crazy, really crazy. You want to fight with us here? What about the disciples outside? You can't destroy the foundation of my Xinyan Palace. The 10 elders scolded, and the tone was full of fear. Disciple? How many of the disciples outside are female? How many are orthodox? From my Xinyan Palace. The Xinyan Palace has been suffocated, so let this protector clean up the portal. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Ju spun his slender hand slightly and stretched out a palm in the sky. The 5 fingers surged with the flames that would burn the world and destroy the sky. The power was not strong, but it suddenly ignited the temperature in the hall. Enough. At this moment, a voice carrying the sound of the avenue echoed in the void. And the flames in Shangguan Ju's palm instantly extinguished and disappeared. And his eyes narrowed. Are you going to fight me too? The surname is Lan. Blue Protector. The 10 elders were surprised. Another Dharma Protector venerable of Xinyan Palace. At this time, another figure walked slowly into the hall. He was handsome, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and a pair of blue eyes that looked clear and deep, looked at Shangguan Ju, and said indifferently, Shangguan, protect the law, you don't have to be obsessed anymore. This matter has been affirmed by the chief Taishang elder. At least this matter, we didn't kill it with a single word. We didn't give Bai Ruoyan a challenge to Wu Pian after April. Is there a chance? Shangguan's delicate body trembled. Chief Supreme Elder? Did he even go out? Shangguan Ju suddenly became quiet, and her eyes were fixed on Protector Lan, as if she wanted to see through him completely. Shangguan Ju's red lips parted lightly and suddenly said, even the chief elder has asked you to move. Can I know what your chips are? Ha 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 ha. Protector Lan let out a long laugh, waved his sleeve robe, and shot out a letter, which Shangguan Ju grabbed with one hand. See for yourself, Shangguan Protector. You will know how great our decision is this time. Lan Hufa opened his arms, and his eyes seemed to be witnessing a world of dominance. Only for the ceremony of conferring the gods after April, 10 saints on the list of saints will personally arrive at the Xinyan Palace to assist the ceremony. Xinyan Palace will once again be at the top. This era will belong to us, too. Xinyan Palace. The moment Shangguan Ju opened the letter, her eyes trembled. When she carefully read the contents of the letter, she was even more shocked. Wu Pianju, there is actually such a background and power behind it. What is even more terrifying is that it should be said, is their plan. And it is even more earth-shattering. I saw that at the end of the letter, hundreds of names were densely dropped. Each of these 100 names is a legend that will be passed down through the ages. Every one of them is a peerless saint who represents the absolute authority of the holy world. All the names of the saints on the list of saints. There are 100 saints on the list of saints, all nominated in one letter. And all of them have traces of their holy power, representing the signature of their own handwriting. What does this represent? This represents the content of the letter and the depicted prosperous age. And it is entirely possible to realize it. No wonder the chief elders will stand in line with them. This proposal, no one can really refuse. As strong as the Dharma protector, Shang Guanju, when he read the contents of the letter, his heart could not be calm for a long time. The heaven of the holy world is about to change completely. The giant wheel of change of the times will roll in, and no one can stop it. Lin Chen, please don't come to Xingyan Palace. I muttered to myself in my heart. Shang Guanju was almost in despair. God Flame Palace. The red sun hangs in the sky, and the divine fire burns, as if there are thousands of red suns burning the world. On the Shuiyue Tower, on the blue stone, there is an exquisite chessboard. The handsome young man is always sitting in front of the exquisite chessboard. Dressed in white, and his graceful elegance is astonishing for the world, like a saint who is not stained by a trace of worldly dust. As if he only needs to sit here, he can be set off by all kinds of visions as the center of heaven and earth. Your Majesty Wu Pian, all deacons who hold objections have been cleared. Those who refuse to obey will all follow the instructions of your Majesty and do whatever they want. In less than April, the ceremony of conferring the gods can be held as scheduled. At this time, 4 elders in red robes knelt down and reported. The sultry young man with a dusty temperament did not change his face, and the road was as light as water. And what about the protector hall? Isn't there the most opposition there? The 4 people's bodies trembled, and they all looked at each other with embarrassment in their eyes, and said hesitantly, "This? The Dharma Protector Hall has Venerable Shangguanju Dharma Protector in it, so it's not easy for us to do anything." Oh? Wu Pianju showed interest for the first time. Is it a hard bone? It doesn't matter. After the ceremony of conferring the gods, all of them can be killed. It's just that a venerable is a bit tricky. And it's not a problem. Go, invite the audience. Wu Pianju flicked his sleeves, looked into the distance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's a good show, how can there be a lack of audiences? Hundreds of millions of creatures will only give birth to one protagonist. When a person is the protagonist, he can do whatever he wants. I am Wu Pianju, I want this world to be in my hands. I want this group of saints to disappear. I want these sentient beings to reincarnate. I want this era, it's up to me. 7 days later, Chiyu, Bingxin Palace. Boom. A space beam descended, and Lin Chen returned with the girls. Congratulations to the return of the Lord. In the Bingxin Palace, the neat rows of powerhouses all knelt down on one knee. All of Lin Chen's servants. They were once famous, the proud sons of various eras, or they were imprisoned. For different reasons. Today, they have all returned to their peak period. Now is the time for their glorious return. The moment Lin Chen came back, with a flick of his sleeves, everyone who knelt on one knee immediately got up. Fairy Crimson stood in the hall. When she saw Lin Chen again, she seemed to see through everything about him, and her beautiful pupils shrank. Ning Xue. 1,000 times? No, it's not that simple. Look again, look. Again. My God, what did he do in the mortal world? When Fairy Crimson was shocked, Lin Chen looked directly at the 17 people above the hall, and Jiang Taishu bent down. "My lord, is the nether completed?" Lin Chen nodded and smiled. "Well, as you said, I personally sat in Kyushu for more than 2 months to prevent the demonic chi of the 9 major eyes from counterattacking. During this period, a large amount of pure sky has been placed in the 9 temple nails of the 9 major magic eyes. A holy water is no longer a problem. Today, including the strongest 17, all servants have returned to their prime. Thanks to Zhang Luo, who is in charge of Chiang, and the strong support of the Danyu Presbyterian Church. In addition, Lin Chen robbed a large number of resources from the wild demon world to be transported to the battlefield outside the territory. Those are all heavyweight treasures. All were sent back to the holy world by Lin Chen, adding a boost to the most important moment. When Lin Chen saw that there were still figures of Butler Ying and Tang Qianmei in the hall. With a flick of his finger, a light group suspended in the void stood in front of Director Ying. This is the no dream-breaking heart pill at the peak of the 7th rank. With this pill, you should be able to reach a higher level. Lin Chen chuckled, but Director Ying was overjoyed, and immediately held it in his hands, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Chen. Serve my people well in the future, and you will have a better way out." Lin Chen smiled casually, and then looked at Tang Qianmei. The eyes of the two met, and Tang Qianmei's expression was full of complexity. She has been refining medicine here for 2 years, but she has no resentment at all, but feels very fulfilled. In addition, Lin Chen integrated her proficiency in the practice technique for her before, and also made her breakthrough in the realm of refining medicine several times. After this time, she is closer to the 8th rank holy level of refining medicine. Perhaps soon, she will usher in a new breakthrough. Young Master Lin Chen. Tang Qianmei was the first to speak, her eyes full of dignified and worry. She said seriously, "I have secretly received news from that person, the list of saints. There may be drastic changes, especially Xinyan Palace. I am afraid that a storm has been brewing. No matter how big the storm is, it depends on whether it can catch me, Lin Chen." Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and there was absolute confidence in his eyebrows. "You have already received the reward. I, Lin Chen, are not someone who does not keep promises. 2 years have passed, and you are free. If you want to leave, I will not stop you." After speaking, Lin Chen turned around and didn't look at Tang Qianmei again. The beautiful woman bit her teeth lightly, stared at the young man's back without saying a word, and clenched her fists tightly. Then, seeing that Tianjin and Di Miao were just here, Lin Chen smiled casually. "The 2 of you happen to be there, and Qi Fian, the 3 of you will do something for me." The brothers Tianjin and Di Miao and Qi Fian clasped their fists respectfully and said in unison, "Please tell me, my lord." Boom! Endless and boundless fighting intent erupted from Lin Chen's body, like a war spear, like a divine sword, rising into the sky, as if it was going to pierce this world. The entire Bingxin Palace trembled. The pupils of many servants shrank. The master's cultivation has changed. The transformation has become too much. And it is simply not the past. Even Tang Qianmei felt an instinctive tremor and fear of life. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. This. In the past 2 years, what has he experienced? Tang Qianmei's heart was shocked when she helped Lin Chen to face many super evildoers that day. His cultivation was far below this level. "I want you to go to the gauntlet and challenge the Xinyan Palace." At this moment, Tang Qianmei and Director Ying were so frightened that their legs went weak. Did they hear it wrong? Challenge the 9-rank sect. Why is the 9-rank giant engine? That was the Wangji Zongmen who founded the Holy World in one fell swoop when the Holy World was created. All sects and families in the Holy World may fall, but the 9th grade will never. There was a sage who said bluntly that if the Jiuping sect fell, it would be the day of the demise of the Holy World. But today, someone challenged the 9-rank sect. What's the point of this? All servants are either excited, or crazy, or excited. This is their lord. This is worthy of being their lord. 9-rank giant engine, since the creation of the Holy Realm, no one dared to provoke, no one dared to recruit. Today, their lord will set an unprecedented precedent. Go to the Holy Kingdom and challenge the Xinyan Palace. I want the 3 of you to take the divine arrow as your intention, and the Holy Sun as your sacrifice. Take the stars as the poster, and the sun and the moon as the urn. The ceremony of conferring the gods and challenging the divine flame. Lin Chen laughed wildly and was extremely domineering. The sky and embers were extinguished. Qi Fian, the 3 of them looked at each other, the corners of their mouths raised slightly. I'm waiting for the order. Okay. The little demon empress clapped her hands, her beautiful eyes blooming with little stars, and she looked at Lin Chen with anticipation and curiosity. I've watched another good show. Challenge the 9-rank sect, this melon is so big. Jian Qingqing lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and her beautiful red eyes were full of shock. Challenge the 9-rank sect. This kind of background, without any trace, is to declare war on the top of the Holy World. Ling Yueqi, Ning Qingxian and the others were also shocked and their hearts trembled. They knew that Lin Chen never played cards according to the routine. But they never thought that he could be so crazy. Then, Lin Chen said again. However, before that, you have to each have your own long-cherished wish. Everyone was startled. Lin Chen laughed proudly. I promised you that the enemies who once harmed you, those who once trapped you in the holy prison, will all be destroyed after you come out. In the next 4 months, go and find out your enemies. I will set out with you, revenge for revenge, and revenge for revenge. Those who deserve to be killed will not be kept. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, his laughter was domineering. Then, when you have finished everything, there will be no more regrets. I want you to hand over your life to me, go to the Holy King's domain, and turn the Holy Land upside down. In the Xinyan Palace, the fragrance is as soft as jade inside the window. Master, do you mean to let me and Ling Shuang leave Xinyan Palace? The fairy in white behind the curtain exclaimed. It was by Ruoyan. The beautiful girl beside her has changed a lot. Jade legs are slender and tall, more than 1.8 meters tall, 3,000 blue. Silks are tied with purple-green hairbands, moth eyebrows, and obsidian-like eyes contain other worlds. She is charming and glamorous, with shallow pear eddies on her cheeks, and the girl does not have too much decoration, but she is truly a fairy of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. If Lin Chen was here, I'm afraid he wouldn't recognize him. This is his petite and lovely apprentice. I don't want to leave. Everyone in Xinyan Palace treats me so well, why should I be afraid of that wicked person? In a few years, I will blow him up. Shenling Shuang clenched her pink fist, her lips showing white tiger teeth. Shang Guanju laughed at the girl and pinched her nose. You can't beat him after practicing for a few years. Then let my master come. Shenling Shuang has a very proud figure, and her pretty face is full of pride. I don't believe it, the master can't beat him. Shang Guanju held her forehead, this girl and Lin Chen haven't been around for a long time, how could he learn his skills so deeply? Your master, and you are not much better now. You are both too young and have a future. Last time, it was because your master activated your martial god bloodline in advance that you became like this. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. But at least now, you two can't stay in Xinyan Palace any longer. Shang Guanju turned his eyes and looked at Bai Ruoyan, who was serious. Now, he's eyeing your eternal flame, and he's targeting Ling Shuang's martial god bloodline. Once he completely controls the Xinyan Palace, the first thing he will do is to deal with the two of you. As the situation in the Xinyan Palace has not been revealed yet, I will lead the people from the Protector Hall to escort you out, and there is a high probability that I can take you out, and then you will go to find Lin Chen. If you find him, never return to the Holy Realm. Now, go to the vast and numerous mortal world, where you can cultivate and spend the rest of your life. Shang Guanju's remarks made Bai Ruoyan's expression change slightly. She knows the temperament of her master very well, and she will never accept things that can be solved with fists until the last moment. But this time, she actually gave in, and even let them fly away, and after finding Lin Chen, never step into the holy world. It is conceivable that the actions and variables this time are not just the situation inside the Xinyan Palace. The intricate forces involved behind this may be an unprecedented behemoth. No. Bai Ruoyan shook her head, a look of determination appeared on her beautiful cheeks, and she said decisively, Master, if you lead the Dharma Protector Hall to escort us, what about yourself? What about the Dharma Protector Hall's Dharma Protectors? How many people will die for sending me and Ling Shuang away? They are all conscientious and conscientious seniors who have guarded the god of Flame Palace for generations. How could they risk their lives because Ling Shuang and I left? Shang Guanju is in a hurry. Why is this apprentice not enlightened? Master, you should protect the Dharma Protector Hall, protect the remaining elders, and unite them all. We still have hope. Bai Ruoyan's firm appearance made Shang Guanju even more anxious, and directly grabbed Bai Ruoyan's wrist. What hope do we have? Don't you still know the height of the list of saints? Hundreds of saints are united. They are trying to force us to our thoughts. Master. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan's smile bloomed, so beautiful that even Shang Guanju couldn't help staring at it for a moment. Master thinks that he will sit back and watch such a big event happened in Xinyan Palace, but he disappeared completely. Do you think he would do this? When it comes to the man in his heart, Bai Ruoyan's face is full of smiles. If a man like him is more high profile, the more silent he is, the more he is gathering strength to fight back. I firmly believe that he will come. Yes. Master will definitely come. If he doesn't come, I will bite him. Shen. Ling Shuang also pretended to be fierce and clenched her fists. If he dares to come, I will kill him. What if you're here? You too, oops, I'm so anxious. Shang Guanju was so angry that he couldn't force these two girls away. They are not what they used to be. If they don't cooperate, they will be found in minutes when they escape. Looking at Shang Guanju, who was spinning in a hurry, Bai Ruoyan smiled and said nothing, but when she turned to stare into the distance, her smile was not flustered. I'm waiting for you, Lin Lang. Chiyu, Bingxin Palace. Lin Chen's servants began to act, and they had collected a lot of information about each other's enemies after they were released from prison, and now it has officially come to the end. Especially with the mathematician Jiang Taishu there, calculating the position of an individual is completely a small problem. Have you got what I want? In the Bingxin Palace, Lin Chen looked at Director Ng. The beautiful woman immediately bowed her body and said respectfully, "It's done, Your Excellency, please come with me." Manager Ng led the way and took Lin Chen to a special plane of Bingxin Palace. At this time, Lin Chen, even though his fighting spirit is monstrous, he has restrained all the sharp edges, and the sharp edges are brewing, only waiting for the moment to come out of the sheath. During the period of Lin Chen's recuperation in Kyushu, he did not completely derail from the Holy Realm. On the contrary, he is constantly monitoring the every move of Xingyan Palace. There is absolutely no problem in monitoring the actions of Xingyan Palace, with the means of destroying the two of them. In addition, there is Jiang Taishu's arithmetic assistance to cover up their qi and help them hide in secret. There are also ghostly eyes watching, enough to have a panoramic view of the base camp of Xingyan Palace. If there are many flies in Xingyan Palace, he, Lin Chen, can also know. So, he doesn't have to worry at all. He wants to completely accumulate strength, and in this battle, he will completely explode the fighting spirit that has been brewing for a long time. At that time, even in the Holy Kingdom, he will be able to enter and exit freely, and no one can stop him. The gods are gone. Troubled times will come together. Bingxin Palace, Jiuzhong, Tianqi. This place was created by Lin Chen's servants. There are various energy pools, which are used by Lin Chen. Right above this plane, there is a dazzling multicolored light group suspended, which is the innate five elements essence. The energy of this thing is too strong to be dressed in a space holy artifact or a ring, and it is even more impossible for Lin Chen to open the superspace plane for a long time to accommodate it. If it is to be accommodated in space holy artifact, at least 8th rank holy artifact is needed. 8th rank holy artifact is still the most difficult space to cast. Even if Lin Chen has 2 8th rank artifact casting giants by his side, he will not be able to gather enough materials to start work. Therefore, this space is one of Lin Chen's temporary warehouses, and just in case, Lin Chen will keep a spiritual avatar here. If there is any change, although the spiritual avatar does not have too strong strength, it can be opened quickly. The hyperspace plane. At this time, Lin Chen and Director Ng came to the ice pool where the cold air was rising, and there was a sword with a surging edge. Clang! A sword roar turned into a dragon roar, and the sword in Tianqi turned into a stream of light and shot into Lin Chen's hands. This sword is cold and faint, the sword is 4 feet 7, white as jade, the tip of the sword is frosty, the blade is like rough jade, the blade of the sword is like a cicada's wing, the icy aura of the hilt condenses into 2 wings and floats slowly, the tip of the sword is like there are faint traces of dragon scales, which can make time and space stagnate. The sharp edge of the sword is piercing to the bone, it dances in the wind. And it has excellent spirituality. As if swiping a sword can freeze 1,000 worlds. Grade 8 sword, frozen heaven sword. It really was born from the yin and cold energy of the extreme prison. In the past 2 years, I really thank you for taking care of me. Lin Chen smiled casually, and Director Ng waved his hands flattered. Young Master Lin Chen is too polite. I'm just helping to collect information. The one who really went to retrieve the essence of the extreme cold in the sky is Fairy Shaolinger. How dare I take credit for it? Hee hee, without your support, my team would not be able to return to its heyday as quickly as possible. A dreamless heartbreaking pill alone is not enough to equal your achievements. Lin Chen knew very well that her servant was inconvenient to move. If she hadn't worked so hard to open up the intelligence network during this period of time to collect information on many treasures, the speed of her team's growth would have to be delayed by at least 1/3. Don't worry, what's going on here, what you get will definitely be proportional to what you paid for. Lin Chen patted her on the shoulder. Directoring was delighted, thank you for your appreciation. Managering is extremely fortunate that she chose to help Lin Chen that day. She bet right. Although all the information that I have accumulated over the years has been spent, the exchange is an unprecedented bright future, and my life will be rebuilt. After all, this is the only man in the holy world today who dares to challenge the 9-rank sect. Boom! With a shock, a sword flew out from the energy pool of Hell Volcano. The blade was turned into several lines of blood, like bathing in blood, and the scorching high temperature was faintly permeating. 8th grade holy artifact, absolutely splendid. All of Lin Chen's 7th grade holy artifacts can be grown in different ways. The Demon Slayer gun can absorb the energy of the holy demon crystal. The Frozen Heaven sword can extract the essence of extreme hell. The Absolute sword, which can drink the blood of thousands of fire-type holy beasts and grow. A clear roar is like a spirituality, the stars twinkle, the light of the stars turns into a star bow, and the bow body is as blue as a crescent moon, inlaid with cloud thunder star stones. The stars are connected together, and the bow string is like a thunder. 8th rank holy artifact, Jiuxiao Xingwu. The power of the violent Jiuxiao. Stars can be refined, supplemented by thunder, to improve the rank. In the past 2 years, Lin Chen entrusted his sacred weapon to Jin Wuxia and Liuji Xianyuan. In addition, his servants have a wide range of paths, and they need to go directly to the major star fields to collect them, which is even more powerful. Among the 3 flying knives, the Lingxi flying knife can absorb its main spiritual power, and has a good heart with its master. Ben Lei can be incorporated into heaven and earth crazy thunder and refined. It is expected to transform in the next 2 months. The problem lies in the final burning god knife. Directoring exclaimed, a sacred artifact that can grow is too rare in this sacred world. Very good, if this goes on, I should be able to upgrade all my sacred artifacts to the 8th rank, before heading to Xinyan Palace. Lin Chen nodded. His 8th rank holy artifact would be the strongest 8th rank in the history of the holy world. The effect of enhanced +15 will make all of Lin Chen's sacred artifacts far beyond the ordinary 8th grade. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really cool to have a power of your own. Especially when this force is full of masters, it is more than cool. Whatever you want, order it, and your own people will prepare it for you. Otherwise, Lin Chen will be alone, and only after the year of the monkey, the horse and the moon, can elevate these sacred artifacts. It's no wonder that those saints and the evildoers on the evildoer list are so strong. What's wrong with them? What's wrong with being a dude? It's too boring. Lin Chen sighed. But then, Directoring said again. Scorching God's flying knife, specializing in the spiritual path, needs to temper its treasure. The 2 masters of forging have already analyzed it. 1. Is the energy storm of the Polestar vortex. But this kind of energy body is too difficult to find. 2nd, it is the sacred flame of the primordial spirit. After the spiritual realm enters the primordial spirit realm, it still has a certain probability of forming the form of the sacred flame. The rarity is no less than the former, but Lin Chen wondered, but? Butler Ing smiled, with a lot of style, and said with a light smile. However, there is news about this thing recently, and I want you to come out. In person, Mr. Lin Chen. Yuan Xingyan, there is news recently that it is one of the first prizes of the Enchanting Ranking Summit. You can get it as long as you win the championship. This is the only channel and way to get this thing at present. Lin Chen was startled. The summit meeting of the evildoers list, this is the summit battle of every evildoer list. This meeting will be held in the Heavenly Sanctuary, and all the enchanting geniuses will come to see the birth of the top of the enchanting list. Bingxin Palace, the Plain of the Holy Dragon. This position was specially created for Lin Chen's Holy Dragon. A cold man in a red golden robe is sitting here. When Lin Chen stepped in, the cold man opened his eyes and melted into Lin Chen's body as a stream of light. It is Lin Chen's Holy Dragon. Very good, I killed the group of peak Holy Demon Kings and Demons at the beginning, and let the Holy Dragon absorb all the top chi and blood attributes. It is really right. In addition, in the past 2 years, Long Jiushan personally went out to find the ancient dragon blood to temper the dragon body for me, and the last 100 strengths exceeded 30,000 strengths. Now my holy dragon and my body have reached the same level. Hi. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose. If he encounters that Prince Ma Huang again, his holy dragon alone will be enough for him to drink a pot. Lin Chen looked into the distance, as if looking through the void. Is the enchanting list of the Heavenly Sanctuary at its peak? It seems that I can't keep a low profile since I just returned. It seems that before I seek revenge for everyone, I have to work a little harder to get the #1 title on the enchanting list. By the way. Holy King Domain, Xinyan Palace Territory, Brahma Valley. Right above Brahma Valley, a sun-like holy flame was burning. The holy light shines high, and there are endless holy lights in all directions. This is the scene of the Holy Kingdom, as if every inch of the mountains and rivers are filled with holy light and holy glow. As if this is the eternal residence of saints. If it is a fairyland, it is not a realm that mortals can touch. Today, the vision in Xinyan Palace is extraordinary, and several heavyweight VIPs have come to Brahma Valley. Inside the Brahma Valley. I didn't expect Xinyan Palace to invite me to wait 1 day. The conditions this time are very attractive. Well, after this trip, we can consider introducing more evildoers to the conference. In a lobby, many human race great powers gathered together, and the breath of each great power was particularly strong. Between the opening and closing of the eyes, there is an immortal holy light surging. These are all the powers of the 8th rank sect. The most important thing is that this group of great powers are from the 10 strongest 8 rank sects. The top 10 sects that established the enchanting list are known as the strongest sects under the rank 9 giants. I invite everyone today, just to speed up the process. If you can ride the wave of this era, you will also become the founders of future generations. A calm voice made the dozens of great experts present in awe and stood up one after another. The breeze was blowing, the white clothes fluttered like clouds and smoke, and the young man walked slowly into the lobby with his hands behind him. I have seen the god of war. Master Wu Pian. The 8th rank masters, who were as strong as the strongest sect, couldn't help but clenched their fists in cold sweat. This young man, just looking directly at him, has a kind of fear of eternal reincarnation, the blood of the martial god, through the sky and latitude. You are so lucky. Originally, just based on your grades, you are not qualified to stand on the same level as us. Unexpectedly, today's nephew Wu will throw an olive branch to you. I said, Wu Pianju, you have nothing wrong with your brain, what's the use of recruiting all this garbage? 3 figures appeared again, and the atmosphere in the lobby changed. Suddenly, the wind and clouds gather in Brahma Valley. The person on the left is an immortal style, with a head full of white hair. With a whisk in his hand, immortal style. There was always a little sternness between his eyebrows, his eyes penetrated like a sharp sword, and he saw through all the 8-rank almighty present. On the right, his physique is like a mountain, and standing here is like a 10,000 mountain swaying the sky. The young man in the middle is even more mysterious. His bright red hair was full of bright red hair, his back was hunched all the time, his hands were swaying, his face was handsome and pale, but he had a viciousness that was so ruthless that he was stronger than the first and second sages who dared not look directly at him. He was wearing a tattered blood-colored robe, and his body was covered in blood, like a halo, and every inch of his skin was bleeding. Rolling blood water rolled down from every pore of his, dripping to the ground. Wherever he went, it turned into a torrent of blood, and a wisp of blue smoke was burning. This person seems to have crawled out of a sea of blood, spitting blood all the time, shocking. He hunched his back, shook his hands, walked to Wu Pianju like a walking corpse, raised his head and grinned. If you mess things up, I will be the first to do you. Wu Pianju smiled lightly. If you have the ability, come now. I, Wu Pian, will never refuse a challenge. All 8-rank great masters took a deep breath. This is another great figure on the sage list. One of the ways of self-created blood, born by swallowing thousands of blood and refining hundreds of millions of blood essence, is supreme. He even manipulated his own cultivation for a time, completed a heaven-defying move, lowered his own cultivation, retraced his bloodline, closed the holy acupoint, returned to the acupoint expanding state, and performed the second total acupoint expansion, super saint. He is the blood catastrophe of billions of souls in this holy world. All the evil sects created by the cultivation of blood all originated from him. Saint Talent List, Blood Tribulation, Fang Xietian. Among the 8-rank almighty present, which one is not the almighty of a rank 1 and rank 2 saint that surpassed the Kaitian realm? However, when standing beside Fang Xietian, they even had a fear of turning around and running away. The list of saints, all of them are outrageously strong monsters. This statement is true. 2 people don't have the sparring of the saint talent list here. Today we are here to talk about business. The old man in white patted Fang Xietian on the shoulder, but he didn't care that his hands were covered in blood, and smiled. Fang Xietian glared at him angrily, found a place to sit down at will, waved his hand and said, "Anyway, I'm just here to watch the fun, don't screw things up. Your conferred god ceremony is up to you." Wu Pianju sat down, Feng Qingyun smiled lightly, his eyes swept away, and many 8-rank masters immediately corrected their postures. Everyone, what you have to do is very simple. After the summit meeting of the evildoers list, go to negotiate with the top 2,000 evildoers, and invite them to join us. Conceded. The conditions are the same as the bargaining chips we offered. Everyone, you should know that what I value is your current relationship and the inheritance of power accumulated over the years, not your strength. Wu Pianju tapped the table with his fingertips, and said nonchalantly, as long as I think about it, a single thought can directly wipe out the forces Behind you from the map of the Holy Realm. You should know how to do it. Yes. The 8th rank masters were sweating like rain, clasping their fists tremblingly. People who are stronger than them, who are called powerful by the world, also have their heads bowed this day. In this world, the higher you stand, the more you can find that there are always taller characters above. At this time, when no one expected it, a sound of breaking wind roared. Sigh. Tear. The space is shattered, and the firelight ruihua rushes into the sky, burning everything that is blocking it. A sharp edge spanned thousands of miles, as if it had shot across the void. What? A large number of strong people in Xinyan Palace were awakened. Lan Hufa, Shangguan Hufa, and the 2 great Dharma guardians also noticed at the same moment. Sigh. Boom. With a loud explosion, a divine arrow that shot through the sky swept into the sky, directly shooting the divine flame directly above the Xinyan Palace. When the terrifying energy storm swept through Shangguanju and Lan Hufa, the 2 holy king-level guardians shot at the same time, protecting the main hall of Xinyan Palace, unscathed. However, the logo of Xinyan Palace was shot through. The intention is obvious. At this moment, all the powerhouses changed color. Not only the Xinyan Palace, but also the 9th grade giants of other families in the Holy King's domain reacted, stunned and shocked. Who is it? Dare to attack Xinyan Palace? It's the other way around. Brush. 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 At this time, the distant sky danced like a sword light in the sky. Immediately afterwards, after the knife light flashed, endless sonic booms hit. Was it a group of meteor showers? Boom. 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 While the 2 guardians were protecting the main hall of Xinyan Palace, a large number of meteorites fell and bombarded the Brahma Valley. When many elders were about to stop them, they found that these meteors were not aimed at hurting people, and they were all stunned and uncertain. After a while, the meteor stopped, forming a very regular series of giant craters. I saw that when the holy flame of the sun that was shot through the Xinyan Palace fell, it floated and dotted the vast pit, and began to burn violently, turning into a sea of fire. These flames burned along the crater, and in Brahma Valley, burned into several large characters. The ceremony of conferring the gods, challenging the flames of the gods. All the powerhouses clearly witnessed this moment, and an unprecedented shock surged from the bottom of their hearts, straight to the sky, and their bodies were boiling. Battle post. Challenge stickers. In the whole world, there are people who dare to post a battle against the 9-rank giant engine. Holy world, is it going to change? Wu Pianju stood up slowly, his eyes deep. Xingchen is a post, challenged Xinyan. Fang Xietian, who had always maintained a low interest, suddenly stood up, and the blood moon-like pupils burst into a strong light for the first time. Interesting, so interesting. What is this for us? Is it for Xinyan Palace? Or is it for us? The 8-rank masters were horrified. If it wasn't for the sky-shattering arrow, just now that shot directly through the holy flame of the sun in the Xinyan Palace, they would never have believed that under this world, someone would dare to post a war on the Xinyan Palace. How many years? No one can shake the hegemony of the 9-rank giant engine. Don't look at the calm surface of the holy world. In fact, how many 8th rank sects are controlled by the 9th rank giant engine? It's okay not to give an order. Once an order, not many 8th rank sects dare to resist. Today, someone actually shot through the holy flame of the sun in the palace of divine flames in the most upright and bright way. This is pulling one hair and moving the whole body. This kind of behavior is undoubtedly a disgrace to the entire holy worlds. 9-pin sect. The main hall of Xinyan Palace. What happened? What are you doing? You can't prevent external attacks and let others call you openly? Where are the Protector Hall and the Heavenly Punishment Hall? You rice buckets, let people hit my Xinyan Palace head-on? Many senior elders roared in anger. But standing at the top of Xinyan Palace, the 10 supreme elders fell into a strange silence. Where is Xinyan Palace, the giant sect that created one of the holy worlds? Its foundation is so strong that it has swept across all major fields, and there are not many rivals at all. This kind of place, is it said to be hit? Impossible. There are 10 accountants in the Xinyan Palace alone, and all of them are hard characters among saint-level accountants. They were either drawn from the top 8th-ranked giant sects, or the geniuses of the mathematician world from all regions of the Holy Realm. With these 10 mathematicians in charge, the crises in all aspects of the Xinyan Palace can be predicted and known in advance. However, in the Xinyan Palace just now, all the mathematicians kaching. But there is no prior expectation. The opponent's attack came just like this, and it still penetrated the protective formation. That is to say, the other party also has an accountant. Moreover, it is the top level, far beyond the level of their Xinyan Palace. They were obviously prepared, and they directly blocked the murderous and heavenly secrets. In the void, a spatial vortex slowly emerged, the beautiful and refined Xinyan Palace Blue Protector. At the moment when he protected the main hall of Xinyan Palace, he had already used his body technique to search for countless spatial planes within a range of tens of thousands of miles. However, they found nothing. He couldn't find a place to attack at all. His demeanor was particularly solemn. First of all, the secret is hidden. There are no more than 5 fingers in this level of mathematicians in the entire holy world. Could it be that some old monsters were born? However, why do they dare to challenge my Xinyan Palace? There is no such motive. Protector Blue fell into contemplation. Not only that, they defused our palace guard formation when we didn't notice it at all, so that the attack directly penetrated. This way of decompressing space is unprecedented. There is also a hidden breath. With the perception of this protector, I can't even feel the direction of the arrow's attack, and I can't even find it. Who is this top method of eliminating breath? The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. There is also that earth-shattering, peerless arrow, the person who sent it. Although he has not become a holy king, but has a perfect and flawless artistic conception, and the taste of remaining energy is not exhausted. At least the level of a rank 9 peak saint. Moreover, it is definitely not those old antiques whose vitality is dying, and their cultivation is not far from the realm of this guardian. Based on his vision and experience as a Dharma protector, we can speculate the action just now, at least 3 or more super powerhouses cooperate with each other to complete it. If you count the peerless mathematician, there must be more than 4. And these powerhouses, even if they are not as good as the Holy King, are not far behind. It is definitely the top of the top in the 9-turn saint. Otherwise, it is impossible to bypass the layers of protection of Xinyan Palace and shoot directly through the holy flame of the sun in Xinyan Palace. Using the star as a post, and pointing the sword at Xinyan. You can get the power of this lineup. There are only a handful of 36 domains in the holy world. Protector Lin looked into the distance, his eyes as sharp as swords. He sees this matter very far, very deeply, very thoroughly. There are definitely a lot of holy worlds among the powerhouses in the hidden world. The 36 domains are so wide that it is too big for even a holy king to see the whole picture, and even 1/10 of them may not be able to understand. No one knows how many human race powerhouses are lurking in this holy world. But one thing is certain, the stronger the powerhouse, the more arrogance in his heart. This point, the Blue Protector, could not be clearer. Back then, if it wasn't for the previous palace master of Xinyan Palace, he had saved his life. In addition, the previous palace master was even willing to give him the opportunity to become a holy king, so he was willing to join the Xinyan Palace, and later became the Dharma Protector Venerable. If not, he, who was a saint in the 9 ranks back then, even with a life-saving grace and arrogance in his heart, would not be enough to make him work for the Xinyan Palace. Therefore, the seriousness of this incident is not only the 3 superpowers. From the essence of the matter, these 3 superpowers cannot shake the foundation of Xinyan Palace. But the problem is, the people behind them and the forces behind them. It is the one who can gather all these superpowers together. That person, this is the #1 enemy of Xinyan Palace. Only the 9th rank forces can come up with this kind of lineup. And the holy world's 9th rank sect, my Xinyan Palace, has been recorded, and no sect can have this motive. So, who is it that has such means and appeal? Protector Blue fell into deep thought. The individual super powerhouses are not scary. The scary thing is that when these powerhouses can be brought together into one, the influence, the 36 domains of the Holy Realm, will not be ignored by any domain. Even if it is as strong as the Holy Kingdom, it will not work. This is a force that threatens the 9th grade sect. Even the top rank 8 refining pharmacists would not be able to call for such a lineup. Who would offend a rank 9 giant for the sake of the face of a rank 8 refining pharmacist? Isn't that looking for death? The other side. Seeing the fireworks and sea of flames burning all over the sky, Shangguan Ju, who was suspended in the air, was completely stunned. Who is it? Dare to eat the gall of a bear's heart and a leopard, and want to challenge the 9th grade giant? Will it be him? Before he entered the genius list, he dared to wash the genius list. When he first entered the enchanting list, he dared to challenge the authority of the enchanting list. Now, he has been silent for 2 whole years. Will this kid be the one who does nothing for 2 years? Impossible. Must be him. Just based on what Shangguanju knew about this little guy, he is not the kind of master who does nothing and can cultivate quietly. Only he, Lin Chen, has the courage to not be afraid of the world. That kid is really like Ruan said, he is really here. Moreover, he is going to challenge Xinyan Palace. Shangguanju's delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart throbbed. It's so strong, I don't even plan to negotiate, just post a battle post. Back then, he was still a boy of the Emperor of War, but in just a few years. Now, he has grown to the point where he can challenge the Palace of Divine Flames. Shangguanju secretly said in his heart. If it really is him, then the history of the holy world will be completely rewritten. The strongest saint who is as strong as that year does not have his mythical growth rate. Shangguanju's bright and beautiful red lips can't stop rising. The haze of these days is swept away. Now, she is pleasing to everyone. This little guy has grown to an unpredictable height. What Protector Lan can expect, she can naturally too. Since the next battle post can come up with such a strong lineup, it means That Lin Chen still has a backer. Discovering her abnormality, Protector Lan frowned. Shangguan Hufa, what are you laughing at? Have you eaten bee shit? Ha ha ha. Lan Jingyu, let's wait and see the show. From now on, everything is unknown. Shangguanju looked up to the sky and laughed. Wu Pianju, your opponent is here. Protector Lan, ? There is only one thing Shangguanju has to do now, to protect the elders in Xinyan Palace who have not yet defected. Inside the Palace of Divine Flames. Okay. This is the master, it must be the master, right? Shen Lingshuang jumped up with joy, clapped her hands, her face flushed with excitement, and she was especially happy. Bai Ruoyan's beautiful eyes flickered, and when her smile bloomed, she was unparalleled in beauty. I always believed that he would come, Lingshuang, we just need to wait quietly for him to proceed. When the smile was slightly put away, Bai Ruoyan's eyes flashed a rare cold light. Wu Pian's lore kills every Xinyan Palace's life, I will remember it, and I will take it back for the palace master. Lingshuang, let's go to the realm of nothingness. Continue to practice. Hearing this, Shen Lingshuang's face suddenly became bitter. I'm still cultivating, I've been in there for a year, and the outside world is only a month away. Bai Ruoyan's smile is not a smile, if others want to enter the realm of nothingness, they have not yet entered. You can enter and exit at will, but you are not satisfied? Shen Lingshuang shook her head and said, No, I don't like cultivation. Bai Ruoyan said again, then do you think your master is disappointed? If he comes here, sees that you are not interested in your cultivation, and drags him back, what do you think will happen to him? Shen Lingshuang remembered that when she participated in the Rainbow Island Skylist competition before, Lin Chen learned that she had the appearance of not cultivating the exercises, and immediately shrank her neck, her beauty was full of bitterness. I'm going, can't I go? Bai Ruoyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, this girl obviously has a peerless talent that can make the holy world tremble, but she just doesn't like to practice. Outside the Xinyan Palace, Wu Pianju broke off a section of feathers on the ground and frowned slightly. This arrow is aimed at my Xinyan Palace? He turned to the distance and sneered. Or, are you coming for me? No matter who you are, I will kill you all. The news that the Xinyan Palace was posted on the battle post was quickly blocked. Because the attack was sent from the site of Xinyan Palace, no other forces knew about it except the 9th grade sect, and those who knew the 8th grade. Almighty did not dare to say a word. This time, the other side. Heavenly Sanctuary, the head of the 100,000 Dragon City, the ancient dragon city. In the past 2 years, there have been too many changes in the holy world, and many shocking secrets have surfaced. In addition, more shocking news came out, which gave countless forces in various fields an impetus to move forward. Some of them were promoted to the enchanting list, and there were hundreds of enchanting who disappeared at the same time. After being announced by the 10 major forces, they all fell at the same time. This shocking news detonated countless sectarian families. And in the Heavenly Sanctuary, even more legends emerged, pushing the legendary names to the top. There are saints who are promoted to the 8th rank perfect saint level pharmacist, and they are only one step away from the legendary 9th rank. Shocked the world. There are even more saints on the list of saints, who have comprehended the supreme practice, and held an unprecedented orange-level practice conference. This conference bluntly stated that everyone who is sanctified has the Opportunity to practice the orange-level mental method. What's more, there is the legend of Xinyan Palace, the descendant of martial god, Wu Pianju. After 100 years of enlightenment, he had an epiphany, and he actually created an advanced orange-level combat skill. At the top of the orange rank, there are only very few cases in the holy world recorded in the long history. The orange rank is advanced. This rank has approached the highest level of practice in the history of the holy world. This rank, only a very few holy kings and gods can create. Wu Pian's ability to create advanced orange-level exercises will mean that he can advance the civilization of the entire high-level human race in the holy world by himself. And a few months later, the ceremony of conferring the gods of the Xinyan Palace was even more of a grand event. All the saints of the holy world have a hunch, this is like a precursor to the arrival of a great world. Of course, there are still a small number of people who know that there is a legend that is even more terrifying. That is the one who was born 2 years ago, the human race who broke through the cave in the demon world. To this day, many 8th rank forces who have received rumors still cannot guess who that person is. In the ancient dragon city, for high platforms are cast, the venue is divided into 4 venues, and the 8 sects of all parties are gathered. The saints gathered like a huge number, the condensing realm was like a dog. The life and death realm appeared in pieces, the star realm formed a team, the holy mind realm was all over the stage, and there were also a lot of open heaven realms. This kind of scene is very spectacular, which is much stronger than the evildoer ranking ladder competition of the year. The drunk old man and others are also here, and the original Yi family, Mrs. Yi Li Shue, is also here. There are other evildoers in the Yi family nominated for the evildoer list. And they are now participating in the summit meeting, striving for a new ranking. Almost 2/3 of the 8th rank sects in the Holy Realm have arrived. What a supreme existence a saint is in the secular world, but here, there is no realm of expanding acupoints, and even a conference of this level is not eligible to enter. The world is always vast, and if you don't reach the corresponding level, you will never be able to discover that the world can still have such a scene. The major evildoers are even more like the sun, and as soon as they appear on the stage, they become the focus of the 4 major venues. Today, the darling of the era will be completely separated here. Who is the first on the world's evildoers list? Cough cough cough. In the void, a bald old man was suspended, amiable and smiling. Haha. I haven't seen such a prosperous world for a long time. This time the peak will be an old rule. Every 100 evildoers will be selected for a reincarnation competition. The winner can continue to challenge the higher evildoers. The bald old man is about to make a final decision. Then, this summit meeting is officially opened. It will officially start in a few moments. Because we still have a pretty boy who will be parachuting into the top of the enchanting list. At this moment, a clear young laughter interrupted the bald old man. In the 4 major halls, many saints were stunned. God said, "Let there be light." So, there is light in the world. God said, "I want to meet the most handsome man. So, here I am." Brush. The wind was blowing, and a space vortex was dissolved in the void. And a young and straight silver-robed figure stepped out. Everyone, it's been a long time. You haven't watched me for 2 years. Do you? Miss Ben Handsome? The great powers of the 8 grade sects suddenly stood up and were stunned. Lin Chen? Lin Chen? This name is both unfamiliar and familiar. Because in the past 2 years, the Holy Realm has been surging, and the waves are magnificent. There are so many amazing talents born. Even the list of saints who have always been low-key and invisible have been born one after another, and almost everyone was shocked by too many legendary characters. But, to say forget, it is absolutely impossible. Because this son is the only saint who has expanded his acupoints 30,000 times since the Holy Realm. Lin Chen? Why is he here? Will he also come to intervene at the peak of the enchanting list? Isn't it that there are rumors that he was too arrogant and was hammered to death by some great power? Is there? Why did I hear rumors that this kid was taken care of? Why do I hear rumors that he mixed into the dragon family and the 3 female dragons? The audience immediately set off a frenzy of heated discussion. The major evildoers cast curious eyes and looked at Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen's name is not on the list of saints, it is no less popular than the list of saints. Among them, a small number of monsters and wizards are particularly tyrannical, and they are even full of fierce killing intent. Obviously, many people returned from the battlefield outside the territory. The monsters who have experienced the battlefield outside the territory are completely different from the ordinary monsters and wizards. On the high platform, U8 rank great experts frowned. Lin Chen? Is that the kid who challenged my enchanting list? Would you like to get him down? No, being in the public I will damage my reputation on the enchanting list. According to the rules, this child is also a member of the enchanting list and is eligible to participate in this competition. And even if he has killed someone on the enchanting list, if we can't get him to the law enforcement hall, we can't exempt him from the enchanting list. However, the more the 8th rank great masters looked at each other, their pupils shrank. They have discovered a terrifying fact. It is Lin Chen's cultivation level. They are not only unable to see through, but they are stronger than open heaven realm. When they release the perception that they are close to Lin Chen, there is a faint instinctive fear that goes deep into the bone marrow. Could this kid have some big killer in his body? Can they be afraid of opening the heavens? When Lin Chen looked around the audience, especially when the 3 ghost saints and the 3 ghost saints met Lin Chen's eyes, the 3 ghost saints had a kind of terrifying horror. When the 2 first met, this old monster in the early days of Kaitian realm, Lin Chen couldn't even catch his palm. Now, Lin Chen can suppress his evil spirits and 3 ghost saints with just one look. Little friend Lin Chen, do you also want to participate in the peak of the enchanting list? At this time, the bald saint who was suspended in the air was still very good at communicating, without any airs, and smiled indifferently. Brush. Lin Chen landed and entered, nodded and smiled. Yes, it is the so-called peak meeting of the enchanting list. Since it is the number 1 in the enchanting list, I naturally can't miss it. Oh? Lin Chen's remarks immediately aroused the sneer and fighting intent of many evildoers. This guy, didn't he subconsciously say that you are also qualified to compete for the first place in the enchanting list? A hairy boy who has been on the enchanting list for less than 100 years also wants to compete for the first place on the enchanting list? Then, Lin Chen said with a half smile, but not a smile. Everyone, this enchanting list peak meeting, always playing ranked single player, it's too boring. How about we order a fresh, fair, and interesting melee? No. The bald old man suddenly became serious. Little friend Lin Chen, you have no right to interfere with the competition. Content of the Enchanting Leaderboard Summit. The summit has always been such a rule, and it is impossible to modify it because of someone. If you just jump out of a monster and you can change the rules, wouldn't it be a mess? This Lin Chen scratched his head. If it really followed the normal process, it would take at least 2 months. If it's normal, 2 months is just a snap of your fingers, but now Lin Chen, doesn't have that time. Lin Chen was helpless. Well, I have something to do in a hurry. Lin Chen's helpless speech immediately aroused ridicule from the audience. Ha ha ha, in a hurry? Something to do? What else is more important than the peak of the enchanting list? Could it be that he is in a hurry to go to the bridal chamber? Ha 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 ha. I think he's a blind eye. Yelong is used to being arrogant. He thinks he has a little talent and is arrogant. I really think I am the protagonist. If you talk about evil geniuses, there are countless here. Countless saints sneered. Lin Chen rolled his eyes while supporting his forehead. Damn, I'm in a hurry to fight the Xinyan Palace. Who the hell is still free to play with you here? Well, as far as I know, the super evildoers on the evildoer list can challenge each other by betting on their rankings in the summit meeting. Right? At this time, Lin Chen said again. The bald old man nodded. Yes, but if you challenge a monster ranked higher than you need to get the other party's consent and pay the corresponding price. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose. That's easy to do. Lin Chen waved with one hand. Boom. The hurricane swept through the 4 major venues, and the situation changed. Saint Xia is entwined and entwined. Countless Bao Guangxingxia swims like floating clouds, dreamy and blurred. The endless vortex of luck revolves, as if the heaven and the earth are coming. The golden lotus on the ground is full of crescent moon flowers, which is beautiful. The sacred light travels one by one, illuminating the mountains and rivers. There are many more terrifying breaths of holy majesty, like a holy spirit, descending on the heavens and the earth. It is the vision of the 8th rank holy artifact. And more than one. Countless holy lights reflect different visions and are reflected in the 4 major venues. At this moment, all the strong people in the audience stood up instantly. Their faces were horrified, and there was even a feeling of numbness on their scalps. No one is moved by it. Among these treasures, there are as many as 12 high-grade spiritual plants that have matured to their peak. There are a total of 86 mid-grade spiritual plants and 586 low-grade spiritual plants. Among them, there are many middle-grade Yushan trees, comparable to high-grade Lingji, middle-grade Jiuyang Dragon's Blood Tree, Tianhan Bingxin Linglong, and Holy Spirit rootless vines. There are also 8th-grade Holy Ore, thousands of middle-grade variant crystals, for 8th-grade Holy Pills, and 25 7th-grade Peak Holy Pills. In addition, there are a full 4 8th-grade Holy Artifacts. Terrible, this wealth. Enough to match multiple 8th-rank sects. All kinds of holy light set off the silver-robed boy in the center, like the stars supporting the moon. He opened his hands and smiled proudly. Everyone, this is part of my current net worth. Part? Hearing this number, the corners of the mouths of many 8th-rank great experts twitched wildly. Is this only part of it? When Lin Chen's servants recovered most of their injuries, with their background, knowledge, and experience, it was easy to search for middle-grade and top-grade spiritual plants. You must know that some of the servants on the 19th floor of the holy prison in their heyday even held top-grade spiritual plants. I use these treasures as a bargaining chip to challenge the monsters and wizards. The winner can divide my net worth. If I lose, all these treasures will belong to the winner. If I win, I will inherit the highest ranking. If I can win all the way, then The first place on the enchanting list will belong to me, so what? Lin Chen's words caused 1,000 waves. Lin Chen's servants personally dispatched, and Lin Chen robbed the wild demon world. His total net worth has reached an unimaginable level. Far beyond the 8th grade, that's for sure. However, compared with the real 9th grade giant engine, it may not be comparable. 8th rank Saint Artifact? Hey! 8th rank Holy Pill also has it. I just happened to be missing a flying knife. I was thinking of going to the battlefield outside the territory for more than 10 years before I could get a 7th grade holy level flying knife. Unexpectedly, there is an 8th grade holy level flying knife that was delivered to my door. Children only make choices. I want to go down and blast this Lin Chen. I want them all. Hey, what are you doing? Count me in. Many evildoers who had no interest in Lin Chen before were suddenly full of fighting spirit. Lin Chen's net worth has attracted the attention of all the monsters and wizards. No one will be moved by it. As strong as the giant power of the 9th rank level, the 8th rank holy artifact is not to be taken out. Not to mention, take out 4 pieces in one go. As strong as the top 1,000 super evildoers, those who really hold the 8th grade holy artifact will not exceed the number of 5 fingers. Truly a handful. This kind of heaven-defying sacred artifact can basically only be held by the peak of the saints and the list of saints. The super evildoers present are gearing up, especially the top 1,000 evildoers. They have more or less heard that Lin Chen has the combat power to kill the Kaitian realm and the peak holy demon king. However, they also have this level of combat power. Moreover, after experiencing the baptism of the extraterritorial battlefield, they did not think that they would be inferior to Lin Chen. The VIP seats of the audience, the senior members of the Yi family, all looked horrified. Only the lady of the Yi family, Yi Lishue, took a deep look at Lin Chen and narrowed her beautiful eyes. What has he experienced, and why has he grown so fast? In the past 2 years, Yi Lishue has focused on collecting Lin Chen's intelligence. Yi Lishue was very clear about his performance at the exercise exchange meeting. 2 years ago, she couldn't see through this young man. 2 years later, she can't see through. It seems that the more you get to know him, the more you find that everything around him is so unreasonable and full of mysteries. His behavior can't be inferred by common sense at all. How about it, seniors? My challenge shouldn't be considered a violation. Lin Chen smiled casually, and the 8 rank masters all looked at each other. Little friend Lin Chen, wait a moment. We need to discuss this matter with everyone at the top. 2 mature and beautiful women in blue dresses, who were as delicate and charming as twins, bowed their heads. Lin Chen looked at the position of the high platform, and there were 10 white-haired old people, like old monks entering meditation, sitting cross-legged on the seat like an eternal sculpture. Oh? 5 open heaven realms are complete, and 5 first-turned saints? Lin Chen raised his brows and smiled in his heart. This is probably the way to host the enchanting list. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, the 10 old antiques opened their eyes at the same time. An obscure holy mighty desire pressed on Lin Chen's body. He was calm. Oh. This son, extraordinary. He is as solid as a rock, his eyes are transparent and bright, and he is not a reckless person. These old antiques have a very high evaluation of Lin Chen when they meet each other. They are all old monsters that have existed since the beginning of the holy realm, and they have been behind the scenes for a long time. The 2 beautiful women told Lin Chen's request, and the eyes of the 10 old Antiques met for a while. After dozens of breaths, two beautiful mature women floated over and smiled. Little friend Lin Chen, your conditions have passed. Please temporarily put away the treasures in your qi transport capsule. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, I knew that the two beautiful seniors were reasonable and would definitely help me win it. One day I figured it out. Let's eat mala tang together. The two beautiful women covered their mouths with a chuckle, and said with a slight anger, you are slick. Lin Chen, shouldn't this be romantic and suave? Then, the two beautiful women in the open world said with a serious look. Okay, let's get down to business, you can challenge your higher-ranked enchanting genius and multiple enchanting monsters. The number of your challenge victories will be in accordance with the rules of the summit conference. If you win 2 rounds of 3 challenges, you will be able to advance to the next round. You can freely choose the treasure you want to mortgage to challenge one evildoer or more evildoers. And during your challenge period, the peak meeting of the evildoers will also be held as scheduled. After you advance, you can continue to challenge the evildoers in the next round. In a nutshell, Lin Chen's challenges and victories have synchronized with the summit meeting. No matter how many monsters he challenges, he will be promoted according to the number of victories in the conference. However, you still have to temporarily hand over your air transport capsule. Of course, the sacred artifact needed for the battle will not be used for the time being. This is the rule set by the elders. The beautiful woman turned her eyes and smiled. To her surprise, Lin Chen happily tossed with one hand and temporarily handed over all of his several air transport capsules. Aren't you worried about our seizure and manipulation? Another beautiful woman who opened the sky said in surprise. After all, Lin Chen's Qi Luck capsule contains enough wealth to rival multiple 8th rank sects. In the face of this amount, no one can be calm. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter, I can suppress you even if you want to do anything. The pupils of the two beautiful women shrank. Repression? What Lin Chen used was not defeat, but suppression. Suppress them, or suppress the organizers of the enchanting list present? It must be an illusion, right? Under the watchful eyes of the public, the beautiful woman in the blue dress did not hesitate for too long, and said immediately. So, young Lin Chen, which enchanting geniuses do you want to challenge? The second girl giggled, with your combat power, you must be in the top 1,000. However, Lin Chen suddenly smiled, top 1,000? No, I am not a picky eater except for my specialties. After speaking, Lin Chen stepped forward. The 8th rank aristocratic families, sects, and sects were suddenly shocked. And the super monsters on the high platform, more than half of them are ready for battle. As long as Lin Chen dares to challenge, they will dare to fight. 8th rank holy artifact, they are bound to get it. Countless saints looked up and couldn't help but hold their breaths. This mysterious young man who has risen against the sky all the way, with a mysterious background, once became a figure in the heavenly sanctuary and the 36 domains. After 2 years of silence, what is his strength and cultivation? And which evildoer does he want to challenge? Or, is it to challenge multiple evildoers? Countless eyes gathered on Lin Chen, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and he smiled. What Lin Chen wants to challenge is. After all, Lin Chen skillfully put on his homemade sunglasses and laughed jokingly. I want to challenge all the evildoers in the entire evildoer list. The voice fell. There was unprecedented silence in the 4 conference halls. Silence. Deathly silence. In the four great halls, almost all the saints felt that they had heard it wrong. All the big business groups, eighth-rank aristocratic families, sects, and the hidden old monsters who have rarely come out of the customs are here today. Whether it is condensation realm, Naxing realm, sacred heart realm or open heaven realm, no matter whose cultivation base is strong. No matter who has more experience, who has more extensive knowledge, or who has more outstanding experience. At this moment, they are all the same. They all fell into the look of question marks on their faces. Because of the amount of information, it is so huge. If you don't hear clearly, I will force you to repeat it. Lin Chen's smile grew stronger, the corners of his mouth rose wildly, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! A snap of fingers penetrated the spirits of everyone, pulling them back from their shocked and confused state. I, Lin Chen. I want to challenge all the enchanting geniuses in the entire enchanting list. Whether it's down to the 9,000th place, or up to the top 100, as long as you're on the enchanting list, I'll challenge all of them. Whoever wants to fight, as long as they defeat me, they'll be able to divide up my net worth. As long as all of you evildoers are thrown down, I will be the first on the evildoer list, and the championship prize will belong to me. Lin Chen laughed wildly and was extremely domineering. This coach has always been a long-lasting force, but this time I'm in a hurry, so I hope you can come together. After that, there was still deathly silence in the four major venues. Even Yi Li Xue, a stunningly beautiful woman like a strong woman, was so shocked that she opened her red lips in disregard of her manners, which evoked imagination. The 10 elders sitting on the high platform originally had a detached expression and unfathomable demeanor, regardless of the world. At this moment, they were like young men who had been smashed, their faces stunned, and the corners of their mouths twitched. It was not until Lin Chen repeated it twice that they could hear clearly who Lin Chen was going to challenge. Not a super evildoer, let alone multiple evildoers. What he wants to challenge is the entire enchanting list. After 10 full breaths. Crazy. Must be crazy. It's so creative to find death, who came up with it? The director of the Dark Horse Club? You are so funny. What happened? This kid is going to challenge the entire enchanting list? This is a list of evildoers. It's not a list of geniuses. Has his head entered the sea? In the four conference halls, an unprecedented frenzy of heated discussions broke out suddenly. Hundreds of business groups, major eighth-rank families, and sects, all boiled over. All saints, all had the trembling feeling of scalp tingling. As if the whole body was electrocuted. The two twin girls in blue dresses froze in place. They recalled what Lin Chen said. No, I'm not a picky eater. It turned out that the sentence meant to single out the enchanting list. The enchanting list, created in the 10th century after the creation of the Holy World, has an unprecedented long history. In this list, saints have been born, amazing talents have been born, and prodigies who have influenced the history of the Holy World for thousands of years have been born. It is enduring and has a long history. Every evildoer who has come out of the rankings is an ancient saint who is famous in the Holy World, or a peerless powerhouse who has passed through the ages. The enchanting list is unique, and it is also the hope of the human race. This is a generally accepted truth. It has always been based on the top of the Holy World, as if no one can suppress their light except for the legend of the Holy Talent List. But today, someone challenged the entire enchanting list. What a shit, he didn't come to challenge at all, he just came to make trouble. The old man severely condemned this son and expelled him from the list of evildoers. Just take it directly. In front of the elders present, let's suppress him. Directly. Even the powerhouses and enchanting geniuses who did not kill the older generation were angry. That's right, it doesn't sound like a challenge at all, it's obvious that this kid is here to make trouble. I can't pretend I didn't hear these words. The red robe was like blood, a handsome and evil young man slowly got up, and a blazing and domineering light erupted in his sword eyes, shooting directly at Lin Chen in the venue. Many geniuses were surprised. This is a real big shot. Second place on the enchanting list, Shichuani Jian, Jinyangji. This person is the pinnacle of the enchanting list today. Before the summit meeting was held, the first place on the enchanting list was empty. It just happened that I fell in love with his holy weapon. If I don't kill this kid, I don't have a good idea. Another evildoer, with a strong physique and a sturdy physique, with blood and energy like an ancient real scorpion, sneered. The 8th place on the enchanting list, the top 10 body refining holy realms. On the enchanting list, launching holy body Guzhan. I have to say, it's the first time I've seen someone so crazy. Giggle, it's the first time Ijia has been looked down upon like this. His head, I want it. The top 10 evildoers on the evildoer list have all been dispatched one after another. Boom. The murderous aura soared to the sky, as if it was about to pierce the sky of the 4 major venues. Countless holy clouds stretched across the sky, and one after another silhouettes descended from the venue to enter the venue. The group of saints was shocked, and countless saints took a breath of air. The top 2,000 super evildoers on the evildoer list are also dispatched. The top 100 characters on the enchanting list all stood up one after another and came in the air. Even some evildoers ranked more than 5,000 or more than 6,000 have begun to enter. Lin Chen directly provoked public anger. This is not just a challenge, but a humiliation. Thoroughly humiliating, trampling on the arrogance of a large number of evildoers on the evildoer list. No one has ever dared to do such a thing. Even the big man who was number 1 on the King's Landing enchanting list in all dynasties could not be alone and single out all the enchanting men. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose. It's one thing for him to provoke public anger, but it's his net worth that really makes those super demons end up. If you don't make a bet with your net worth, how can these super evildoers get hooked? They are all unprofitable guys, which super evildoer doesn't want to carve up his wealth? According to the rules, Lin Chen did not violate the rules. At this time an old voice came from the vast void. The group of saints was shocked, and there was an Almighty who spoke. However, he cannot use any illegal means and external force. If not, this seat will suppress him personally. The vast and vast void seemed to be flickering with several illusory figures. When the sound was transmitted again, even the 10 elders on the high platform stood up and bowed faintly to the void. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, a saint who was above rank 2. However, he didn't care. The purpose of his trip is only one, the first place in the enchanting list. The championship prize. So, the conditions he put forward before are still valid. Those who participate in the fight will get the wealth resources he mortgaged here, and everyone will have the opportunity to share. When several people in the void spoke up, the saints were horrified. The powerful people actually approved the behavior of this kid. Boom. Almost as soon as the powerful voice in the void fell, the 4 major venues shook all at once. Holy power circulates, after images all over the sky. At the moment when the great power was recognized, all the evildoers took action. Hundreds, 1,000, 5,000, 8,000. The enchanting list is here. All are here. A total of 9,329 monsters and wizards, all entered. Only a few enchanting wizards who knew Lin Chen did not choose to enter the arena to challenge Lin Chen. It's weird, there's something wrong with Lin Chen's hand. Almost all the enchanting geniuses who have come into contact with Lin Chen have this kind of intuition. Ha 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 ha, I haven't heard of such an extraordinary story for many years. Come on, I will sit in the town and open a battle plane for you. Brush. A streamer of light shot from the sky, and the space vortex opened, turning into a new space plane, sending Lin Chen and all the evildoers into the battle plane. Whether there is trouble or not, as long as you, Lin Chen, don't violate the rules, you can play whatever you want. If you lose, you will lose your fortune. If you win, the first place on the evildoer list belongs to you. Too loud laughter came from the void. The saints in the 4 major venues all stood up, their hearts trembled, and their eyes fixed on the space light screen in the venue. This will be an unprecedented challenge in the history of the holy world. Enchanting list. One person challenges the entire enchanting list. Like a tiger challenging all the lions. This is a battle destined to have no suspense. But regardless of victory or defeat, Lin Chen will definitely set a precedent. If an ordinary evildoer makes such a request, it will definitely be rejected. But Lin Chen is different. The host of the enchanting list saw his chips and net worth. Just relying on his net worth is not a level of petty trouble. And he's not breaking the rules. As long as the evildoer on the evildoer list is willing to accept his conditions, in theory, this multiplayer challenge is unlimited. However, what no one could have predicted was that this would be an epic battle in the name of an individual, to single out the entire list of evildoers. Within the combat plane, many evildoers on the enchanting list, together with Lin Chen, were transported to a desolate desert. The vast expanse and sandstorms filled the sky. This space plane is the strongest space barrier in the 4 major venues, which can withstand the bombardment of the open heaven realm. In the plane, each grain of yellow sand weighs 1 million kilograms, and the quality is extremely high. In the surrounding space, more than 9,000 monsters and wizards are suspended in the air. Lin Chen, on the other hand, stood on the opposite side. The two sides were 100,000 miles apart, yet they seemed to be close at hand. Thousands of miles away, for saints, urging the holy power to see into the details at a glance, and to launch a strike at a distance of 10,000 miles. Although the power is compromised, it is not a big problem. I have to say, I laughed at the baby delivered to the door. You don't really think that with the strength of the open heaven realm, you can single out the enchanting list, right? What if I have the strength in the middle and late stages of open heaven realm? Don't say that the top 100 bosses are all here. The top 2,000 evildoers make a move, and they have to lose half their lives in the later stage of the Kaitian realm. It's not surprising to die on the spot. As long as you can get a 7th grade holy pill, you will earn blood. No matter how bad it is, there are still so many treasures of heaven and earth. And spiritual plants of luck, ha ha ha. Many evildoers stared at Lin Chen in the distance with a playful expression on their faces. At this time, the sound transmission of the organizer's great power came again from the void. This battle will be held by this seat in person. Due to the large number of People, this seat will use its own judgment to teleport the wounded away, and those who are teleported away will be regarded as a failure. If Lin Chen fails, life and death will be settled. If this seat can save it, it will be saved. If it cannot be saved, it is also the path you choose. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "No problem." The powerful voice transmission made the evildoers feel even more at ease. "Steady. This one, just hammer him, Lin Chen. Now, the peak will begin." Ning's voice just fell. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, and slowly stretched out a finger. Directly in front, a green-haired enchanting genius laughed jokingly. "The meaning of this finger, do you mean to take us down with one move?" Lin Chen clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Fuck, confidant. How do you know?" Hearing that Lin Chen was planning to kill the evildoers with one move, the powerful people in the 4 major venues couldn't help sneering. An old man in gray sneered. "What a big breath." Boom. In the desert plain, flying sand and stone, the holy prestige shines through the ages, going out in all directions, going up and down the world, full of infinite murderous intentions. Insanity. Die. Sword shadows like tidal waves come from the sky, the light of the sword is like a wind, clouds, dragons and tigers, the wind, thunder, light and darkness, and many other attributes of the holy power take shape, as if a rolling frenzy is coming. It simply covers the entire world. The first to launch the offensive were the evildoers ranked 6,000 to 9,000. This offensive alone caused a lot of dignified expressions from the great powers of the 8th rank aristocratic family. Although these monsters are still very young, their powerful aptitude and heritage have already begun to emerge. As strong as open heaven, you may not be able to retreat in the face of this move. 1 or 10 young monsters and wizards are nothing. But once there are hundreds or even thousands, the quantitative change will lead to unprecedented qualitative changes. The offensive that it initiates is by no means as simple as the superficial cultivation base. The enchanting list is always the enchanting list, not a mortal saint. Just because of this offensive, the 8th rank masters agreed that Lin Chen had to take it seriously before he could take over. The powerful monsters are still watching, staring closely at Lin Chen. Once he takes the first wave of offensive or reveals flaws, the monsters will attack immediately. Everyone was watching. Lin Chen slightly used pure power, lifted his breath, and breathed in. Following that, Lin Chen's breath had a long history. When he inhaled, almost the entire space began to distort and collapse, the light shattered, and the space collapsed like a paste. The holy energy gathers the energy of Dantian and condenses into Lin Chen's chest. The next moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled. Hu. Boom. 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 The hurricane swept across the entire desert plain, and a superstorm that smashed the sky and split the ground like pushing 1,000 worlds across. Stirred the sky and the earth to overturn, blew the yellow sand raging, and rolled through hundreds of millions of feet of void. Boom. The gust of wind was strong and powerful, like a sword turning into a sword, smashing Zhou Tian into unprecedented chaos, piercing all the offensive directly. Boom. 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 In an instant, a series of explosions erupted in the void, and the terrifying holy force frenzy was directly crushed into pieces by this hurricane that pushed the sun, moon, and stars across. The strength of the wind is like a sharp sword piercing the void, piercing the defenses of thousands of evildoers, and their holy bodies are torn with a Pucci, and the holy blood is mad. He was seriously injured without even reacting. The yellow sand is all over the sky, and the wolf smoke billows. The storm is like a dragon's roar, and the dust storm is like a thunderous roar. Light is distorting and space is collapsing. Not good. An exclamation sounded in the void, and immediately ejected the blue holy glow of the sky, like eggshells, protecting the lifeblood of countless evildoers. The major evildoers have retreated, and their expressions are full of unprecedented shock. At this moment, all the saints in the 4 major venues were shocked. A chill went straight to the sky from the bottom of everyone's feet. The 10 sponsor elders on the high platform stood up on the spot, staring at Lin Chen. In one breath. Just take a breath. The attack of more than 4,000 evildoers blew out the energy of Dan Tian. The most terrifying thing is that he didn't even use his holy power. With the strength of this body refining, more than 4,000 evildoers were crushed. What the hell is this realm and grade? In the VIP seat, the old man in gray who disdained Lin Chen just now was dumbfounded, trembling with fear. The old man muttered to himself in horror. Okay, that's a big breath. More than 4,000 evildoers, all of them were seriously injured, like falling feathers, scattered around the sky, and finally teleported away, leaving a small part of the attribute light ball. The remaining 5,000 evildoers finally realized the horror of Lin Chen. However, their reaction speed is far inferior to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was astonished. He landed across 1,000 miles, bent down slightly, and inserted his 5 fingers into the yellow sand ground. Seeing his posture, some of the body-refining holy realm's pupils shrank. No way. Oops, he's going to throw sand. With Lin Chen's strength that spans the sky and the latitude and the earth, combined with this desert yellow sand that weighs as much as 1 million caddies, this palm splashes. I don't know which enchantress muttered to himself subconsciously. Turn the skin and water. Lin Chen bent over, his palms and 5 fingers sank into the yellow sand, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Come and send the evildoers to the sky with the yellow sand, and carry them all away. In Lin Chen's holy cave, the immortal holy light flashes, and his right palm runs a little holy power. Immediately afterwards, the holy power that overturned the sun, moon, and stars erupted in Lin Chen's palm, and his 5 fingers slammed into the sky. The palm lifts endless yellow sand, such as the birth of billions of real dragons, destroying the world and collapsing the sky, and the entire plane has the illusion of spinning in an instant. Sigh. Boom. The yellow sand is diffused like starlight, and it shoots out crazily, like streaks of starlight flashing across the sky. No, not good. Quickly withdraw. Defend now. Thousands of monstrous geniuses turned pale, and it was too late to withdraw. The offensive came too fast, instantly drowning them in the endless starlight, piercing through all their defenses, and many defensive holy weapons. Boom. 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 The yellow sand in the sky turned into a starlight lasing, and a large number of enchanting geniuses were concentrated in the void, such as birds with arrows, and blood was sprinkled. Hiss. This palm, the explosion of holy power, is not at all the hundreds of powers in the early days of the opening of the sky, and it breaks through 2,000 powers. The power of one statue is 1 trillion dragon power, which is a lethality that rivals 2 trillion dragon power. Didn't you say that this kid used his ultimate move to achieve the cultivation level in the early days of opening the realm? This palm is so special that he can't even stop in the middle stage of opening the realm. These little brats on the enchanting list are going to suffer. The pupils of the 8-rank masters trembled, and Lin Chen's hand alone was enough to rank among the top 500 evildoers. But, it's not over yet. Everything just happened between lightning and flint. In the desert plain, thousands of miles of desert are cracked open. Tear. Lin Chen's figure, pulled away a 1,000-mile-long afterimage like a knife, flashed to the other side, and clenched his fists with 5 fingers. Always look at the world from above, you should also go down to the world too. See the scenery of this world. Lin Chen let out a stern laugh, his fist was like an angry dragon turning over. The river slammed into the sky, and punched it violently. The 9-color holy light circulated between the 5 fingers, and in this punch, Lin Chen used 2/3 of his holy power. Sigh. Boom. 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 The terrifying fist wind crushed everything, like a chaotic storm, causing the world to overturn, and it was several times more terrifying than the slap just now. The fist wind of the 9-color Xingxia swirls across the entire desert plain. In the sky, the fist sweeps the mountains and rivers thousands of miles, runs through the galaxy, and directly pierces a big hole in the desert plain. This young master's 6th grade yin and yang armor. No, he can't be this strong, he must be cheating. Dad, save me. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions and miserable screams in the void lingered endlessly. Some demons were beaten to the point of crying, some were unconscious on the spot, and some were seriously injured. No matter what trump cards the evildoers have, what ultimate skills, or defensive trump cards, they are all in this one. All packed. Boom. In the 4 great halls, all the saints stood up suddenly, their pupils trembling with fear. You must know that for every 1,000 places on the enchanting list, the watershed is a huge gap. From the top 1,001 to the top 2,000 on the enchanting list, all of them have a combat power that is enough to match the holy state of mind. However, at this moment, all the monstrous arrogances outside the 1,000 rank in the monstrous list were blown away by this punch, their defenses were shattered, and their offensives were ruined. One punch. Just one punch. The saints stared blankly at the desert plain. What a scene was that! Indescribable, unforgettable forever. The yellow sand is raging, and the holy sun shines in the sky. Wearing a silver robe dancing wildly with the wind, the young man strolled in the desert. He was bathed in the holy glow of 9 lights and colors. Wherever he passed, silhouettes in the sky fell like snowflakes and fell like dust. Down in the desert, every figure that fell under his feet was a monstrous genius placed in the holy world. Every figure that was bombarded and fell down is a legend rising among billions of geniuses, a genius who is admired by countless saints. At this time, the legend that these people were admired by countless saints, but fell like snowflakes, one after another, and fell at the feet of one person. Blow out 4,000 evildoers in one go. Overturning 3,000 evildoers with one palm. One punch swept more than 1,000 evildoers. With 3 moves, most of the enchanting list was wiped out. Can anyone imagine this scene? Who could have predicted this moment? No, no one dared to think. Things that others didn't even dare to think about, appeared again and again in his hands, and were born again and again. Alone, push the evildoer list horizontally. Saint talent, holy talent is born. The enchanting list of gods descended to the world, and Lin Chen will definitely be on the list of saints. The history of the list of evildoers in the holy world will be rewritten again. At this moment, it will be engraved in the holy world forever. History will give birth to an unprecedented saint who will be born at this moment in this century. It's terrifying. This old man has never thought that a person who likes to do things will be quiet for 2 years and then break out. It can go against the sky to such a point. An unprecedented frenzy of heated discussions exploded directly. This battle has amazed the 8-rank sects of the entire holy world. 2 years, but in 2 years, what realm has he grown to? Judging from the punch just now, the holy force controlled it very accurately, only wounding all the evil spirits, but not completely killing them. If he wants to kill, at least half of the evildoer just now has to die. He alone, Lin Chen, is enough to wash the evildoer list with blood. Where will history lead? One-on-one enchanting list, such feats are enough to be famous in the history of the saints. Now is the main event. There are less than 1,000 evildoers left, all of them are super evildoers who have stepped into the holy state of mind. This is an unparalleled battle, and it will definitely be a battle for Lin Chen to consecrate God. No matter whether he wins or loses, Lin Chen's reputation in the holy world will surely rise to the top, comparable to a saint. Everyone could see that Lin Chen really had the strength to single out the entire list of evildoers. The punch just now was as strong as the 8th-rank great powers, but it was nothing but a sense of fear that trembled in the soul. The lethality of the holy power has surpassed the power of 10,000 gods. The power of 1 trillion dragons is equal to the power of 1 god, and the power of 10,000 gods is the power of 1 trillion dragons. The power of 1 punch is enough to collapse the sky. In the desert plain, Lin Chen walked slowly to the extreme south of the desert plain, in the void, stepping into the air to levitate, facing the last group of super evildoers. Alone. They have resisted Lin Chen's offensive one after another before, and they are the most powerful group of evildoers. Even if they are injured, they can recover quickly because they have all entered the cultivation of the holy state of mind. The recovery ability of the holy state of mind is not trivial, especially when Lin Chen does not use the extinction crack. The holy state of mind is very durable. Everyone, why don't you give me the number 1 spot on the enchanting list? For how handsome I am. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and with a hand he grabbed Zhu Yan. To deal with these super evildoers, as strong as Lin Chen's current cultivation level, he has to show some real skills. Because none of the opponents are weak, especially the top 100 characters on the enchanting list. Don't think that if you kill some cats and dogs, you will be able to unscrupulously overthrow the enchanting list. You are not worthy. The 4 evildoers sneered and pulled the holy sword behind them with a bang. The terrifying Qi machine is about to tear the sky apart. The world-shaking war is about to start. On the VIP seat, Yi Jia was already shocked into a cold sweat. Yi Lishua's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, staring deeply at Lin Chen's figure. Looking at the boy's domineering and confident smile, her heart could not be calm for a long time. Qing Wu, your eyes are more vicious than mine. In the desert plain, the strength of this kid is terrifying. Admit it, fighting alone, just with that punch just now, Eugene Yangji may not be his opponent. The eyes of the 7 top 20 super demons met, and their expressions were full of solemnity. Let's join forces. Our ranking competition will be played later. Let's take this kid's net worth first. It's also a huge sum of money in the sky. Without the cultivation level of a rank 5 saint or higher, the 8th rank holy artifact cannot be taken by force. However, if he is defeated by Lin Chen, it will be different. This battle is worth taking the risk. It's over when the show is over. I don't think he can shake our alliance. If all of us join forces, the list of saints can also fight, not to mention a mere Lin Chen. Joining forces, how can it be so simple? Who can really make the top 100? Monsters in the enchanting list join forces? The moment before the fierce battle broke out between the two sides, the top 200 enchanting geniuses on the enchanting list all looked at each other. At least, most of the super evildoers are still willing to join forces for a short time and deal with Lin Chen first. Interests always come first. Haha, I've taken a fancy to his 8th grade holy pill, and let's join forces to kill the sun. Yelong is arrogant and delusional to decide the history of the enchanting list. Overthrow the enchanting list? It's beautiful to think about. Boom. 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 The power of nearly 1,000 super evildoers brewing, the entire desert plain trembled violently. These super monsters are all geniuses who have expanded their acupuncture points 2,000 times. Their foundations are terrifyingly powerful. With the realm of the holy state of mind, they launch an offensive together like a 1,000 open heaven realms. In the desert plain, the swords turned like dragons, and the 4 super monsters drew their swords and swung their swords sharply. The 4 super monsters each took out a sword, slashed out a sword light like a giant wave, and twisted towards Lin Chen like a vortex. This offensive seems to be a sign of eruption. All the super evildoers aim at Lin Chen, the light of the holy cave skyrockets, and the unique skills are revealed. They are either united, fighting each other, or lurking in the dark. Not good. Protect the venue first, otherwise this person will have to be smashed and smashed outside. If we continue like this, the 4 major venues will have to be demolished by them. The 10 elders on the seat on the high platform stepped on the soles of their feet one after another, turning into holy light and escaping into the void. Swinging both hands, the holy force turned into silver-white space power to stabilize the plane. This battle has evolved to an unprecedented level. No one could have imagined that there would be super evildoers who challenge the entire evildoer list alone. There is no correspondingly prepared battle plane in the 4 major venues. 1-on-1, and 1-to-1,000, which are completely different levels of concept. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to start a war, the great powers in the void took action one after another, taking all the wounded evildoers away from the sky. When the powers of the summit organizers witnessed the injuries of these evildoers, they couldn't help but tremble in their pupils. An old man in an azure robe stared at Lin Chen's back when he was floating in the void of nothingness, his pupils trembling. It can't be so mysterious. Each of the evildoers and body protectors were smashed into pieces, and they were all seriously injured, not killed. What does that mean? This means that Lin Chen has controlled his holy power cultivation to a level that is almost against the sky. This is a fact that is even more terrifying than the mass slaughter of enchanting wizards. A one-turn saint can use dozens of exercises to launch thousands of attacks in one breath. However, it is impossible to maintain the power you want every time you attack, and there will be certain errors in the middle. With the cultivation of these powerful second-rank saints, they can't do like Lin Chen, only beat the evildoers into serious injuries and leave them alive. Such exquisite control of holy power is beyond their reach. You must know that the defense level of each evildoer is completely different. To only wound and maim them without taking their lives, how terrifying is this? Power control? Ghosts, real ghosts. His cultivation is definitely not as simple as opening the holy cave. Could it be that he opened the sacred acupoint of the brain in advance, and the control of holy power has reached our level? These great powers above the heaven-opening realm have all exploded. Within the plane, the desert sandstorm was raging. The attack from the sky shattered the plane. The world was spinning, and the space of thousands of miles around Lin Chen was shattered into a vacuum. Clang! Between the electric light and flint, a dragon roar, a sharp edge that splits the 9 clouds to divide the continental plate. Lin Chen stepped into the air, and the surging trend swept up. He held a dark red sword in his hand. The body of the blade seemed to be bathed in blood. There were 9 blood lines on the spine of the blade. The blood-colored long qing at the handle of the blade blinked a little, and the fire burst into the sky, destroying all directions. Lin Chen is holding a knife alone, and his power is soaring to the sky, and his brows are full of domineering intent to look down on the world. The 8th grade knife is absolutely amazing. The moment Lin Chen held the knife, the entire desert plain, the yellow sand, ignited a surging flame. The high temperature filled the desert plain, and the blood-colored fireworks burned the sky. The guys on the enchanting list have always been high above, and now it's time for someone to smash your arrogance. Lin Chen smiled sternly, with 44 hexagonal stars shining from the holy acupoints all over his body, the holy energy billowing like rivers, sun, and moon, and at the moment when the blade was condensed, Lin Chen slammed the blade out and slashed into the sky. God's tears. Tear. The tip of the knife swept away a few 100,000 feet of snow-white sword glow with a faint red flame, and the sword glow swirled like a spiral. The pupils of many 8-rank great masters shrank, and this knife, flawless and seamless, has become perfect. The realm is far beyond the realm of open heaven. However, it may not be enough to take over all the monster's attacks. Bang! At the critical moment, the sword light suddenly exploded. The sword light exploded, turning into a sky full of sword energy fragments. Boundless, as if this vast expanse of sand was inexhaustible. Every piece of knife gas is as beautiful as broken jade, crystal clear, blooming with the beauty of withered flowers. Such a change made all the evildoers shrink their pupils. The shards of knife gas slammed into the offensive of all the evildoers, pushing and smashing like a gust of wind and rain. Every piece of knife gas shards hit every super evildoer's attack with incomparably accurate bombardment. Sigh. Boom. 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 When the countless pieces of blade gas collided with the offensive of the evildoers, there was an explosion in the sky, tearing apart the desert plain. And the sky overturned. The aftertaste of the sword chi is like snowflakes, scattered and falling. In the 4 major conference halls, all the saints in the open heaven were trembling in their hearts. Only their cultivation base can clearly see that the blade gas fragments penetrated all the attacks of the evildoers, and a large number of super evildoers were shot down. When the aftermath of the terrifying energy disappeared, there was a dead silence in the 4 major venues. Wearing a silver robe in the void, the holy power circulated, turned into a faint golden light, and condensed into a golden jade garment. Lin Chen was suspended with a knife, surrounded by the bodies of super monsters either falling to the ground or floating in the void, falling into a coma, covered in blood, flesh and blood, and many injuries. With one knife, 800 super evildoers of the sacred state of mind were cut down. Lin Chen's eyes turned, and in the fragmented desert plain, only the last 200 unparalleled evildoers were left. The enchanting list, only the last line of defense is left. The 8th rank great powers in the 4 conference halls heaven. Unprecedented dignified expression. This Lin Chen is very likely to have the strength close to the saint talent. Ranking. What kind of cultivation is this kid? Heaven opening realm, absolutely the realm of opening heaven. And it is also the cultivation base of the heaven opening realm with the qualifications of the saints. If he wasn't in the open heaven realm, I would stand upside down and fly. The super evildoer of each holy state of mind cultivation base, the holy power cultivation base, can explode about 1,000 trillion dragon power, which is equivalent to 1,000 gods. These super monsters have even defeated the peak holy demon king. Even in the early days of the Kaitian realm, where 81 holy caves are usually blooming, it is difficult to completely take down these super monsters in a one-on-one situation. The saints exploded the pot, communicated with each other through voice transmission, and became more and more terrified. What is the concept of being able to slay these monsters with one move and defeat the quartet? This son, it is very likely that half of his feet have entered the level of the saint talent ranking. In the desert plain, Lin Chen looked at the juyin in the palm of his hand with interest. The power of the 8th grade knife was beyond his expectations. The gap between the 7th grade holy artifact and the 8th grade holy artifact must be at least 5 times greater. It's really strong. In addition, my juyin has been strengthened by the system, and it can almost be called the strongest 8th grade holy artifact. Lin Chen can force back all the super evildoers with a single knife. In addition to the strength of the exercises, mental methods, and cultivation bases, on the one hand, it is due to the power of the 8th rank holy artifact. 8th rank and 7th rank are really different. The legendary 9th grade holy artifact, I am afraid it will be even more defying. At this time, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to collect a large amount of attribute light balls, but suddenly laughed. This enchanting list, you can barely be called my opponent. How about you? Everyone is happy to admit defeat and surrender now. I can't be as gentle as before when dealing with you. All the evildoers in the top 200 understood what he meant. The implication is that he, Lin Chen, will not only wound and defeat the evildoers like before, without taking their lives. And the reason why Lin Chen motivated the Jade Clothes is because in his previous god tiers, only the offensive of these 200 people penetrated the shards of blade chi that bloomed from his divine tears. The top 200 characters on the enchanting list are all unbelievably strong. Go straight to the middle or even late stage of Kaitian realm. To single out these people, Lin Chen couldn't completely defeat them without hurting their lives. His original intention was to win the first place on the enchanting list as soon as possible, not the bloodwashing enchanting list, which would cause a little trouble for his next actions. You may think you are number 1 in the world, but I think you are nothing but arrogant. At this time, Jin Yangji, who was ranked 2nd in the enchanting list, stepped out one step at a time, pulled the holy sword behind him, and the qixia split inch by inch, as if the sky was filled with qixia. If you really let you fight alone, maybe it will really make you number 1 on the enchanting list. Lin Chen, you are very strong. But your biggest mistake is to challenge us. All of you unparalleled evildoers, all recognized Lin Chen's strength. However, this actually inspired their fighting spirit even more. Nearly 200 super evildoers surrounded Lin Chen, each holding a 7th grade holy artifact. Since there's nothing to say, let's fight. This handsome guy likes to talk. With his fists. Boom. Lin Chen's shoulders shook sharply, and he pulled out a Peerless sword light straddling the sky. Immediately, more than a dozen of the top 100 sword saints of the world's monstrous evildoers stepped out in one step, slashing with their swords in their hands, and slashing through Lin Chen's sword with a long river of sword energy. Tear. 12 monsters with superb movements appeared around Lin Chen like ghosts. They either pointed out, swung their fists, slashed a sword in the middle, or pinched their handprints, and suddenly slapped the ley lines. The desert turned over, and the stars moved. One after another, the holy force like a shower of stars blasted Lin Chen. Heavenly Dragon is unparalleled. Another unparalleled evildoer shot a peerless palm technique. The Holy Dragon turned into a dragon 100,000 feet high in the sky, and the dragons danced wildly, falling on the top of Lin Chen's head one after another. The swordsmanship of death, the end of the world. The top 10 Samsara sword saint on the enchanting list slashed obliquely with a sword, slashed out the rolling sword light with the breath of death, slashed the desert, and divided the world. The fifth fairy of the moon, one of the 10 most stunning monsters in the enchanting list, is the most powerful monster in the world, and is suspended in the air. Her colorful dress fluttered, and a solar eclipse vision appeared all over her body. She held a holy bow with moonlight flowing in her hand. The eclipse covers the sky with arrows. The arrow flashed vertically, pointing directly at Lin Chen. When all the evildoers' offensive is launched, it is almost only at the same moment. In this scene, let alone the late stage of the open heaven realm, the great powers who are stronger than the perfection of the open heaven realm have to fall on the spot when they are trapped in this siege. Without the reaction speed of a sage, it is impossible to survive. Lin Chen held the knife with one hand, slashed a sacred terror towards the sky. The knife chi spun, smashed the sky-filled shards of saber chi, and smashed countless offensives. Then, 8 spirit-burning dragons emerged, roaring towards the sky. The sound waves shattered many mental attacks that attempted sneak attacks. With a swipe of the palm of his hand, Lin Chen held Ben Lei in his hand. In a single thought, the Lingxi flying knife followed the Lord's heart and swung it out of thin air. From the top of Lin Chen's head, the shadow of the lotus blade that covered the sky bloomed, slashing away layer by layer. Lin Chen's offensive also erupted in an instant, and the reaction was so quick that even the second-rank saint couldn't help shrinking his pupils. Sigh. Boom. 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 The mountains and rivers are reversed, the sky is falling, and the earth is splitting, and in the desert plain, several great powers of the second rank have once strengthened the power of the plain. Watching the battle is dazzling, too stalwart. The top 200 evildoers on the evildoer list are linked together. This scene is like returning to the great war in the ancient times. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Chen's son actually took most of the offensive head-on. Tear. Lin Chen held the knife in one hand, spread out the 9 wings of the demon, pulled away the endless afterimages, and was wearing a golden thread and jade clothes, and scathed. A group of unparalleled evildoers who are good at body skills suddenly intercepted him, and the unique skills appeared frequently. Lin Chen's swordsmanship, or cooperated with flying knives, or the most arrogant boxing method, slammed past him, and the super chaos was launched one after another, hitting everyone. Lu Yaoxia was caught off guard. Brush. Boom. 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 Lin Chen and the evildoers fought from the sky to the earth, and wherever they went, they shattered everything into a vacuum. On the way, from time to time, there are monsters who are defeated by Lin Chen. and retreat. They are seriously injured, and there are not a few people who vomit blood on the spot. Lin Chen did not completely resist the attacks of the evildoers. At least 10 evildoers hit him in the attack launched by 100 evildoers. But he was unscathed, making the evildoers almost vomit blood. Clang! Lin Chen was as fast as lightning, severing a demon's holy weapon with one knife. The opponent was also a ruthless character, ignoring the damaged 7th grade holy artifact as if he was ruthless, mobilizing his holy power with one punch. To activate an orange-level intermediate-level exercise, and beat Lin Chen's chest violently, taking his sacred heart directly. Sigh. Bang. The boxing technique was about to explode in half, but found that it couldn't hit Lin Chen's jade clothes at all. On the contrary, Lin Chen slapped him flying, dizzy, turned into a meteor and fell into the desert, vomiting blood, and was completely dumbfounded. Damn, why is he so hard? His defense technique is too strong. It's not like a holy weapon, but it is better than the defense strength of a holy weapon. Just relying on our attack power can't break his defense. If he wants to kill us, we're dead. It's not like that. Only he hits us, but we can't hit him? This is too shameful. Once the head-to-head battle begins, the evildoers complain endlessly. This Lin Chen's defense is so perverted. Unless everyone's attacks are concentrated and hit him, it is impossible to break the defense. Lin Chen holds a knife in one hand, and a flying knife in the other, as if entering the realm of no one, killing many evildoers and retreating. Totally turned upside down. Under Lin Chen's offensive, even the top 50 evildoers on the evildoer list couldn't stop him for a few rounds. Who can stop this monster? Hard as a ghost. The holy power is still strong enough to crush the level of the ordinary open heaven realm. He also fights with the evildoers with a desperate momentum. Even a 7th grade defensive holy weapon can't stop him, and it will be severely damaged or even destroyed on the spot. All the saints were stunned and dumbfounded. Originally, they thought it was a full-blown, evenly matched battle. Unexpectedly, it was a one-sided crushing battle. The evildoers couldn't even break Lin Chen's defense. He almost forcibly took most of the attacks, resisted some of them, and forcibly crushed the evildoers with super-fast movement. You know, Lin Chen's total expansion of acupoints is 31,000 times, and at this stage, his total acupoints are more than 10,000 times. On this basis, blessing the Tai Ifu Tianju and the innate effects of the supernatural being possessed, the quality of its holy power is so high that it can explode 27,970 deadly lethal power. When this holy power is converted into defense, it can be called a true defense without dead ends. However, Lin Chen's orange-level intermediate defense technique, Jade Clothes, is especially enhanced plus 15, and the power of the technique increases by 410%. What's even more terrifying is that the talent effect of extreme god possession is 710%. With the holy power equivalent to 28,000 gods, release an orange-level intermediate defensive combat skill that increases more than 7 times in one move. It's a ghost if you can move. In the 4 great halls, the aristocratic families and saints of various sects were completely dumbfounded. The world-renowned evildoers they were so proud of were pressed and beaten by Lin Chen one after another. This is the joint battle of the top 200 evildoers? Damn, I don't dare to write novels like this, it's too fake. Shame, it's too shameful. The old man can't stand it anymore. It's not that these monsters are too weak, it's that this kid Lin Chen is too strong. The corners of the mouths of countless saints twitched wildly, which was a few epochs away from the evenly matched they expected. The whole battle can only be summed up in one sentence: beating children violently. Lin Chen almost ignored the attacks of the evildoers, and chased them all the way to beat them, chasing whoever was unlucky. Isn't this beating a kid? Hit whoever you press directly. Fuck, he's here. What are you doing? Don't. Miss Ben doesn't want to see this thick and big holy sword. Uncle Lin Chen, I admit defeat. I'm an allied army, don't use the knife. Damn, I fight with you, my holy weapon. No, big brother, I was wrong. Many evildoers were extremely hard-headed just a moment ago, but after Lin Chen smashed many trump cards, they were completely horrified. Clang. At this moment, a sword cry rose into the sky, and Jin Yangji, the second-ranked evildoer on the list of evildoers, held the golden holy sword. And the golden clouds rolled. At the end of the avenue, the sharp edge shot in awe, and it was exactly where the edge of his sword was most prosperous. Sigh. Lin Chen violently slashed with the knife, splitting the sword energy of the golden avenue, but he was shocked back 3 steps for the first time. Oh? Lin Chen was very interested, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually deepened. The morale of many evildoers has soared. The top 30 powerhouses in the enchanting list have begun to sacrifice their trump cards. The characters who stand at the top of the enchanting list, if even they can't break the defense against Lin Chen, then this battle will not be fought. The delay time is enough. If you can't win him Lin Chen even with this move, this young master will only be willing to admit defeat. I never imagined that the cards I had accumulated for thousands of years would be used here. If he fights alone, Lin Chen deserves to be number 1 on the list of evildoers, but if he wants to pick a group, he's a fool. Boom. The infinite power once again permeated the entire desert plain. Many aristocratic families, hundreds of sects, and old monsters from all sides, their eyes are so hot. Coming. Finally come. The ultimate trump card of the top 30 evildoers, I never thought they would be lucky enough to meet at the same time today. Historic moment. After the previous war of attrition, it was obviously impossible to win Lin Chen, and they finally changed their strategy. I saw, in the desert plain, Xiao Chongxing, the 12th Qianyan burning heaven on the list of evildoers, stepped on the fire waves, and the fire tower in his palm released an endless black 3 lives from fire, burning all over the desert plain. This fire will instantly turn into ashes even if it is touched by a holy state of mind. The 9th undead saint on the list of evildoers, Lian Barong, and 10 corpse puppets of the heaven-opening realm that have been carefully refined have appeared in the world. Xiang Kuei, the 7th in the enchanting list, holds the 8th grade holy sword 9 demon sword of life and death, and slashes into the sky with a sharp edge. Jing Feilin, the 11th eternal fire phoenix on the list of evildoers, motivated the orange level advanced remnant exercise Wanfeng Sacred Heart mantra, transformed into an immortal fire phoenix, and reappeared in this world. The blade bled with blood, and the 8th grade demon saber, Broken Heart Red, was shaken by Long Qianyueqing, who was ranked 3rd in the enchanting list. Min Amren, the 5th fairy of the moon on the list of evildoers, performed the orange level advanced exercise 10,000 moons to the sky, and 10,000 bright moons rose around the delicate body, splendid like the world. And every ray of moonlight seemed to move mountains and fill the sea. The power of breaking the sky. Countless visions can be said to cover the entire desert plain, all surrounding Lin Chen in the center. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The eyes of countless powerful people are hopeful, as if they saw the moment when they encircled and suppressed demon venerable. And Lin Chen is like the demon venerable they encircled and suppressed. With your own power, shake the crowd. The 29 strongest legends in the entire enchanting list finally showed their final strength. They don't hide anymore. Originally, they planned to use it to compete for the ultimate background and the strongest trump cards of the Evil Dead list. Enough to suppress the background of the middle and even later stages of the Kaitian realm, all moved out. Interesting. After this wave, my attribute value will skyrocket again. 8th grade holy artifact, if I hammer it into pieces, I'm afraid I will lose a lot of attribute value. Lin Chen licked his lips and raised his brows. These guys are finally fishing. Lin Chen she doesn't need the sword, and replaces it with the 8th grade holy sword, the frozen heaven sword. The cold air stretches for thousands of miles, and the cold air and fog surround the sky. Lin Chen raised the sword, as if a generation of swordsmen were alive, extraordinary and refined. All the saints got up, their eyes were hot, and they couldn't help holding their breaths, staring at this scene. Yi Lishue, the lady of the Yi family, shook her slender waist gently, got up slowly, walked forward with her tall jade legs, and quietly watched Lin Chen's back at the closest distance. She wanted to witness with her own eyes, where the boy chosen by her daughter would lead the history of the enchanting list. Is it Lin Chen who swept the list of evildoers against the sky, or did the group of saints and evildoers beat Lin Chen? In other words, it is a lose. This unprecedented battle of the evildoers will be decided in the next moment. Boom. The first to launch the offensive is the side of the enchanting list. Moreover, it is still the highest-ranked Jinyang machine. 4-phase cut-off sword, cut-off life, cut-off death, cut-off time, cut-off empty space. Jinyangji has been brewing for a long time, and his murderous intention has skyrocketed, and he will strike another sword, slashing 4 swords to block Lin Chen's position. The tip of the sword slammed into 4 beams of sword light that were as bright as the sun and turned into a dragon, almost jumping on the void plane. With a bit of a stagnation of time and space, even beyond life and death, and came straight to Lin Chen. Open sky puppet, explode. The undead saint has a handprint, and the top 10 puppets of the open world flashed in Lin Chen's direction. 3 lives away from the fire, to burn the 9 heavens. The fire tower spun, and Xiao Chongxing's black flame turned into a black dragon and attacked in the direction of Lin Chen. The god of thunder is here. Holding an 8th grade holy sword, Xiang Kuei slashed out a vast phantom image of Thor with a single sword, and the 3-headed and 8-legged thunder god held many instruments and stabbed Lin Chen violently. The bright moon at sea. Fairy of the moon flexed a finger, and the 10,000 layers of bright moon sank down, constantly squeezing, completely squeezing and shattering the space of the entire plane, suppressing Lin Chen. The ground is tilted to the sky, the desert plain begins to shatter, ushering in the demise, before silence. The ultimate move launched by a total of 29 unparalleled evildoers is enough to make all Kaitian realms outside the Saint Talents list feel the fear from their hearts. Facing the collective siege of the evildoers, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. The holy power was as majestic as the sea, like the energy condensed from the 1,000 planes and a sword, and the stars flashed, like the dead stars hundreds of millions of years ago, bloomed the most dazzling light. The terrifying spiritual coercion rolled in, turning into a burning spirit and dancing in the sky. At this moment, Lin Chen's left hand burned the sky with flames, and his right sword danced to the sky. Lin Chen suddenly swung his sword towards the sky and slashed diagonally in the face. With a palm in the sky, burn all the living beings. Billions of stars. 9 burning heavenly palms. Lotus dance. 8 burning dragon heavenly sounds. The wind demon falling finger. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's unique skills have been fully developed, and the unique orange level exercises have exploded at an unprecedented speed, and the attacks are all around him. Longing roared, and the sword light flashed randomly. Hundreds of millions of starlights turned into a sword, slashing 4 brilliant sword lights. The sword chi overflowed. Jin Yangji vomited blood on the spot, and his face was horrified. A sword of starlight smashed 10 puppets, and the cold edge shattered the heavy offensive of Sanqing Lihua. Almost to the extreme, Feng Mo's finger held infinite energy, pierced through 10,000 layers of bright moon, and the sound of burning dragon roared to shatter mountains and rivers. The extremely fast streamer turned into a blade slash, slicing Long Qianyue's blood-colored sword light into pieces. Space distortion exploded. The plane is torn apart, completely sinking, and can no longer withstand this shocking collision. No, hurry up. Seeing that they can't maintain the desert plane anymore, they can't take care of too much. Picking up those injured Tianjiao is a crazy retreat. Don't worry about this face, protect the venue. Damn, these young people are really terrifying from generation to generation. This has turned the sky upside down. This Lin Chen is a monster. If one person does these unparalleled evildoers alone, I'm really a motherfucker. All the elders of the older generation, with the wounded monsters, returned to the 4 major venues as if they were fleeing, panting. With their abilities, they can protect these wounded evildoers unscathed, but they can't protect the terrifying momentum of dozens of people colliding. What was the result? Did Lin Chen win, or did the evildoer lose? Seniors, how is the ending? Many saints said anxiously. The 2 first-turned saints immediately flicked their sleeves, and the scene in the shattered desert plain reappeared. I saw that the broken space debris was suspended in the void, the sand and dust were everywhere, and the wolf smoke billowed, drowning the line of sight. Everyone stared into the space light screen, looking for the evildoers of their respective families, for fear of missing arms and legs. In the void, the youth stepped into the air and suspended, the silver robe broke, revealing his strong and powerful arms. It's Lin Chen. His breath still has a long history. On the other hand, looking at all kinds of evildoers, the wounded, the disabled and the disabled, floating and free in the void. Lin Chen was naked, holding a pair of round and slender snow-white jade legs in both hands. The beautiful woman's long dress was broken, poignant and withered. Her glamorous and unparalleled face was like a fairy in the dust, and under her long and slender crescent eyebrows, her eyes as clear as precious jade opened slightly. What caught the beauty's eyes was the young man's wicked smile. Why are you working so hard? Although I am handsome, I am not your enemy. Didn't I even save myself the last trick to save my life? The beautiful woman in her arms is one of the 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list, the Fairy of the Moon, Fei Qingyue. It was the first time she was so close to her peers. The masculine aura of the young man made her waist soften. Fei Qingyue's pale cheeks were flushed slightly, her teeth were biting lightly, and she pretended to be threatening. Rogue, let me go. She was completely drained of holy energy, and there was no trace left, and she didn't even have the strength to get up. In the attack just now, she did everything she could. Lin Chen shrugged. Let go of you, are you sure? There are space storms around. Here, your holy caves are empty, and the defensive holy artifact has been severely damaged by me. Is there any way to protect yourself? After all, Lin Chen looked at Jin Yangji, who fled in the distance, and sneered, oh, a guy who is not even a woman, and second on the list of evildoers, like a ghost. Hey, how long do you want to hold it? Fei Qingyue scolded coldly. She used to be cold and charming, but now she is so angry that she even looked like she was acting like a spoiled child. Then answer my question first. Why did you try to attack me with all your strength just now? You even tore my clothes. Could it be that you are greedy for me? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, but was slightly curious in his heart. He doesn't seem to have any grudge against this woman. In the last wave of confrontation just now, this woman was the only one who could continue to hit Lin Chen after breaking his defense. Otherwise, these unparalleled evildoers would not even be able to break Lin Chen's clothes. Because Fei Qingyue pursed her lips, because I want to be number one on the enchanting list. I will eliminate all difficulties. Has a personality, I like it. Lin Chen smiled and said, but you made a fatal mistake. Fei Qingyue was stunned for a moment, and she wondered, what's wrong? Lin Chen said, that is, take me, Lin Chen, as an opponent. This goal is too big, let's change it. Fei Qingyue. Brush. Lin Chen stepped in the air and returned to the four major venues with Fei Qingyue in his arms. When he sent Fei Qingyue a ray of holy energy and made her barely stand up. Brush. Countless saints focused their eyes on Lin Chen. Their eyes were unprecedentedly solemn and shocking. The top 30 of the enchanting list were all defeated and seriously injured. Lin Chen just torn his clothes. Not even injured. There is no need to say more about this scene. Yi Lishua's beautiful eyes trembled, her cold voice trembling and shocking. The enchanting list has been overthrown. This boy did it. With one's own power, singled out the entire list of evildoers. The peak of the enchanting list will be held as scheduled. The bald old man shouted excitedly. However, this seat will announce here that today's number one in the enchanting list belongs to the one who has the title of Heavenly God, Lin Chen. At this moment, Wanzhong is boiling. They once again witnessed the moment when history was born. This year's enchanting list is the first, unprecedented. Singled out all the evildoers on the evildoer list, and take the first place. In King's Landing. Unprecedented number one on the list of evildoers, the gods descended to earth, Lin Chen. Success, he actually did it. See, this kid isn't even injured. Too damn strong. One-on-one enchanting list, crushing all enchanting, well. Deserved first on the enchanting list. The strongest in all dynasties, this is definitely the strongest number one. In all dynasties. It's wonderful, the old man thought that this peak would be the first. A new era of talent is about to appear, and another amazing saint may be added to the list of saints. The four great halls were not noisy, but every saint's eyes were full of light. The sun of a new age has appeared. An existence that is enough to compete with the Saint Talents list, Lin Chen. Starting today, the reputation of the enchanting list will climb to an unprecedented peak. However, the status of the enchanting list will no longer be as unattainable in the eyes of the world. Because there was one person who singled out the entire enchanting list. Complete this unprecedented feat. The enchanting list will become a new legend, but it will no longer be high on the list. No one expected this scene, because they didn't even dare to think about it. The Zhao family in the VIP seat, Zhao Mingyu, stared blankly at the most eye-catching young man in the field, and laughed at himself. 2 years ago, he still had the ability to fight him. 2 years later, he had only broken through a holy cave, and he was already complacent and dared to call him a monster, but Lin Chen is no longer what he used to be. Even, it has been able to defy the sky to the point of single-handedly picking up the enchanting list. I'm not even worthy of chasing his back. Maybe I, Zhao Mingyu, apart from the power of my ancestors, really have nothing compared to him, Lin Chen. On the other side, the night home. Yi Lixue clenched her hands tightly and murmured, he did it. Could it be that he really has a day to surpass the list of saints, and become one of the pre-selected candidates for my final plan? Yi Lixue was born to live and die for her mission. In order to plan her plan, even the happiness of her own daughter had to be abandoned. Emotions are the last thing that needs to exist. Otherwise, the tragedy will never end. In the center of the venue, Lin Chen put Fei Qingyue down. The beauty stood firm, and when he saw the young man bathing in applause from the audience, his bright eyes flashed with hope. It was the position she had always dreamed of, and now she was not at all upset when it was taken away. Even, there is a kind of natural excitement and joy. If you grow up and play against each other, if there is no accident, the first place on this enchanting list should be yours. Lin Chen smiled at Fei Qingyue, and then said, since I took your position, I should give you some compensation. Let go of your mind now, and I will give you a chance. Expecting so many great powers here, Lin Chen didn't dare to do anything to herself, but Fei Qingyue was vaguely curious about what he would make up for herself, and when she let go of her mind, consume 900,000 points of top-level martial arts essence, and start to integrate and cultivate memory of the target mind and method. Fei Qingyue's delicate body trembled, and a lot of cultivation memories emerged in her mind. This was related to her orange-level advanced practice, Wan Yutong Tian, that had not yet been fully cultivated. He can actually control my practice. Lin Chen, who is he? Fei Qingyue's wonderful eyes were full of shock. Lin Chen smiled and said, don't be distracted, concentrate on absorbing these cultivation memories. After taking a deep look at Lin Chen, Fei Qingyue retreated to the VIP seat and concentrated on absorbing the cultivation memory. The host has obtained 78.8 million points of suit essence, 5.9 billion points of top essence, 2 billion points of mental power, 4.1 million points of ignition energy, 200,000 points of martial arts essence, 2.65 million points of rune energy, and 150,000 points of heaven. Lin Chen's spiritual avatar, after plundering all the dropped attribute values on the shattered desert plain, was incorporated into Lin Chen's body. The atmosphere of the 4 major venues became more and more enthusiastic, and when they reached their climax, they had already brought out all the wounded monsters. At this time, the bald old man flew over from the sky, and he smiled heartily. Congratulations, little friend Lin Chen. The old man never dreamed that there would be a precedent for awarding the first prize on the enchanting list and continuing to hold the summit meeting. In front of everyone's eyes, the bald old man first bet Lin Chen's mortgage. That is, his air transport capsule, and returned it to Lin Chen. Then, he took out another accept ring, and awarded all the 3 awards for the first place in the enchanting list. The first reward is a 7th grade holy artifact of Weiyue Tianlan. Great value. The second reward is a high-grade spiritual planting seed, and the supreme holy grade called the spiritual realm, the primordial holy flame. There are too many wonderful uses and values of this thing. It can be used for both alchemy and casting. If it is absorbed directly, it is more likely to make a breakthrough in the spiritual realm. When Lin Chen took over the lamp with the pink flame burning, he couldn't help but look overjoyed. This primordial spirit flame is more than enough for my burning god flying knife to break through the 8th rank. I can even refine a large part of the primordial spirit flame and try to hit a new spiritual realm. Obtaining this thing, Lin Chen's goal of this trip can be considered a successful completion. Then, let's usher in this session ahead of time today. Let our newborn evildoer list be number 1, and it's time to make a wise statement. At this time, the bald old man laughed loudly, and the saints in the 4 major venues looked forward to it. Even those evildoers who were defeated by Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Lin Chen. The wise saying of the number 1 evildoer list will be recorded every session. Anyone who gets the first place on the enchanting list needs to share their mental journey and tempering. This is also a very important part. The number 1 on the enchanting list of each generation can peek inside the leopard in this link and spy out a number 1 on the enchanting list. He has gone through many dangers and hardships to become the number 1 today. Not to mention, this time, it's still the first of the entire enchanting list. Almost no saint will miss this link. Everyone wants to scrutinize or know some information. Why is he so powerful? Halloween was watching, and when everyone was looking forward to it, Lin Chen suddenly scratched his head and laughed. Well, everyone, I'm in a hurry. I have more important things to do. I just took the first place on the enchanting list. As soon as these words came out, the 4 major venues suddenly burst into an uproar. In a hurry? You rush. What do you have to do that is more important than the glorious moment of being number 1 on the enchanting list? How easy is it? You are too good at pretending. Before all the saints and great masters could react, Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled. That's it, everyone. What do you have to do with the rest? I'm here just as a clone this time. Next time I'm free, we'll have supper together. After speaking, Lin Chen put on his self-made sunglasses, raised his hand slowly, and laughed jokingly. Beautiful goodbye, there will be a period later. Pa. When a snap of his fingers echoed, Lin Chen's figure turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared under the eyes of all saints. Boom. At this moment, when I saw Lin Chen disappear, all the saints, the greats, and the powerhouses of the 8th rank sect were all struck by lightning. Doppelganger? Is it a fucking clone? The entire 4 venues once again ushered in a deadly silence. All the saints stared with big eyes, and their pupils were filled with unconcealed shock. One of his Lin Chen clones actually singled out the entire enchanting list? A clone knocked down all the evildoers on the evildoer list? Are you still human? What does this enchanting list take? Don't I lose face on the enchanting list? What happened? Who am I and where am I? Am I dreaming? Ha ha. Crazy, the world must be crazy. No matter how knowledgeable the major business groups, the great powers of hundreds of schools, and the strong sects are, they have never seen such a nonsense scene. You said that Lin Chen singled out the enchanting list so outrageous, you still use a clone? One clone turned over the enchanting list? Novels dare not write like this. Shocked. This time, it was the turn of all the evildoers on the evildoer list, and they were completely stunned. Their worldview, ethics, morality, all concepts and common sense have collapsed several times in a very short period of time. This Lin Chen is actually just a clone. Long Qianyue, the third in the enchanting list, was lying on a stretcher, covered in blood, with a big mouth in his chest, and holy blood flowing. When he witnessed this scene, the hand covering the wound trembled slightly. It wasn't a shiver of pain, it was a sickly twitch with anger. Xiao Chongxing, number 12 on the blood-covered enchanting list, was lying in the arms of a beauty, the corners of his mouth quivering slightly while chewing on the healing holy pill. It wasn't the pain of the wound, it was the rage that surged up. All of their unparalleled evildoers have brought out the ultimate background of their net worth. In the end, it actually hit a clone. Hit a loneliness? The most terrifying thing is that he didn't beat him. This Nima feeling has been fighting for a long time, and they are all evildoers on the evildoer list, and they just scratched the clothes of one of the other's clones. All the evildoers looked at each other with shocking and collapsing eyes. Lin Chen's clone is already strong to this point. In this case, how strong is Lin Chen's body? After a short period of extreme shock, the Enchanting List Summit meeting completely exploded. The owner is not good. Young Master Long's wound burst open again. Palace Master, Bearong has rolled his eyes. Sect Master, Miss, she passed out before she woke up for 2 breaths. Logistics Elders, quickly bring the holy pill. Damn it, Lin Chen is still mad at us before he leaves. What a shame to kill this person. I'm not finished with him, Lin Chen. It's your birthday, He Xingyu. Master, the young master's mentality has collapsed again. Now he is vomiting 9 liters of blood. In the 4 major venues, it is simply chaos. Chaos became Pippi Shrimp crossing the river. Especially the enchanting list, the whole mentality collapsed. Some were mad on the spot, some doubted life, some had lost their minds, some were so mad that they fell ill, and some vomited blood on the spot and twitched with anger, as if they were electrocuted. In the past, the evildoers were the darlings of the human race, the pride of the times. Wherever they went, the evildoers bullied others, and there was no time when others bullied the evildoers. But today, they met a ruthless man. For the first time. This is probably the most chaotic summit meeting in the history of the Enchanting List. At the same time, it was also the moment when the most perverted and first evil genius was born in the history of the Enchanting List. The powers at the seats were also dumbfounded. This peak is afraid that it will not be able to go on. The evildoer's injuries are trivial matters. Attitude is what matters. Use the clone to single out all the evildoers on the evildoer list. Lin Chen's mentality of destroying the entire list of evildoers by himself alone. In the holy world for hundreds of millions of years, it must belong to you. Lin Chen, who is the craziest? At this moment, Lin Chen's fame began to spread to the entire holy world at the fastest speed, causing an unprecedented earthquake. Outside the heavenly sanctuary, Huangyu, above a holy mountain. Bang! The ground shook and the mountain shook, and there was a loud bang. In the holy mountain, there are many tombstones, and it is chilling, but there is a man who is full of holy light, and the man from Yuandingjuezi kneels and kowtows in front of the tombstone in the holy mountain, bursting into tears. The ancestors, the unworthy descendants, are invincible, ashamed of the ancestors of the Shangguan family. Because my personal affairs have affected my Shangguan family, in this life. My Shangguan family will avenge this bloody revenge and kill that bitch to pay homage to my Shangguan family ancestors. My life is given by the Lord. After the great revenge, my Shangguan Wudi will definitely follow the Lord to the Xinyan Palace. This person is one of Lin Chen's servants, the war madness, who was imprisoned on the 19th floor. Shangguan is invincible. Back then, after he entered the list of saints, his prestige reached its peak. And he retired after 10,000 years. In a challenge, he fell in love with a woman for the first time. The woman had a clean background. Shangguan Wudi thought he was going to stop challenging the world, but when he was invited one night, he took poisonous wine and his strength was limited. He was destroyed and tortured by that woman with several enemies, and he was finally sent to the holy prison. Losing the peerless genius of Shangguan Wudi, the Shangguan family was completely destroyed. The entire family was uprooted, and the corpse was hanged in the dragon city of the heavenly sanctuary for 10 days and 10 nights. Today, it's time to take it all back. Outside the holy mountain, on the edge of a cliff, Lin Chen's body suddenly opened his eyes. He is now acting with the servants. Revenge for revenge, revenge for revenge, regret for regret. Feeling that his avatar had completed the task, Lin Chen's body opened the superspace plane, and let the avatar far away in the Bingxin Palace take out the Yuan Xingyan. Lin Chen didn't know what kind of terrifying waves his clone caused after he left the summit venue. There is only one goal left in his heart, to improve his strength and challenge the Xingyan Palace. Very good, Yuan Xingyan only consumed a quarter of it, and then I just need to wait with peace of mind, and my last holy weapon will also be transformed into the 8th grade. Lin Chen had a faint expectation in his heart. His holy artifact will be transformed into 8th rank in 2 months. The power of the 8th rank holy artifact, Lin Chen has already personally experienced. Although his cultivation has skyrocketed as one of the main reasons, he was able to slay 800 sacred mind realm super evildoers with the power of opening the sky with one sword, God tears. The same one-trick exercise, displayed by the 7th grade holy artifact and the 8th grade holy artifact. Lin Chen estimates that the power difference is more than 5 times, which is not an order of magnitude at all. Not to mention, Lin Chen's 8th grade holy weapon has also undergone system enhancement, and the power and gap are even more terrifying. To challenge the Xingyan Palace, it is an essential part to prepare the 8th rank holy artifact. In a flash, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Mid-Stage 5-Layer Holy Land Top Essence. 315 trillion points. Ultimate Strength, 3200 Venerable Strength, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 300%, Top Level Blood, 579 trillion points. Top Spiritual Power, 3220 billion points, Saint Realm Perfection Realm. Top-level martial arts essence, 21.51 million points, top-level rune energy. 89.6 million points, high-level Tiandao value, 95 million points. Advanced talent points, 117.5 billion points, set essence, 15.9 billion points. Intermediate strengthening points, 2.18 million points. Top element energy, Fire 700 million, Earth 700 million, Wood 700 million. Gold 700 million, Water 700 million, Thunder 700 million, Wind 700 million. Light 600 million, Dark 600 million points. Set column, Gold God of War set, holding parts, Ultimate right armor. Ultimate left armor, Ultimate left leg armor, Ultimate right leg armor. Ultimate armor, design drawing. Talent column, Bloodline status column, Exercise status column, Life Awakening column, Nirvana column, characteristic rune column, dash. My dear, this time, I got a lot of surprises. The essence of this set has exceeded 10 billion. Even the essence of the exercises, the top essence, and the enhancement points have also gained a large number. Lin Chen is ecstatic. This strengthening point is not what it used to be. It can barely make him. Lin Chen strengthen a wave of divine dragon blood. How strong is the dragon bloodline? Lin Chen has personally experienced it. And it is not inferior to the blood of the son of the devil emperor and the descendant of the gods. Even if it is strengthened by one level, its effect will bring a leap-like improvement. This is like Lin Chen expanding acupoints by 30,000 times. Strengthening one level is to increase the effect of expanding acupoints by 3,000 times. Just one word, fierce. System, I want to strengthen the bloodline of Taishi Ancient Dragon. Consumes 500,000 intermediate enhancement points to strengthen Shenlong. Bloodline, Taishi Ancient Dragon successfully, strengthening level +1. Strengthening effect increase, 10%. Boom. The holy dragon in Lin Chen's body immediately released the vast dragon power. Freed from the void, shattered the space of 10,000 miles in an instant. And the light distorted, so shocked that Lin Chen quickly suppressed its momentum. Lin Chen licked his lips, as expected of the Shenlong bloodline. It's so fierce even if it has been strengthened at one level. System, give me 2 more hits. Consumes 600,000 intermediate enhancement points to strengthen Shenlong. Bloodline, Taishi Ancient Dragon successfully, strengthening level +2. Strengthening effect increase, 10%. Consume 700,000 intermediate enhancement points to strengthen Shenlong. Bloodline, Taishi Ancient Dragon successfully, strengthening level +3. Strengthening effect increase, 10%. The faint red golden divine light shrouded Lin Chen's body, disillusioning the phantom of the ancient dragon, like a dragon possessed by overlooking all living beings. The dragon's power is pure and mighty. It seems that any action of Lin Chen's gestures can be transformed into a stalwart like a dragon. After 3 consecutive enhancements, Lin Chen's dragon bloodline has increased by 30% in total. This means that when his Taishi divine light is released again, his defensive power will be even higher. Lin Chen had accumulated 2.18 million intermediate strengthening points for a long time, and suddenly he had 380,000 points left. The blood of the dragon is really terrifying to consume. These enhancement points are obtained by Lin Chen by dropping the major demons, the peak demon, kings, and even the entire enchanting list of Haibian, and they are gone after 2 or 3 clicks. Strengthening +15 is a long way off. If you can strengthen the blood of the dragon to level 15, I am afraid that even the Holy King will not be able to beat this handsome. It will make their scalps tingle. After Lin Chen sighed, he continued to look elsewhere. System, I want to assign the essence of the suit to the God of War suit. Consume 15.9 billion set essence and start charging. The God of War suit has been fully charged. Set slot, Golden God of War suit, holding parts, ultimate right armor, 41%, ultimate left armor, 40%. Ultimate left leg armor, 40%. Ultimate right leg armor, 40%. Lin Chen's God of War set, all exceeded 40% charge. This wave of challenges to the enchanting list not only made up for the previous consumption in the demon world, but also filled Lin Chen's recharge to a whole new level. After all, in this list of evildoers, who is the evildoer who doesn't have a 6th grade holy artifact or a 7th grade holy artifact? Lin Chen's last wave was all hammered to smithereens. There were many evildoers who coveted Lin Chen's net worth. The life-saving sacred artifact was hammered to smithereens, and the essence of the suit was not few. This kind of boring and fulfilling feeling is really addicting. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. With a 40% charge of the God of War suit, he can now compete with the top powerhouses from all walks of life. However, the most important thing from the first turn saint to the ninth turn saint is the spiritual light generated by the sacred point of the brain. This is the biggest difference between the first turn saint and the saints. Ninefold opening. The last 91 to 99 holy acupoints are all located in the brain, and each time one is opened, you can get 0.1 times your own holy power. And the most important improvement of 91 to 99 holy acupoints is not holy power, but a lot of aura. Saint spiritual light not only has a faster reaction speed, but also has a stronger insight into all things, which is why the orange level cultivation method can only be created by sages with more than one rank. The complexity of a book of orange level exercises can only be created and accommodated by the spiritual light of a saint with a cultivation level of 1 level or above. Aura is the innate talent of living beings. The stronger the talent, the more aura. If you can't become a saint with a complete cultivation base in the open heaven realm, you will rarely be able to see the size of your own aura. Lin Chen can't see his own aura, but he can improve his aura. That's right, by coincidence, Lin Chen has a similar growth trajectory. Although he is not a rank 1 saint, his reaction speed in battle is even better than that of a rank 1 saint. That is his spiritual awakening. Lin Chen's eyes for alchemy, promotion to the 8th rank saint level. Pharmacist, and to a large extent, all rely on spiritual awakening. According to Jiang Taishu's research, there was a great master who found that spiritual light is very close to the spiritual realm, and the improvement of spirituality can also affect the spiritual light of saints to a large extent. My spiritual awakening function has just become the turning point in the middle. Spiritual awakening can increase my mental instant speed, and get a reaction speed comparable to that of a rank 1 or even a rank 2 saint. During the battle, apart from the resilience of my holy state of mind, and the explosiveness of my holy power beyond the star-opening realm, in essence, I only need to keep up with the speed of the saint's reaction speed of 1 turn or more, and if the holy power is not inferior to the opponent, I can have the possibility of fighting the first-rank saint. That's right, spiritual awakening is the main reason for Lin Chen to fight against demon-level powerhouses. All other means are just assistance, only spiritual awakening is the most important. Lin Chen checked his spiritual awakening, 3 stages of awakening, 100% successful. The speed of instant spiritual activation was increased by 200 times. Lin Chen once discussed with his servants, if his instant mental speed can be released to 60 times, he can keep up with the aura reaction of the saint in the previous turn. If the instantaneous speed of the spirit can reach 150 times, it can be comparable to the second-rank saint. However, theory is theory, and there will be differences and discrepancies in actual combat. But at the very least, if Lin Chen faced a powerhouse above a rank 1 saint, he would definitely not be crushed like an ordinary evildoer. System, consume Heaven's Dao value. I want to awaken to the 4th stage of spiritual awakening. Consumes 80 million Heavenly Dao points, awakens the host's spiritual realm, and increases the speed of instant spiritual release to 500 times. OM. A faint yellow light flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. When he stared at this world again, it seemed that everything had changed. and everything seemed to be traceable. His spiritual speed is instant, reaching a whole new realm. With his spiritual realm far beyond the past, fighting again, the level must be completely different from before. Lin Chen's high-level Dao value instantly had 15 million points left. System, open the update key. Open the update key, the 8.0 version update requirements of the Tian Dao genus. System, 100 million high-level Tian Dao points, 50 million points of top-level. Exercises, 500,000 points of intermediate strengthening points, and 5 billion points of set essence. Version 8.0 is expected to open functions, complete set system, liberation, and enhancement upper limit, attribute value transfer system, Godhead system, and other functions. During the system update, the host can use all the functions of the system normally. His uncle, this update value is a bit scary. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, I'm afraid this system won't be updated in a short time. Attribute value, what a shortage. The fifth ultimate armor of the God of War requires a lot of attribute value. This system update also requires more attribute value. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, if only there could be another batch of demon venerables for me to kill. Brush. At this time, Shangguan Wudi's figure turned into a streamer and appeared, bending over. Let the Lord laugh, I have prepared everything. There were ripples in the space, the white jade fairy in the white dress was like a fairy, Xiao Linger spread out a space passage and appeared behind the fairy, with Ji Wuchen, the old man of 100 burials, the eye of the sky Gui Jianzhou, the destroyed twins, and the 12 Dao Palace. Qianzhou appeared at the same time. My lord, we have found the position of our invincible enemy. Senior Taishu has covered up our murderous intentions for us, and brother Tianjin has removed our breath for us. Xiao Linger bowed her body with her graceful posture, and she had an extraordinary celestial appearance. She was somewhat similar to Ning Qingxian, but she was more obedient to orders. Where is the target? Lin Chen clapped his hands, got up and smiled. Ji Wuchen with an old face smiled and said, it just so happened that within the scope of the blood domain that the old man controlled back then, an 8th rank sect was also created, and it has a good background. Very good, Shangguan Wudi, how did your enemies treat your family back then? I ordered you as the Lord, and you have to pay them back 100 times the price. Between Lin Chen's brows, a monstrous killing intent flashed across the sky. Like a generation of heroes, absolutely domineering. If he dares to hang the corpses of your family members on the city wall, then go and exterminate his entire family, and the ancestral graves will be dug up and burned. I, Lin Chen, have never believed in the destiny, killing people to pay for their lives is just right. What kind of shit is evil, and has its own way of heaven? Most of the people who are free in the world are the wicked people who worry. If we do them, we are the gods. In the eyes of Shangguan Wudi, the endless world of thunder flashed, the thunder light shot into the sky, and he clasped his fists and shouted. Invincible to receive orders, blood debt to blood. Lin Chen looked into the distance and sneered. Before challenging the Xinyan Palace, first kill an 8th rank sect to warm up. Xiao Linger covered her mouth and chuckled, my lord is really a hero in the world. Ha ha ha. Heroes? Forget it, I'm just a guy who looks down on life and death. And will do it if he doesn't agree. Lin Chen laughed and waved his hand. Go, let's go to the blood domain. Follow your orders. Xiao Linger flicked her sleeves, and a space cube appeared in the void, enveloped everyone, and disappeared in a flash. The yellow territory is very far away from the blood territory, with one side in the south and the other in the north. If the saint is on his way, even if he enters the fastest space passage, it will take at least 100 years. However, this does not include some particularly powerful saints. Especially Fairy White Jade Xiaolinger. She is the one who truly controls the Vientiane space divine art, and has won the inheritance of the true God. Back then, in the name of Fairy Baiyu, she walked alone in the spiritual realm, and no one could match her. The Holy King space movement or Peerless body technique is beyond the reach of her space magic. Back then, an almighty in the Holy Kingdom invited her to join a mysterious plan and wanted to use her space magic, but Xiaolinger refused. In order to capture her, the Holy King's domain wanted to sneak in and force her to surrender, and dispatched 2 Holy Kings and a number of peak saints. Even when she was finally imprisoned in the holy prison, no saint would dare to approach her within 100 feet. Her space magic skills, no one dares to underestimate her. Her life is in danger of being close to her, and the Holy King is no exception. Lin Chen stepped into the space cube, and he saw the space move, the scenery changed one after another, and he even traveled across the 3 domains in less than a day. In less than 2 days, the bone-shattered mountains of the blood region were high in the sky. A space light flashed, and everyone appeared. Lin Chen was holding the roasted gluten in his hand, and he was even a little confused. This is the Vientiane space divine art? This is too fast. Lin Chen was amazed and couldn't help asking Xiaolinger. With his current cultivation base, it has been extremely fast to use the 9 wings of the devil. But if you compare it with Xiaolinger's Vientiane space divine art, it's like the difference between Little Bird and Da Peng. This is not a level at all. My lord, it's not entirely true. At this speed, if I use it normally, I need to use more cultivation. Xiaolinger smiled slightly, smiling like a flower, and turned her eyes to a handsome figure. But it is now possible to achieve this speed thanks to your Excellency Zi Qianzhou's help. Zi Qianzhou nodded and smiled. A little space formation, small tricks, made the Lord laugh. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly felt that the roasted gluten in his hand was not fragrant in an instant, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This is also called a small trick? Then isn't my movement technique a baby somersault? The crowd burst into laughter. Even the unsmiling Tianjin Dimia showed a smile. This lord is very real. The 12 palaces Zi Qianzhou, the Peerless array master, the founder of the formation system that created the 12 palaces, the formation skills are enough to rank the top 3 in the holy world. With his space formation, combined with Xiaolinger's Vientiane space magic, it is possible to truly achieve Zhou Tian's movement in less than 2 days, across the distance of the 9 domains. Ji Wuchen smiled and said, "My lord, you are still young, and you have unlimited potential in the future. You are much stronger than we were back then. It is only a matter of time before you surpass us." That's right, just like the most worrying thing about the Blue Guardian of the Shenyan Palace. These powerhouses, every single action, may be extremely strong, but they do not have the foundation to shake the 9th grade sect. But if someone in this world can unite them all and form a team at the moment, it will be a team with infinite possibilities between heaven and earth. There is no doubt that in the entire holy world, perhaps only Lin Chen, who broke into the holy prison alone, did it. Even the list of saints may not be able to convince these former sacred talents. Blood Domain, Shenlong Ridge, Songlong Hall. This place is one of the base camps of the Songlong Temple. The Songlong Hall is splendid and glorious, and it is extremely difficult to imagine such a fairyland-like existence in a desolate area. Today, Songlong Hall Master met with an important old friend, who was with him in the matter of destroying the Shangguan family. He, Brother Su Yang, you have broken through the rank 4 saints in recent years, and you don't come to my Songlong Palace to sit? You don't treat your brother as your own. The master of the Songlong Palace sat at the head of the hall, with a kind and polite face, and there were occasional flashes of light in his eyes. He hugged a stunningly beautiful person, with a hot body, thin clothes, and gauze-like cicada wings, full of tenderness, red lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, indescribably beautiful, and she was truly charming and enchanting. Another saint, with a sturdy back, raised his wine glass and drank, wiping the wine stains and smiling. 4th rank saint, what's there to celebrate? How can you and your younger brother and sister be fast? You will soon be promoted to 5th rank. Cultivator. Back then, the trip to the Shangguan family made a lot of money. This Songlong Palace is not determined in the future. It is also possible to have a super first-class 8th rank power. Ha ha ha, laugh at me. Come on, drink it again. This time, my brother has a cooperation. Let's have another order. Oh? What pray did you target this time? A declining 8th grade sect. You and I, brothers, have always had a lot of appetite, and ate it together? Eat, you must eat. You have to eat fast, you have to eat accurately. If you don't open your mouth, you have to eat it, your mouth is full of oil. The 3 looked at each other and smiled. At this time, the voice transmission of the attendant came from outside the door. Palace Master, someone has asked to see you by name. The master of the Songlong Palace frowned. Didn't this hall say that I don't see anyone today? The attendant said again. The man said he was here to check the water meter. Songlong Palace Master? Bang! In the Songlong Hall, the sky is overturned. The Songlong Palace Master was blown away by a palm, covered in blood, vomited blood clots, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Shangguan Wudi, it's you. You didn't die? You entered a ghostly place like the holy prison. How could you still come out? The Songlong Hall Master looked at the man standing in front of Yuanding Yuezhi in shock and trembling, and muttered to himself, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shangguan Wudi is dressed in purple gold armor, his face is like a knife and axe, his cold face is full of violent killing intent, his eyes are like 2 world-shaking thunder, and his indifferent murderous intent breaks through the sky. There are 390 people in my Shangguan family. You have to pay for all your life with blood. I will uproot all the family and business that you participated in the atrocities back then. Shangguan Wudi slammed out a palm, smashing his entire body of defensive sacred artifact. With a swirl of 5 fingers, the thunder light exploded, forming a vortex to absorb him, and the hall master of the Songlong suddenly split open, and it was actually a life-saving incarnation outside the body. Jing Lang, save me. When the stunning person screamed, the Songlong Palace Master couldn't keep up with her at all. When he fled into the void like crazy and wanted to flee, he found that the void was already blocked. What space secret technique is this? The Songlong Hall Master was stunned, his figure appeared, and he was still in the Songlong Hall. This is Vientiane space divine art. The fairy smiled, and when she stepped into the air, she stood behind the silver-robed boy. Palace Master Songlong, I didn't expect this day. Back then, you planned a beauty plan and took it with poison. The silver-robed youth smiled playfully. Even if it's a holy prison, it doesn't mean it's an insurmountable hell. Next to the silver-robed boy, there are also many figures. When they saw the people beside him, Songlong Hall Master and his brother trembled, their eyes showing despair for the first time. What the hell is this fairy team? Heavenly Sanctuary's strongest #1 killer, the sky is embers and the earth is destroyed. The overlord of the forbidden arts in the blood domain, the old man of 100 burials, Ji Wuchen. The white jade fairy of the spiritual realm, Xiao Linger. The eyes of Xuanyu Tian, ghost sees sorrow. The origins of these people are so terrifying and ancient that if he hadn't witnessed their era back then, he wouldn't even recognize them. Lin Chen pretended to be severely criticized. What are you doing? Don't you want to hide your identities? Why show it up? To scare people. You have to urinate once before you die. It's too bad. Everyone laughed. This lord can really do. It's obviously you who let us show our identity. I fought with you guys. The light of the two holy caves skyrocketed, and the speed of expansion was extremely fast, almost like lightning and flint. Blow up. The self-destruction of 2 rank 4 saints is enough to flatten countless spatial planes. If they are allowed to explode, I am afraid that millions of miles around will be reduced to ashes. Space representation. Xiao Linger flicked her fingers, and the silver light flashed, turning into the power of space to cover the surrounding area, tightening in an instant. And the two were locked in the extremely small space cube. Brush. Lin Chen's avatar appeared, and everything happened in 1,000th of his breath, and Lin Chen shot it with one palm. Superspace plane. Brush. The two disappeared. In the superspace plane of nothingness, a heat wave of energy suddenly exploded. Even the space sacred artifact and the air transport planting capsule of the two were blown to pieces and turned into a sphere of attribute light in the sky. With the determination to die, the two of them blew themselves up without even retaining their mental power, and completely evaporated. Well, the system determines whether I have participated in the battle too. Surround and kill the enemy based on whether I have attacked the enemy with talent or skill. When Lin Chen received the attribute light ball in the superspace plane, he secretly thought. There are 3 normal situations for the attribute value of life drop. One is the non-host kill, commonly known as picking up the head. There are not many attribute light balls dropped in this way. The second is to participate in the battle, but not to kill the host. The attribute value of this method is medium, but in general, no treasures with the best attributes will be dropped. The third is to kill the host directly, which is the most important step. If there are no special restrictions, the higher the level, the stronger the sphere of attribute light that is basically dropped. Invincible, don't kill me. I was only poisoned by him when I was threatened. If I don't do this, my entire family will be wiped out. The enchanting beautiful woman cried so much that the pear blossoms brought rain, and knelt on her knees in front of Shangguan Wudi, begging for mercy. Shangguan Wudi's face suddenly showed a hint of softness. He leaned down and reached out to stroke the beauty's snow-white cheeks. The beautiful woman trembled. Seeing the tenderness in his eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little relieved. It's great, I've lied to him. He still remembers his old love. I don't have to die yet. At that time, I fought against the strong in all domains, and wanted to become the #1 invincible under the current Holy King. For you, I would do everything and put away all my grievances. I thought you would be my life changer. The woman I thought I could retire with you. You had the opportunity to get everything, but you betrayed me. Shangguan Wudi's face turned cold in an instant. I don't even blame you for poisoning me to help others kill me. But you shouldn't, you just moved my clan, this is my bottom line. In exchange for a little bit if you cultivate, you can destroy my entire clan, so why should I keep your dog's life? Boom. In the entire Tsunlong Hall, the thunder light is vertical and horizontal. Like a wild dragon flying, the sky is dark for a while, like a world of thunderstorms. Shangguan Wudi slapped her palm in an instant, with hundreds of millions of thunder lights in her palm, and slapped her heavenly spirit on the cover. Pfft. Tear. The space was torn into a vacuum, and even blood was not spilled. A third-rank saint was photographed as a human skin on the spot. A beautiful woman may be unbelievable until she dies. If she had become an invincible woman in Shangguan, she might not even have the possibility of surpassing the Kaitian realm in this life. However, killing the Shangguan family allowed her to obtain the secret technique she wanted, breaking through all the way and breaking through the third-rank saint. I just never dreamed that Shangguan was invincible, and that there would be a day to return. Killing his former love with his own hands, Shangguan Wudi's expressionless face became more and more cold. Seeing his appearance, Ji Wuchen and Zi Qianqiu, the old man of 100 burials, showed solemn expressions. This kind of powerhouse is the most terrifying type. No worries, no thoughts. The current Shangguan Wudi is the most terrifying ruthless character after the Holy King. I am afraid that Lin Chen will not hesitate to ask him to fight for a Holy King with his life. Invincible. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Shangguan Wudi deeply buried the killing intent in his heart, and clasped his fists respectfully. Thank you, Lord, for invincible, but wishing. Lin Chen smiled meaningfully. You have just been reborn, don't disappoint my expectations for you. Shangguan Wudi was startled and nodded. I don't think so. 3 days later, there was explosive news in the blood domain. The 8th grade sect, the Tsunlong Hall, was destroyed. Even the 8 major territories were all destroyed. All the elders of the core faction had no survivors, and their corpses were hanging on the city wall. Countless powerhouses have speculated, where is the sacred place, and has the background to destroy the 8th grade sect? It is still uprooted, and even a core elder has not escaped. This shows that the other party has a crushing strength, and has strongly suppressed the 8th-ranked Tsunlong Hall. The Tsunlong Temple was destroyed, and everyone in the blood domain was shocked by the 8th-rank families and sects. In the 3 domains near the blood domain, everyone is in danger, and it is as strong as the 8th-rank sect that is also on guard. What is terrifying is not that the Tsunlong Palace was destroyed, but that the corpses of the entire elders of the Tsunlong Palace were hung on the city wall of Tsunlong City. Only then did someone discover that the Tsunlong Palace had been destroyed, and their home was raided. To be able to wipe out an 8th-rank sect from the holy world without knowing it, this kind of background is definitely not something that ordinary powerhouses can do. However, all this seems to be just a gust of wind before the storm. 4 days later, in the battlefield, the 12-story buildings, known as the 3 major 8-level forces in the battlefield, all collapsed. On this day, the battlefield is completely turned upside down. The pavilion masters of the 12th floor are all rank 5 and rank 6 saints, and their ancestors have the cultivation of rank 7 saints. Even in a very long time ago, the Taiga Longzuan, the Long family that Long Jiushan once belonged to, was defeated by the 12th floor and suppressed into a small family. Such a powerful background, will it fall? It's impossible. This is the sect that is closest to the strongest 8th rank power. The entire battlefield has completely exploded. Everyone has a hunch that there is a faint storm that is beginning to approach the battlefield. Another 4 days later. The Yanyu, the 8th rank aristocratic family, the Shenwu family, and half of the aristocratic family were all destroyed. The people who perished were all high-level members of the Shenwu family. The age is extremely high, and the old antiques who have experienced the beginning of the Holy Realm are second only to the arrogance of the era such as Qi Fian in the Yanyu area. To this day, no one is lower than the cultivation base of the 5th rank saint. Although they are already a group of old monsters like candles in the wind, they are by no means easy to mess with. The Shenwu aristocratic family that loses its high level will surely be destroyed, and there will be countless aristocratic families eyeing it. It happened almost at the same time. Ice Domain, Thousand-Fold Snow Mountain, Ice Dragon Mountain Range. 2 great 8th rank families, Shenwu Pavilion and Tianyao Temple, the 2 factions were destroyed. At the same time, 2 8th rank forces were directly destroyed. The matter involved all high-level officials, and even the core disciples did not know. When their patriarchs, masters, deacons, and ancestors died, a large number of open heaven realm powerhouses, masters, and hidden old monsters were born one after another. There are even mathematicians who deduce the secrets and fortune-telling, trying to figure out where this crisis came from. The first to take action was the famous 8th rank family, the Nangong family. The Nangong family even dispatched 3 great mathematicians, the ancestor Nangong Tian and the supreme elder Nangong Shao, and Nangong Shangyang, the most enchanting genius in the contemporary era. Nangong Shangyang, a handsome boy on the enchanting list who has never been beaten by Lin Chen. In the Ice Dragon Mountain Range, the 3 major mathematicians rushed to the scene and arrived at Jinwu Pavilion first. They did not enter the interior of Jinwu Pavilion, but outside the 1,000-layer snow mountain, they sacrificed the fortune-tellers, and began to infer from the fierce position, calamity and disaster position of Jinwu Pavilion. However, after some calculations, Nangong Shangyang of Ludao operator was the first to move. No, everyone in Jinwu Pavilion, including and accurate to a beginner disciple, during the sect's destruction, everyone's bad omens, fortunes, even dooms, heavenly secrets, have been covered up. When Nangong Shangyang and his ancestor, Nangongshan, looked at each other, both the old and the young could see the shock of each other. Could it be that it is the mathematician of the 9th grade family? No. According to the knowledge of the old man, even a 9th rank family may not have this level of fortune-telling. There is only one possibility to cover up the fate of so many people in such a short period of time, accurate to the flowers and plants of Jinwu Pavilion. That is the realm of the other party's mathematician, leaving them hundreds of streets in the Nangong family. The whole street is 108,000 miles long. Not to mention that the 2 sides are not of the same grade, they are completely 2 concepts. Just when all the 8th rank forces were expecting the Nangong family to bring back an answer, the next day, the Nangong family closed down. The Nangong family, the whole family closes the door, all run away. Fuck, that's not an order of magnitude. If you try to scrutinize it further, this is a dead end. The reaction of the Nangong family made all the Bapin forces dumbfounded. Some reclusive old mathematicians do not believe in evil and continue to Investigate in Jinwu Pavilion. No matter how strong the mathematician is, it will not help. The annihilated Jinwu Pavilion and Tianyao Temple, the murderous intention and fate are nothing, as if they were dead from the beginning, and no one touched them at all. Such sky-reaching means completely dumbfounded every saint level mathematician. The pinnacle saint-level mathematician has come out. The escape of the mathematicians made the 8th rank sex killer force, the 9 Shadows organization, disdain and sneer. Even the leader of the 9 Shadows, Mo Xiaotian, personally went to the destroyed Tianyao Temple. However, after half a day, Mo Xiaotian in Tianyao Temple fell silent. He held a strangely shaped stick in his hand, which broke into several pieces, like a peeled banana. What's the matter with the leader? He's been staring at that stick for a quarter of an hour. Could it be that the team leader has finally awakened to some strange habit? No, don't think too much. The team leader is very powerful. Even the rank 5 saints have to give some face when the name spreads. How can you like a stick? Several killers of the 9 Shadows organization whispered. After a while, Mo Xiaotian, who had a stern face, showed a bit of shock and amazement on his face. Specialized. It's so professional. This breath removal method, this method of eliminating the trajectory of space, is flawless, not even a lamp stick is spared, and the traces of holy power have been completely removed. It's not just killing people without blood, it's just hanging without mercy. Mo Xiaotian sighed, if there is a chance, I really want to meet a master who uses such a technique. He is simply the patriarch of my killer world. Who is it that can have such a technique? The killers of the 9 Shadows organization were shocked. I rely on true and false. The leader of the 9 Shadows killer organization actually called him an expert? Mo Xiaotian's eyes became particularly deep. He stared at the void, and his pupils changed from black to dark blue. The dark blue pupils stared at the spatial texture with no spatial traces, trying to see through something, but in the end they could only see nothingness. He muttered to himself. It can perfectly circumvent the sect guarding formation of the 8th rank forces, cover it with all-round secrets, and have a superb method of eliminating aura, as well as a method of space movement without traces, and traces. What kind of team is this? Even after the arrogant 9 Shadows organization withdrew from the Tianyao Temple, the 8th rank forces fell silent. In the following time, on the surface, the Holy Realm was still calm, without any turbulence. But in fact, fear, suspicion, and despair began to cover the 36 regions of the Holy Realm in secret. This time, it is the 8th rank aristocratic family and sect who are afraid. The 8th rank forces in the entire holy world were shrouded in an invisible fear, trembling for it. In the 36 domains of the Holy Realm, an unprecedented explosive news just came out. The enchanting list has been overturned. And still by one person. Number 1 on the list of contemporary evildoers, Lin Chen. The most tingling thing is that he singled out the entire enchanting list, but he was just a clone. For a time, the Holy Realm was surging, and this wave of earthquake spread all the way around the heavenly sanctuary. The power of the 7 rank and down families can be said to shock the quartet. Those who may have an intersection with Lin Chen, those who have grievances, and grievances, have very exciting expressions. The teenagers who used to go to the holy prison in the past have grown to the level they look up to today. However, when the Wangjia sect was shocked, there was a haze in the dark quietly shrouding the 8th rank forces of each family. The holy world is so vast, and it is impossible for a slightly weaker force to know so much news about the 8th rank force in just 10 days and a half. Only the 8th rank forces have the ability and channels to know about these situations. No one knows who the next devastating blow will fall on. You must know that the 8th rank forces, even if they are weaker, generally have several open heaven realm leaders and 2 or more rank 1 saints. In terms of the background of the entire force, there must be at least 6 heaven opening realms consummated, and 4 or more rank 1 saints. This is still the weakest grade. Generally speaking, the 8th rank family is slightly weaker than the 8th rank sect. The family mainly worships its own family, and the sect will attract foreign powers to cultivate cronies. And the more powerful 8th rank sects, such as the Zhonglong Temple and the Tianyao Temple, have a 4th rank saint in charge, and even if a 5th rank saint comes in person, it is impossible to destroy it. Not to mention, a super 8th grade giant with a solid background like the 12-story building. To be able to quietly erase this super 8th rank sect, what a terrifying force was born. Almost all the powerhouses agree that this is the birth of a hidden 9th grade sect, and it is necessary to destroy the sect and establish its prestige. Otherwise, it would be impossible to span so many domains in a short period of time, with so many murders and sect exterminations happening. Except for the background of the 9-rank sect, no other force can do it. Even if his mother's holy king is born, there must be a sequence of murders. It's only been a few days since you fled from the blood region to the ice region. In just 1 month, 10 8th-grade sects have encountered extinction or half annihilation. Basically the end is the same, the foundation is destroyed, and the top is slaughtered. This speed is terrifying. Even in the 36 domains, there are not many 8-rank forces in each domain, but there are dozens, and many even have hundreds of 8-rank forces. Similar to the powerful region of Tian-san, the number of 8-rank forces born will be numerous. Hundreds. However, these 8th-rank forces were born after the accumulation of days in the holy world and the contention of 100 schools of thought. Destroyed 10 8th-rank forces in 1 month, what a shame. Isn't that the 8th-rank power that will bloodbath a domain in a year? Finally, 35 days after the incident, the 9th-rank forces spoke up. First, Qingtian Pavilion in Tianshenjiu. A sub-pavilion master, Xing Jiutian, the cultivation of Jiuzhuan Saint, directly represents the voice of Qingtian Pavilion. He will personally go out to track down the enemy. Once the enemy is discovered, he will definitely suppress it. As soon as the 9th-rank sect made a sound, the 8th-rank forces in most areas immediately calmed down a lot. As soon as the boss of the 9th grade comes out, not to mention the settlement, how can he be able to involve the other party? Otherwise, the other party has to be a little bit afraid, right? However, it seems that the less someone predicts, the more things will go that way. Heavenly Sanctuary's Qingtian Pavilion has not made a sound for 2 days, and an 8th-rank family in Tianzinu has disappeared again. All the 8th-rank forces were frightened. Slap in the face, slap the face naked. It's so obvious that he didn't take Qingtian Pavilion's warning seriously. This is like shitting on Qingtian Pavilion's head and asking them to hand over paper. After the shock, what followed was more spreading fear. Destroy the door directly on the ground of the 9th-rank forces? What does this represent? This means that this professional team has the means to cover up the investigation of the 9th-rank forces. It is equivalent to saying, destroying the 8th-rank forces is as easy as Taking out the crotch. The real hammer, the cliff is the birth of the ninth rank power. For a time even the heavenly sanctuary was surging, and even the peak of the evildoers list showed signs of suspension. The 8th rank forces of each family are forced to unite. Damn, crazy. Must be crazy. This force is simply crazy, how many people and how strong they are. The last time I appeared in the Yen domain, this is the heavenly sanctuary? Is this the birth of the legendary 9th grade hidden world, and a lucky force is randomly selected to destroy the family? Killing like this, is it to wash my human race with blood? More than half of the 8th rank powerhouses in the heavenly sanctuary gathered together, all of which looked like they had seen a ghost. They are never afraid of strong enemies, and they can become powerful people. In the 8th rank sect, which is not a ruthless character. I'm afraid, this time the enemy is completely unknown. And it is hidden in the dark, and it can clear their level without knowing it. Desperately, they are absolutely not cowardly. But to die, the saint did not dare to speak fearlessly. The other side. Qingtian Pavilion is divided into pavilion masters. Xingjiutian, personally, leaves the customs, and steps to the destroyed 8th rank family, the Qin family. Woo-woo, Mr. Xing, you must be the master for us. Our Qin family has made many contributions to the heavenly sanctuary for generations. I just went to the kiln, and when I came back, the ancestral tombs were gone. The second ancestor of the Qin family cried like a giant baby. Xing Jiutian, who had just arrived at the Qin family, glared at him, and the holy might was like a tide rolling away. Boom. Xingwei directly stared at the second ancestor until his 7 orifices bleed, his spirit shattered, and he passed out. The surviving members of the Qin family were silent for a while, not daring to say any more. Xing Jiutian brought his people into Qin's house, patted his shoulder, and frowned. What kind of rubbish the Qin family raises, not even the rubbish of the enchanting list, cry for you. He went straight to the major retreat plains of the Qin family, the treasure house either was looted, or all the high-level Qin family evaporated, the spiritual card was broken, and he died completely, but not even the body was left. After half a day, when Xing Jiutian thoroughly understood the situation of the Qin family, he sat on the top of the Qin family's head hall, with an uncertain expression. This Lord, is there any help for our Qin family? A young deacon of Qin Jiaxing's state of mind couldn't help but ask. Xing Jiutian glanced at him, there's no help, just wait to die. At this time, next to Xing Jiutian, a hunchbacked old man with a rank 7 cultivation level frowned and said, Pavilion Master, this situation is probably. Xing Jiutian nodded. Yes, my guess is the same as yours, it's revenge. It's very purposeful. Revenge, and the target is very obvious. It's only revenge for the older generation of the Qin family. People from the Qin family who were born after ancient times did not. A death. The 9-turned saint is so full of aura and quick to respond, he can understand the general situation in almost half a day. It is unlikely that the 9th rank family will take action. If it is a 9th rank force, it will not dispatch such a large-scale battle in such a short period of time. The power of the 9th rank force is complicated and will not be easily mobilized on a large scale. However, this is a team that is even more threatening than the 9th rank forces. Xing Jiutian's expression is particularly solemn.